It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 21 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another season here of Dream League. That's right, season 21 now, third Dream League this year in this kind of a format. Good to have you, everyone, and thank you for joining us, as we did see a little bit of a preview of one of our first competitors there, but the voices that will be guiding you today for your first couple matches are myself here, Seeking Strike, and Winter. Lovely to be back for another Dream League season. Winter, how you doing over there?
I'm doing good. Good to see you again, as always. My loving partner. My trusty partner.
That's not the word you just used 5 minutes ago, but I'm glad that you pulled up the dictionary and found a new one, Winter, because it is good to be back, and it's good to see the teams again here as well, of course, for yet another little bit of hype tournament period right before we get into the TI downtime, where all the teams kind of hibernate and start boot camping and hiding their strats. Well, we've got a big old reason to come together here after the completion of the BetBoom Dota tournament and to play here in yet another Dream League. So that's going to be exciting, Winter. What's your favorite part about watching these big online tournaments? They're kind of new to us this year, the half lands, right, as we got into yesterday.
It feels like the players can actually just play from home, you know. Sure, some of them have to relocate to the European countries, but I feel that it feels good for the European teams. You can just play from your boot camp for a lot of money, get some good practice in. I wish we had tournaments like this back when I played.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't start. I know you're going to start.
I didn't even say anything yet. No, Winter, I didn't even say anything yet. But this Dream League is going to be a little bit different from the past two seasons of Dream League that we just had. As if we want to take a look at our teams, we do have a different number of teams. Now, normally you're used to seeing for the past two Dream Leagues 16 teams and a longer group stage format. This time around, it's going to be a little bit more accelerated, as we'll have only 12 teams joining us, down from 16. Still 6 Western European teams, 3 from Eastern Europe, and of course a South American, a C team, and a North American team, all invited based off of their ESL Pro Tour rankings. So that's, if you're wondering why a particular team is invited and not another, you've got to refer to those ranking points. Now, Winter, the previous event we just had in the ESL Pro Tour was the Riyadh Masters. Team Spirit ending up, kind of ending the cycle of domination that we've had out from Gaming Gladiators, but also Talon Esports making a surprising run all the way to the final day, ending up in 3rd place. Where do you kind of rank all these teams? How do you think we're going to end up here?
Spirit, I think Gladiators, they are definitely like the teams to watch out. Thunder as well. I've watched the BetBoom tournament and doing one of the segments solo. He mentioned that the teams that actually practice against Tundra, I feel like Tundra is a very, very dangerous team right now with the new change up, Thompson and Nine. So those are the teams that I feel like would be probably the teams that I would watch out for, and not to forget my personal favorite, Talon.
Of course. We all know how much you love Talon Esports, and we'll get into that in just a moment. You're talking about the power levels of teams, where they might end up. Let's go and take a look at what they'll earn as far as their placement here as we look at our distribution. Still $1 million total in the prize pool, but with less teams now to share in that $1 million, it's sweetened. It hasn't. It's quite a little bit. I believe before you get around 20 or 15K for finishing last. Now that's already jumped up to 25K. So some pretty nice figures here to incentivize the teams to get playing. Because it always seems like, Winter, when there's a little bit more money on the lines, some of those spirits, some of the talents, they just get a little bit more motivated here, and the games end up becoming that much better.
A little bit more honey on the line. Everybody wants a bite of that juicy honey. I think some of the players, they don't really, care about the money as much. They care more about like winning. I think if you think too much about the money, the prize pool, and everything else, it just makes you play worse. In my opinion, you just have to focus on doing what's right to win.
Well, that's true. That's true. And I'll come back to that in just a second here because, I do want to take a look at our group stage and explain one very key part of this tournament as we can go ahead and take a look now at Group A and B. One very important thing to keep in mind, especially if you're a returning viewer of the Dream Leagues, is that this is the only group stage we have. Normally there's two kind of group stages, or you can call it like a play-in or something like that. Two big groups that get seeded into a double elimination bracket. So top 4 go into the upper brackets, and the top 8, so 4 to 8, or I guess 5 to 8 technically, are going to go into the lower bracket. So a longer playoff bracket in this Dream League, but a shorter group stage, and still 4 teams going home total after group stage number 1. Any particular group that you'd want to be playing in here, Winter, or any group that you'd want to be avoiding?
I want to be in Tundra's group. I want to play Tundra. I want to watch and feel some Thompson magic.
Okay, he's excited. Winter was just telling us about how he just finished watching True Sight 8 and 9 again, and so I'm sure he's really feeling the hype already. First, though, we're gonna have to take a look at when Tundra's playing over in Group A, as we'll take a look at today's schedule. Fortunately, Winter, we don't have to wait very long, as here on the Ember stream, you've got Tundra Esports and Talon Esports kicking us off. Following that is Quest, BetBoom, Talon, 9 Pandas, and we're going to be wrapping up day number 1 of the group stage here with BetBoom and Team Spirit. So 3 full days of group stage action, Winter. On this list of 4 matches, which match are you particularly looking forward to?
The Quest against BetBoom match. Want to see how Quest does with Toby. Obviously, they did well in the qualifiers, the TI qualifiers, and BetBoom, the team that you never know who's gonna show up. Either they're gonna be really, really strong that day, or they just lose to anybody.
Yeah, that's right. It feels like a team that can almost beat anyone if they manage to, overcome their own challenges. And we'll see how that one does get underway. I, for one, I'm a little bit more interested in our very first match of the day. We'll go ahead and focus on that now. Tundra Esports taking on Talon. What a match to kick us off, of course. I mean, you just can't hide the hype behind this one, can you? You've got a top 3 team from the Riyadh Masters, Talon Esports, kind of surprising a lot of people, coming out of nowhere after they failed to even qualify to their home major, Winter. And then with Tundra, right, who has obviously had a bit of a roster change, and obviously wishing Sox the best in his long break. But not only do you have Thompson joining the mid lane, I think maybe for me what's really fascinating is you've got 9 who's going to shift over to support in order to make room now for Thompson.
Don't worry, Richie. Position 4 and mid lane is very similar. Like you see a lot of the mid players, they like to play position 4 in pubs because they understand what the mid laners need, and in the game, the position 4 role, you need to help the mid lane. And it's gonna be 9 helping Thompson here. He's gonna know what Thompson needs. They both have a very similar hero pool, weird hero pool, I would say.
That's a really good point, actually, when you consider their mid laner. I hadn't considered that. I think a lot of the times, there's teams, for example, you look at the discussion around Team Secret from the most recent Dacha tournaments, and a lot of people were, kind of discounting their success as the honeymoon period, and maybe it wears off. There's this whole storyline that likes to brew, which, I've heard repeated by the coach. Funny enough, after last year's Riyadh Master, I caught Heen on his flight back, and he was talking about how, they did well, but, honeymoon period, right? He kind of discounting it as luck. So I'm eager to see how, this team starts to come together, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to discuss there. Really, both of our teams here, I think the thing is they're chasing that consistency, right? And that's something, Winter, that I think has really eluded Talon all year.
For them, I feel like they are their own biggest enemy. Sometimes they have a very, very solid drafts, and some of the games that they are having like a hard time, their drafts are not very good. And Jabs, obviously the captain of the team, he likes to play like a very interesting, I would say, set of heroes sometimes. Heroes that not many offlaners would want to play, and he's a very polarizing offlaner. So, and he's the captain, so he gets to pick and choose whatever that he plays, and he's gonna create a strategy to tailor around it.
That's right. He is not shy to get himself that last pick as well, right? I mean, you look at both of these two teams and really comparing between 33 and Jabs, I think it's you'll find strikingly similar styles in terms of when it comes to the draft, right? A lot of priority around the off lane to ensure that they have some sort of win condition set up for the mid game in order for their kind of different, they're not like crazy hero pools. I think 33 has some weirder ones for sure, but certainly more unique hero pools for these two offlaners. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that's actually going to be able to get off the ground, especially when you do, start looking at Tundra and considering that 33's longtime laning partner, no longer with them. I'm eager to see how that change is going to actually impact him, and especially his early game. I think, Dota is this very complex game. It's a very complex team game, right? Changing just one little piece like that is could have really big impacts on how the team actually runs.
Yeah, the way you play your early game, even 1 minute, 1 special minute of good play can result in a totally different game, So the laning phase is always something that I like to bring up a lot the most, because I feel like at this level, every small little mistake you make or some small little outplay that you make could actually have a huge turnaround in terms of how the game is going to go later in the mid game. So the chemistry between 33 and 9 is going to be very, very important.
I was watching or rewatching Mr. Aoi 2000's Tundra TI draft breakdown. You remember he released those 3 videos a couple months after the TI patch. And I think something that was really interesting, he said a couple of things that were really interesting actually regarding like the draft style and the way that the team thinks and they draft together. And that was, when you're in a little bit of a slump or the team just needs to find itself, that they like to go back to those kind of core heroes. They're like for Chrysalis, for example, it was in the context of him playing the Monkey King. They just kind of got destroyed in game 1. He didn't want to be able to give Secret Chrysalis his Monkey King to be able to get him back into the zone, right? I'm wondering if that sort of kind of drafting style is going to be used against them here, as Talon do look to ban out some of the more popular Topson heroes, or maybe you look to try and target what could be conceived as the weak link here with 9 shifting to a new position. He's been playing a lot of support heroes. I've got to say, how many matches is this? 50 matches pretty much in the last 8 days from 9, all support heroes. So, he's certainly been practicing as well.
That's I would say a pretty good strategy to target the person that just swapped role, because he's going to have a smaller hero pool usually when you change role, because you have to start practicing somewhere. So I would say that that's a pretty good idea. Okay.
Well, we'll see here, as fortunately we don't have to wait too long here, folks. Our first draft already underway, as we are now just getting started. There he is, the man himself. Topson.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The legend, the 2-time TI winner, part-time Dota player now, who is coming in just before the high time of the season. Give it up for Topson, ladies and gentlemen. Really excited to see how he plays here. I think for Tundra as well, given that their last couple of tournaments from Bali to Riyadh, that they've had to, substitute in Aoi, kind of halfway through the tournament, usually less than halfway through the tournament, and still made pretty decent runs. It speaks volumes of how strong this team is. However, now it's time to really strike down, and find the consistency. And one thing for Talon, I think I saw a tweet from Talon that one of their players unfortunately did have to play back from home because of something with visa restrictions or needing to get a visa, interview. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see that on the cameras here, but if I'm not mistaken, I did catch a tweet of that.
Was it Mikoto?
Not sure. I mean, Makoto's always playing from home during DPC as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, because he's there.
No, he's there. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it was someone else then that I could have sworn that it was a C team here related, but it looks like they've all checked in. So that'll be okay and good for the team here as we do start looking at our first couple bans and picks. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, I would say, Winter. Still lots of the flavors of the month getting banned out. That first phase TA strikes me as a little bit interesting, but other than that, it's basically the normal stuff. Still Dawnbreaker left. Still your Svens. What else did we see? A bunch of bans in Dota.
PA, I think PA is definitely one of the stronger carries right now.
And it's Tundra actually who moved to ban the Invoker.
Yeah, but at this level, I think you have a lot more ways of dealing with a PA. In pubs, it's a lot harder because the hero snowballs very quickly, and if you don't have the right strategy to deal with Phantom Assassin, then the hero can be a huge problem. I feel like the Blur and the Axe is just... if you let her get to that stage, it's just too much to deal with in the game. She's too elusive, she deals too much damage, and she pokes at you from a far range, so it's very little risk.
Yep. Yeah, that's been a difficult hero to really get on top of. Makes a lot of supports' lives very difficult as well. I think there's a couple of heroes that we do see popular, like the SD. I think we saw a couple times. So there's a couple saves that may allow you to, skirt around that. But other than that, it has been proven she has been just a tough hero to play against in general, despite the nerfs. Bristleback
ban still here. I've seen this hero a couple of times with the new shard and everything. The hero just definitely feels like he's very strong. He's a lot stronger early to mid game right now. I'm curious to see why are they banning the hero out? Is that telling what they would want to pick in the first phase, or they just value the hero really highly right now?
I'm wondering if it's got something to do with Nine's hero pool in particular, given that they've also banned out the Bane. When you start constructing your lanes and approaching the draft from that style, you want to make sure you're giving your offlaner he needs to get a good start, right? Especially, and he will, even on the Doom, who is a hero that does not have a very good win rate right now. So I'm surprised to see that come out for Tundra. They will get a couple of bans now to protect it, but we'll see what Talon want to respond with here immediately. But yeah, I mean, the Bristle ban also does strike me as a bit of a different one. I believe we saw a game of Bristle, Gaming Gladiators, use it in their victory over TSM. I think it was game 3 or something like that, but not sure. I'm also surprised to see that as a first phase.
I mean, the Doom opening, I feel like this is like the difference between Jabs and 33. 33 is not really afraid of showing his hero out early. And for Jabs, he's more like, I want to see the draft, I want to see the game, and then feel what I want to play. Or they open with a hero that can be flexed around a lot, so that you never know if Jabs is playing the hero. So they're going to go back to that route, which they open up with a flex hero, a side lane hero that can be played by Jabs or 23, and they'll decide later in the game. I mean, Naga in general is just very good against Doom, these illusion heroes, because Doom is a very single target focus. But in the lane itself, I would say that the Doom doesn't really mind laning against the Naga, because you have the Scorch Earth to deal with the Naga Siren illusions. And basically, Naga can't really pressure the Doom that much. It's gonna be dependent on who are the supports in the lane.
Yeah, I'm looking at this from a little bit more of a team fight, mid-game oriented play style, right? And that's one where I do prefer this Naga as well in this matchup, given the fact that, if you don't really find the right engagement or your mid laner gets doomed, you can always just kind of panic, press the song, and reset the fight or disengage,
and with the shot, you can heal, so it's definitely very good later against the Doom.
Yep.
So finally, there's that annoying and pesky Warlock ban.
That's
the hero
right.
that nobody likes to play against. Annoying Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, I was really surprised how strong Fatal Bonds was in lane. I thought it was all about the upheaval, maxing the third, but it's really about getting your Fatal Bonds cooldown reduced and just kind of winning every single lane. I mean, it's brutal. It's brutal playing against this guy.
What? I wonder if you're going to see some Doom plus Grimstroke. Because Grimstroke is very good against Naga Siren in a lane. And Doom and Grim is obviously just a very, very powerful combo, double Doom, And the Ink Swell, with the changes of Ink Swell, there's a lot of kill threat in the lane.
That's right. Yeah, especially with all that move speed you'll be having with that Scorched Earth running. Yeah, I could very well see that. Talon, perhaps in anticipation of this, or just wanting some sort of save, as well as a strong hero that trades very well in the lane, is going to go with the Venge. Only problem with her is that her attack range, I think it's standard or just barely subpar, but you can kind of struggle to attack a bit. And if you misjudge, your strength in a lane, you end up, you can really start feeding on this hero. There's the Shadow Demon.
I mean,
okay, so
the good thing about the Venge is you have the Terror, which reduces damage right now, so it helps her trade against the other support or against the offlaner or the core in the lane. She's definitely not as weak as before. Before, I feel like the Venge is very, very, very weak in the early stage, in the laning phase, But nowadays, I feel like the Venge she's an okay laner right now. I would say that she can even be put to classify as a strong laner depending on your partner. If you have another kill hero with a stun or anything, so you have double stun in the lane can be very powerful.
I'm wondering who for Tundra, as they do show the second support, Lion, is going to be playing that. I see one match of Shadow Demon for 9. Lion is he was my first hero in Dota 2, so maybe it'll be Nine's first his debut on the support squad now. Do you have a preference of who lanes with the Doom, given that you're showing against the Naga?
I think Lion has more kill threat with the Doom. You have the stun and the Hex, but at the same time it really depends on who they want to prioritize on the farm more, like who's gonna get more in this game, And if you look at Shadow Demon and Lion, both of these heroes function really well when they're given more resources, more gold, more XP. So I think it's really entirely up to the player, which hero does he feel that I can do more this game, Maybe because you see the Naga, then you feel like as a Lion you can do more, you can deal with the illusion, so you want the Lion to be a higher priority in terms of levels and gold.
Okay, they're going to show the Storm Spirit now here for Talon. So still keeping the Naga Siren somewhat ambiguous. We might end up seeing here, especially with Talon having last pick, and we might end up seeing a Jab's last pick if they continue to flex the Naga and pick another support here. A Storm Spirit, however, into a Hex carrier, Lion, into a Doom is a pretty bold pick, don't you think?
They need a catch, and Storm is very good against SD Lion. I mean, at the same time, because SD and Lion, they like to hide far away, right? And Storm is a hero. Even though you're weak against the catch, you want a hero that can go back and catch the backliners. You have Terror to scout, to find them, and you have the Naga Siren illusions walking around, opening vision, and you know that the Lion needs to go and drain the illusion, so it's gonna give Storm a lot of opportunities to catch the Lion.
I could see that. Yeah, it's this really interesting tactic, right? Where we used to see pucks picked into Lion for that very reason, right? Even though, it is kind of somewhat of a counter pick, you have to keep in mind the catch, the initiation that Talent need. And they're going to pick up even a little bit more here, Winter, as the Tusk is going to be the last pick for Talent in this phase.
Yeah, I like that hero a lot. Lion and SD, they are both very weak in terms of the first couple of levels, so they are not very good at dealing with roamers, like heroes that can run around and kill stuff with a couple of levels like Tusk. So I think this pick is designed to put a lot more pressure in the early game, because when you see Tundra, they pick SD and Lion, it means that they're both supports that need a lot of levels, a lot of farm, And a hero like Tusk could definitely hinder that progress on those two heroes and put a lot of pressure on the lane and force their heroes to be maybe a bit more defensive, so they can't really get as much as they want to from the game.
Are you perhaps anticipating anything, any specific mid lane pick here from the side of Tundra for Topson to try and counteract that roaming potential? Because I'm agreeing with you here, especially with Avenge and a Tusk, you've got a very reliable stun that does a lot of damage, a gap closer, and a mid laner who, if you get to an early level 6 here, like you're saying, against these supports especially, can really start to take over the game. That in mind, are you looking for some kind of mid laner to be able to, or just more team fight potentially? Okay, I mean, there's a bit of both, right? Is that going to be the mid or Spirit? I suspect it is. In fact,
yeah, Spirit is one of the strongest mid heroes right now. He's really, really tanky. Doesn't really care too much about a lot of the lane matchups he can usually play, because you just get the kick and you're always going to be able to secure the range creep. 3 points in the kick, you will always clear the wave, the range creep, so it helps the hero a lot, and he scales really well. I think that's the most important part about the hero. He's very, very tanky, very good stat gain. So when you give him a lot more levels and a lot more farm, he's really hard to kill. He needs a lot of items. Normally what people do nowadays, you get a Vessel or Blade Mail early game, and then after that you decide on if you need a BKB, or if you want to be fancy, go for a heart. but I prefer the BKB route most of the time. More stable, so it gives your team a lot more security. If you go for hard, I think there's a higher tendency of throwing the game away if you're ahead.
Yeah, I like the pick as well. I mean, he is greedy in that way because he does, of course, want to get his items and experience, but he achieves that through fighting. You know, he does farm very well with the Boulder Smash, especially when it's maxed first, as you're saying, but when you just utilize that to get your experience out of the lane and then immediately start ganking your side lanes here, or just, you know, if the action naturally comes to you with the Tusk and Venge rotating on the Storm, it could be a lot of fun here this game, I suspect. Last couple of bans, so Talon banning out the carries, Tundra taking out the lone Druid, so targeting 23's pool a bit more here.
That is a very, very smart lone Druid ban, because Jabs has been practicing the hero a lot. Before he left SEA to go to Europe to bootcamp, he actually practiced a ton on lone Druid. I was watching his stream, he was playing a lot of that hero, so Tundra definitely doing a lot of research.
Yeah, I've seen that taken offlane by, I can't remember, someone in Dacha was playing a ton of offlane lone Druid, but yeah, I wasn't aware it was in Jabs' wheelhouse. Okay, that had been potentially a little bit more troublesome. And another bear, or trio, or quadruple, quartet, I believe they're called, the bears banned out with the Brewlings not in the pool. That hero is really strong right now, this Brewmaster. So I reckon that's a very smart ban. So Tundra seemed to be at least banning out for this Naga Siren to be a safe laner, and they'll pick up the Phantom Lancer in return for Skitter.
So for Talon now, they're gonna have to decide who's gonna play this Naga. Do they feel like they have enough answers to this PL? I mean, Storm is pretty decent against PL. The supports, however, Bench and Tusk, they hate playing against Illusion heroes, so they're not gonna be able to threaten the PL too much in the game. So I have a feeling that Talon's going to keep the Naga as a carry and pick another offlaner. They can pressure the PL.
Nope.
Okay, no, never mind.
It's gonna be a PA.
It's gonna be a PA and Naga.
Yeah, PA and Naga. I mean, C really bringing out the SCA meta, you know? I mean,
it's more of like a Talon exclusive thing where they always like to play with a double carry in the game, where they want to just try to stall the game out with the other three heroes, and they have two very greedy side lane cores to suck up all the farm on the side lanes and just be crazy in the late game.
I think what worries me a little bit here is kind of, I don't want to call it team. I mean, the single target, first of all, from Talon is phenomenal, right? You're looking at a Storm, Venge, Tusk, and a PA jumping onto you. Like, forget about it, you know? Not even, I think, Nines, who is going to be playing the Shadow Demon here, by the way. I don't think he'll even be able to really save anyone from that amount of lockdown or catch. But you look at the team fight here, and you're fighting into a Doom, a Lion, a freaking Earth Spirit who's going to be rolling around the fight, maybe even with a Vessel or an early Blade Mail. And you've only got Song, really, to disengage or to try and find a better fight on your terms. There's no Song follow-up. You're not, you know, there's no Jakiro for an Ice Path into the macro. There's no Arrow even, right, to set up for a long stun. So that, I don't know. It's funny to see Jabs kind of just getting the hero that, you know, you opened up with and then didn't really expand into much else.
I think his hero is designed to just stop the Doom initiation. When the Doom comes in, Dooms the Storm or whoever it is, the PA, then the Song comes in, you reset the fight. It's less about like an obvious combo like the Ice Path or whatever that you mentioned, the Mirana Arrow. It's more about just stopping the Doom from killing his teammates, you know, more like a safe mechanism this game.
Okay.
And
I can very well see that.
I'm curious to see what is his build. Is he actually going to buy like some carry build, like build some Radiance to deal with the illusions, or he's going to go for something else, you know, like a fighting build, go for like stats, just join your team and fight with Manta early.
Yeah, man. I mean, who's going to get rid of these PL illusions, honestly?
They actually don't have very good solutions apart from the Storm.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how that's going to be playing out as well as we do get underway with game number 1. Tundra Esports now toting their new mid laner Topson, former mid laner 9, on his first game of support that I could find anyway on Dota Buff. And his hero of choice is the Shadow Demon. I see one match on his Dota 2 Pro Tracker of Shadow Demon. He did lose that one. Let's hope that this one goes better for him, at least if you're a Tundra fan.
So they're going to start out with a smoke. So they're placing some wards to block out the pull camp for Tundra. Normally when they play all these like side lanes with Saksa, they tend to like just always start with pulling the waves and getting the wave under the tower. So I'm not sure if they're going to do that this game because it's a Venge and PA. That's not a very strong lane, you know. I think if they just go to the lane and play the lane straight up, just focus on farming and denying, they can actually do really well.
Check out this ward from Tundra as well down bottom. A little bit more of a unique one. It's going to be probably not dewarded and let you know if there's any early rotations coming, especially from like the Tusk or something like that. I like that one quite a bit.
That's a really, really good ward given the situation because like we talked about, the Tusk is going to pose problems against the Shadow Demon and Lion in the early game.
Oh yeah, and it's already paying off. Look, they're going to see Q down bottom, and as soon as Ollie knows, they're going to know that Talon is going to be attempting maybe a cheeky first blood here. It'll be spoiled by that ward.
Venge, Tusk, tag team, and Sun with the PA. It's often a very, very easy kill. They're going to actually find the ward.
They did find it, yeah. Nice job with blocking the camp as well simultaneously from Ali. So a good move out from him. Barely caught it.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky. I think he meant to maybe place it a little bit more towards the side. And because this sentry is... I have to be honest, this sentry is not very common.
Look at this block from 33. Are you seeing this? 33 still blocking this creep. Blocked the creep for 40 seconds. Finally, it'll go into battle as Ollie's going to make a little bit of a play there. But it seems like this lane eventually is going to be pushing further for 33 and 9. Classic lane shenanigans as we're used to seeing out from the side of Tundra. I do want to still, of course, talk about this mid lane as well, Winter, because how could we ignore it? Talk to me a little bit about what you think the differences are between Makoto's playstyle as a mid compared to Thompson's.
I think Mikoto nowadays is more of like the stable mid laner. He's playing the heroes that's good for the draft instead of like the flashy ones that he wants to play. Thompson there missing on the roll could have maybe potentially done a lot of damage onto Mikoto, whereas Thompson, he's more of like the flashier one, you know. He likes to play heroes that he's feeling, you know, like if he feels that hero, he wants to play the hero. And sometimes you see his hero, it lacks synergy with the team's draft, so he's more volatile.
Right. So you don't know if you're going to get Flopson or Chatson, basically, is it? Could go a bit in between there.
Depends on how you see it. And bot lane.
Yeah, they're trying for 9. He's actually going to use the disruption offensively. Ollie's still whacking away here with the auto attacks. 23 has another dagger to throw, but not nearly enough damage. Fairy Fire is secured. Who grabbed that first Lotus? I didn't quite see it. Oh, it was 3 minutes. I've been playing too much Turbo. Shame on me. I've just outed myself as a Turbo player.
I was like, what's actually happening?
Yeah, my bad. Jump in again onto 9. This time he has still another disruption charge and uses it to definitely avoid the magic missile damage. He might still go down. 23 throws the dagger, finds the kill. Top lane, it seems like they're also taking a lot of harass out from this Talon off lane as well. Q, claritying back up. Looks like he's ready to make another go at this.
Yeah, they have a good big creep wave here. He wants to pressure the Lion.
Yeah, Snake King in some trouble. He's already thrown the Earth Spike, has another one in a second, and a Blood Grenade Snowball, though. The stun sufficient to allow them to pick up the kill.
Yeah, they're doing really well, you know, on the Naga at the moment. He's gotten his levels and he's pulling the wave over. So this lane is going to be pretty much a free farm lane for the Naga and the PL.
Yep.
And it's going to come down to which support could benefit from this situation, you know, with the waves going out. And if the Naga doesn't really need the Tusk is going to be free to roam, to go to the bot lane to kill through the Twin Gate.
Yep. And I want to just very quickly identify something.
Stuck again.
Yeah, there he is. He's in trouble. I think he's just dead. Again, the right clicks, they pull in the illusions as well for even more damage.
No TP, this is bad.
He goes. 33, meanwhile, down bottom, he does have himself the very annoying Chain Lightning creep, so plenty of damage being dished out from him as he actually will go underneath the tower. Magic Missile forced out. TP coming in now already from the Tusk. See who they want to make the jump onto. 23 goes on to 9. The supports in the meantime looking for 33, who is out of mana, but has 20 wand charges. Don't know if they quite get through him, trying to burst him before the wand charges. No, he's going to save the wand charges, actually, as 23 is just going to be able to focus down onto 9. Should get this kill here eventually with the Orb of Corrosion. 9, yeah, running right back into 23, and a lovely rotation from Q to pick up a kill.
No, they actually got both kills out of it. I initially thought that 23 should have gone on the Doom, but in the end it pays off, you know, they got both kills. I think 33 just felt like it wasn't worth it for him to use that big one. Like maybe if he lives, he'll be living like with very little HP and not much mana, so he'd rather die anyway. I think that's the correct decision for him.
This lane is getting troublesome, though. I was about to point something out that the reason I think Talon were putting so much pressure, using a lot of the mana early and getting a couple kills, was because they didn't want 9 to be able to pull the wave. 9 eventually unblocked the camp, but it's now reblocked after Ollie managed to find a kill there. And with Q still lingering down here, they might not be out of the woods yet. Ollie trying to bait back 33. Maybe he'll be able to go on to 9 now as he looks for the D ward. Q making a go at it. Let's see here with the ice shards well placed as Nine's gonna have to turn himself around. Will pop the disruption offensively, but still goes down. TP comes out from snaking, but he's only back at the tier 1 tower. To Talon, they've lost their ward, so this might surprise them as the stun does actually connect on the 23, but he pops his wand charges right onto 33, and with that bonus attack speed, easily has the kill. Looks like it'll be a third as well, as Snake King cannot escape here. Just too much damage. Last dagger thrown will pick it up. Oh, Thompson, let's see what he can do. He might be a little bit late, but that's a boulder smash for you. Immediately a kill, but 23 jumps back on in. Thompson trying to turn with the magnetize, but it's not nearly enough. 23 Savage, he's cooking already. A triple kill for him 5 minutes in.
Yeah, Tundra totally underestimating how strong this tag team plus PA and the Venge minus armor, you know, is doing in the early game. All these small little spells just doesn't allow you to trade efficiently, you know. They just do so much damage. You don't expect it, but they just over the course of time, the daggers being thrown down and then the minus armor from the Terra and the tag team, they just kill you, they whittle you down.
So
I mean, this is the problem with having Lion and SD. Both of them are weak early game, and when you're facing against a Tusk, the Tusk can bully you.
Just to put it into perspective for you, by the way, right now, Wave of Terror level 2, -4 armor, Orb of Corrosion -3. PA basically is hitting with like the Deso debuff.
And here comes
on top of tag team. And here they go. This is 33. He's level 4, by the way. Q is running on in. They're going to let 23 pick up this kill as he jumps in to secure it. And Ollie looking for anyone else. I mean, this bottom lane is just littered with all of these daggers now. This is very problematic.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jabs, he was alone, and he's still free farming top. You know, he doesn't have a support in lane, but who needs the support when you can already free farm? And they're farming top, they're totally destroying bot, and Storm is also having a pretty good time. So across all the lanes, Talon is doing amazingly so far in the early game, and they have this big 3k lead already at 7 minutes, and now Wisdom Runes are going to spawn. At least Tundra is going to be able to secure
they're
one.
Securing it. Nine, he's been reported enough for forgetting about Wisdom Runes in his pubs. He's in position, he's stacking. In the meantime, behind him, or in front of him, I should say, there is a 2-man smoke. Pardon me, heading bottom. Thompson level 6 here. Does not have a point in the silence, but does have magnetize at the ready. Ollie and 23 both down bottom. Is 23 able to avoid detection there because of the blur? It seems like he might get away. Thompson, his spidey senses were tingling, but he's just a second late. Fight in the meantime is going to continue up in this top lane as they do see 23 with that ward on the high ground. However, PL's going to TP to the tier 2. Skitter didn't want anything of this fight. At least didn't really appreciate his current positioning there.
Yeah, Tundra's they're a bit frustrated, you know, not connecting on the ganks. Thompson really wants to fight with the Magnetize. He's really, really strong right now, and Talon is not giving them the fight that they want to. They're just dodging, and Naga is still happily farming away.
And a really good, move by Makoto, who recognizes everything that's going on. He takes down the mid tier 1 tower basically by himself. Now he's going to make a big old jump on in. Oh no, 9. He is going to go down here. Are going to scout this big stack as well. I don't really think they can take at least the Ancients, but Makoto is going to make a move here for this the hard camp, which is stacked 3 times. 23 jumping in as well. 33 still doesn't have enough experience for the Doom, but Thompson is here as well. Rolling Boulder is not going to connect, but the Boulder Smash will. That's more than enough. A big kill there for Thompson. Might open up his game. Gives the experience required for 33 to level up the Doom. Now the Boulder Smash will connect. Ollie finds a little stun here on a Thompson, who will continue looking for more. Snake King stun is not going to connect onto 23, but does find Ollie, sent into the disruption, popping out into a world of pain, trying to deny himself to the creeps, but will eventually fall, making 3 big kills here for Tundra.
Yeah, that was absolutely necessary for Tundra to be able to punish Talon for doing that, for trying to steal the stacks, you know. Those kills are gonna mean a lot for Thompson, and right now he's gonna probably die here. Not much he can do to get out.
No, not in that case. He will end up falling. And Well, some important momentum, though. 9 is nearly dying to this stack of Ancients. Is going to be A-okay. He's okay. He's got a salve. He's at least half HP. Q is chasing, though. Thought maybe would have gone a bit crazier. I mean, Talon, you can't say that they're not dedicated. They just kind of died, you know, chain feeding basically over that stack of the Heart Creepers. Makoto right back to it. Will it be able to finish them off? There's no tier 1 mid here, and Snaking is picked up on that ward, so they're going to make a play for him. Thompson, though, in the trees, can maybe look to jump back in onto Makoto, who has no more bottle sips here. But Tundra, recognizing the position they're in, do not want to fight into both these supports. I mean, you just have such a strong hero right now. Makoto not even really Winter at such a big timing. Basically just Falcon Blade and the Power Treads, but feeling strong enough with both supports having level 6 backing him up.
Yeah, they're gonna smoke up again, you know. Probably gonna wait for the 10-minute rune to see if they can get some nice juicy rune.
That's a good one. That's an Arcane. So Winter, the first one was what, a haste? So we've had haste and Arcane already. DD and Invis, I suppose, are going to be the next biggest ones that they're hoping
for the Storm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Regen's real good too. Makoto will break his smoke on the wave, so he shows the bottled Arcane. I would say a 10-minute Arcane rune's not the biggest deal in the world for Storm, but might make a little bit of a difference if you're already taking a fight. And, well, here go Talon yet again. Nice disruption there, avoids the magic missile, and Makoto did pop the Arcane rune here. 33's a bit tankier now, Winter. He has finished up the Vanguard and has Doom back off cooldown. 9 still suffering a little bit for experience, but once they do start farming some of these stacks he's been making, he'll eventually recover a little bit, but he's still down to level 4. Big stacks by him.
Yeah, he needs somebody to clear the stack so he gets the XP.
Yep.
And he already didn't get much from the medium camp because the enemy stole it. I mean, this is not good news if you're playing an SD and you're being so low level at 11 minutes, like level 4.5 at 11. That's pretty bad.
And he's triple stacked here, the Ancient camp, and on the edge of the map, I guess, by the Tormentor. The problem with this camp is you don't usually see a lot of carries or, you know, stack clears to this part of the map. Thompson in the mid lane, he's getting gone on, by the way, but is able to turn very effectively, rolling actually onto Q, but he's got more remnants to drop to extend the magnetize. Makoto needs to get out of range as Thompson, he's going to roll defensively. Makoto ticking down underneath his tower, though. Another remnant kicked on over to him, will collect the kill. Q to fall as collateral, and it's going to be a triple here for Thompson into Godson, already turned to 3v1 into 3 kills for himself. Well played.
1v3, no problem. My name is Thompson. I don't care how many heroes you bring, I'm gonna kill you all. Just bring everybody here, I'll kill everybody, he says.
Yeah, and that's the blade mail paying off.
Earth Spirit with Blade Mail early game, nobody wants to touch this hero, and he has the occult bracelet, so
he's
giving
so
him also the magic resist.
Shout out PTP showing us the death summary. You can see how big of a difference that makes there on that Blade Mail. That thing is tough, especially on these tanky strength heroes. And better days now for Tundra. 9 also convinced 33 to finally farm this big stack of Ancients, so he's finally up to level 6 as well, and a little bit more gold into his pockets as he does try and get his Aether Lens.
Yeah, the lens gonna make.
Oh, he's okay. I thought he was gonna make him a jump.
Very easy for him to use his spells in the team fight. You know, this is one of the items that you really want to get on Shadow Demon. Sometimes you have to get the Glimmer or the Force Staff, you know, like to save yourself. But if you can really afford to rush the Aether Lens, it makes your game so much nicer to play.
And I'd say
normally against Storm, I would say that you want to get the Glimmer first.
Yeah.
So that when the Storm goes on you, you have a way to run away.
So that's what I was thinking as well. I'm wondering if it has something to do with the support duo here, because let me take a look at Lion's build. Nothing in the quick buy yet for Snay. But you do have supports that can kind of save each other, right? From either a Tusk or a Storm or a PA jumping in. So maybe that's why he feels a little bit more confident. You know, at least with Aether, since you're standing a bit further back, you are kind of pulling the fight another 200, units away, closer to your teammates. That might make it a little bit of a difference, make it more difficult.
You know what I think it is? It is just his mid laner instincts.
He's following the guide.
No, it's the mid laner instincts, because Aether Lens is just a greedier build, You don't think so much about your teammates, because if you get Glimmer, you can also save your teammates.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Before we get to this Storm Orchid, which is nearly completed, that'll be, I think, a big turning point here for Talon in terms of them looking for fights. I do want to quickly touch back upon something you brought up earlier for this Jab's offlane Naga Siren. You show me this quick buy, you show me his current items. I guess this was a core Naga, or like a safe lane Naga. He almost has Manta completed. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, right now he's okay. He might have the song right now to get out.
Yeah,
He just needs an item to shove out. I mean, I don't think there's anything else you can buy Naga in the early game. You need the Manta to help you accelerate. You pressure the map. You farm. You push out waves. And by doing that, you're actually also creating a lot of space for PA to farm, right? Because you're forcing the enemy to react. You're sending illusions to shove the wave, so they have to deal with it. If they don't deal with it, they're losing farm. So when they send heroes to deal with it, then your PA feels a lot more safer to go out on the map to farm. So in a way, you're kind of helping the PA also.
Okay, so there's a smoke. Eventually, Tundra chooses to go down bottom with it, where the rolling boulder just barely missing onto Q. However, the boulder smashed the yo-yo of death, as some call it, onto Q, as I don't think he'll be receiving any reinforcements. He tries to punch his way through the shield rune, but Thompson's got more than half remaining. That's going to be an easy kill here for Tundra. Even if they miss on the Naga, they'll get something down bottom. This PA, by the way, you spoke about her farm. I just want to say, she has the Battle Fury. She's already accelerating quite nicely, given her early game, how strong of an early game 23 had, going nicely towards this BKB already.
Yeah, late game is going to be very, very scary for Tundra, If they don't have the Doom on the PA, I feel like they're going to struggle to kill the PA later, and the illusions, I feel like, are going to be dealt with by the Storm. And PA in general is like it's very difficult for PL to man fight the PA, so you have to keep poking and prodding. And if your team doesn't deal enough damage to kill the PA, then you're not gonna be able to win the fight against the PA. So for the PL, it's all about whether his team can get the right initiation. Whereas
we'll see here.
for
I hate
the
to cut you off, but we're waiting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, whereas for the PA, it's more about like right now he wants to farm, get to his Aghanim's plus Deso timing, because the Axe the item is just too good on the hero right now. The blur, you can dispel, and I just feel like the refresh part is also quite obnoxious in a team fight. You can double blur because it gives you like 0.75 invulnerability. It messes up with how enemies cast their spell on you. So normally in a high pressure situation, it kind of can win you a team fight.
I got you. Yeah, I was just going to point out there that Talon and Tundra both, waiting for that 16-minute rune. So DD into the bottle of Thompson, but could have been a big one if Talon managed to get that one to spawn top, because Makoto is ready now with his Orchid, and now finally has Ball Lightning level 2. I think we're gonna get some action here, I'd say, pretty soon. This Axe is complete now on Skitter, so that makes his life a little bit easier when you're talking about, poking and prodding from a distance. It's going to be their strategy.
It's also a very nice farming item for PL. When you see those PLs rush Axe, you think they're going to fight? No, they're hitting creeps here.
And Talon are not hitting creeps, actually. Their move is going to be into the Roche Pit, where they're going to utilize this Medallion of Courage, all the minus armor that they have, and obliterate Roshan. Holy moly. God. He went down fast.
Did that even take 10 seconds?
They, when the whole team gathered, not much more than that. What are you looking at here with your minus armor? Wave of Terror, it was level 3, but let's just call
Corrosion.
It 6. Corrosion, Medallion, Riptide minus armor, no Deso yet, I believe.
And then the tag team.
Yeah, that's a lot of physical damage, and you still have a good amount of magic burst as well, I would say, between magic missile, snowball, ice shards, and of course the storm spirit. So it's not like Tundra can just get a Crimson Guard and ignore this physical damage. There's no lich here.
Guess what they're doing? They're getting a Radiance on Earth Spirit.
Okay, well, he's got the heart now. He's got the Blade Mail. You don't want to hit him now. You can't even hit him because of the miss rate. Maybe this is going to be the solution, as Makoto is going to be jumped. Thompson connecting on the combo. Barely had the vision. Disruption is going to allow Thompson to wear off this silence. Nice. The stun is there. They even had a Hex. And that's why it can be so dangerous to jump into this team as a Storm Spirit, right? The jump that they have here, the catch, it's phenomenal, as Thompson shows us.
Yeah, you have to respect the fact that there's a Lion in the game, The Storm has to focus on farming his BKB. Like, that item is going to allow him to play without BKB against Lion and the silence from Earth Spirit. Good luck.
Oh, forget about it, man. It's going to be tough. So Skitter as well coming online a little bit more with his Ag's Diffusal. So now if he is throwing illusions into the fights, at the very least, they'll be very annoying for these supports, like you touched on earlier in the draft. It's going to be a bit more problematic for the side of Talon should we start getting into some of these big fights.
Do you know what the supports can do? Get a day gun.
You know, I mean...
Oh, actually, it's not so good against PL. Because
he makes too many.
There's just way too many.
You just get a Ghost Scepter, I guess. I mean, there's not much else you can really do. Jabs is getting a heart, though. That's his solution. Just literally the C offlaner, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, but what's the game plan? You know, they just feel like they just need to drag the game late, mid lane, roll in.
Another jump in. Yeah, it's going to be Thompson trying to get through Q here, but he's relatively tanky, able to get off the snowball. I don't know if Q makes it out alive, however, as he is going to be left behind. Space for the team. Idling on the outside of this fight is 23. He's going to make now a jump onto the Shadow Demon, but 9, he's not going down that easily, not without all the minus armor that they needed to take down the Roshan. 23 though, BKB at the ready, jumps back on and eats the Doom now from 33. Tundra just letting the PL illusions take him down and the Doom damage as it's Makoto who will be able to deny him, I guess. Still, it's only the Aegis. Not a phenomenal first use of Aegis out from Talon. I think they were going to be a bit happier if they were able to retain that.
Yeah, and they used the fresh BKB on the PA, you know, that's definitely not ideal. They're still going to smoke up. They feel like without the Doom, they can actually still fight. No Doom and no Magnetize. I feel like they're still really strong without, even though PA doesn't have BKB.
Did you see that, by the way? Thompson started pinging the mirror image illusions. He felt like Naga was coming or in the vicinity just by the movements, or the lack of movement specifically by Jabs' mirror image illusions. That was a interesting bit of game sense there. So Tundra are going to be able to...
King is like, please, give me the shard, please.
No, it goes to 9.
No.
Yeah, Snake King's shard is so good this game. That's fine. I think he's just going to have to wait for the next one. He might...
But
yeah, he's queued it up.
Yourself.
Yeah,
Don't
he's
wait
queued
for
it
the
up.
next one. I see this way too many times on the supports where it's okay, I'll just wait for the next commenter, you know. But you should actually just buy it if it just has the chance to turn the game around. You can't be greedy with this.
Certainly does this game. We'll see if Talon are going to start doing their own tournaments, and they will. Ollie, yeah, he's got a magic wand, so he needed to use that in order to not die. He needs to get away. Yep, nope, didn't do that in time. Oops.
Okay.
That's fine.
I've seen this happen way too many times when I'm a support. I'm walking next to a PA or a Templar assassin.
Top lane, they're on to 33 here, who is getting dive underneath his tier 2 tower, utilizing the Orchid. They will be able to pick up a kill, and no one in the vicinity here for the side of Tundra, so no save available. Looks like the tower will go down eventually to Jabs' chipped illusions.
I mean, this is the thing, right? When the lanes are always constantly pressured, and whoever goes down and Storm is not on the map, you always have a chance of dying if you're not PL. I feel like only PL or even maybe just the Earth Spirit can actually shove out this kind of lanes, you know. Even the Doom is not strong enough because he doesn't have any armor items right now, so he takes a lot of physical damage from the illusions and the Riptide.
Yeah, the Vanguard's just not enough to see him through that. It's going to be a bit challenging. Oh, he's disassembled it, of course, for the Octarine, pardon me.
And he has a Dragon skill, which kind of helps, but still not enough. You're going to have to get like a... I guess this game you're probably going to get either... Probably Shiva's, I guess, later. The Shiva's going to help him later.
Still only a 1k net worth lead dividing the two teams, or separating them, I should say.
I mean, they are playing against a Midas Doom, you know, so...
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Skitter as well has been finding really good farm, I would say, since then. Thompson as well, coming along really nicely already for the Radiance. Almost has that online as well.
Yeah, remember how this game started, Richie? 7 minutes.
I do.
They were 3k ahead.
Yeah,
and
with
now
the triple kill on 23.
Yeah.
I just think, I mean, I don't think Talon's strength was really well represented in that previous fight. And to, you know, Tundra's credit, they had the better jump there, right? But this PA, you know, I think perhaps 23 was feeling himself a little bit too much there, you know, without really the tag team, without at least the Wave of Terror plus Medallion minus armor, you know, he doesn't have Deso. His damage was not sufficient. He jumped onto Shadow Demon BK Beam thinking he could burst through 9 in 3 hits, and it just, the damage wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, he just overestimated how much he could have done in that fight, and obviously having the Aegis it gives you a lot more bravery points. You just
That's
want to go in.
That's right.
Right now he's gonna have the Deso. He's gonna have his level 18 as well, so level 3 coup de grace. I still feel like he should keep farming until he gets his axe though. I think axe is when the hero just becomes a totally different monster. Like he can join fights where it's convenient for him and low risk, but whenever there is like a high risk fight, I think he should just continue farming.
But then when do they fight? You know, because it seems like Jabs is just chilling.
They have
He's
a Naga in the game. You think they are in a rush to fight? They're gonna farm creeps the whole game.
So the impetus is on Talon or Tundra. Pardon me. Then you're thinking they need to find a way. You don't think
And
this Earth Spirit?
Tundra is saying we have a Midas Doom, an Earth Spirit that is building a Radiance, so we don't care too.
Yeah, I mean they both seem. That's what I'm trying to question you on the theory here. You know, what ends up being the winning formula late game? I mean, is this PL just going to be a little bit too annoying for these supports? Can we distract those guys? You know, is this Lion, is this Shadow Demon going to be able to survive even a second in these fights? As there's the Earth Spirit Radiance finished. I mean, certainly this has to be a move now from Tundra, right?
My money is on PA. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Late game PA. I've lost
She's
so
got the
many games against that.
We'll see if they want to make the jump here into this Radiance. The Naga Illusions giving them some vision as the swap immediately into the stun. Thompson does manage to get off the Blade Mail, but it doesn't matter. He's eviscerated. A follow-up silence now as there's 2 Orchids on this team. They blow through Snake King now with all that minus armor. 33 drops the Doom onto 23. Minus 10 for him. The terrible joke. But it's just going to be a clean disengage now from Talon. They got what they came for, kill onto the mid laner, and they're out of there.
Don't worry, Richie. Nobody heard anything. Don't worry. I mean, it's a very, very big kill there. I guess once the Earth Spirit gets swapped in and he gets stunned, there's actually no way to play that fight unless 9 is around the vicinity to get maybe a defensive disruption to buy some time.
It needs to be, right? And then maybe a Lion counter initiation or something. It just,
I mean, that's
it
the
doesn't
thing, right?
seem...
Nobody built 4-star for Glimmer, so apart from disruption, they have actually nothing to save.
No, I mean, and I can't blame Snay, right? He didn't get the RNG on the mana drain shard from the Tormentor. He had to buy it, right? So he's even behind on something like a Blink Dagger. 9, you know, say what you will about the Aether Lens, but that's his item of choice. Going into the Ag Scepter as well immediately following that. It just doesn't really seem, with these 2 supports and their itemization, that your counter initiation is not that strong. But once Talon get on top of you, if 9's not there for a disruption, there's not much to do, not much to say. They're going to smoke up now. I like this move from Tundra, though. I think they need to be the ones striking first.
But without a blink on Lion, how?
Yeah, you've got Earth Spirit. You've got Earth Spirit. He's all you need. Look, there he goes. Thompson onto Q is going to completely whiff on the roll. Q then is going to be able to get off the Walrus Punch, his own BKB. Jabs from the side waiting. Has Song of the Siren. 33 looking, waiting for the jump in. Looking for the Doom. He's going to be able to find Jabs, but just as the song is popped, and Jabs, out of mana, out of illusions, is going to use this opportunity to escape. But a quick little kill there out from Tundra. Not too bad. Talon waiting in the vicinity, though. Thompson does not have a BKB, does get off the Blade Mail. 23 pops his own BKB, makes the jump in. 9 none in position for the save, and it's a quick kill yet again. The PL, however, strikes back, is able to take down Ollie, as the rest of Talon are going to be forced to retreat.
I mean, that's so insane, right? The 3 of them just stood there and they went on 5 heroes. And they felt like they could have just burst. I guess it's because of the observer ward behind that gave them enough information.
Yeah. Gave them the confidence to make the jump.
Tundra definitely did not see that coming, you know, like, what the hell? Why are they jumping on us right now?
It's true. I mean, Thompson sure didn't see it coming. He's dead for another 20 seconds. And what otherwise could have been maybe a moment here for Tundra to take a Roshan, instead, he's going to allow Talon to have another go at this.
They want to finish the axe on a PA. PA's almost has the axe.
Oh, he's got it now.
Oh, he stole the item. Okay.
Snake King waiting in the trees. He's just lost it where he's losing his ward. And may lose his life soon enough, but it's actually a very brave TP through the Twin Gate out from Skitter. Careful, though, that dagger. Not finding a crit, but is going to be able to nuke Snake King down to half HP. Makoto pops his fresh BKB to finish up the kill. The buyback immediately. It's a long TP to the outpost, but with Thompson now rolling on in, it's all signs go from Tundra as they are looking for a fight. Q, he's going to pop his own BKB as they do get the Walrus Punch onto Thompson, but he's got too many allies around himself now. 23 Savage has BKB in 10 more seconds. Makoto without BKB for another 65. Same thing as Q over another minute, but still they will smoke up and look for a fight. Song of the Siren on cooldown for 20 seconds, so there isn't a really easy escape here if it goes wrong for Talon Esports. They might still look for it though.
Can they get
the
a jump
ward
in the
on
spawn?
down. They are going to jump on this, well, at least throw a couple stuns onto Skitter, but they've lost the ward immediately. Another roll on in from Thompson as he does find Ali. He's silenced immediately, but does get off the blade. Mouse 23 not jumping in quite yet. Q wants to find one of these backliners, but he is gone just way too deep. Fingered and killed off immediately. Advantage now for Tundra as they do buy back. They get the Doom onto Jab, so that means there's no Song of the Siren to interrupt the fight, but 23 looking for a fight here, trying to find a kill, getting something. He's got the accepted, but needs to finish off someone. 9 with a great defensive disruption is going to prevent that from happening, but he's going to go down now. There's going to be the refreshed blur as 23 jumping onto the wave is going to be jumped now by 33. Makoto back in this fight as well, but they are on to 23. He is taken down, killed off. Makoto out of mana. It does get to swap off away in time, giving Makoto a little bit more time to try and escape, but how far can he really run from Thompson? Thompson's a little bit limited here by the mana. And with whatever left, whatever Makoto has, he's gonna be able to escape. A monstrous fight there. Talon, they wanted that fight so hard, didn't they?
Yeah, they forced it way too much. I felt like when they were positioning themselves way too near the small camp, the pool camp there, and the PA, he was like hiding so far away. You know, he didn't want to commit into any of the fights, and the bench got jumped on first. And I felt like the fight was very, very difficult after that happened when the bench and the task, they got jumped. And those two heroes are the heroes that are going to set up the fight for the PA, and PA couldn't really find a way to come into the fight, you know, so she was just hiding in the outskirts of the fight, just waiting for opportunities, just throwing daggers.
And just a really bold move by 33, his positioning in that fight, the way that it was kind of anchored around him the entire time from Tundra, with Thompson kind of dragging him, you know, to wherever he was rolling. But Talon, you know, unfortunately, I think their fatal mistake was trying to fight around the ward that they had, you know, utilized previously to find a kill onto Thompson. They tried to basically replace a ward there, you know, and that's doable if you're able to get a jump immediately with the vision you get, because it was dewarded immediately, and from there, Tundra had all the confidence in that fight. Tough engagement there for Talon.
They need to think again, you know, how they're going to approach the fight, the next fight, you know. I feel like they need to let the Storm go in and reveal the positioning of the Tundra heroes, and then before they decide whether they want to go in with the Tusk, you know, because once the Tusk snowballs in, he's pretty much in, you know, and he's gonna die. There's no turning back. If you're a Storm, you can still get out.
9 has accepted, by the way, so he's got the charges of the Demonic Cleanse, 2 of them. Roche is going down slowly. It's going to allow Talon to try and get in position here as in goes the Naga Illusion to scout things out. Into the trees goes Makoto, trying to scare away 33, but Thompson instead makes the jump, does spook Makoto into popping the BKB, as out from the Roche pit comes Skitter. Completely alone here. He's going to doppel back to the low ground, which traps Thompson momentarily. Thompson back into the pit, though. That was only a charge of the Demonic Cleanse, but a BKB charge out from the Storm Spirit is going to make this next jump even trickier, especially as they are going to be able to find Ali. Down he goes. He bought back in the previous fight. Jabs, thinking about the Song of the Siren, is going to be interrupted.
He's doomed again.
He is going to be in some trouble. Snake still alive, finally taken down. Phantom Knives, 23 is going to be able to go on in, but even he's not going to be able to live too long here, as he is going to be able to take down at least a couple more heroes. Thompson taking down Jabs as Skitter, and now Thompson on to 23, finding the kill. There was just too many enemy heroes there. PA unable to take the fight solo, basically, is what it felt like there. Talon, I think they've missed their opportunity.
And they also used a buyback on Storm, you know, because felt like he needed to come back to help the PA, and in the end, he wasted the buyback. I mean, you can see, you know, once the Venge and the Tusk, they couldn't really get a good initiation for the team. The fight is actually pretty hard for Talon, you know, because you have an offlane Naga, so you have 2 carries, right? So you're lacking in terms of a hero that can initiate compared to Tundra's lineup where they have a Doom offlane, so the Doom can go in and start the fight, you know. So now we're starting to see the difference between the two sides, the draft, you know. It was strong before, but now Tundra is like getting into the phase where when team fights matter the most, the Doom offlane seems to be able to find the right initiations in the last 2 fights where he got jabs with the Doom.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what I wanted to say. That was pivotal, in that fight for the success of Tundra was the Naga Siren song not being able to be activated. Ended up really, I'd say, collapsing that fight, made it incredibly easy for Thompson to jump in. And sure, 23's damage numbers might be scary, but these are some tanky lads now. Level 20 Doom with an Octarine in the casual plate mail now, making a really big difference for him as he makes his way towards the Shivas. Earth Spirit as well has been incredibly tanky all game long. I think this time, at least Ali doesn't die to Tormentor, thankfully, as they do take it down and give the shard to Jabs. So that's not bad. Now it's even more important for him to get off this song. That could be instrumental.
It's not really that useful in this game against the Doom because you can't heal, right? Against the Doom. It stops healing. So you can't really heal I guess you can still reset the fight. But the heal is not really that useful anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. I still think that's going to be the important thing. It's the resetting the fight, basically, trying to find another source of initiation here. It's so tricky.
I feel like they really need to wait for the Storm to go in and create chaos. They cannot let the supports go in and try to initiate with swap. Because you don't have a blink or you don't have a way to go in and find the openings easily as the Venture. The Tusk has a dagger right now, but if he goes in and snowballs or punch someone, he's gonna be like all in, he's committed, So they should just let the Storm poke, show some vision, try to reveal some enemy heroes, and then decide whether they want to commit with the bench and the Tusk.
It's a bit tricky. I mean, they've got to be in that really close range where you're able to get off a swap or you're able to get off a snowball save, but not able to be found by
They need to be alive in the fights to cast as well, especially the bench, the Terror, the swap, getting your Solar Crest off on the PA. I think those are the very important things that needs to happen for the PA. You can see once the supports are dead, the PA doesn't feel as scary in the team fight, compared to before.
And I actually think that's why Nine's build in particular is quite strong. I'm coming around to it a little bit more. Being able to dispel a lot of the buffs that are given or the debuffs that are given to your team do make this PA feel a lot weaker, right? Her Phantom Strike buff, for example, is completely dispellable, so she's just missing out on all this attack speed when she jumps around in the fights, for example.
Yeah,
right?
that's actually a really good point. Like, PA deals a lot of damage with the attack speed from Phantom Strike, and usually you don't get attack speed items, so if you remove that, she doesn't have attack speed.
Yeah, exactly. And then, it persists as well. You cannot dispel Demonic Purge, so even if you do get a kill with the Acceptor...
It's probably a mistake not to get the Stifling Dagger damage, the more I think of it. Because when you're playing against SD, you're not going to get the reliable plus 60 attack speed from the Phantom Strike.
Right. That's a good point, especially with the build that Nine has gone for, having the Ags and the Aether Lens. The Aether Lens.
Yes, he's going for the high ground. He's not coming back to defend. I'm the carry, guys. Yep. I'm going to go for the base.
Unfortunately, he's playing against the Lion, Snake King. Again, this is why you need to buy the shard, right? You can see he's still struggling in the base defense, but for the meantime, the fight kicking off in the mid lane. It's 33, though, instantly nuked down. Skitter doesn't want to be here either. Thompson just trying to get his boys out of here, but more troubles brewing as Ali looking for a swap. There's the jump in from Makoto with a stun, finds both. Skitter's still alive, jumping back onto Ali. Thompson creating chaos in the backlines, but now he's going to get caught. 23 makes the jump onto him. Down he goes. Skitter, he's going to be broken, but 23 just barely getting enough damage, and now Jabs with the Song of the Siren just to ensure that 23 is able to escape. Makoto out of mana as he was chasing and routing both supports out from this fight. Snake King, who did TP on back to clear the Naga illusions, is going to return, but seems like the fight is going to be a bit too difficult now. As soon as Talon gets some regen, it might look to go back on in onto Skitter. Easy Elite dodging the ensnare there. We'll see how much more Talon really want to force things. I hear a ball lightning not going all the way, and Tundra will be able to get away safely after clearing at least the tier 3 tower.
I mean, that was so close. If the Earth Spirit was able to get his cheese off, I think that was a win fight for Tundra. I feel like there's not much left in the tank anymore after that, after the initial burst. So if he gets the cheese off, I feel like the fight should have been just straight up over after that. But lucky for Talon, they were able to burst him before he was able to get the cheese, and now they still have a chance in the game. PA is gonna be able to, I think he should just get the rapier right away. I don't think he should get Basher. They need damage. They don't have enough damage.
See, yeah, it's already the relic into the inventory. Needs a little bit more for that demon edge.
Just lock it. Don't let it lock assemble, and make sure you use it before the fight happens. Make sure you assemble it.
Well, I mean, he's not going to be saving for the buyback, right? So he might just assemble it for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know at this point. Because, but Doom no longer mutes you, so you can actually assemble it after you've been doomed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, unless he's level 25. And
that's true. Yeah, that's
he's
true.
about to get level 25. 2 more levels.
But do you think he breaks here, or do you think he mutes? What does he want to do?
They're both really... I think mute, like, if you can mute because the break is good against the PA, but the break... I mean, the break is good against the PA, but the mute is good against all the Naga and the Storm Mute, stop them from using their items.
Wow, I can't believe we just didn't get a fight there. It was like watching two freight trains, you know, steam towards each other, and then one takes the switch right before they collide. We still might get some action, though. Thompson this time, he's going to switch the cheese in, so he's missing out on the power treads. Not too big of a deal, but does make him a little bit more sluggish when he's not rolling around in the fight, which is basically never. The Tundra going up to the high ground yet again. Rapier is completed and assembled now on the Phantom Assassin. The support's standing so far back, but check this out from behind. Jabs, he could look for a Song of the Siren here, sends in the illusions to go scouting, as there's a dagger just keenly on throne. 33 does not get up to the high ground. He's going to be chasing down 23, though. BKB Pop making the jump on in, gets the Doom, but he's already dead, and that's just a TP on back from PA. They're going to be able to reset off of this. Seems like they will lose the Vengeful Spirit off the back, but it is going to be a high ground success, I think, successfully held here from Talon. I don't know if Tundra want to take this anymore. We'll see, actually. They seem to be... Yeah, they're willing to give it a go. Oh, that's a Blade Mail. Luckily, 23 doesn't crit on that. Half HP. Careful, though. There they go. Makoto now making the jump onto the backliners, but isn't able to find anything. Thompson standing his ground and fighting. Jabs out of mana. Ollie as well. He's going to go down. He just bought back for this. Thompson continuing to route them all the way back into the fountain. This Tundra, I had underestimated their strength, pardon me. Onto the tier 3 tower, easily cleaning up shop. 23, he just still doesn't have enough damage, Winter. He's got BKB in 30 seconds.
He needs Lady Luck right now.
He does need some Lady Luck. He needs some supports to be alive. There's Jabs. He ends up finding a backliner. That's going to trigger the buyback rather of the Tusk. They will get through snaking. He buys back as well as Thompson onto Jabs Q. Able to at least find 9 in the fights, but he's going to be able to get off that. The Rapier, careful here, might drop 23. He goes down, doesn't have buyback. Rapier on the deck, but it's going to be the Talon bodies hitting the ground as 3 taken down. There's buyback ready now, at the very least, out for the PA, but 23 Savage without the Rapier is going to be lacking the damage. Who's picked it up here? As Thompson picked it up, of course. Well, they're going to give this a go. There's going to be the Storm Spirit Axe, but the counter initiation out from Snaking immediately puts Makoto back into the grave. They're going to try and give this a go, but doomed up as 23 Savage will be able to at least fight through one. No, Skitter, he's still alive, and now Jab's doing what he can, but is going to be perma-stunned to death as Tundra, they take game 1 against Talon.
I mean, what a game, man. So much back and forth, so much crazy team fights. At the end of the day, the team fight from Tundra prevails, you know. I feel like Talon, they were a bit sloppy in a couple of very, very crucial initiations. They were overstepping their boundaries with the bench and the Tusk, and they were not patient enough, you know. They had the lead, but they weren't patient enough. Whereas for Tundra, they are the patient ones, you know. They waited for the right opportunity. Earth Spirit roll in, set up the fight for the Doom, gets the Doom on the Naga, and that's how they were able to win 2 of the key fights in the game that allowed them to just control over the whole game.
Yeah, they looked really good, and a difficult game to be playing support there, to be honest, against PA, a Storm, a Tusk, right? But eventually one that Tundra are going to be able to make happen, and 9 finding his very first win on position 4 with this new Tundra roster that will be seen at least through the end of TI 12. They're going to find a win. Number 1 against Talon Esports in our best of 2 series here for the group stage. Really, really well played. Again, and I just want to commend him. I didn't really have so much faith in that build that we kind of saw 9 going for. I thought maybe it was a bit too greedy. But given the proper positioning of the fight and given how difficult it kind of felt, especially by the end, for Talon to find the right engagement, with Makoto kind of being caught here and there after jumping in, made it a very, very good game out from Tundra for their first time. And we're back, everyone. We've banished Night Stalker back to the Berlin Major where he belongs, and we brought back the daylight here ahead of Game 2 between Talon Esports and Tundra. We saw a Talon, not quite able to put the pieces together, I'd say, Winter. After such a successful early game, it's going to be Tundra who managed to rally and roll behind Topson. I mean, this...
The hero at the moment, he's so tanky, he's skilled. He's not that strong in the lane initially, but he's able to survive most of the time. And once he gets to the mid game, he has his Great Mill, his Heart, and in this case, his Radiance. Not something you see on Earth Spirit a lot, but it definitely worked out for them, And for Talon, they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out this double carry. How can we win with this double carry when we can't win the team fights, Sure, you can have farm on the two side lane cores, but if you can't get a good jump, you can't get a good initiation, you're not winning the team fights. Where you see from Tundra, they have a Doom, so he has a jump. They have a traditional offlaner, so he has a way for the team to open the team fights. Gives the carry a lot of space, to dish out damage, a lot of room. So it's a lot easier to play, a traditional, well-balanced draft, I would say. Whereas Talon, they have a very aggressive early game draft, and when it comes to the mid-late game team fights, they tend to have hit a brick wall. And I feel like they didn't really figure out what to do in the game, to solve the problems.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like there was a solution. I mean, I commend them at least for sticking to the game plan, which is like Makoto tries to find the poke to try and find the angle, and eventually that they enable 23 to jump in, ideally onto one of those supports is what things looked like. But time and time again, we just saw kind of Tundra outmaneuver them and able to find better positioning and make those engagements their own. And that's Tundra a very impressive game one. And who's to say how long this win streak will last for them, but they certainly convinced me. I mean, whatever scrims or practicing that they've been doing together with 9 in this position with Topson now in the mid lane, it's been looking really good. It's definitely been working out for them.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of synergy between 33 and 9. I think 9... He knows what 33 needs in a game,
Right.
And when you look at after the laning phase, what he does to help the mid laner, and because he's the mid laner, so he understands what he needs to do in a game. I don't think it's that big of a change compared to, say if you're a mid laner and you swap to off lane. I think that would be something that's totally different. But if you're a mid laner that you swap to position 4, because a lot of the things that you do in the early game, the mid and the 4, they work a lot with each other to get runes to set up kills, to gank, especially the 6-minute rune, then the 7-minute catapult, and you have to either choose to fight the catapult or you fight at the wisdom runes. A lot of the things that you do are related to each other, so moving from mid to position 4, I don't think it's that drastic of a change.
I think for me, the thing I'm going to be looking forward to kind of seeing develop for 9, even though the skills are clearly there, like you're saying, he knows what he needs to do. I would say even in Immortal pubs, at the pro level pubs is what we should call them, right? Because there's a difference between Immortal 3K and Immortal 100. It's the pro level pubs, right? Even at that level, you're going to find, compared to officials, you're going to find a different kind of laning style, laning pressure. You still need to unblock the camp, you need to pull the waves, but the amount of pressure and coordination you're going to be playing into is going to be elevated, right? And certainly that time, given kind of the weakness of that lane, something that Talon drafted for, that's something 9 wasn't really able to accomplish. Still, kind of backed up, went into stacking mode, and that certainly helped 33 especially get a bit recovered. But I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops for him, his battling, his pulling, his creep skipping, stuff like that, because he didn't really get to show us in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, next game, hopefully he's gonna be able to rectify that problem and do well. You need to give the man some time. He just swapped role. Even though I said it wasn't a very drastic change, but you still need time to adapt to understand all the small little details.
Yeah, for the intricacies, and you gotta let him cook. And our team's Winter, they're already cooking here as our draft for game number 2 now getting underway. Best of 2 here, so basically just this game and we're done, and we'll see who ends up being our victor.
So TA ban once again. I guess, does this tell me that you want to pick Pango early? Because TA is very good against Pango in the lane. Or this is just telling me that the team just values the TA pick a lot. They think this hero is really strong. Talon loves the TA.
Yeah, that they do. Just taking a look
at... It's a
at...
hero that's very, very strong right now because you can farm the Ancients very easily, so you accelerate the game quickly. You get Roshan, he's the perfect hero to farm the side lanes, so because you see a lot of the cores sitting on the side lanes, you're jungling, you have side blades, you have minus armor, so you push all the lanes quickly, you have traps that you have a great shot that silence, so all the tools that TA has is very, very good in the current meta.
Talk to me a little bit about, as we're seeing a very similar draft breakdown, by the way, to game number 1. In fact, so far we have the same bans in different orders, but with the same bans as we did in game 1. Talk to me, Winter, a little bit about what you think the difference is, because we haven't talked about this too much, but how the drafting change in terms of captain's pick has affected things. Now we've had Tundra with 2nd pick here. What are the new important picks? Before it used to always be 8th pick, right? You'd get your bans to protect it, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. What do you think are the crucial points, or are we still figuring them out for this new drafting style?
I think the teams are still figuring out. I didn't really get to play a lot of it, but I got to watch a couple.
Right.
So I feel like as the 2nd pick side, you have an extra ban in the first phase, so you can use it to remove a lot of the OP heroes. I think that was a problem before, where the first pick team always has a choice to get an OP hero, a really, really strong hero, and then as the 2nd pick team, you have to try to maybe let everything loose so you get a trade, and then hopefully you survive the first and 2nd pick phase, and then you get to your beloved 24th pick for the 2nd phase, so you have an overall
You've got the last word. You slam the gavel down.
Whereas right now, I feel like the first pick team, since you have you have one less ban in the first phase, but because you have an extra ban in the 2nd phase, I think it's easier for you to tailor around the 18th pick or the overall first pick hero. You can use the bans to further protect those heroes, but the key pick is still on the 18 for the first pick team, because you get to see 4 of the enemy heroes and decide the core that you want to pick. So I feel like overall it's a lot more balanced in that way. You have the 18 and the 2nd pick team has the 24. Before it was you have
18 and 24.
Yeah, you have the 18 and 24. So it's very, very easy for the 2nd pick team to outfox you in the draft.
That's very true. That's very true. And of course, referring to the names, nomenclature used is basically how you see it in Dota buff. If you are a little bit confused over that. But yeah, it's still really fun to see this kind of a change. And now we're starting to see some different heroes as well, as the banning order has changed slightly. Last time around, Tundra did actually choose to ban out the Sven. Talon, I believe we saw in our graphic about a minute ago, Winter, did have priority this time, and they chose 1st pick. Perhaps to get the Sven.
Look at this first phase, man. Slug Sven. Holy shit. Things have changed.
A bit of a wild one.
I've seen Ursa and Troll being used as a solution against Sven a lot. I think those are particularly effective. Same goes for Slug. Slug, you have the benefit of saving your team compared to Ursa and Troll, because Ursa and Troll is more about the Sven can't really man fight you. He can't win the man fight. But the advantage that Slug brings to the table is the shard, so you can actually save the hero that gets jumped on by Sven. And wherever you place Sven, you go in, and if you don't kill the target, you feel really bad in the team fight, because you have to pop all your arsenal, your BKB, your God Strength, and then if you don't get the kill immediately, you feel like the team fight's already over. And that's what Slug does to you. So Talon's gonna have to figure out how to deal with this depth shot, and you know what? Tundra has played some Slug support before, but it was Saxa. So I wonder if that's going to be a thing for 9, or it's just going to be an exclusive carry hero here.
I'm excited to see, especially as 9, it's still, of course, they grind before this tournament, but as they really get into the grind before TI, I think, teams normally boot camp for like at least 3 weeks, don't they? Out in the NA region, the finest Dota region on Earth. What I was going to say. I'm excited to see how 9's hero pool will develop. I'm expecting to see him on our more standard support heroes, especially for at least his first couple of matches here. But I wouldn't be surprised if he does start breaking out a couple of different ones or some off-meta picks for him. For now, it's going to be something I think a bit more basic, as Tundra do go to the Warlock. So already some team fight being picked up as Talon go for the Shaker. I love this hero right now, man. He is so good. He does too much, I would say.
I mean, the Shaker is, I think, a pretty good pick here overall, because when you're playing against Warlock, you need some easy spell, to just cancel the upheaval. If you cannot cancel the upheaval in the team fights, then you're gonna have a lot of problems in the team fight. And the other thing about Shaker is also he's good at catching out the Slug, because Slug is a very slippery hero. So the benefit of dealing with Slug is you can always fissure from Fox, so he cannot react, and then you follow up with your Echo Spin. So
that's a good point.
He's a very good hero at catching out the Slug. And they are gonna go back for their bench once again. So they have this save / damage amp to help the carry. So they're gonna have a lot of I think bursty damage, in the early fights. But those supports, Venge and Earthshaker, they're not the best early game. They are kind of weak. I would say early game until you get your levels. They need their levels a lot. They are very level dependent. Whereas Warlock's a lot stronger in the early game. And once you get level 6, it's very hard for the enemy to take a team fight against you. And they follow up with a Beastmaster Skywrath. So they have team fight from Warlock, and they are following up with basically catch, with the Raw and the Skywrath Mystic Spell to kill off heroes. So when you have catch and you have superior team fight, it makes it very, very hard for the enemy to play the game. And on top of that, you have the GPS Slug. He's gonna detect the wards. He's gonna kill the vision. So you have vision, you have team fight, you have the you have the catch. So you have
think
everything.
Sonar is a little bit of a better analogy.
Okay, fine,
there.
Sonar. What the hell?
Because he's underwater, and it's more of like you have to kind of figure it out. GPS tells you to turn left when you should turn right, especially here in KO. It gets you lost all the time. But that Slark one...
That's why I'm always lost when I'm going to your house.
That makes a lot of sense. You take the wrong turn, and I'll see you in 30 minutes, Winter. Okay, we're going to see the Neta Classic, right? 33 Beastmaster. This hero is going to have a not too terrible of a time into this lane, but does require a bit of micro on the summons, of course. And what I really wanted to get to, we'll come back to this beast, I'm sure, because he's going to start to take over the game, and this is, of course, a Tundra Classic for him. But this is, I expect, to be 9 on the Skywrath Mage. He actually just played right before they started. He finished a pub about an hour before the game started
Detective Richie on the case.
Yeah, he played a Skywrath Mage, and let me tell you, Winter, he played a greedy Skywrath Mage. He went for that Pavis straight into the Ag Scepter. He was.
Oh yeah, you were mentioning about. I actually meant to say something before when you were talking about how you feel like his hero pool will develop on 9. I feel like he's gonna play standard heroes, but he's gonna play them greedy.
Okay.
I think that's the difference, Like he's gonna play whatever the meta needs him to play, because you can't have two guys playing weird heroes. You can only allow one, and it's gonna be top turn already, right? So 9, he has to be the obedient one. I have to play the meta. What's good for the meta? Sky. You have to play Dark Willow. You have to play Shadow Demon. Whatever support that fits the draft. And I feel like he's gonna play those heroes, but he's gonna be greedy.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we might get an opportunity to talk about how that greed might backfire. We talked about it a little bit last game. We'll see how the lanes play out, right? Because this is a very aggressive lane, this Beastmaster Skywrath. Really good range, tons of slow, so you can't just skip the creep against him either, right? Because they'll just slow you and kill you. So this could be a little bit troublesome for them. I think this is going to be set to be a core shaker, if I'm not mistaken. Is that going to be a Makoto shaker or a Jabs shaker? What are you thinking here? Or a core Venge, even?
Good question. I think Core Venge is what I prefer over the support Venge, because it removes the weaker laning phase, early game lane. Because if you have Venge and plus a strong position 4, I think the lane's a lot more, especially at plus 4 that gives you kill threat in the lane with your stun, So that's what I prefer to see, because you need to get to the Axe timing. As a support, it's kind of hard to farm the Axe, but as a core, it's a lot easier. And you have because you're a universal hero, so you have a lot of damage in the lane to last hit and deny creeps, and because you can also reduce the enemy's right-click damage with the Terror, so it gives you a lot of advantage in terms of CSing. Because Venge is always a weak CSer, but right now she's not. That's
same thing with Darkseer, right? So this weird thing where they've turned into good right clickers. I've just looked at the Dota 2 Pro trackers. Lovely addition thanks to the Smurf bans. All the pros are actually playing on their mains again. And Makoto has not played a game of Shaker lately. I think he's a little bit of an easier mid hero to play, because especially with the Enchant Totem, you just out deny and out CS fairly easily. Jabs has played a couple games of the Shaker in the off lane, it seems. So just off of that, I would expect Jabs to take it, but I think if Talon are given an opportunity to play it mid, they wouldn't mind flexing it.
I feel like the Shaker is Q's hero. He always plays all these melee heroes. and maybe it's like some Shaker with Venge on the off lane. And then you have the Kotal to deal with the Beastmaster boss in the lane with the Sven. I think overall that lane setup feels stronger, and then they're gonna pick a mid hero, or the Kotal could be the mid hero, and they pick another position 5.
That's what I was coming to as well. I mean, we could maybe have a mid hero already, and perhaps we don't, right? I think this is going to be Kotal support, certainly. Now with the Primal, 23rd here out from Talon. Okay, good hero to follow up on the Vision.
Yeah, he's great against the Warlock and the Skyrath. It's very easy, especially the Sky. You just die if you see a Primal charging at you onslaught, and then just grab and kaboom, you're dead. So Skyrath really hates playing against Primal, and it gives them the range to follow up with the Fissure. So you have a long range stun, and then Primal can actually just follow up with the Fissure. So that's actually amazing for picking off heroes. And he's also just very, very stable, solid hero. It gives you damage, gives you catch, it gives you a BKB piercing stun. So it gives you a lot of stuff, in the game.
Yep. I was thinking it was going to be Monkey.
Monkey King.
We needed the Thompson hero against the Primal, against the Shaker. It's going to be at least the Monkey King. We'll see now.
Are they going to swap their lanes? Are they going to put a Kotal mid since they see a Monkey King mid?
Sorry, it's Makoto on the Primal Beast. That'll be the lane of choice here. And we have not locked in this Kotal. We haven't locked in Jabs' hero. Pardon me, but I expect it now to be the Shaker, and it is. SQ is going to lock in the Kotal. And no surprises here from the side of Tundra as far as their lineup goes. Everyone locking in who you would expect.
So what are they gonna do? They're just gonna like chakra and spam enchant on them in this lane to just keep hitting the slug? Is that what's the plan right now?
Yeah, I mean, fun. It doesn't seem that bad. I think the problem ends up with this Warlock. The strength of the Warlock and Fatal Bondsing you in the wave, and you end up not being able to really sustain through that. But yeah, I mean, that sounds like a plan to me.
It's gonna be a battle of like who can deward and pull the wave, because Warlock's gonna push the wave, right? Ideally, what he wants to do is he pushes the wave with Fatal Bonds, and he gets the pull to deny the creep waves behind. So it's gonna be a battle between the two supports, the Warlock and the Kotal, to try to stop each other from pulling the waves and try to let the cause last hit alone. And if actually that happens, the start lane's Shaker, I think Shaker is actually gonna come out on top. You enchant and you just get better trade-offs with the right click.
I agree, especially with like a casual Wave of Terror or the Magic Missile. Like the threat of that looming, I think, is a little bit scarier because of the amount of burst you have in that lane.
Yeah, but if the lane becomes a 2v2 where the Warlock can sit in the lane and spam his Fatal Bonds and harass the Earthshaker, then I think the lane would be more comfortable for the slug. So the Kotal's main focus there is to try to drag the Warlock away from the lane. So that's the off lane for Talon, and whereas for the safe lane they have a Sven and Venge. Not the strongest lane, but they do have a double stun. They're dealing with a Beastmaster and Skyrath. I think the more they get levels, the harder the lane is going to get for them. So they have to try to utilize the first 2 levels when they have the double stun to kill the Skyrath.
I fully expect Nine to be aware of the aggression that's coming his way. Whenever you do play this hero, you're always going to be having a lot of stuns given your lack of armor. So we jump into game number two as well of Nine's career of playing support now on this stack. Thompson again on the mid lane. Monkey King already into a TP scroll is doesn't have a ward actually. Maybe just trying to get into a better position here or break enemy smokes before wards can get planted down. Nothing too surprising here. Smokes are going to break. Thompson scouted in the river. Yeah, I think it's the TP scroll boys looking kind of sus. But I don't think we're going to have any huge engagements here for the runes. Nine's got out early here, Winter. He's already blocked the easy camp up in the top lane. So that's what he's done with the smoke. This time making sure that they can't pull the wave back, so he's able to stand a little bit further away. Ideally, this wave is going to start pushing a little bit, even if just by accident with Wave of Terror onto the wave, and maybe once you start seeing some points into the cleave. So
yeah,
a good start from him.
Against the bench, I think this is a very smart move. Because like you mentioned, the wave is going to always push because of the Wave of Terror, unless you have to angle it in a way where you're only using it to land on the range creep.
And gotta be a surgeon. I could see him doing it though, for sure. As we are going to get underway.
You can try to do that, but sometimes it's difficult to control it,
3 runes for Tundra, by the way, as Nine's going to be able to just kind of easily walk on over. He had the confidence because he got an early observer down and is going to be able to make the runes 3-1. So a little advantage now, but otherwise no big action here before the Horn.
Yeah, the lane to watch is going to be the Monkey King against Primal. Oh, man, this lane is going to be so much fun.
Ollie's missed, by the way, on sentry number 1. He's blocked the hard camp. That's what he wanted to do. But he's missed on the easy camp D-ward. So he's not going to get a camp to spawn here. But yeah, we'll take eyes on mid, right? Says we didn't really focus too much on this last time. Thompson turned into a creep, briefly confusing even me. But is not going to be able to get Jingu. Will be able to get Jingu. I think I haven't watched too many Chrysalis Monkey King games, but whenever I'm trying to see what the best Monkey King build is, I always watch him. But this is a mid lane Monkey, so it's going to be played, I think, a little bit differently than how I'm used to seeing it. We'll see how many points into that Jingu Master he wants to go into. Down bottom, we're already starting to see a little bit of the harass that this Warlock is famous for right now these days. We'll see how your theory lines up with them being able to try and sustain or out-harass here. Ooh, nice blinding light.
He actually has Fissure at level 1, so
yeah,
he's not going to use the enchant and chakra spam. I guess he just wants to try to break even Fissure, last hit the range creep, and make sure they don't lose the lane.
Yeah, I guess that's the plan for the early levels here, especially with, again, you can see how hard it's already pushing. There's no hard camp that spawn.
What can you do?
Not much.
What can you do?
Oh no, here come the minor imps that do a ton of damage. There's the range creep picked up, and I think this wave is going to be easily secured under tower. Let's see. Top lane, 9 and Ollie fighting over the camp here. That might be the death of 9. I think he got a little bit too close here. He's missing out, of course, on a little bit of armor, just barely escaping with his life, actually. The stick charge is coming in clutch. 33 now in the meantime, turning onto Ollie. He's got 1 point in these axes, and the boar now slow, starting to stack up. Bloodgrain thrown back towards 23 as 9 is going to be okay for now, but it does not matter because 23 is eventually going to be ran down, and I don't know if Ollie's out of this. Yeah, Ollie should be fine. Not enough mana here on the 2 enemy laners to get this. FPS
that's a massive outplay there by 9. He baited them in. He used his stick at the last possible moment to make them think that they can actually kill him. So they will actually go for that extra bit. And that actually made an opening for 33 to come in to clean up the kills. Very well done there.
You know, Winter, I've thought of a joke so terrible that now is the only time to use it as Tundra's mass restarting their PCs. I don't know if Talon can ever beat this lane, you know? Because think about it, right? They've got 23, right, in this lane. But even if you take 9 from 33, it's still 24. I mean, how can you beat him? Shout out to Lacoste.
Right, so,
I'm sure
according to math, you can never win in this
lane. Math doesn't lie, man. The numbers just do not lie. I don't know what Ollie is, but that's not a number. I know. It's the number lane up here. Who else are we missing? Who else in Dota's got a numbered name tag?
Oh my god, don't remind me of all the Chinese nicknames, all the numbers.
Oh yeah?
Back in the day. What, 72. There's one guy, 70, that's the coach. And there is, I can't remember the rest. I remember 820? Do you know 820?
I can't say I do.
Another legendary player. They all use numbers for some reason. I think it's because it represents something. Yeah, it means something. You know, it's not exactly just numbers.
It's what is what it is. It's for the what. It's what it is in a lot of cases. I mean, it's fortuitous numbers. That's how it goes. For now, though, the numbers are looking a bit better for Tundra across the lanes as we still wait for them to reconnect. Already, taking a nice lead, I think, as you'd
How can I forget 420, Ferrari 420?
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking of it, but I couldn't remember. Embarrassingly, Winter, I should admit if it was 420 or 520. For some reason, I thought it was 5.
520 is another one.
Is it? Look, you might very well get me on that.
I know why you remember 520. 520 means I love you.
Ah, that's right.
Normally, it's a tactic that some of the guys use.
Yeah, you've got 1437 as well out there who used to play. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of numbers in Dota here, but don't worry, folks. We're done discussing it as Tundra have reconnected and will be able to give us a little bit more Dota that we all came for. You can see, though, I mean, mid lane Makoto has just been forced to onslaught away. So Thompson, with 2 points in Jingu Master, very comfortable in this lane already.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you wonder how many points he's going to get. Oh, 9. He's going to...
9 denied himself, quote unquote.
He denied himself. So he normally he gets like I think 4 points. You know, if his lane is going well, he'll get actually 4 points in a Jingu. It's just 1 point in the 3 dance to run around to kill people. I mean, that's the most aggressive build you can get if you get a good start.
I see no reason why he wouldn't want to do that more, to be honest, as it's already looking, pardon me, pretty comfortable in this mid lane for him. He's a little bit worse for wear in terms of HP, but with the casual Orb of Corrosion, Orb of Venom, pardon me, he's going to be able to always kind of keep an advantage over the Primal Beast and stay on top of him. 2 points now in the stun, which means, of course, he'll be able to lifesteal for a bit more if he needs to use that.
I mean, if you're primal in this matchup, you are just trying to play to 50-50 even out the lane. So you're pushing out waves with onslaught, trample, and you're getting runes, the bounty runes, the water runes, the power runes, and you just try to avoid.
Bottom, by the way, is what I wanted to say. Jabs may... No, he'll be okay. Not enough cooldown, really, for Slark to reliably make the catch there. But it's Q who's going to be able to drag the wave. So he has kind of stolen those on over. We'll see how Tundra attempt to neutralize this, as there's not really much of a small camp either to be farmed. So Skitter's just going to have to tank it a little bit.
This is the way back to the tower. This is precisely what the
Makoto in the mid lane. It's 9 making the rotation, and Thompson easily has the kill. The slows are overwhelming there, Winter.
Yeah, this is a very, very good move here by 9. Whenever you have a winning matchup in your mid lane, you have to try to find opportunities to break the lane apart by getting a kill. And
Ollie's gonna die. There's no way out of it for this one. Yeah.
I mean, this Skyraf is just doing amazing things for his team right now.
Really, really good moves there. 33, I mean, he's a bit more comfortable in this lane now that he has Helm of the Iron Will. Remember, Great Cleave no longer, or any Cleave no longer ignores armor. It hasn't for a couple of years now at least, so this aids him greatly in being able to sustain easily in this lane, freeing up 9 to make these rotations. Really great move there. Speaking of armor, this plate mail for the phase boots for the Primal cannot come soon enough for Makoto. He is struggling now after that rotation. He's going to have to look maybe into other lanes.
He's going to have to stack and just try to play to even things out. You know, this is a tough lane for him. There's not much he can do. He has to just play for the levels. And bot lane is also not going that well for Jabs. You know, so they are having 2 lanes that are struggling.
Yeah, Coddle, fortunately, as if you've ever seen a game of Insania, Coddle, you'll know this by now, one of the best stackers in the game. Second to maybe only, like, I guess, a Meepo or, you know, some kind of micro hero, but he really excels and it's super easy to do. So he's already started stacking in the triangle in preparation and giving Jabs a little bit more time to get some solo XP. 9 is going to be trapped in a bit of an awkward spot here. They did commit both stuns already, but especially with Makoto rotating on through here, there's just no way out for him as he is going to perish behind the tier 1 tower. There is a third hero here, though. Snake did make the rotation on over, I think unscouted. See if he's able to really make much of a difference here, but this is already a pretty big wave starting to push. No, it's not going to be able to get any tower damage, I think, in with the catapult. I think that was the goal here, but it's just not going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the benefit of having a bench. You can defend this kind of situations easily, even though they bring an extra hero from the Twin Gate. And 9 is going to, however, TP bot, you know. Yeah. They feel like Earthshaker should be alone with all the rotations being forced up.
Yeah, it's a good read. There's another hero sitting in the mid lane right now for Talon. Nice fissure onto 2. Jabs slow to a crawl. Jabs thinking about turning as he does have Q now teleporting back to aid him. But a scary moment here as Jabs, I don't think he's quite out of this one yet. 9 shooting another concussive shot at him, but not enough damage. Double bracers here really starting to pay off for Jabs. Action in the top lane, however, as Thompson does rotate on over. Look at the damage from the Fatal Bonds. Not a chance here for Ollie's. Ran down underneath his own tier 1 tower. 23 forced to retreat as well. Now bottom. Makoto rotating now onto the Slark. Skitter, having already leapt away, easily goes down. So at least Makoto, I mean, having a terrible time in the mid lane, but finding success on his rotations. Certainly a way for him to kind of recover and stabilize what has been a very difficult laning stage for him.
Yeah, he has to be able to control runes and just find all these small little gangs, you know. Like before the slug reaches level 6, Primal is still a very, very good hero at picking him off with the trample.
And this is just kind of like the Beastmaster effect, isn't it? That Tundra really... this is how they're able to break down games and really, you know, always come out with a strong advantage out from the laning stage into the mid game. You can see how early lanes have broken down.
I think this game is more on the Skyrough. Like 9 actually, he played the amazing early game, like how he baited the first kill for Beast, and then after the first kill, he was able to leave him alone and set up the kill at 4 minutes in the mid lane. And after that, the whole game just became really difficult for Talon, you know, because they lost 2 lanes already. Actually, they lost all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
But basically, the Skyrough won top and he won mid.
It's true. The point I was making there was it's comfortably where Tundra like to take games, right? Especially with 33 on one of his classic heroes. He already has the Helm 1 completed, so only expect the push to get a little bit more serious. Thompson down in the bottom lane with the shield rune active. No way out of this one here for Jabs, as he is going to be picked off. Skitter even popping the Shadow Dance there, I guess just for the HP regen. Not really
just in case, you know.
Just in case, I guess. Yeah, I mean, not close to level 6. I think not enough units around for the Echo, but you never know.
Middle tower is under attack.
Better to be safe than sorry when you're ahead.
True.
We saw how kills can actually turn the game around. Like the previous game and Talon, they were ahead in the early game, 3Ks, 7 minutes, a couple of kills, the lead is gone.
Yeah, Talon kind of getting baited in by a Snake King there, but 33's returned to finish off the tower here with the Satyr Tormentor in tow. Don't expect Talon to be able to defend this tier 1 much longer. Down bottom as well, Thompson is just not leaving any quarter for Jabs, even if he is going to have to lead them out of the Wukong's command because they missed on the lockdown there. So Jabs able to get a little bit more farm then.
Yeah, so right now Thompson has his Jingu Mastery max, so he's really, really strong at ganking the side lanes or even rotating anywhere he pleases. Like he's basically the strongest hero right now on the map with this build. And Talon has to try to avoid him, you know. They have to try to get some stacks going on for the Sven, try to give him some time to farm and hope that the Primal and the Shaker can hold the game together, you know, defend the towers, go for pickoffs so that the Sven has some time to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, his early game has been basically neutered and hampered. It's tough for him to make moves anywhere else around the map. And for now, it's going to be Tundra just kind of farming comfortably. 33 doing his thing, taking over the map, farming his way towards the Helm of the Overlord, I believe I saw just there. And eventually the push and the choke is going to really start coming out. Oh, Vlad's part of it. Yeah.
Once the Warlock has level 6, they can just force any tower they want to. And he's almost there. He's like a couple of creeps away. And Talon is going to start to struggle. You know, I don't see what can they do to deal with the Warlock Golem at this point of the game. Sven still needs some time to farm. So they're going to probably have to surrender some parts of the map and try to get towards their timing.
They've really got to pick their fights.
They're going to smoke right now. They're going to try to reclaim the top area. Snake King already got his level 6.
This is a big investment. I think Snane knows what's coming. Pings are coming out. He's going to stop and dig a shovel. Oh, he picks up a rune. That might be the death of him, though, as he is going to be grabbed. There's the Pulverize coming through. 33 struggling to get out the Primal Roar. Eventually, we'll be able to do so. Snake turning with the wand. Dobson in as well. Blinding Light doing some good work here. Is going to allow Q to run a bit further away, but it's still going to be, you know, leaving a wake of destruction in their midst. They've lost Ollie. Dobson really looking for this kill. Might be able to get it. Nope. Solar Bind. Yeah, into the Mystic Flare. Nice coordination between the two. The right clicks coming out from 9 eventually pick him off. And it's, well, you know, a kill that Thompson's not too dissatisfied at having, especially because he conveniently died right underneath the tier 1 tower.
No, he would love to get the last hit of the tower as well if he can. Get to his Echo Saber.
I don't really know if Talon can afford to defend this. They're still pretty far from the Blink Dagger on Jabs, and that's really the only team fight that they've got that's kind of, you know...
Well, he's in trouble, Jabs.
Yeah, he might just be dead. There's no Mystic Flare for 20 seconds. Jabs might just go down to the right clicks, however, as he's going to drop the Echo Q in the vicinity. They, wow, just completely chunk through 9. There's that lack of armor for you. And fortunately for Skitter, he activated the Shadow Dance, so he's able to get out of harm's way.
That's not so bad, you know. They force so many heroes. They have an observer ward in the lane, so they see 4 hero spot. I mean, if you're a support, you see the enemy team bringing 4 heroes to kill you. Like, whatever, you know. Space for my team, I guess. It's not worth it for them to kill me.
9 was worth a pretty penny, though. 300 gold, it's not too much, but it is going to just barely get jabs across the line.
In general, you're fine with this.
Yes, of course. Of course. I'm just trying to hype up Talon a little bit, you know, Winter. Oh my goodness, Winter, he always hates all this.
You told me not to be biased to Talon.
Oh, goodness. 23 coming along nicely towards all of his items, though. Looks like Echo Saber for him is going to be nearly completed, but still kind of struggling for Talon around the map. The first bout of items are coming, though. Makoto with his Blade Mail, Blink Dagger now for Jabs is completed, and then Echo Saber Mask of Madness for 23 Savage. But they're still fighting into some pretty mean items as well, aren't they? Skitters felt comfortable to go for the Midas this game, so his farm quickly accelerating. 33 has himself now Helm 2. Just about. Needs a couple more last hits, which he's about to complete. And of course, Topson, I think that's going to be Echo flying his way. Yeah,
bot lane, they're trying to kick Skitter out of this lane with the blink.
They might catch him. Ooh, the fissure from range. Can't quite get him in time. Tough catch there. I think maybe they would have needed a swap out to try and get him immediately into that polarize.
I think they have to like chain the fissure and the onslaught together, then follow it up with the grab from the primal.
Counter smoke is coming. Topson even surprised me. Ollie,
nice swap.
Look at off the swap. Might save Q here, but should condemn Ollie. Either way, it's going to stop Topson and the rest of Tundra from getting too much more out from this potentially disastrous swap.
Wow, they intentionally gave him the buff as well on the jingle, so now he has the buff. He's running bot.
There he is. He's a banana. There he goes. I don't know what he'll find.
Dangerous
here,
banana, you know.
that it is. You can't see it, but this banana's got Jingu mastery. You know, this Pisang Higoring you. Careful though, yeah, there it is on the Q. Q was not expecting that. Topson, they're gonna drop the rock on him, but it's defensively and able to aid him in fighting against 23 Savage. His second bout now of the Jingu Mastery leaves 23 absolutely nowhere to go. Makoto charging on through now with the trample as Ollie. He's being jumped down now by Skitter. They've gotten through 9 at the very least, but Ollie falling low. Echo Slam into the stacked Ancients. That does some work. See you later, Topson. 500 gold into the pocket now of Makoto as Skitter's unable to connect on that last pounce. Talon Esports might not be too unhappy with how that turned out. I think Jabs ended up getting most of the bounty anyway from Echo slamming the Ancients.
I mean, the good news for Tundra is the Sven instead, you know. But you're right, you know, Talon can't be too upset about that trade. You're behind. Any even trade is great for you. You got the kill streak bounty of the Monkey King. I think you're happy. You can't have everything, you know. I mean, ideally, perfectly, if Sven doesn't die and you get the kill on Monkey, that's perfect.
Q. Yeah, I mean,
my God.
Oh yeah, that's playing into the Helm of the Overlord as a coddle. Always really sad when you die to just some random ancient. And maybe Jabs is gonna be up next. He's trying to TP away. Oh, the damage is just overwhelming, Winter.
Yeah, and the inner beast aura with the Monkey King, so he has a lot of attack speed.
Too true. They might have even frenzied him, I think is what it's called on the Thunderhide. Yeah, I mean, just 33 showing why you don't want to really give this guy a zoo hero if you can avoid it. He's a zoo master. What's it called? The ringleader, I believe. The guy who plays with the lion at the circus. Is that what he's called? Ringleader, I think.
Nope. The only thing I know is the pack leader.
Pack leader. He's a zoologist, I believe. We'll just call him the zoologist. I know that's the wrong word, but that's totally fine with me. And here's the push, right? Here's the problem is this part of the map is extremely profitable for Talon to try and be farming in, right? You've got your double Ancients here that you can stack that Sven can easily farm and try and get recovered. And Tundra, they're going to be taking it away from you. No chance.
This is the prime real estate on the map, you know, for Talon to farm.
It's the blue section in Monopoly.
Mayfair, I don't know.
It's not called that for most people, okay?
All right. What is it called for most people?
I mean, look, in the American version, it's called Boardwalk. In the ESL version, which you can get at the shop, it's called ESL Katowice. I don't have an affiliate code, by the way, but, you know, they can always throw me some more change if you want to buy it. So it depends. It depends what it's going to be called. They can Roshan already?
It's going to be called 33 taking Roshan right now.
It's Netta is what it's called basically. He's his name's on the deed. Wherever he goes, I think Talon kind of have to just cede control on over. And,
I mean, they have to try to fight, I feel.
How? What can they fight? I mean, I guess they've got Echo, but they don't have any vision up there.
Anything. Yeah, you're right. The Sven has no BKB. He can't fight.
Yeah, he just dies. I mean, even with BKB, you're going to need something. You're still going to have to rely on a swap.
Wait, he bought a Stench? Oh, he's trying to get S and Y to deal with their Beastmaster Raw, I guess.
Yeah,
but without BKB, you die to like the Fatal Bond, you die to Upheaval, you die to the Mystic Flare.
He needs the BKB. I think for Talon, you taught me this concept, Winter. It's what period of time are they playing for in this game, right? They're not playing for this next 5 minutes. I think I don't know about 50. I think they're playing more for like 23, 24, 25. That's a fast tree, by the way. I've never seen a tree move that fast. And, well, now it'll be moving slower. Topson's going to be swapped on back. He has Aegis here. No one wants to go in on him. They know this is absolutely a bait. 23 is going to casually toss a stun his way as he retreats back up to the high ground. That is a scary sight. I'm sure if we had Topson's camera, he'd just be giggling right now. That's exactly the kind of play style that I think has led him to have such a following of fans and haters, to be honest. I mean, there's so many Topson haters. I'm sure every time Topson dies, there's people in chat that just kind of type out Topson or Flopson or whatever. Every time he wins,
Yeah, his Pugna is my all-time favorite of all his heroes.
The Pugna,
I love watching his Pugna.
Remember the Grimstroke, right, with the Pugna scraps? that was disgusting. Yeah. Couldn't dispel that spirit, the Phantom Party.
I know everybody talks about his Monkey King a lot, but his Pugna is legendary as well.
I think it's hard to top the Invoker, honestly, just for how flashy you can really be on that kind of a hero. The monkey, of course, is able to get this kind of a jumps in. I think they know that there's a monkey in their midst. They've got to actually... Oh, no, they didn't cut him down. They tried to swap him down, but that doesn't count as a tree break. Does give Ollie a little bit of damage resist, but he's going to go down very quickly all the same. I mean, Talon, it's unfortunately a sad game for them. They're not really getting to play much Dota here, but at the very least, they are, they're minimizing their losses as much as they can. 33 is looking to put a stop to that, though. He blinks in, casually throws the roar, but he's completely alone. Oh, the Golem onto 2, into the Echo Slam. Topson a bit worse for wear now, but still managing to fight through it, especially with the Jingu buff. He goes down, 9 dropping the Mystic Flare on top. Makoto pops the BKB, but this is just going to be able to escape. 33, maybe, a couple seconds too early, but is going to be able to make the jump and set up for a teamfight victory for the side of Tundra.
Yeah, this Monkey King is an absolute monster right now. He's just so scary, He deals so much damage to you. Without BKB, your Sven can't really do much. I mean, that was a great echo, don't get me wrong, by jabs, but it was just, unfortunately, just not enough, Yeah, they need to be able to jump when the Sven gets BKB and get that kind of echo and burst heroes right away. If the fight is a long fight, drawn out fight, Tundra is going to win all those fights.
Take another look at that in the replay, but you can see just the two-man stun. Makoto, yeah, he had BKB the whole time, but didn't have Pulverize because he had to use it immediately on counter initiation, so not really just a lot of moves to be made there, unfortunately. It's going to give at least Talon a little bit of breathing room here, as they will be able to group up and take down the Tormentor. What is this? Yeah, Recall. Okay. I mean, what else could you have gotten? The Venge Shard, I guess, would have been a little bit more valuable, I would say, for Ollie. But it's not make or break, like I said. Like I think the Lion Shard was last game for Snake.
I think the Venge Shard is actually the best shard they have.
Oh yeah, actually that Warcry is ridiculous. I agree. But I don't know how late we're going to have to, that's really the 50-minute shard, I would say. There's a DD room, by the way, for Skitter. Q is going to have to pop the Force Staff. Does force down Topson from the low ground, so it's Skitter who's going to be able to receive the kill. This Shield Rune finally getting through, but gives him more than enough survivability to easily tank Tier 3 towers. That's an invulnerable Tier 3, by the way. That Topson is going diving under.
Just
he doesn't care.
Them from outside of the base, Yep. This is when you're saying, get out of my game, man.
I think it's for Topson. I think you have to elevate that to the fountain when you start getting fountain farmed and comboed. Okay, well, I mean Topson, they're going to be able to cut him down and kill him. That's only the Aegis though. 23 trying to TP away, but no, the pounce from Skitter, long range there thanks to the Ag Scepter. No, Makoto he BKBs to TP away, but 23 not as lucky. Skitter doesn't even let him auto attack him as he was going to pop the Shadow Dance in order to secure the kill. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of a get out of my game for 23 Savage for sure.
Yeah, the poor guy has no game, from the start. He has a bad lane, and then the mid game, he has not much space to farm.
And this was a first pick Sven, right? I mean, Talon, they chose first pick, and that's what they got. Makoto, okay, nice swap out. They will trigger the roar, and they're going to at least stick the Ancient Black Dragon now onto Ollie, but really lacking the damage here. Is it a little bit too early for high ground, maybe? Just a bit?
I mean, they don't have the best heroes to hit high ground. I mean, the Monkey and the Slug, they're good at killing heroes, but they're also good at killing buildings. I mean, the Beastmaster with his creeps can be the building killers, but the other two cores can't really kill buildings easily. I think you just farm for your next Roshan. Play the map, control the map, get your next round of items, get the next Aegis, and then push with that.
I think something really interesting in the 734B patch that I wasn't really expecting to play out this much, but now that obviously Topson's been, I wouldn't say abusing it, but just using it very reliably, is this change to Mischief. You can see he's just casually popping it between camps, and when he's rotating between lanes. That, in addition to the casual points and tree dance he's taken, it's allowing him to really zip around the map. You gotta remember, that's a big deal. 10% move speed, given that after New Frontiers, how much bigger the map is. Monkey already didn't really have a problem traversing it before, but now it's even easier. That's nice utilization here by Topson for sure.
I mean, that's only fair, right? He's a monkey. He should be able to move around fast.
I have to say, from Talon, this smoke feels a little bit aimless. They don't have any wards down here.
It's a desperate one, I'll tell you. They need to hold an area to defend the ward, like a high ground, like what Oli has done right now, defend this area, because they really don't want to give up the Ancients.
All right. Unfortunately, you've got the Sonar Skidder here, able to detect enemies in the vicinity, because his passive breaks, and he's going to immediately break Ollie wide open. That's his 6th stack now of the permanent agility. Okay, that's pretty deep. They're just going to be jumping down to the high ground now. Jabs has an Ag Scepter fully completed alongside this Blink Dagger. Gives him a lot of mobility here. Makoto thinking he wants to start off the fight. Thompson is going to be able to hold on so far to the Wukong's command. Rockets drop, but not really having such a great effect, as at least Skidder is going to be able to take down Ollie. Mystic Flare utilized as well for that. I did hear that. Snake King sending in the Golem, but 23 able to fight through this thing for now. It's going to be just a loss onto the Vengeful Spirit. Another decent high ground hold here for Talon. They don't really get much, but they will be able to repel Tundra. Costly, though. I mean, they have to use everything but
they use buyback on
BKB. Everything but BKB on Makoto.
I mean, that's the thing when you go for this kind of build with the spam, Echo, Master Madness, and then you go SNY. You have to farm so long before you can fight. If you have a really good game, you're snowballing really hard, maybe it can work, But in a game like this, I feel like I just don't see how the build can actually work, It takes too long. I get why he's doing it, but it just takes too long. And I don't know if he has time.
It's bold, especially. I mean, we get why he's doing it, but this is kind of Tundra's bread and butter, right? It's the IO Lesh for Tundra. If to compare them to Gaming Gladiators, for example, like what it does, it hits hard. They know how to execute on this timing. They're very comfortable on it, and they drafted well around it, right? Like you said, I think even just having a Monkey King getting buffed by the Inner Beast Aura is more than enough of synergy, I think, for this to really pop off as much as it needs to. 23 doesn't have BKB, remember. They need to hit him with a swap or a force F, and will do so. Jabs jumped in there, didn't like what he saw because it was 5 heroes. Says no thank you, and we'll go ahead and blink on back. That was a bit scary.
Yep. Roche is about to spawn in 10 seconds, and Tundra knows it. They're just waiting and biding their time and just not trying to overextend too much. This is the worst time to take a bad fight and die because you lose Roche.
That's true. And then the game feels, I mean, how can you do it from there, really? Careful here, 23. Oh, he really wants to finish farming this. Might be able to pick up a free kill onto 9. He doesn't even attack that fast, to be honest. The Roar is forced out. Echo Slam from behind. They're going to try and get through 33 now. Fancy little flip out from Jabs, but in goes Thompson now. Wukong's command is out. 33 is going to perish. 9 still alive, as it's going to be the supports left behind to the Wukong's command. Thompson covered by the BKB, jumping for more. Finds 2 cores now with the Boundless Strike as Skidder unleashed in the fight. Oh no, poor 23. Just trying to start farming, but he's going to be swiped on down by, the neutral creeps of all thing. Okay, I mean, a small victory here, but it's still going to end up in the death of seemingly 4 cores as they even now drop the rock now onto Makoto. Jabs TP on back in, is going to be hit with the stun, and oh no, the Fissure buying him a bit of time. Tundra will not go diving into the fountain. They got what they came for. 4 dead here on the side of Talon. I mean, they try and fight where they can. They try and find fights where they can, but the Sven couldn't even burst through a sky.
One roll and he's done, you know. And the Skyraft didn't even build any defensive item. I mean,
no armor.
He has the cape. Okay, so he has 1 miss.
Okay, I mean, that's kind of a big deal. But with Echo Saber, I mean, it feels, it was disassembled. Okay, you know, maybe. But still tough. Very tough here as we can see a replay of the fight. Echo Slam also used pretty early. You know, I think it's one of those spells where you just have to just use it sometimes, and Jab's, you know, feeling pressure, can't afford to wait for the perfect 5-man Echo in the Roche pit. He's just kind of throw that thing out, right? Nets them the kill onto 33, but now it means they have a little bit less team fight as they do look to try and contest this Roche. Echo Slam back up in 20 seconds here, Winter. As Tundra starting up the Roche, Talon making a go for this. I don't know if they make it in time.
This is the last stand. They have to fight here.
I mean, and they're not going to make it in time, I reckon. Roche down to 1,500 HP. Look at the positioning of these supports as well on the outside as Jabs throws in the Fissure. Skitter's already claimed the Aegis, a second Aegis, I guess, after their one in Singapore. And Thompson maybe looking for a third with this roster. Is going to be stunned instead. Following up damage. Ooh, that's so annoying, man. The Depth Shroud out from Skitter immediately is going to stop the counter initiation that Talon were going for. Now they're throwing down the Echo Slam. Good damage onto 2 at the very least. Skitter is a bit low, but does get off that Shadow Dance, jumping now back on to 23. Savage cannot fight through this one. They're going to finally get through that first life of the Slark, but Thompson unleashed the entire fight, taking down 2. And Snaking as well with the Fatal Bonds, and just upheaval, leaving Talon nowhere to go. Tundra Esports looking like they're marching straight towards a victory here in game number 2, Winter.
Yeah, nice little cheeky cheese passing over to Thompson there. He made room and then he was able to survive. Talon think that they could have killed the monkey, but didn't really calculated that they gave him the cheese. So they went all in on him and couldn't kill him.
Close, but no cigar there, unfortunately. That on top of Depth Shroud, and it's just so frustrating, right? This Slark now, even as a first pick, having some save, that even with all this AoE damage, Talon are not able to really cut through it. This will be Megas. Talon, credit to them that they're going to play this one out to the very bitter end, but their days in this game are numbered by, you know, single digits. I don't really see any reason for Tundra to need to try and get back here or be too scared. Yeah, they still have Golem. And it will drop. Stun connects onto 2. Fatal Bonds only onto 2 as Ollie's deleted from the game. Dead for another 30 seconds. Death number 12 for him. A tough game for Talon as 23 pops the God Strength, trying to find something in this fight. Skitter is going to be now, just jumping on in, supporting Thompson as he is actually stuck behind Fissure, so is going to only put down a zoning Wukong's command. They will be able to cut through Jabs quite easily, though. Another roar catching him out as Skitter finding them and farming them outside of the base. There's the GG, well played. It's going to be Tundra taking this one 2-0 over the side of Talon.
Yeah, with the celebratory dust spam right there in front of the enemy base.
Oh yeah, a couple fireworks for them, if you will. And honestly, game 2, less of a challenge than game 1 was, to say the least. I think Talon with a much more realistic chance in game 1, even, coming out of the lanes looking really good, winning 2, maybe even arguably 3 of those lanes in game 1, but here are just not going to be able to repeat their success. Their draft not doing them any favors, and 9, popping off already on his debut for support. Able to, as you say, win that top lane and maybe even win that mid lane as well on the support Skyrath mid. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why in the Russian stream when they were interviewing Solo said that the Neil Tundra is very, very scary after the roster change. I can see why. There's a very apparent synergy between 33 and 9 in the lane. And because 9 is a mid laner, he knows what he needs to do to help Thompson in the game. And I feel like in this kind of team, Thompson can actually just do whatever he wants. He's just like the last piece of the puzzle. Whatever the draft has allowed him, he's just going to be able to play anything that counters the opponent. And he's going to have an amazing game because of the whole setup.
Look at this. Aoi wasting no time. They're immediately pulling up the tape and starting to figure out what went wrong or what could have gone better in this series.
That's
and
the
look how to improve.
coach's job, man. Even though you win, you have to go back and figure out, here, minute 6.5. Why did you do this? Why? You know, go back to the replay, point, timestamp it, and tell the player to come back and rectify it the next game.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal for them. And Tundra's next game is going to be a little later on. They're on the main channel, not after this series, but after this next series, where they take on Shopify Rebellion. But stick around, guys, because we're actually going to be going to a short break. But right after that, we are going to set up an interview with one of the Tundra members to get their thoughts after this game. So we'll be right back with an interview with Tundra Esports.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine.
Welcome back, everyone. This game, a highlight reel for that man, or banana, I guess, more specifically, or tree. Sometimes a creep, sometimes he turned into a tango or a TP scroll. Either way, Topson, shapeshifter and game winner for his first game here on the new and improved Talon. Make that Tundra roster. And this is really just the Topson highlight reel. Fair enough. I mean, really, a lot of that mid-early game momentum, all based off of him. Makoto just had no game. Like I said at one point, Talon didn't really get to play Dota this game, Winter. Tough loss.
Yeah, they couldn't cage the monkey. So as a result, they have no game. And Thompson just showed his class for sure. He understood the heroes, he knew what he needed to do in the game. Like the small little things, like even going when he's ganking, he tells his team to purposely give him the stack, even though the kill is already secure, so he can move on with the stack to the next kill. Those are the things that, will win you the game.
And executed maybe not to perfection, but flawlessly enough for it to feel like there was never really a chance there for Talon to really come back. Some desperate Roche fights, some desperate fights, some aimless attempts. You know, the fact that, you know, we didn't mention this actually, but just thinking about it, Winter, that you have 33 on a Beastmaster, that you have another Vision hero on Skitter, and then on top of that, you have a Monkey King, who's a hero that can really abuse a Vision advantage because of the way he can jump from trees and from fog, made that game feel pretty much impossible. It felt like really no Vision, no counterplay, and unfortunately not a plan for Talon, and it's going to be a hard game too, difficult game too for them.
Yeah, their lanes got punished a little too hard, you know. The Venge, the Shaker, Kotal lane. I mean, those heroes are not that great in the lane to begin with, you know. So I feel like they drafted weaker lanes and Tundra just exploited that, you know. They were able to snowball from the side lanes, and then they have this overall last pick, Monkey King, which is just going to win his lane. So it means that off the draft you have 3 favorable lanes, you know. And in Dota, I always say when you have 3 favorable lanes, it's very hard to lose the game, and they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to balance the draft once again, the priorities, and they have to remember lanes are important, you know. Because I feel like the second game's draft, they have an idea, but they forgot about the importance of the laning phase, and they went down the road of that idea too much, and they forgot about. At least they have to have some sort of basic lane that they can play, you know, and they drafted lanes that they couldn't play, and the game was over.
You know, I think compared to their game 1 performance, where Talon clearly had an idea of how they wanted to play, and the execution just not coming together, or the jumps not quite right or working out, I think for them in game 2, unfortunately, you know, not as much to be learned. Maybe just an adjustment to this new draft style. I believe this is the first official that Talon would have played with this new draft style. Obviously, they have scrimmed, I'm sure, a number of times, but who knows? Maybe the pressure of your first official kind of getting to you, and I don't know, right? But I think, yeah, like you're saying, game 2, I think a little bit more dependent on that draft, and still eager to seeing how Talon, how they're going to be able to do as we progress later into the tournament, where they tend to be a bit of a stronger team.
Yep. A lot of these long events are about how much the team can adapt and learn. Like, losing is fine, but how much do you get from the game that you lost, you know? I think that is the most important part, and it defines the character of the team. Whether they can learn and move forward spiral of confidence and just go into a bad run of losing games, you know? So they're going to be put to the test for sure, losing their first series, and hopefully for the C fans, they can bounce back.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I hope so as well. For the C fans, because I would consider myself one of them. Talon's next game actually is going to be on this channel, but after our following series, which is Quest and BetBoom, Talon are taking on 9 Pandas here in just about 3.5 hours or so. For now, we are about to do our interview here, I believe. Winter, no spoilers. Yes, I did see. I think it's going to be 9 here. We'll see sometimes the players do this really cute thing where they join on someone else's PC, and then it ends up being another player, but I don't know. I'm really interested to talk to 9 here and see how he's adjusting to his new position, because he made it look really easy, especially in that game too.
Yeah, time to ask the man that played with the pisang goreng. How does he feel having a banana peel running around the map, you know, and killing everyone?
That's true. That's true. I'm curious to see what he thinks about, you know, a so-called honeymoon period. You know, what makes this team different, and why it's going to continue succeeding. Because they looked really good there. And again, I think Tundra's difficulties in their latest tournaments have been unfortunately due to them, you know, not really being able to field a consistent roster just because, unfortunately, of health issues. But now, seemingly with a roster that's going to be set until the end of October, eager to see what they have in store for us and how the team continues to click. I mean, this team's going to be pretty annoying to draft against. Not only do you have Aoi, but you've got a couple of other heroes and player combinations that make life a little bit difficult. And we have, I believe, 9 with us now ready for our little interview, so we can ask him himself. 9, congratulations. Welcome to being a support player, man. How's it feel?
Hey, thank you. Feels good, honestly. The role is a lot of fun, and the biggest thing is just like learning again. Like, I'm actually learning again in Dota, like, a lot. day by day, so it's very exciting.
Nine, if I'm not mistaken, I was going through your Wikipedia and your Dota buff history. I think this is the first time you've officially played support in officials, right?
Yeah, I was mid player my whole competitive life.
Yeah. I'm just kind of curious, like, you know, every time you talk about a player making a position change, there's always, you know, I like to say you can take the player out of the position, but you can't take the position out of the player, right? So with your mid mindset, moving to position 4, like, what advantages do you think you have moving from the mid lane to a position 4 role instead?
It's hard to say, honestly. I think probably, like, I feel like I can be better at spellcasting than most subs, like sub players there are, but I just don't have the experience yet, so I think that is like the main thing that I need to work on.
And hi Nine, you mentioned that you missed the learning part about the game. Do you feel like in the game right now, whenever a player plays a certain role a very long time, then he kind of will find it hard to learn the game again, and he needs to, like you say, you know, change to a different role to relearn the game again? And would that be something that you would encourage other players to do if they want to learn?
I mean, I wouldn't encourage them to do it if they are like sticking to their position. But however, if Dota like is maybe a little bit stale for you, I think learning a new position is extremely fun. It's just like, I just feel like I'm playing Dota again as a beginner, you know, when you started and you're learning so much. Now, like, I have new heroes to play, I have new like habits and a new game plan, and it's just something that I need to work on every day. While as like if you play the like a role for a couple of years, it becomes like more stale. Like obviously you can always learn, but it's not the same as going to a new role.
Yeah, and one more thing, do you miss the mid role, mid lane right now after playing 4?
When I started playing 4, I missed it. Like I was like getting mad when I couldn't carry games. But the more I played it, the more I also found like how to have impact, and I was like, now I don't really miss it. Like I just focus on position 4, and I don't even think about playing mid. Like I think I've played maybe one game of mid since I switched to 4. Like I just pick 4 every game.
I wanted to ask if you have any advice for non-professional players who normally just play one position. Any advice about picking up a separate role? You talked about how it's fun to rediscover a lot more about Dota, but anything else you could offer players switching roles?
I think you just should focus on like one hero at a time if you switch to a new role. I think it's not even good for pub players because you will not get your role all the time. So I think it's good to have like 1 or 2 years on different roles that you know how to play. And I think it's good, especially for grinding. I mean, that's what I used to do as well, like back in the day.
Makes sense.
One more question from me.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one more question from me. So who's the better mid player, you or Thompson?
Oh my god. I never really thought about it, and I mean, looking at how he plays right now, he's super good. Who's better? I don't know. Like,
okay,
I
fair.
think we're like
That's
on the
fair.
same level. Like, I don't know. I just feel like mid players, like, or generally in Dota, like, you can be so good at different things that it's really hard to say who's better. You just need like a team that fits with you.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the last question I wanted to ask you here was, do you believe in a honeymoon period for a team? You know, you've been on a couple different teams. Do you believe there's like a honeymoon period? And if so, what makes this team different for you that it's going to keep going into successful run at TI?
I mean, there's definitely a honeymoon period. And I just think that will not be the case for us because we just switched one player. I think usually that happens to new teams. It's like people respect each other a lot when you join a team. There's like no build-up, you know? Like you play best when you have no emotions build-up or whatever. And then you play over a couple of months and there's like emotions building up over a couple of loses and something, and that's when things get stressful. I think that's why the honeymoon phase exists. And we don't really, like, we played for a long time, so just switching on players. I don't think we will have like a honeymoon phase.
Awesome. That's a super insightful answer. And congrats on a 2-0 on your official support debut, man. Really well played. And best of luck for the rest of the tournaments. We'll let you go now, 9 support player for Tundra Esports. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Lovely guy to talk to. That was super cool. Super insightful on why there's a honeymoon period in the first place. You know, having never obviously competed on a team, just a lowly caster, I never really considered that aspect of team mentality, basically, right? How that stuff can build over time and how a fresh start can really reset the mental, you know.
Yeah, emotional baggage, sometimes you have to let it go to play well.
Yep. Sometimes, you're just going to have to let the Omni Knight carry go, Winter. You can't let it weighing you down, my friend. For now, though, we are going to be going to a short break and allowing Winter to digest a little bit more from his TI days and prepare for our next series, which is going to be quite the banger, folks. We got ourselves Quest Esports taking on BetBoom team. That'll be going on in just about 10 minutes or so stay tuned, folks. Their second series coming up just after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The underdogs from Western Europe, just shy of their TI qualification chances, clashing against big dogs really out from the Eastern European. BetBoom taking on Quest Esports here as we are about to get underway with our second series of the day. Winter and myself here, Seeking Strike, bringing you the coverage for this upcoming series. And Winter, we didn't get to see Quest too recently. I think their last appearance here in a big tournament would have been in those TI qualifiers, of course. But BetBoom playing just now in the Dota tournament, struggling a little bit, which was surprising. I thought for sure that team was going to make a pretty deep run into the event, but did not really look super convincing in their games.
Yeah, probably gonna take some time to understand the patch. The patch actually changed a lot of things, like the draft sequence, the small little balance to the heroes. So I think maybe people kind of forgot that every team has a different learning curve, like different time to learn the patch, and some teams just pick things up quicker, some slower, but it's all important that at the end of the day, the biggest tournaments, you want to do well there, all these smaller events, you maybe want to use it as a stepping stone to figure out the patch, and one tournament loss doesn't mean that the team is already in bad shape, It just means that they need more time to figure out the draft and whatever it is of the patch.
Very true. I was just, expressing surprise considering how strong that they've looked in previous tournament runs and how well their roster changes have been really looking. But impressive stuff out from them. That roster change as well with Nightfall and Pure swapping positions. Nightfall's been a very fun player to follow throughout the years, as he did have that stint in NA. But focusing more onto Pure, who was an up-and-coming player, especially back in the Stockholm Major days. Very young, lots of potential. And, now into the off lane for him, where we can see a couple of his stats, right? Still very much a strong player and able to find the right jumps, I think, is what's always really impressed me about him as well. Even still when he was a carry, just his timing and tempos in fights have been impressive.
Yeah, he's really decisive as an offlaner with his jumps, especially on LCX. I think those are his best heroes. I mean, even though before he played a lot of a Doom, everybody made fun of him because he kept playing Doom every game. But I think when he plays the initiating heroes like the Axe and LC, those are the heroes that he excels a lot. And I think he's also a very flexible player. He plays a lot of the different heroes. He is not very, I would say he's not very greedy. Like for somebody who swapped to off lane from carry, maybe you would expect the person to play off lane in a very greedy way, but I feel like he's not. He always does the right things. And his biggest strength overall, I feel like, is his laning phase. He's very, very good in the lane. And he always tries to get a very, very small little advantages by doing small little things that you don't expect and win the lane from doing that.
Oh, indeed. We'll take a look at their opponents, right? As Quest Esports making a couple of big dramatic roster changes as of late. But of course, familiarizing ourselves with the Quest roster. No more Amar, hasn't been for a while. But we'll take a look at that roster in just a moment. That's been another team that I think is going to be really exciting to look at in terms of how strong they've looked. There's our new guy as well, right? Well, relatively. For the rest of the players, Toby, a player I've followed for a long time since he was on the Viking GG days, Ghost Frogs, Creep Wave. Very strong. I think interesting to take a look at him as well. But this team, they're young, right? They're young. They've turned a lot of heads in their recent tournaments, especially with the success that they found without Amar, surprising a lot of people. So, I'm personally proud of that. The fact that they're able to continue finding success, most lately, and Riyadh finishing in top 8, a very respectful finish for this team.
Yeah, personally, I feel like Toby is a better fit overall for their team compared to their previous stand-in, Malik. I think they needed somebody like it's a very greedy, can play the win condition kind of hero on the off lane. Kind of like Amar, where they got a lot of success when they were playing with him. I think Toby also plays kind of the same way. Like he plays different heroes, but he plays in the same way where he takes a lot of farm and he can be the win condition for his team. And so I feel like Toby is a good replacement for Amar, whereas when they had Malik before, Malik is more like a conventional off-laner where he plays more for the team. And I feel like because Noob is also a player that plays more for the team in the mid lane, so they needed an off-laner that's a little bit more greedy to balance everything out.
I think that makes a lot of sense, right? You talk about, what it's like to be forming a new team, and I think as long as you can find similar characteristics to try and repeat a recipe of success, as perhaps Quest have purposefully done here, I should say, they may be able to continue that success. Always a fun team to watch as well. Very fast Dota, kind of some innovative ideas, and very much looking forward to the series here as our draft is getting underway very shortly. Any predictions, Winter, before we do see our draft, however?
Why do you make me do this?
I'll go first if you want. I'm going to go with a boring answer. It's going to be a 1-1.
I'm going to go with the boring 1-1 too.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a 1-1. I can't imagine a world where BetBoom lose this series 2-0. I think they've got one loss in them, but I don't think they have two. I think this team, they're going to be a little bit upset after the Dacha performance they had. I think they're going to at least have some strategy cooked up to find a win, put it underneath their belt, and keep going.
BetBoom is a team where when they get angry, they might play worse because people are tilted.
But I think that but I think they're ready for it this time. I think they have to be learning for that ahead of TI. I think this is the kind of stepping stones, the kind of experience that you've been looking for. I think should they end up losing a game, what they'll probably end up doing is saying, "Don't worry, we have a draft prepared. We have a strat that we scrimmed with that we know that works." I think that's how they're going to be approaching this game. As our draft now is underway and live on your screens, we can see the opening picks coming through. Looks like Quest first pick on Dire here, Winter.
First pick on Dire, like talking about the sides, like since you brought it up, Radiant and Dire, I feel like at the moment Radiant seems to be a little bit better in terms of the timing, because the 15-minute to 20-minute night time, whenever you're on Radiant, it's easy to get Rosh at that time, especially when you have like a TA, when you have like any hero that builds a Dazzle, or a support that's rushing Solar Crest, like a Nature's Prophet, for example, or Venge, then it becomes very easy for you to abuse that, because it's natural for the Radiant side team to play on the top of the map. And speaking of Nature's Prophet, Oh boy, he is back.
Yeah, he sneaks through. I just want to very quickly wrap up that thought you had on Cider pick. Just shouting out that BetBoom did have priority and chose Radiant. So Quest choosing first pick. Again, just keeping that in mind as we do start to see the development of this drafting meta. But I saw a Talon tweet. I meant to bring this up for our first series, but it's still relevant now. All 5 players also preferred the Radiant side as well for them. So it seems like there's a lot of people that share your thoughts here on the strength of side versus pick. And, well, BetBoom certainly share with you there. As we're back into the bans here after a couple of opening picks, NP does sneak through. Are you surprised to see that? Or do you think that this is going to be pretty par for the course as we start looking at a lot of our matches here?
Yeah, quite surprised. Quite surprised to see MP. Like, this hero is just... He's still powerful in the early game. Like, he got nerfed kind of a little bit. I think it's just a small little nerf. The hero is still very, very powerful. He got nerf base attack and agility, so he doesn't trade as well, but it's still good enough for him to win the lane. And then after he wins your lane, what he does is he can basically buy whatever item the team needs, so he's very flexible and he helps you control the map and rush. And more importantly, he wins the mid lane too, because you can TP and gank over. So normally the team with the Nature's Prophet would be able to win the mid lane. Because mid lanes, whenever we talk about it, it's always going to be like some 50-50 lane, you know, except for the last game where Thompson was Monkey King against a Primal. But not usually it's like a 50-50, I'm going to farm, you're going to farm lane, you know. But Nature's Prophet can actually upset that balance in the lane.
Yeah, and he can do that in just more than mid, right? Which is a big one of his points of his strength. He can safely globally push as well the waves, which is just completely obnoxious. And again, I think we were mentioning the wave shove in game 1 where we saw the off-lane Naga Siren for jabs, right? How effective that was at setting up kills and just forcing objectives. Eager to see now how quests are going to be able to utilize the wave push as we do get a number more of bans. Did want to point something out very quickly, Winter. Looking at games that have been completed, so not counting any of the drafts that may happen to be live alongside this one right now, MP was banned in 4 matches and ignored in the other 2. I believe he was a ban in our 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a little bit interesting. So far, Invoker is the only hero that has been banned every single draft. 100% contest rate, never picked up once. Sven managing to sneak through in our game just previously, but did get destroyed. So only a couple of heroes with a 100% contest rate right now.
I like the Phoenix and Dark Willow. So you have the combo of the egg into the Terrorize, so you can protect the egg. But the Invoker is more like I feel like the reason why this hero is so contested is he is very annoying. Like, he's flexible too. You can play him as a position 4. Position 5 as well. I mean, I think it's almost the same, but I prefer him on 4. And you can play him on mid, you know. So the hero you can just pick the hero and it doesn't reveal anything of your draft. And he just does too many things. In the game, he has Disable, he has really good shot, he has mana burn, he has catch, he has damage because of the Sunstrike and the Meteor. Like, he just does way too many things in the game, and he's really strong in the lane. Because before, Invoker wasn't as strong in the lane. Right now, he's really strong in the lane with the changes to being universal and how the Quas, Wax, Exalt work.
Yeah, the orbs were they were so broken on release, but even still in his adjusted.
He's still very strong, yeah.
He's still really good. I mean, at least he's not ghost walking around at 3 minutes and being unkillable.
Oh my god, don't remind me of that.
Yeah,
oh my god.
that was something,
like,
honestly.
I'm like, what the hell? Like, why is this Invoker here again? Why is he full HP again? Why?
I think Icefrog forgot about Ghost Walk when he was testing the hero, because oh my god, I don't know how that snuck through, but he's not sneaking through any of these banning phases, and lots of bans as well targeted at the off lane, right, as we start to develop into this next phase. Quest already showing, the Furion and the Silencer. I'm expecting that Shaker to be a core in some capacity. We'll see where they end up taking that, but BetBoom now
don't forget the Toby Silencer. Don't forget.
That's true.
I mean, it's not a fan favorite, but he does play the hero.
No, I mean, I think he did that at Lima. I think I got to cast their game. That was Entity versus Talon, I believe, in a playoff stage. Pardon me, and it didn't work. It didn't work when they tried that one out. I don't know if they'll do it now. That was, of course, back when Toby was on the team, right? But I don't think it's going to work out for them here. I think I'd prefer to see it as a support, especially because, if you can just stop follow-up to a Roar, or even just canceling a Sunray, assuming the Phoenix is not in Supernova, that seems good enough for me.
But what if Phoenix has a shard?
I mean, then you're in a little bit more trouble. That's what I mean. Yeah, then you're in a little bit more trouble. And there's the TA. She will make it through the ban phase.
This is a very anti-Nature's Prophet draft. They have a very clear idea on how to deal with MP. Like when I play MP, I hate playing against a team that has superior team fight compared to my team, because I can't be split pushing all the time. I want to be able to fight. And MP, he's not the strongest team fighter. Like he is decent with the ulti, but you do want your team to have a team fight like Silencer and Earthshaker. So I think that's a pretty good follow-up with the MP, and it's also very good against the Phoenix, the Silence, the Global Silence, and the Last Word. So I feel like both teams are responding adequately towards what their opponents are doing. And then BetBoom has the Beastmaster plus Templar follow-up, which are heroes that are also really good against Nature's Prophet. Beastmaster is good against Nature's Prophet in the game, and TA is good against Nature's Prophet in the lane itself.
Right. I mean, and you talked about this Radiant inclination, we should call it, to try and go for that 15-20 Roshan timing. I mean, this is a team that's going to want to do it, right?
Yes, precisely. With Beastmaster Aura, with TA Deso, and you see Quest right now, they are more or less going to be gearing up for a late game draft with Terrorblade. Because Terrorblade against TA, you're going to hit a point where you have Skadi, you have a lot of armor, so the TA doesn't hurt you, and you're going to kite her throughout the fight, But that takes a lot of time. Whereas for the Radiant side, they have Beastmaster TA, very, very fast-paced draft, Supports like Silencer or Shaker, they are not the best at dealing with the summons early on, so if the laning pace goes badly for Quest, I could see BetBoom just running over the game very, very quickly. But if they can somehow stabilize the lane with this Nature's Prophet, he's going to be a very, very key hero in this draft. They can actually get to late game, get to the point of the game where the Terrorblade is going to be a massive counter towards the Templar Assassin.
Trying to Tokyo, thinking about maybe what's
He's
left here.
laughing.
Thinking about the scaling.
He's laughing. I am Phoenix, I'm going to have a lot of fun this game. I swear, every position 5 player, when you get to play something like Phoenix, Winter Wyvern, or you get to play something like Dawnbreaker position 5, some big spell, and then you get to farm. Because Phoenix, you get to farm,
Yeah.
Not every position 5 here you get to farm.
It's a lovely buff. You just always have a Fire Spirit ready. I've seen GH on his stream as well go for an offlane Phoenix, which was kind of inspiring, honestly. The amount of farm you get on that hero went for, I think, a Shiva's and a Scythe, and had that up by like 30 minutes in a losing game, right? Which is not bad at all. A couple more carry bans to come through, or at least one more now from Quest. I guess expecting this TA to potentially be flexed to carry or mid lane. But probably carry. I think we end up seeing more of her in these days.
Yeah, because Nature's Prophet, more or less, there's a high chance he's going to be the off laner here with the setup. I mean, it depends on the last pick. It could be the off laner, it could be position 5, because Earthshaker could be made. Silence is definitely a support. But things are still flexible, so BetBoom can. I mean, they have the overall last pick, so they're not worried, they can just wait.
Bloodseeker band.
Bloodseeker, what? Is Pango? No, there's no Pango.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's kind of an interesting one. I'm trying to think of now maybe an offlaner who does not want to be locked down, because your transformation heroes, with the exception of Lycan, maybe. Well, Lycan's banned. They don't want to be ruptured because they don't move around. But like a TB can definitely stand his ground and fight through a rupture. In fact, he's got of course the Thunder for it. So it's got to be for another hero that I'm not seeing here.
PA Kappa.
Yeah, I mean. I doubt that one a little bit more.
PA's Achilles heel.
So you have it here Slark?
I don't know, maybe
you don't need a carry?
Maybe they just feel like with Bloodseeker, the whole lineup is very fast paced, right? And I mean, it's not just Bloodseeker being a fast hero, but the whole lineup comes online quickly and they take over the map. And because Quest has a very slow lineup, right? Earthshaker, you have Terrorblade, you have Nature's Prophet, you want to farm.
That makes sense though. Yeah.
One of Toby's special, Dark.
All right. I can't believe I forgot. This hero feels so good. He's gotten, adjusted, and I think fairly fairly reasonably. I think he's received some nerfs after a couple of buffs that he's had, but still definitely here that feels very good. You got a big old AoE vacuum. You might be able to catch a Phoenix who's Icarus diving to try and get in position for a supernova, and does not really struggle to find CS anymore these days, right? He's a universal hero now, so his right clicks are pretty beefy. Oh, but he might struggle if that's a Monkey King he's landing against.
Carry Monkey King mid TA, so it's gonna be a very fast-paced brawling lineup for BetBoom, whereas Quest is very obvious they're gonna play for the long late game, farm the map with the Darkseer Iron Shell, terribly pushes out lanes with illusions. Nature's Prophet obviously wants a long drawn-out game, so it's gonna be a race against time for Quest. Can they buy enough time for the Terrorblade Darkseer to come online before BetBoom shuts the door, with their all-out aggressive lineup with this Beastmaster TA Monkey King with the Phoenix?
What are you thinking? Like, I like to consider these timing tempo-based lineups by like Roshan's. Would you say like second Rosh? BetBoom need a decisive hold in this game at least.
Yeah, I think even by first Rosh, I think if they don't really have a good enough lead in the first Rosh, I think that could be problematic for them. Because if you look at the overall composition, the enemy has Silencer, Earthshaker, Darkseer, so they have like a very strong vacuum combo, vacuum into Echo Slam, Fissure, and then Global Silence. So if the game goes late, the team fights are going to be really difficult for BetBoom. I mean, you have the Phoenix Reload combination. I think that combination is only good when the opponent doesn't have BKB. So you can always stop them from hitting the egg. But when the enemy Terrorblade has BKB, Nature's Prophet has a way to hit your egg, and there's also like maybe some other hero running in to hit the egg, then the egg will just die very, very quickly. But in the early game, it's really reliable, to always save the egg with the Terrorize.
I think one major thing here in BetBoom's favor is going to be the vision advantage they have. You always talk about that when you have a Beastmaster, and to a lesser degree a TA as well, just with the trap vision, right, and the map control that can give you. Same thing as well, right? Your third core Monkey King, as we just saw with Thompson's performance on it, is a hero that really does take advantage of that vision very nicely and can get onto something like a squishy silencer in order to really start the fight off right. So I certainly see a very very viable world, right, where BetBoom are able to get this timing, this tempo that they're looking for. I mean, no matter what, no way to beat Omar to the punch there. He's very quick to get out the ward.
I like this type of drafts the most. The Radiant team has both teams have very different ideas on how to play the game, and one team wants to end the game quickly, one team wants to drag out the game. I feel like when the drafts are always positioned like this, the games are always very, very entertaining. Even if it ends quickly, it'll be entertaining. But even if it's a long, drawn-out fight, it's also gonna be fun.
Check out Omar. I mean, he's got such great intel because he immediately leveled teleport and TP to the mid lane. He put down one ward. He put down both, in fact.
That's something I miss doing, Back in the day, we would TP and put a ward behind the enemy mid laner.
And you snipe couriers.
You just snipe his tangles and everything, and then he can play the lane.
And there's even another one right next to Toronto Tokyo's holding. So, it's going to pay off because he's seen the ward get planted down. He's seen both wards get planted down. So Quest may very well be able to get 2 D wards here extremely early on. So they're not playing in the dark
really,
here.
Really smart. Next level tech, or old tech, I would say.
Yeah, bringing it back. He's playing the hits again. I don't think that there's a world where BetBoom really want to contest this. The runes will go 2 apiece. But we'll keep our eyes here on the kill feed here on the left to see if we do get any D wards coming soon. Nice advantage.
Yep, Toby is gonna get followed by Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to force out a Iron Shell, but he is gonna take a lot of damage here. He went a little bit too close.
He is.
Die? Can he kill him? Okay.
Oh, I didn't see where that boundless strike came from. Honestly, that really confused me for a second. I didn't see that little clarity chilling. Either way, it was from fog, so Toby couldn't have seen it coming either. Nothing he could do to dodge it. But Toronto Tokyo, a little bit worse for wear after that. A bit of aggression from him. I don't know if that really quite worked out in his favor, but he'll heal up.
No. He's definitely not happy with that. Taking that trade, that was not a good trade for him.
Yeah, especially Phoenix, of course, another famous low armor hero. Not as bad as the Sky, but not much better. And you can see Omar immediately getting to work on
better
that.
is better.
Yeah, it's by far better, actually. The armor differences in the range, I think, from like -7 to +7. So that range of armor, it's a huge difference for every single point of armor that you get.
And you know why it also feels better with Phoenix? Because you have more base regen than
Good point.
Skyra. So it's more tolerable in the lane.
Sprout DPS, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's going to be pretty good against this Phoenix. 14 DPS. Ouch. No longer gives you regen. Double ouch. Not fun, man. Good lane here, Noob. Struggling a little bit against this Templar in the early levels, I think, as you'd expect any melee ranger to do. But he's going to be able to do a good job here. I think Enchant Totem giving you that bonus attack range is going to come in clutch for him trying to avoid as much spill damage as is reasonably.
I mean, this lane overall should be pretty favorable for TA, regardless of how you want to put it. You know, like TA is going to have a much better start in terms of CSing, and I think the Shaker, like I said, you know, he's going to have to control runes and just try to play to even things out and maybe wait for rotations because he has Nature's Prophet on his team.
Yeah. Keeping my eye on top as well because there's plenty of skirmishing. We still have that point in Metamorphosis for Shad if he does want to try and call on a rotation from the NP. You know, do have to keep that in mind as Noob is going to be able to secure both water runes mid. So that's pretty important for him. Make sure he can stay sustained in what is just a very harass-heavy lane. You know, whenever you see that first point in meld, you know it's going to be a tough time against that poor melee laner. This one's getting pretty bad. Noob unable to focus and actually get the CS there on the banner creep feels especially bad. It sucks when you lose one of those.
Especially on the side lane.
Oh yeah, because then your support pings you.
Don't do that, you know. Please don't do that.
We've played a couple games together, Winter. I know how it is. Pure is going to get gone on here just a little bit, but Shad may have actually overcommitted. Will pop the wand charges, but I think he's going to end up dropping. Instead, yeah, no, actually, that is where First Blood is. Kaori thought about maybe trying to turn, but he's honestly just probably dead as well. Only has one Fairy Fire to his name. As there goes the Hawk dive bombing in. A little bit more is going to be required. Fairy Fire forced. He has the Healing Lotus, so he'll actually stay alive. But without the meta available anymore, there's no way they get the kill. Mid Noob. Oh, one right click away. GPK was from finding yet another kill, or his first kill.
Destroyed mid. Holy shit.
Yeah, he is. He's 10-3 compared to the 25-6. That's rough. That is rough.
I mean, I know it's a pretty difficult matchup, but I didn't expect the lane to be this bad. Okay, so maybe I'm reading the lane wrong. Maybe this lane is actually that bad.
And especially with this casual Blightstone, I think the minus armor is just far too high. I think until Noob gets his plate mail for phase boots, there's just no way. Bottom, by the way, Toby, he's still going to go down. Omar had left the lane. I'm not sure where he Sprout or TP'd in from, but Sprout was not going to save him. Just that little bit of aggression with a level 2 Fire Spirit's DPS is enough to take down Toby. So right now, Winter, all three lanes looking a little bit difficult here, to say the least, for the side of Quest.
Yeah, this is a BetBoom specialty. The lane, you know, they are, I think even Gaming Gladiators, when they were doing interviews, they said that BetBoom team is the best team in the lane, you know, during the previous edition of the Dream League. I think it was Quinn when we were interviewing him, he actually mentioned that, you know, like this, he specifically said it's so difficult to lane against them. You have to improve your lane.
Here they go again. Omar being harassed, chased down by Nightfall, lives a bit longer. I believe that was just a Fairy Fire. But still killed off very easily. Gives Nightfall yet another kill, and then pause out from GPK. Quick little disconnect. I'm sure they'll get right back in. Maybe a little bit of FPS or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly seeming that way. Why this team is so darn good. I mean, look at even Pure top lane. 6 stick charges, sitting on no HP. I don't know if they can really catch him here. Looks like Kaori's throwing all the harass that he has. And there's a little bit more regen about to be delivered. Oh, well, actually, no, there's not. So he's going to be struggling a little bit now because there's no Lotus for a while. So that should at least give Shad some good timings. This would be an opportune time for a gank, but I don't really see that coming. Tokyo, I guess it's not impossible for him to go through the Twin Gate, but I see it very likely as we may be in for a bit of a longer pause with a report of 200 from GPK. Lovely little music playing there.
Yeah,
See
time
that
to
warrior?
upgrade the time to upgrade the internet.
Hey, beauty. Got that cupcake hair.
Is that the best one right now?
I think our observer likes it because it has a beautiful head of hair. That's what I think. Yeah, look at that. I can't help it. I don't know.
Why are you so rude, Richie?
It's just banter. It's just banter. He knows. Come on, he knows. I've made him so incredibly sad. He stepped away from his computer. The camera's not moving anymore. No, there it is. There it is. I knew it. He spelled my name wrong though, so he can't ignore me, folks. It's impossible. He spelled it wrong. There it is. See. Unfortunately, I think we've got some cool like reconnects there. Nightfall webcam off means he's probably maybe restarting the PC or just a complete internet reset. So we might hear. Oh my God! I'm sorry. We might be here, Winter, for yet a couple minutes more. Already though, Pure starting off very nicely. He's got the diadem. I'm not actually sure how to say it, but he's got that coming his way. Where's the item?
Career? It's in the career. He dropped it on the ground or something?
No, it's dropped somewhere. They're pinging it, but we can't see pings when the game's paused.
It's one of the Horcrux, the diadem.
Well, I don't know what that is. What does that mean?
One of the, when Lord Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces. The diadem is one of the items that he split one of his souls there.
Does it contain his nose?
What?
Come on, man. That's all I know
tell if you're actually serious or you're trying to be funny.
That's all I know about Harry Potter, man.
That the Lord Voldemort does not have his nose.
Why do you have
it somewhere?
It's in diadem too?
Probably, yeah. I mean, when he split part of his soul, I think he lost his nose there.
And in the admin to hurry the players back in and keep things moving along here, lest I offend more Harry Potter fans. Not a group of fans that you really want to, offend. I think in order, it's like Harry Potter fans and then OG fans you really don't want to cross. Little soundboard effects, but we're back into things here. Toby
agrees with you.
Oh, did he? Is that what he said? I wasn't looking. I've ignored him already. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I mean, things are going to be looking difficult. I think Toby if he continues to fall behind in this lane, the thing about this Dark Series, you're just meant to take over lanes and bully out especially melee laners. So the further away you get from your 3 and 5 respectively and slowing your Ion Shell progression, like the worse this game is just going to get. You give Nightfall the way more time in lane, more experience, more efficient farm. And you're going to start to regret that when, your tier 2 start falling in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's Dark Series for you, Like you have to have a good start. Top lane, Omar sleeping in.
Look at this 167 move speed, breaking through the trees, but still killed off. Nice usage of their Metamorphosis level 2, and even the reflection coming in handy there for the kill. So Omar, he's going to have some heavy lifting to do here, but he's got some broad shoulders. We'll see how he can keep things moving along. Toby
this is the only lane he can kill, honestly. Because he can't gank the TA. He can't play his own lane, so the top lane is the only lane he can kill, the Beastmaster.
That might result in a kill. Toby's got brown boots. He doesn't have Surge for a couple more seconds trying to escape into the trees, but the trees, they're not your friend. Vacuum. Okay, so there's a unique interaction about Vacuum and why that didn't stun Nightfall. For whatever reason, it's like this as well with Skewer from Magnus. Hold on, Shad is in trouble. He's going to be okay, though. Not enough DPS here, and instead Save taking a lot of damage here. Kaori going into just the damaging Silencer build is going to be incredibly annoying. But the point is, basically, it's some Magnus spell. I don't remember if it's Skewer or if instead it's the Horn Toss. but they do break trees, but first they apply the movement. So that's why Monkey King is not stunned for, the duration that maybe you think he should be off of that. Toronto Tokyo is going to try and actually steal a bounty rune here. Icarus dive in a little bit early, but there's no vacuum because the cooldown is so long. He outright clicks Toby. That's the mid lane experience coming in handy. He ought to dive for this, and in the meantime, it's Omar who is going to at least be able to kill Save on the other side of the map, but he was not able to steal away the bounty rune. Sorry, make that the wisdom rune, so this is still quite a big loss overall for Quest, considering they lose out on any wisdom.
But they got 2 kills. Maybe it's the reason.
Still, no, maybe if Noob gets a kill. He just runs in and Echo Slams. Absolute Giga Chad move. Able to find the kill alongside Omar, who is going to prevent any follow-up. Ramble Maze not connecting. Save has the damage, though. Level 3 Shadow Realm as he puts up the ward for the kill. What's going on? This is such a bloody match. Nightfall takes this opportunity as well to dive underneath the tower. Picks up the kill onto Toby. Does not stop here, Winter, the action.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that BetBoom wants to play with their lineup. Fast and furious, kills after kills after kill. Control rune. Yep. 8-minute rune.
Oh, wow. The minus armor damage is pretty insane. He might take down just Fire Spirits. Indeed, he does. Not have enough HP regen. In the meantime, though, Omar able to take away this DD rune. Toby, doesn't really want to go in against a level 7 Templar Assassin when he only has the Ring of Health, so he's just going to have to watch Omar get ran down. He will fall. Top lane, it's going to be Nightfall going through the Twin Gate now, assisted by the Primal Roar. Look at the coordination around the map. Can barely keep up with it. It's like a boxer just constantly attacking here. Boom. Easily winning, all 3 lanes, can we call it, Winter?
Yes, sir. And on top of that, using the Twin Gate to gank, I think this is something that a lot of the carries are getting really, really good at, understanding when you shove out the lane. Because the old way of playing is that you shove out the lane, you go to jungle. But right now, you shove out the lane and you Twin Gate to top the kill. And if the kill doesn't happen, you jungle in their map, on their side. I mean, this is just making the game very, very snowbally if you can actually do this consistently. When you pick a lane owning safe laner like Monkey King, you win your lane and you win your off lane as well.
Oh, Toby does spawn a couple of illusions now. There is a supernova ready to be used here. That's a silencer TPing on in. We'll see what they can get done here. Looks like threatening to close the door as well is the Nature's Prophet, so not going to end up using the supernova there. I'm not sure how that spell interaction would have worked, because I know Last Word does its damage before the spell takes place.
You get damage first, so if you don't have enough HP, you just die.
But doesn't he just immediately turn into an egg and become invulnerable? Right?
Yeah.
Because it damages the hero, but the hero's off the map as soon as you press Supernova. I'm not sure actually what would happen. Either way, that was not going to be a wise place to use the Supernova. I'm just curious as to what would have happened.
I think it behaves similar to the Pugna Ward, where you cast your spell and you die before your spell comes out.
I don't know if I've ever done that as a Phoenix, though, so that's why I'm trying to remember. I know it works like that for anything else, like Disruption or something, right? So maybe it does work the same way for a Phoenix Supernova. I'm going to have to retest that. Toby is just, absolutely no mercy here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch Toby. Nightfall, high-fires the tower. Does not have a stun, and I think lacks the damage even with the Echo Saber and the Jingu Mastery. Over mid-low, even more action as there's a Supernova, which is going to get through Noob very easily. A GPK and save as well. This is just chaos. This is, and not in favor of Quest Esports, unfortunately for them. They have basically nothing cooking for them.
To the naked eye, it's chaos. But to teams, to players, it's all coordinated aggression. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, shuffling out waves. Every wave where they are playing on the map is precisely where they should be playing to allow all the sequence of events to happen.
That's true. It seems like chaos to me. And maybe to Quest it feels chaotic because everywhere they go, everywhere they try and farm,
it's like, what's happening? Why are they here?
Yeah.
Why are there so many heroes here? Why am I even dying?
Oh, the vacuum. Did they really vacuum for Toby? Because he was going to CS the range creep? Is that... It couldn't have been mid.
Desperate he is, man. He's poor.
That's unbelievable. BetBoom really playing the mental game as well. And Noob, what can he do against Toronto Tokyo either? Still has Icarus dive, of course. So he's just out of there. this is starting to look hard. I mean, anywhere they try and farm, with the exception of where Shad's supposed to be farming, the safest farm right now has to go to the TB, right? It's the only way that they take this game later. Just getting pushed back, they're getting farmed. And taking bets. GPK has himself already the Dragon Lance. Maybe getting a little bit too aggressive here. They thought about committing the TP. Illusion Rune is going to spawn in for Noob as he runs into that second Bramble. Receiving a little bit of assistance now from Toby. We'll see when he wants to actually use this illusion, but he's got that one for a rainy day saved up. We'll be going
I mean,
for
it is really rough right now for Quest. They have to try to take a good fight with the dagger on Earthshaker. I think that's the best thing they can do right now. Try to chill the next couple of minutes, finish the dagger, and with the global silence, try to win a fight from there. If that play does not work, the game is just going to snowball out of control. I mean, right now it's already out of control, you know?
Yeah, it's getting there, Winter. Pure obviously he's finished off his Helm 1, but into the Helm 2 here rather quickly. And once he has that, he's going to start, taking away more of this map control. What little you have on Quest, it'll end up going to Pure here momentarily. Nightfall, supported by Save, will finally be able to take down this Tier 1 tower. Not like this is expected anyway. They just won the lane that hard. And eventually it'll go down. I mean, the only reason Nightfalls had to leave this lane was to chase Toby down for a kill or to TP top and get a kill in return. I mean, he's just been having an excellent game so far on the Monkey King. He already has a Maelstrom and an Echo Saber.
Yeah, the next time he moves is going to be definitely for Roche.
This is...
And normally you see Monkey Kings go Dazzle, but this game, because you are playing against a Terrorblade, high armor, so Maelstrom is a much better option, to deal with the Terrorblade and the illusions.
And I think it's a good idea to try and diversify your damage, right? Like you're saying against him. You've got pretty good magic damage between your Phoenix and your Willow, but your third core Beastmaster also has a good amount of magic as well.
And TA is also going to get a Dazzle, so you don't really have to get two.
But, it'll help because you see what Quest is building, like I mentioned earlier. Toby going for this early Crimson Guard is going to make a pretty big difference here in some of these early fights. Pardon me, like you say, alongside that Blink Dagger that the Shaker's going for, Kaori as well. Eventually, we'll have an opportunity to use a Global Silence. Oh, okay, he dodged the uphill attack there on the Melt Strike. That allows him to live. Little stroke of luck for him.
Meanwhile, Omar scanned the Wisdom Runes, so he made sure no one was there before he TP in, so they were able to get 2 of the Wisdom Runes.
Very good. Very good. That's, I mean, and these little plays could really go a long way. Toby has Crimson Guard now coming his way. There's a Blink Dagger now for Noob. It's on the courier, so he's not going to show it on this way.
Time to fight, Richie.
I agree.
I'm
seeing a lot of systems basically go green for a fight. I think if you wait another minute, basically you'll have also a Spirit Vessel up on Omar. I mean, at least to reduce the healing of this level 2 Sunray a little bit more, should that come out. And also the Vlad's lifesteal. I mean, I think it's important. I think, you might as well wait for it here. Oh, Omar. I don't think they quite catch him. Wow, Save is farmed. He already has a Yule Scepter. That's something here.
You can use it to set up. You can use it to remove the global.
Yeah,
it's a very good item.
It's a great item. It's just expensive. That's all I mean. 15-minute Yule Scepter on a support, you're having a very good game here. And in fact, this could lead to the first Roche. Deso not up yet for GPK, but of course he has essentially 2 Meld Strikes, as well as only a level 1 Inner Beast. This might not be quite as fast as it could be, but I think it'll be fast enough. And Quest Esports seem to not have an idea that it's going on, or if they do, they don't intend to contest it. They're continuing to get their farm over in the mid lane.
I don't think there's much they can do. They just have to use this time to get up items on Terrorblade. He's about to finish his Manta. He's gonna need Manta, Butterfly, Skadi. These are the 3 items he's gonna need this game.
Yeah.
And then eventually BKB.
I guess it just, for me, it feels a little bit bad, right? Because if you're not going to be fighting then, I mean, the Blink Dagger on Shaker is always good, but I think it does take a little bit of wind out from this Crimson Guard purchase that Toby finally has. We'll see. I mean, Quest, they seem to be fighting, so maybe they think now is the time, as they seem to do. They just saw that TA trap get placed down, so they know the TA is in the area, and they see movement up above. Blink Dagger forward from Noob. Echo Slam as well. I think only catching one. Vac Wall as well, only onto the Willow, so Save just eating everything right now. Is Pure looking to turn. Omar just dying now to GPK as Shad, backing him up a little bit. The NP is able to escape at the very least, but down goes the Supernova. It's just going to be nuking through these heroes. Look at Nightfall joining the fight now. Is not going to be able to quite get through Shad, though, because he just has enough mana for the Sunder. Is going to be able to receive now that Surge to escape back to safety. The rest of Quest not looking nearly as good here. They try and force a fight and really go reaching for it. GPK still going to conserve the Aegis at the end of the day. The net worth lead grows to 10k, Winster. Not the fight Quest we're looking for.
Yeah, not the best jump for sure. He jumped onto the Dark Widow solo, and
yeah,
the Dark Widow, he was able to actually react and got his Shadow Realm off. I think even if they killed the Dark Widow, say they burst her from full to nothing, I still feel like the fight is difficult for them to take.
I think they needed more than a two-man Echo there. If they can catch at least the Beastmaster in the fight, in the Echo, I think that fight has a chance, especially because Nightfall wasn't really in the area to immediately capitalize. A Supernova could have been, easily focused, but without that happening in that order, it's not really the best, especially once Vac Wall is used and it's still only onto a Willow. It's a feels bad.
Nope. Oh, that was close. Able to blink his way out, so dodging the gank.
Wow, I mean, Tokyo's got a Midas. Sorry, that's nice.
He doesn't have to buy anything. I mean, that's the beauty of Phoenix here. You don't need anything. Like, whether you buy a Midas or not, the hero still functions the same way. The only reason you wouldn't buy Midas is sometimes you feel like maybe it's too greedy and you want to get your items with stats that help you fight.
Right. I've seen a couple games where support Phoenixes will just go straight. Maybe not Refresher, but yeah, the Scythe I've seen quite commonly.
Sometimes you get a use if you're playing in Silencer, or maybe you're playing against like some LC that you need a dispel.
Some DP hero, something like that.
Yeah. But overall, the hero there's nothing that the hero particularly needs to buy in a game, That's why you often see Midas. And sometimes you don't know what you want to buy. So when you don't know what you want to buy, you have to wait and think. You buy a Midas and think about it.
Yep, that's right. You invest in your thinking. You do.
You invest in the future.
Yeah, that's always a wise thing. Kaori here is, oh goodness, he didn't even destroy the trap. I think he's just going to die. Meld Strike, not enough damage. Okay, that was a scary moment. That was a scary moment.
I mean, he has a medallion, so he has 5 extra armor.
Makes a big deal. Makes a really big deal.
Yeah, BetBoom right now, they're going to sweep the map with the smoke onto Beastmaster and Will. They're going to just kill whoever they find, and Shad, he's hiding. He just wants to send his illusions out.
Yep. He's got to be careful though, right? Because if he sends... Yeah, he's TPing out after this illusion. Okay, good. Because, they'll eventually hunt you down. If they can find out where these illusions are coming from, you might not last too long. But the smoke is not going to pan into anything here, seemingly. As Shad is going to have his illusion beat up by the Ancient Granite Golem. And instead, BetBoom, we'll see how far they want to push it. Seems like they may look to make a move for the enemy's Tormentor, as they are starting to approach this tier 2 tower. Oh, top lane. Pardon me, top lane. It's just a kill on... Oh, just a kill onto Omar. Okay, I thought it was more. I mean, Nightfall, he'll pick up kills where he can, right? He doesn't... Not too upset by this.
And this is actually a pretty big kill, because the MPs has been split pushing for quite some time. They needed somebody to stop it, and Monkey King is one of the better ones to hunt down the Nature's Prophet.
Wow. Okay, double meld for the Tormentor. That's taken down instantly. Unable to find a jump in. So has that level 1 Echo Slam here on the Shaker. His farm has been not phenomenal, unfortunately. He's got less farm than save. I was looking for him on the net worth charts and had to look a lot lower than I thought I would. But that's kind of the way this game, unfortunately, has broken down from. Feels like a repeat of how Tundra were able to take the game just previously here in our last series.
Yeah, you definitely do not expect the team that has Nature's Prophet to be far behind from the start to the mid game.
Yeah.
I mean, lanes has not been going well, for Quest this game. Like, BetBoom gave them a laning phase lesson, I would say.
That they did.
Laning 101.
That they did. Felt like I was watching oh no, Omar is going to get caught again here, by the way. Maybe he can deny himself to the... No, he can't deny himself to the Tormentor. A little bit of, yeah, like you said, the laning experience here. A lesson to try and be learned, but And again, the team fight's still really good from Quest, right? So BetBoom can't be careless when they look to push into high ground. But we have hit that first Roshan kind of foothold time that I had asked you about in the draft. And Winter, I think it's safe to say that BetBoom have certainly built themselves a lead in this game, up 14K, make that at 21 minutes.
Yep, this is a pretty sizable lead already for the first Roche. And like you said, the high ground is going to be troublesome for them. With when you're playing against Earthshaker, you're playing against a vacuum wall, it's going to be very annoying. You need to have like a very big lead. You need to have buybacks, you need to have A-gaze cheese before you can actually push the high ground. What they're doing right now is they're just choking out the map and trying to lower the percentage of something going wrong, when they're pushing the high ground. Try to build as big of a lead as you can.
Keep your eye on that blue arrow, right? So we're looking at a blue arrow, and what do players call this? What's the 10th position?
Blue arrow?
Yeah, on the minimap, right? Because you can see Nightfall where he's at, and if you ever see that, what color is Omar's slot hero? I feel like I'm colorblind. Is that gray?
Brown?
The icon.
I mean, he's brown.
Yeah. So if you ever see those colliding, you know that Nightfall is hunting correctly. Look, I don't know. That wasn't like a bait. I wasn't trying to bait you or anything. I just don't know what color it is. I always get it wrong. Yule Scepter from save for fun.
Memorize the slots, Richie. All right, we have a roll.
Toby, I think he's just gonna die. Got off the Crimson Guard and everything as well, but still goes down. They did commit Supernova and Wukong's command, so kind of a big commitment here out from BetBoom, but they're happy to exchange that for a kill onto the support. Omar is gonna run into save, and I think there's no TP not from this one, as there's gonna be plenty of damage into the Bedlam. Omar trying to TP away, but the damage is just overwhelming.
Yeah, kind of messed up the combo a little bit, but whatever, Still has enough damage to kill.
Yeah.
I mean, I like how they committed all their spells for the Darksteel kill, because you're playing against Global and Echo Sam, If you, for some reason, lag a little bit of damage for that kill, Global and Echo, you're just gonna lose a lot of heroes,
That's a good point, and you're probably not gonna make a serious push for high ground either until you get this Aegis under your hands.
Yep.
So,
it's just a kill, So you don't want to risk too much.
Roar back up.
And right now you see a gem. You see a gem on Toronto Tokyo. That's great. Whenever you're ahead in the game, you should always get a gem to remove all the enemy's vision.
Okay, hold on. This is maybe a moment now for Quest. There's an Eye of Scotty completed on Shad, so lots of stats, and of course, the all-important slow Nightfall. I don't know if they know where he is in the trees. Now they've seen him, but Noob unable to get the jump in time, and well, if you don't jump a monkey, he's gonna spring away halfway across the map. Very, very common phrase. I've heard it many times. Toby, vacuum, onto just one. Okay, Pierre gonna counter initiate yet again. Omar just waiting in the wings here as the Yule Scepter used defensively onto Noob. It'll set himself up for a hard time now as the BKB activated.
Nice
Global
terrorize.
Silence at least prevents the Wukong's command, but the Terrorize allows Noob to do nothing. Shad is gonna turn and fight now. Out comes the Wukong's command and the wall, but no vacuum to follow suit as GPK sprouted up is gonna be stopped from killing Toby. Immediate Blink Echo onto 2. That's a nice one save. It's gonna go down 500 gold now for Noob. Might just make that buyback worth it, but what more can they get out from this fight? No more global, no more vac wall. There is a supernova that's going to be turning onto 3 now. GPK going invis, but they have the detection. Shad will be able to nuke him down. They at least get through Toby, as it's going to be Omar as well to fall. But without the BKB here, they're actually vulnerable, and Nightfall is taken down. Shad's got 2 kills and 2 big cores at that, Winter. It's 1,300 gold net worth swing alone in those kills for the core TB.
Noob?
Oh no, is Noob gonna die? Okay, I thought Noob was gonna die to the Golem.
Yeah, that was worth the double buybacks that they have to use. Getting the kills on the TV, because eventually Terrorblade is the win condition. He needs to get to the stage where he's level 20, then he has his Butterfly, Skadi, Manta. Those are the items that he's gonna need under the levels. Yeah. And then you'll start to see the TA struggle to do anything to the TB, So BetBoom, they have to be careful, Like if they give away one more fight like that, the TB is gonna become unkillable. And Roche is out.
Potentially a game-winning sentry ward there by Kaori, by the way. Now he's got the gem in his possession, so that item, pulled away out from under BetBoom. And it's Toronto Tokyo. Well, we've got another one, actually. I think this is his, pardon me. It seems like Quest have decided to buy their own.
He's queuing a Midas on the silence.
Do you support that? He doesn't know what to buy. He's just investing.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you get given the stage of the game? And the only way they win is like if the game goes really long. I mean, I'm not saying I'm recommending getting a Midas. I mean, I'm not saying I'm recommending it, but I would rather get like something like Aeon Disc, Ghost Scepter, anything that can help me, or even like a 4-star. Just get a 4-star to run away, to help your team run away, or help yourself run away.
What I'm hearing is the item is winter approved.
Why do you always do this?
Invest in Midas in your pubs, and if anyone ever tries to prove you wrong, you tell them that Winter said it's okay.
You know, Midas is one of my least purchased items, so why would I do that?
It's a good point, Winter. It's a good point. Careful though. Another fight incoming here, potentially, as Quest Esports are getting a pretty good position here. There's 5 Lotuses in that pool, but right now, eyes on the prize, which is Roche. Aegis onto GPK, Cheese onto Nightfall. It's into the active inventory as well. Seems like Quest are going to be unable to really find a fight here. They have been scouted, though, behind the boar, so BetBoom, they know something's around. Whether or not they're going to be able to find a jump, though, an entirely different question. Lingering in the area, though, cutting waves. They're playing around their own ward, but
they killed the BKB.
Yeah, he loses his courier. That's a big move here. No BKB here for the Beastmaster. BetBoom again playing right around the ward, very disciplined, and will now take the opportunity to smoke up themselves.
The Terrorblade is so close to his butterfly, though. I feel like they should just let him finish it. It's such a big item.
He just needs that talisman, basically 400 gold.
Yeah, I mean, what is TA and Monkey gonna do to you? And even the Beast, when you're a butterfly, they can't kill you.
That struggle. Seems like you kind of just have to tank a full supernova, basically, until you're really under any pressure. Gotta agree with you. BetBoom, for now, their move is to just sweep across the map, cut waves, and force back Quest. They will not be able to prevent this butterfly, I believe. Careful, though. That's Omar. He jumped and killed yet again. Does pick up the wisdom rune for his team, though, so that's something. I believe that's another double wisdom, is it? It is, as Toby is able to pick up the radiant one. So Quest, after losing the two first wisdom runes, pardon me, are able to recover the next 4 consecutively. So the XP difference, it's, a little bit rough still for sure, but now that we're paused, we can take a look at the graph, and you can actually kind of see, especially with this most recent pickup, the XP advantage kind of take a dip, and that helps a lot in these fights. Getting closer to maxing your skills, especially for these supports. That level 2 ultimate now that Kaori has, was that an extra 0.75 seconds of global silence? That might be enough to make a difference. So these things add up. I can guarantee you Silencer would not be level 12 right now if they didn't get the last 4 wisdom runes. No way. That's so much XP, and you can just see how constricted the map now feels for Quest. But I would say, Winter, Quest putting on a pretty good class here in terms of how you play from behind. Taking the one fight on their big item, playing around your vision, and going for the
using
D-wards.
buybacks.
Yeah, using buybacks, buying Midas on your support Silencer at 29 minutes. These are ways to get back into the game. I mean, the last one was a bit facetious. You'll have to pardon me for that. But everything else has been very patient. They're not going to be the ones to make a mistake. They're keeping Shad up on the high ground. They're going to say, hey, for this Aegis period, you're going to have to come up to our high ground. Or we're taking a fight under our vision. We'll see what it'll be, because it looks like they're, going to smoke up.
Yeah, they're giving themselves the best chance to stay in the game, doing all the correct little things, all the small little things.
Buyback situation is looking bad, though, for Quest.
If they messed up one fight, the TB is going to... I feel like he's going to just carry the game, if they mess up one fight from here on.
He's got Butterfly. He doesn't have BKB, right? But Butterfly being available does give him a lot more confidence in these fights.
Are they getting MKB on anyone right now?
Not that I can see. TA's got a lot of money. It would seem very natural there as well for the... Yeah, Monkey King's got one queued up after his full harpoon. So I'd expect 2 here quite shortly, to be honest with you.
Let me ask you a law question.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you feel like it's unfair that Monkey King has to buy Monkey King bar?
I think what you should have to do for Monkey King to get his Monkey King bar, doesn't he steal it from like a whale or something? Right?
A whale?
Yeah, he steals it from like the whale god, right? In the Chinese lore. Not in Dota. I don't know where he gets his Monkey King bar in Dota. But I think traditionally he steals it.
Yeah. Damn, how do you know that?
Come on, Winch. I've lived in KL for 4 years. You don't think I know a little bit of Chinese lore by now? Hold on, Noob. Getting jumped does not have BKB. Cut initiation. Ooh, global silence. They need to save him, but they just can't because Nightfall BKB'd it off. Would have been unaffected by a vac wall, and Toby can't save him with the Crimson nor the Guardian Greaves. So Noob dying basically for a mid-wave there. And my whole point was, Winter, I think if there's a Tide Hunter in the game who's in the farthest western point in the map while it's still in water and Monkey King kills him, he should you know, get an MKB. That makes sense. Didn't expect me to actually know lore, huh? No respect. No respect.
I'm so sorry. I underestimated you.
Toby getting caught, setting up now for plenty of pain. So there's going to be a Sunray, a Supernova, and of course the Meld Strike right on top. BetBoom wasting no opportunities here to just exert influence and map control, take down objectives. It's, you know, the game was previously in a pretty scary situation here. Still winnable, I have to say, for Quest, but they have to start stringing some of their ultis together. They can't just keep losing cores, especially around the map.
Oh, he's building Data's last on the chariot. I don't know if I like it. I feel like he just needs BKB so that he doesn't get interrupted by all the small little annoying spells, you know, the Curse Crown, the Terrorize, you know, the Sunray.
It's still, I mean, it's a mid-wave, but that's all they get actually with Aegis number 2. So, you know, down but not out our Quest by any means here. Not to mention that the trap silence, by the way, as we can see now onto Shad being really annoying. Potentially stopping Asunder. Does have himself that Manta style, right? So has a Dispel, but might need another one. We'll see if that ends up making a difference. So another Tormentor killed off here by BetBoom. Giving Pure now his Ag Shard. More Hawks at the ready. Omar back alive again, starting to push out these waves and become even more annoying. I don't know, man. Quest, I mean, it's crazy to say this, right? 30k in 33 minutes. But until I see an MKB, I'm not counting them out. Problem is, they got maybe like 3 minutes until MKB number 1 is out, and that'll be first for the Templar. Shad's going to have Crystallis up in the meantime. Maybe not the full Daedalus. He was so desperate as well to get this BKB finished up. You can see he's farming in pretty perilous positions, relatively speaking. We've got pretty good intel where the rest of BetBoom are just because of how the waves have been pushed, but...
I mean, I don't know. I think it's risky, you know, not to get the BKB, you know, finishing this later. So I feel like he could just die.
Okay, they're just going to open it up. They're going to try to get through GPK here. Gets the Force Staff away. The vac wall didn't really connect. Winter, the vacuum wall. GPK getting focused down by Omar, but he can't win that 1v1. Not even with Kyari at the hands. Now Noob, stunned up and killed as without the BKB. He could not dispel that root, but they do actually get through GPK. It's a very good trade.
But now meta is down. I mean, they also use the egg. But maybe BetBoom can actually just go back once meta is out. They still have the Wukong's command. They can just put the Wukong's command ring, hit the racks.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a big loss here, especially because it might just lead into a potential Roche now from Quest. Roche will not spawn until at least, 35 and some change. That'll be right in control here of where Quest are just are, and they've got a ward already, in fact, on that Twin Gate point. So this could be the opportunity that they need. There's no tier 1 up either for BetBoom. I mean, things are, we're starting to see a very viable path forward here.
Yeah, this is just basically the hero-to-hero matchup, like Terrible is always going to have like a good late game matchup against all the Radiant lineup heroes,
I don't know though. I mean, there's an MKB up. He's killed the Jet. It's a whale or something, right? It's a whale god.
Yeah, that's why I feel like I don't like the Daedalus, I think he needs to just get BKB so he can just stand and fight, If he can't dish out the damage with a BKB, like even you have a Daedalus, you get terrorized, then what, you're not going to be able to right-click anything. I mean, like you say, you're going to be counting on what? Your Manta dodge against the Terrorize?
Yeah, I mean, against a Terrorize, against Trap Silence, he's even, could be the death of you. I mean, obviously the Roar is going to be a problem either way, but I'm also completely surprised that he's not considering it. Another smoke play now for BetBoom. They're not going to wait for this Roche. It is just another 10 seconds. Looking for an opportunity in. Those wards are going to be scouted, though, thanks to a preemptive sentry. So they're going to send now the TB illusions to dispatch of them. But tier 3 tower taking some damage. The Sprout here does not cancel, the Blink Dagger of GPK, though, and had a Force Staff as well to get him back to safety. Okay, roar on in. Shad was up a bit too aggressively. Global size, but that might not be enough to save it because there's BKBs all around. Shad needs us under target. Found one. Will be able to live through that bout of damage. Where's the counter initiation? Noob in with the Echo Slam. It catches 3. The follow-up fissure. A thing of beauty. That's what quest we're waiting for. They'll get the kill. Only 2 supports. We'll see what else they can find as Pure barely managing to TP away. They need a core here, I think, Winter. Or they just need to break off and go right for Roche. But Quest, they will hold on. They're not tapping out of this game yet.
No core, but they got the gem. You know, they got the gem away from BetBoom, so that's also a pretty good win. Like you're 30k behind. You know, like even though you kill the 2 supports, I feel like that's good enough for Quest. They're gonna get to the stage where the Terrorblade is gonna have level 20. He's gonna have his next item. I mean, that's what I was worrying about. You know, if you don't have the BKB, there's always a chance you get jump and you're gonna die from the magic damage. And he almost died there.
Yeah, I mean, very true, right? I mean, just a nice blink on it. Very aggressive positioning considering they knew there was an observer ward there. But it should maybe give an opportunity now for Quest to consider taking another fight outside of the base, potentially even near that Roche pit.
Phoenix is dead. They want to go.
Phoenix is dead. There's going to be no Supernova for another 10 seconds after he respawns. I'm not sure if that's quite enough time, but if they can find a catch here, they may be able to find them, give them a little bit of a pinch. Positioning from BetBoom extremely defensive now as the TA traps being reinforced by heroes respawning and rejoining the fights. So careful here, Shad, in for potentially another roar. That Terrorize needs to come through this time. I think BetBoom have learned their lesson. Force number 1 does not get himself to the Wukong's command, and now he's in trouble. The vacuum not good enough. They will take down Shad. Toby as well, used up, dispelled, and easily finished when he comes back down to earth. Is going to end up dying. Looks like they're going to be able to TP a couple heroes away as they force the Supernova. So, no, the worst thing, but BetBoom, they're going to get what they came for, and that's Roche. GPK already waiting in the pit. It's going to be Roshan, number 3, maybe the decisive one here, Winter, into the hands of BetBoom.
Refresher for Phoenix? Nah,
yes.
Monkey. I guess Monkey.
No, Phoenix.
You dream on, you know, the supports are never going to get that item.
I think it's not too unreasonable. Maybe Pure takes it.
I mean, the call is going to tell you, I want 2 BKB charge, I want 2 Monkey ulti so I can hit the Rex. Are you going to hit the Rex? No, so shut up. Give me the refresher shot.
Oh, goodness. I think...
Can't argue with that.
You can't argue with that, unfortunately. Let's keep in mind, though, the buyback situation for BetBoom is extremely limited right now. So this is obviously a lethal push coming for Quest. What could be a lethal push, but what could also be step 1 into coming back. Global Silence back in 14 seconds. So BetBoom are not going to have a wave here to confidently push, even with this Aegis. They don't have their Supernova. So they're going to have to wait. And that, again, it gives more time for Quest to keep getting these items online.
What are they getting next? What big item? They're getting a BKB on Shaker. Might be big. I mean, Darksteel doesn't really have time to get anything big. I mean, it's just the Shaker. And the BKB on Terrorblade. Yeah, BKB on Terrorblade. I feel like that would be the biggest.
He still has that Daedalus finished first, though, in the quick buy. Oh, no. Noob going down there is a big loss. It's dead for 70. Yeah, they did.
The power of the Sleight of Vice on a hero like Dark Willow, you know?
Yeah, Sleight of Vice and the Shivas as well for the Vision. This is... and the gem's also been returned. This is going to be really troublesome. They're also going to have a hard time, killing this Phoenix because he has a locked Aeon disc in his inventory. So as long as he's not muted, either through a Scythe of Vice or something like that, he's going to be able to always assemble that, even if he's stunned, and probably get off a Supernova. Will dispel, of course, the global. So this next fight, I mean, you know, BetBoom, they've got a lot of gold, and they've invested that into items that should allow them to easily take a fight here. They've got this 25 talent now, Wukong's command ring. There's Nightfall, he's just into the base, waiting for an opportunity here. Quest really trying to make sure that they don't have to buy back on the Shaker, might not have a choice. As the Siege is going to get set now onto the Tier 3. That's the Fortify use now, which they're not going to get another one here because they've already lost to Tier 3. Not for another 5 minutes anyway. It's not going to really save the structures, but it does give enough time for Quest to get the Shaker back. It's all in then for these bottom lanes. Again, the back wall, it's a good one into the Echo Slam. They nearly get through GPK, and in fact, they will. Sunray, though, on top of the Supernova, gets through Shad. He also used the Metamorphosis there, so he's going to buy back, but he's not going to have it here. How much can Quest really hope to do, especially as they've lost 2 additional heroes? The fight has gone lopsided, the odds stacked against them as BetBoom team looking to close out game number 1. They've found Noob. He's going to have a buyback, Winter. He's going to probably be forced to use it as well, but I just don't see how they hold against this. I don't see what stops BetBoom from just chasing down tier 4s.
That looked amazing, the vacuum into Echo. But it was not enough. They only killed the Aegis.
Oh, and I don't think it's going to be enough. There's buyback now from Noob. Demon Zeal out from Shad gives him something, but again, he's just surrounded by all these brambles. I have not secured Megas yet, I have to say, from BetBoom. I think they've just realized it now, as Nightfall is going to go back for it. He's got his own Refresher Aura, by the way, so the Shard is still, what, on Pure? Or I think it was utilized? Yeah, it was used in that fight. So again, it's going to be Quest Esports that live to see another fight. But again, still without meta for 80 seconds, Winter. This is getting really desperate. And I'm also surprised BetBoom just didn't finish the game there, to be quite honest with you. Maybe they like team fights.
Yeah, they're showing a lot of respect. They don't have cooldowns, they don't have ulti on Phoenix, they don't have Roar, so they just wanted to wait. They're taking no chances. Waiting for the next set of items to be delivered.
Yeah, massing the gold.
It's very disciplined play, you know, even though they could have maybe gotten Megas, you know. But the risk towards reward ratio, I think I like what they're doing.
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be the right choice. Even if it is going to be a little bit slower, methodical. You know, net them eventually a win here. Because it's just not really been coming together, unfortunately, for Quest. Just, I think, a little bit out of sync here, basically, but they're not far from making this work. You can see it starting to come together. I think just the problem for them is all these items, this Aeon Disc in particular, stopping them from getting that kill once it's around a Tokyo as he just assembles it and pops the Supernova, makes the fight impossible. This Butterfly is well nullified by the MKBs. Okay, I didn't know the Hawks would go onto the Tormentors. That's pretty funny. Flying into the building.
You learn something every day.
All right, they are going to be able to jump. Kyori does have buyback, so you can buy back in global. That's okay. An acceptable loss, but now they need to get something. That's a 3-man vacuum. But Toby, he's bought back earlier in the fight. He didn't even get the wall off. He might not be able to, as he will go down. Kyori bought back for the global silence. Doesn't really get much. Toby now has buyback. Part of me, I was mistaken there, as Shad feared, uprooted, and killed by the Wukongs. Oh no, the Boundless Strike. They're doing the work. Now it's just going to have to be the game. BetBoom. And just too far up. Quest Esports wiped off the face of the earth, and it's going to be BetBoom winning in game number 1.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, you know, they did well from behind Quest. They gave themselves a chance in the game still, even though they were so far behind after the laning phase. Played some decent Dota, made some good decisions about the game. But eventually the lead was just like way too big, you know, and maybe some item choices that are not the most optimal. Resulted them not being able to win the subsequent team fights, you know. But at the end of the day, BetBoom played a really good early game. They played well from the lanes. They snowballed from there, controlled the map, took Roshan after Roshan after Roshan. Their supports played amazing, and they put in a lot of like hard work to win this game, you know. So they definitely deserved it.
Yep, I mean, definitely nets them the game there. And phenomenally well played here for BetBoom team, who will take a win in game number 1. There's some happiness and some emotion out from Toronto, Tokyo. Always a nice one, like you say. And when you do get to play a game on the Phoenix. Again, you know, it's just difficult, right? Maybe a draft issue, the way that the lanes played out super early on, making things feel pretty much impossible for Quest. Again, I really commend them, though, for their tenacity in that game. The ability for them, for me to reasonably say they're 30k behind, they still have a good shot. You know, a couple things go differently. I think, in particular, the fight where they try and contest the Roche or find a fight around the Roche pit not going their way, especially maybe feeling a little bit like the nail in the coffin for them there. But other than that, I have to only, again, give them compliments. I think they played really well considering the state of the game.
Yeah, I think if they'd gotten the vacuum into Echo much earlier in the previous fights, I felt like they could have definitely won the game. They got it. I mean, they still got it in the end, but it was too late already. They lost too many buildings in the base. They were already too far behind. There was still a chance, but it also needed the enemy to make a huge mistake, for them to be able to come back into the game, And at the end of the day, you don't want to play the game and just wait for the enemy to mess something up, You want to be able to have a better chance of winning the game. So they have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they have to do in the laning phase, and try to fix certain, maybe picks in the game so that they can actually play the early game.
Indeed, and I think that's going to start from the draft, where I believe this time they will also have priority. So we are going to get to see how that changes as we're going to go to a quick break. And when we return, it'll be Quest taking on BetBoom in game number 2. We'll see you then.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been lost to war. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's BetBoom who win in game number 1 as Quest Esports are unable to recover from a laning stage. I don't want to say disaster, but a nightmare, more or less. We'll see how they look to recover in game number 2 as our draft nearly about to begin here. So you can Strike and Winter on the call with you. Winter, check in with us. What are we thinking here? What's the path back to victory here for Quest?
Funny you said nightmare. I immediately thought of Bane, so they need to pick Bane and put the nightmare on them.
Okay, I think that
strat.
works well. I love it when you know. By the 4th game of the day, Winter, your humor, you start all the way up here. You're talking about, philosophy. You're talking about was Kant really a bad or a good guy? And then by the end, you're falling all the way to my humor, which is like make joke about name. Good stuff.
That's when you know it's a long day.
It's not so bad. Come on now. Especially when the games have been this good. And we are hoping for, I think, a little bit of a closer game. Number 2, Winter. Game 1, not really panning out into the mega team fights that we were hoping for. Granted, I think that was due to a lot of patience from BetBoom team, which they ought to be commended for. Never giving the opportunity to really allow themselves to be wombo comboed. I was even a little bit going, come on, boys, end the game. But in retrospect, it was the right view. It was the right move, sorry.
Like the way you push high ground nowadays, it's all more about how can you make the chances of something going wrong as slim as possible. That's all the kills you give away when you're this far ahead. It's too much goal, Gives people so much. Like you can be leading 30k. You take one bad fight. And then you just feel like I just fed away like 15k goal or 20k goal, And on top of that, my lineup is supposed to be ahead, right? The enemy drafted a late game lineup. So that remaining 10-15k lead is like nothing, You don't.
I thought we were going to approach that moment even after Quest Esports managed to win a fight around the cliff ward. Remember with the good Echo Slam and everything else that followed up from there, but unfortunately, they just couldn't continue panning that in. They got one good vac Echo Slime into the global, and then they try and take another fight outside of the base, and things get significantly more difficult for them there. So difficult times, but certainly not impossible, I think, for Quest in this kind of a matchup. Again, but when your problems stem from the lanes and you're playing against a team just infamous for their ability to dominate from the laning stage, more so than even Quinn would acknowledge that Shopify Rebellion are, and that's really saying something because that's normally how Shopify win their games. This is a serious point of analysis, Winter. There ain't nothing to laugh about here. What do you do? This is the team. They win their lanes. That's what they do. How do you play into this?
I would recommend picking Chen and Enchantress.
Okay, just lane dominators, just people that just don't lose lanes, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know if actually they play those heroes on their supports, because I don't think the way they play their other heroes gives me even a little bit of confidence that they'll be able to play Chen or Enchantress, because the way their position 5 plays is like he's always gonna be on some team fight, big AoE hero that can play the dead lane, push out waves, and Chen doesn't really fit his play style. And even on the position 4, he's more like a initiating hero, like spell casting. He likes to play Rubik, Dark Willow, Mirana. He likes to set up kills for his team, and it's not exactly like a Enchantress Chen. You to be able to play Enchantress Chen, you need to have the guy that has the mindset of I'm not gonna have fun, but I'll suck the fun out of the enemy.
Absolutely. You need to be a little bit greedy as well, right? I think ultimately Chen he's a greedy support. He takes space. He does a lot for you in the lane, undeniably. But then he takes your jungle. He comes out with a mech. These days a solar crest as well. We tend to see, and yeah, and you need to let him have that space. And it can be a little bit greedy. And if it's not something your team is used to, then you need to look through other avenues. For Kaori, we'll see what that extends to and that entails as we do head into draft number 2 here of our series.
Look at that man. Look at his face. He's the man. He looks like the man that just, oh my god, what do we do against the laning face?
It's tough, man. It's tough. You know what you're facing. You've probably known for some time because this is your first match. You always want to start off on a win. I mean, who doesn't want to win every game if you're a competitor? But especially your first one, considering is momentous the right word? I think that literally means about the moment. I mean momentum. You want to get that momentum rolling early. And unfortunately for Quest, it's not going to happen in game 1, but there's still always game 2 where they do have first pick. Again, on the dire side, so I'm wondering what the priorities were this time. I didn't quite get to see them in the lobby. Did you, by chance, take a peek? Winter?
I am sorry, I did not take a peek.
Okay, well, don't worry because production's got our back. Quest Esports, they had priority and chose first pick, is what I read. So maybe this is a strat that Quest are going to be a little bit more prepared for as they do go for the Phoenix, and that'll be for Kaori. I think there's no denying that. I think the only question is, are we going to see an immediate counter pick, like
Silencer?
Snapfire, some silencer, yeah. So far, BetBoom not snapping to anything. But Quest still have one more ban following this, if I'm not, or 2 more bans, pardon me, following this, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not.
Yeah. 2 bans in the second phase for the team that's first pick because you ban 1 hero less compared to the second pick team.
Okay, and it's just a Sven. I mean, not a weak hero against the Phoenix, but not one that is going to, you know, be something as dedicated as like a Snapfire, right?
I mean, the thing with Sven is like he's a carry that's very stable in the laning phase because BetBoom team, they always prioritize the lanes a lot. They want to have a good start. And Sven also helps the support get a good game. This is something that when you talk about draft, I don't think people pay attention to all these details enough, you know. Whenever you have like a core that has a stun or has a stable laning phase, it's not just about his game, you know, but because he's a decent laner or strong laner, it helps the support's game. So the support gets a better game.
I think I see the logic you're using here, right? On people not appreciating that. I think it's very easy to extend it when you think about it for the offlaner, right? Back when look at Quest, right? I mean, you think of Quest, a lot of people still think of Amar. That is changing these days. But, you know, Amar always played this Timber hero who was able to basically lane by himself at level 3. That enabled his position 4 to maybe pick some sort of Tusk or some rotating hero. I mean, the same, and then, of course, they have a better game because they can go and farm or they can do that or secure runes and whatever, right? And it's very much a similar concept for a position 1 and 5 kind of a duo, right? I think what we tend to see and what we're conditioned by, though, is offlaners wanting to kick safe laners out pretty quickly, right? Especially when we are in a hero, in a meta so rich of, like, zoo heroes, right? I mean, there's the Beastmaster being banned.
You got it
stuff
wrong.
Like that.
It's the safe laner wants to kick the other safe laner with the twin gate out.
I mean, sure, maybe that's how it's working now these days. I certainly see that, right? But I think that's a little bit more of a developing kind of a meta. Like we're past the days of, you know, you TP to the enemy tower and then, I mean, I guess really it's just a continuation of that, just now utilizing the twin gates. Now that I think about it, maybe you're right there, Winter. Maybe you're a little bit right. Okay, I'll give that one to you. That's a nice big cup of tea, I think.
I'll buy you pisang goreng.
There it is. Thank you very much. Shadow Demon pick alongside the Sven. I think it's a good pick. You know, you get that shard online and you just demonic cleanse your Sven. And it allows him to be far less kiteable in the fights.
A hero like Sven, you always want dispels because your kit does not allow you to have all those items. You know, you don't like to buy Manta on Sven, so your only dispel is the BKB. So whenever you have Sven, I feel like a lot of the carry players, they like to have like Oracle, Abaddon on their team, you know, like something that can remove all the negative debuffs, and Shadow Demon can do it just fine. And on top of that, Shadow Demon is a hero that you can pick early because he's very different from Abaddon or the Oracle other heroes. You know, they are not as good in terms of like the game, like how strong they are in the meta right now. SZ just provides you with a save. He can stack. He does a lot of things, you know. His lane is pretty decent, laning phase. Sure. And the purge is like, the purge is also like anti-carry, you know. The enemy carries hate playing against SD, Treants, all these heroes.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think the cleanse is just so good for him, like you were saying, right, to come back full circle, because it allows you to just chase people around in the fights and not have to worry about these fire spirit slows or the fade bolts.
Another dispel. Look at this, man.
There's another one.
So they have this idea about how they have to win with Sven, which is they need all these dispel heroes to make sure that Sven cannot be controlled and he can just kill heroes. Because I said this many times already, when you are Sven, you blink in, you initiate. You want to kill and keep killing, right? If you go in, you don't kill the hero, you have to run. The fight is over, man. You're gonna lose that fight for sure.
Would you say it's similar to? Would you say it's similar to like how a Phantom Assassin wants to try and play those fights almost?
Different. PA is in and out hero. Like he likes to poke and prod, so he doesn't have to hard commit, you know. But when Sven goes in, he's hard committing. So it's very, very different.
Talk to me though about what you think about this BetBoom draft, the direction it's going, and I like you explain the idea, the concept of playing with a Sven, having a save, having obviously a strong lane, and obviously a way to get the momentum going for your LC with the Mystic Flare. That much is obvious to me. What I am seeing though, and what isn't obvious to me, Winter, is what I perceive to be a very big lack of team fight right now when you look at BetBoom and Quest Esports. How do you address that? Or is that not a concern because of the way your Sven can just start off fights? I mean, especially with this Naga, like you're looking at Song.
It's not ideal to have only like good laning heroes. Like at the end of the day, you need like a well-balanced draft. But some teams will feel that if we win the lane hard enough, there is no team fight. You can't fight me. So why do I need to draft team fight? As long as the draft can push high ground, can take Roshan, can kill buildings. If I can win my lanes and do that, why do I need team fight?
Okay, I see what you're saying there. I don't know how successful that'll be, but considering kind of how the game...
I'm recommending it. I'm just telling you.
No.
What is their logic?
Look, I asked you to justify the logic. That's what you did. You know what you know. The only thing that we have on the record that you approve of is going to be that hand of Midas on Silencer. Okay, we're
26 minutes,
29-minute Silencer Midas, and we're all in agreement there, my friend. Don't worry about that. No one's mixing your words up here. Pardon, but you know, I think compared to last game where BetBoom also had very strong lanes, they came out swinging in all three lanes. I called it chaos. You saw a method to the madness, and very clearly ended up resulting in a win for BetBoom team. I'm scared for them a little bit more this time because while their pickoff is undeniably better than what they had last game, their team fight is not. And that's maybe where Quest can look to pick them off, especially because their ease of execution is looking really easy here. Like Naga Siren, Phoenix Supernova, and like an Earthshaker. Sure, it's no vacuum into Echo Slam.
But I'll tell you, those are weak lanes, you know. Naga against LC, that's not a fun lane for Naga. I mean, it's good in the game for what they're drafting, like in the team fights, but...
That's a good point.
Sometimes there is something like too much team fight, you know. When you draft too much team fight, everything has a long cooldown, then you have weak lane, the game becomes difficult to play, you know? Earthshaker, Phoenix itself, those are already very, very big team fight heroes, long cooldowns, so you don't want to have too many of the same kind of heroes in your draft.
So we're looking for some kind of offlaner, most likely. I mean, I guess this could be...
They can defend the tower, like some underlord tight hero, Timber maybe. Like somebody that can stall and slow the game. Because the quest lineup is slow right now, they're very dependent on cooldown. So a hero that can... Oh no, I know Veno, he's going to want to play Veno, right? Oh no.
Nope, it's a tiny.
What is he playing? So he's playing Earthshaker?
Noob, you mean?
No, I mean Toby. I thought it was going to be a Toby hero, the last one.
Toby, I guess...
I think he's playing Shaker and then they're going to go mid, or maybe it might be interchangeable.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see this last pick first from BetBoom. Seems like they kind of have a couple of ideas. Still have a long time as well in reserve time. No, they're not gonna take any of it. It's straight into the lash.
Yeah, against Naga. Illusion clearing hero, and
you're trying to get a peek at the papers or something there. That was a.
He's kind of like a team fight hero, like a pseudo team fight hero. He's pretty. He does pretty much a lot of like split damage in the team fights to kill a lot of heroes. He is very, very difficult to kill. He abuses the LC save, the SD save, and I think mostly the LC save. Sometimes the SD save could be a grief to you, you know, because the disruption could set up something else. Then you'll be mad.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It also diversifies their damage a bit, right? You got some pure and obviously a lot of magic damage now on this hero. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to just kind of, you know, build a couple different items or build a bunch of armor and easily sustain through this. Obviously, it's a decent counter, although, as I recall, again, and I was just re-listening to this in preparation for the Tundra series that we just did, Aoi had a line of logic thinking that the Naga Siren can actually be pretty good into the Lesh, which is very counterintuitive because traditionally people think of this as a very hard counter to the Naga, as I imagine BetBoom team do. Regrettably, Winter, I cannot remember that specific line of logic that Aoi was going on, but you know, maybe to be fair, it relied a little bit more on like Wraith Pact or a specific offlaner that they had picked that game, which I believe was the 33 Tidehunter game. Yeah, I think it was that game. So, you know, I'm not sure, right? Maybe there is some moves to be made, but it is looking on paper like a really difficult Naga game, isn't it?
You need like Mage Slayer and Pipe on your team to deal with the Lash. I think, like you said, maybe it has something to do with the Tide's itemization. He built a Pipe, so the Pipe protects the illusions against the Lash. And when you have the barrier on, then he keeps the illusions alive in the team fight, and it makes a difference. It might be something to do with that. Like, I usually always think about Pipe and Mage Slayer when I'm drafting illusion heroes. I would make sure that I try to accommodate some hero to build those items in the game when we are dealing with Lash.
I think that's very logical. I don't know who this game would go for a Mage Slayer. I guess it's not like totally unreasonable for Toby.
Nobody can. I think nobody can.
Look, I don't think anyone wants to build one, but I guess. Let's see here. This is a really deep wrap. Yeah, and they're going to have vision thanks to the Observer Ward, of course. They're going to try and set up for a kill immediately into the split earth. Toby underneath the tower, quite tanky, but not nearly tanky enough. Pure collects it with the overwhelming odds.
Yeah, that's a very, very good plan to smoke. Like, they came out to the jungle and then started to smoke there because they realized if you look at the Radiant lineup and the Dire lineup, who's stronger at level 1, it's very obvious that BetBoom's lineup is way more powerful at level 1. Quest heroes are just you have a Phoenix, not great level 1, Tiny as well, not great level 1, Shaker, just got abused, And if they lose 3 runes, this is gonna be really bad. 3 runes and first blood.
I think they're set to lose 3 runes. I think they're set to go 2 for 2. Although nice movement from BetBoom will force this one. Oh, they've already taken Fire Spirit, so there's no way out for this one for Kaori. I think he's just going to end up going down. Yep, plenty of rifles, even if he did land some nice Fire Spirits.
Okay, Pio got the first blood, so it's not as bad because the Lash didn't get. But still, starting the game with 2 kills and 3 runes.
I mean, you look at current gold. I mean, he may not have gotten the kills, but GBK is already sitting on 500 gold. Like, not good.
XP as well. He's gonna get level 2 faster. It affects the side lanes too, especially the side lanes, because once you get 2 kills like this, the other 2 heroes will get level 2 faster and they will just kill you. So you have to pay attention to the lanes, the XP, especially a Skywrath LC lane. When they get level 2, they'll just kick you out of the lane.
Yeah, too true. And the right click's really coming down to it, and that null talisman for even a little bit more damage from save.
Oh, it feels good to have a null as Skywrath, I'll tell you that.
Get that regen, get that damage.
Yeah, because this little bit of agi runs out of mana, so the null actually makes a huge amount of difference. Level 2.
A lot of grenade carry. He's
not level
so
2
slow. Can he get out in time? Yes, he lives thanks to the grace of the bonus armor he has underneath that tower. But he's not going to be able to really show here against that concussive shot.
Yeah, they were lucky that the Sky wasn't level 2 yet. They were like 1 or 2 creeps away from level 2.
All these things, they add up. These small things making quite big differences.
I mean, they're both level 2 now. Okay, they have to be very, very careful. Sky and LC are both level 2.
Yeah, and I think this lane's going to... I mean, unless BetBoom make a mistake, this top lane, I think, is really going to start being a source of pain for Quest quite soon. I struggle to see a world where Quest managed to get out of this one. I've seen some Nagas play into LCs pretty confidently, especially for Naga spammers. Like, it can be somewhat winnable, but I don't really know if Shad's able to get it done. That's the second time I've seen him kind of just mirror image and immediately clear the creeps, or clear the illusions.
Yeah, nice play by Kaori there, using his Phoenix dive to block the camp, because he can't really go over there because the lane is too hard for him, so he uses the dive there to block. So that's a very nice little play. And on the bot lane, Nightfall is doing good so far. I mean, the Shaker Rubik can't really stop him from farming, but the Shaker is still getting some decent last hits in this lane. Once he gets more points in the enchant, he's going to be able to pressure the spend more.
Until then, it's not really too viable, like you're saying. It's only level 2. Nightfall burning through his mana here, so not a lot left as we do approach the 3-minute timing now for the Lotuses. I think that what's difficult about this lane is, you can see Kaori top lane. He wants to try and make a move for the Lotus, but very likely it'll cost him his life if he tries to go for it here. He's at least buying a little bit of time. Like, this is space created, Maybe like another 1 or 2 creeps for Shad, but it'll add up here a little bit for him, because they have fortified somewhere. I mean, they fortified, but why?
Namara is just a number.
Hey, was it the mid lane? I didn't catch.
I didn't. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I really don't know why they fortified. I was trying to look around the map. I think the way BetBoom are spamming voice line, I think it was just a mistake, honestly. I don't know. We heard our boy Dendy in there. I can't be sure. I can't be sure, honestly. It didn't really look like it was for top or bottom. And mid positioning wasn't really ideal either to fortify. But whatever. Little mistakes, not like going to matter too much by the end of the day.
I think whenever you use glyph scan, there should be a name popping up who used it, you know.
I agree, actually.
You get a lot more people reported in the games.
There's a lot of voice loss going out here, honestly. These players have got a little bit of, I guess you could call it chemistry here with the voice lines. Gary's, holding on to Icarus dive, so he's really in no danger here. He's just, again, buying
look at this lane. The Naga's already jungling. The lane is over. He's like, I'm done with this lane.
They may be able to pick up Toby here. We'll see if this poison connects. Don't believe it did. 5 stacks. Wouldn't have been lethal. Again, this double bracer build is going to make the Shaker tanky, but the damage really starts to ramp up. Okay, Kaori has infused raindrops, so he's able to at least tank a little bit more and have a more favorable trades. But yeah, I mean, he's just here to try and collect experience. This lane is not going well. Instead, bottom, Save's going to end up TP in here. A little bit of action at last, as I think Toby realizes he's in over his head. Is going to actually consume the Lotus, but it won't save him. Again, this level 2 Shadow Poisons and, 4th and 5th stack really do quite a bit of damage. We don't need it all.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? When you abandon top lane, it means the enemy supports are free to do whatever they want, and so it's gonna bleed onto your other side lane. I mean, Quest once again, they are getting run over here in the laning phase slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane is a bit of a wash, right? This used to be actually a bit of an advantage here for GPK, just solely in terms of denies.
Slight advantage. Yeah, slight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the level 6 isn't the biggest deal in the world in this lane, but Tiny traditionally just having the HP pool, and of course with the tree grab can kind of just CS early on and just tanks with everything. Kaori nearly died there. That was shocking how much damage he took. But will be able to live.
6-minute rune, bot rune. Rubik and SD, they're already setting up to get the rune. And Tiny really wants the rune.
I mean, it'd be good, but it'll spawn top. It's a shield rune. Save as well is connecting here.
Such a good rune for Lash. You can play really aggressive with this rune.
It's pretty.
I mean, eventually, you're gonna rotate to LC's lane to get the tower. Maybe in a couple of minutes more.
Yeah, I think right now the mids are looking to get a little bit more action going. Noob finally has himself his power trick, so he's substantially more tanky. Could not really get through save that easily as GPK activates the shield rune. That'll allow him to dive at tier 2 for just a bit here, but might be enough. Lots of magic damage being stacked up. 10 stick charges pop now with the infused raindrops. Noob will live, but like I said, GPK can tank. We'll be back to the tower for him. Try continuing to get a little bit more damage in. In the meantime, Pure up to level 6 already has Blade Mail, by the way, on the LC. No boots, but Blade Mail on this LC.
I mean, he's literally the carry right now. Sven is not even as rich as him.
No, I mean,
how is this Naga going to step into the lane? The Naga can't even play the lane.
Well, the good news, I think, is LC doesn't really have the damage. So long as you're on pretty decent HP, I don't believe you get this kill that easily. But yeah, it's just a matter of LC can just run you down and will whittle you down. And I'd say this past minute, though, has not been as bad for Quest. That they're getting farm. Toby's getting some solo experience. The Sven's getting farm. The LC's getting farm. But at least finally they're getting to hit some creeps for once.
Yeah, they're gonna need all this time to recover right now. Their heroes are very level dependent. Phoenix, Earthshaker, Rubik. Like the Tiny has to, he has to help his team.
I think there's there's a duel coming here. It'll be Kaori. Down he goes. Nice connection there from Save, making sure he lands the Ancient Seal so there's no Icarus dive away. And out come the voice lines. Lovely.
Oh, another rune going to BetBoom.
Yeah, really good control. Toronto Tokyo, actually, he wants to set up for this kill for good reason. He should be able to connect it. Shut the hell up, Skywrath Mage. We're fighting. GPK is going to be at least forced back by Omar, but Noob denied of 2 runes so far. Arcane rune as well for GPK. Maybe not as good as the regen or the haste, but not bad at all.
As long as he can refill his bottle, farm some jungle stacks.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. Okay, lots of heroes mid, though. For Quest, it's just a bottle refill for Noob, really. Man, look at Save. He's got this ward down as well on the cliff. I mean, I don't expect this ward to last long, but even just sitting here and sapping experience is going to be just so annoying here. In fact...
Oh, the Naga's actually getting a Midas on Naga.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
getting a Midas.
Okay.
Like, he feels like he's very low level and he needs to get the
scale.
XP.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really get too much time in the lane, really. So I can't really blame him. Toby's going for the Blink Dagger at the very least. I was afraid we were going to see more Midases queued up. But for now, you know, we'll have at least this double Blink timing, maybe a 1-2 timing where Noob will have his Blink just a bit before. Icarus died on back, but they still actually connect on the Disruption. GPK easily finding the kill there. No duel at the very least is some small, you know, compensation, but doesn't feel good to die there. Gets the D ward at least for Kaori, but you know, this levels, the experience, the access to creeps are hard to come by here. Those are the kills for Quest so far unanswered. 5 kills in favor of BetBoom.
Yeah, this LC is such a big problem right now. She can basically go wherever she wants. Once she has the Blink and Blade Mail, it'll be so hard for you to farm the map every time LC is missing. It creates a lot of pressure. You can't really push out a lot of lanes, you know, and it's gonna ruin your farming efficiency every time LC is off the map.
They've got good magic damage at least. Like the magic burst is phenomenal. So you're not super concerned at the very least about all this armor she has between the phase and the blade mail.
Mm-hmm.
But actually connecting onto her and being willing to, you know, smoke or, pardon me, go into fog is an entirely different question. Kairi might be just dead here. Really good job by Save setting up for all of these. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's only 20 bonus damage. That's just Phoenix, man. He just does not have armor. Okay. Casual 300 damage done by the max overwhelming odds, the mini Echo Slam, basically.
Yeah, he just wants to get his level 6. The map is so constricted right now for Quest. I mean, Noob is going to get his Blink, okay. This is going to maybe provide them some options to relieving the pressure.
It has to open up the map, otherwise it's looking even worse than game 1, honestly, if they can't really change that forecast.
I mean, the fact that he didn't get any single rune, you know, since minute 6, that's why he couldn't really help his team.
No, I agree.
BetBoom, that was so good at controlling the runes.
Toby coming along as well for his own Blink Dagger. So, I mean, the path to success, it's here, but how much more that Quest can reasonably get here, it's an entirely different question. Duel's up again in another second. They see the Fire Spirits. They don't see the Phoenix himself, though. As GPK keen to pop plenty of voice lines. What did he get? Pulse Nova. I think you're always hoping for probably Split Earth, honestly. I think Split Earth is just the spell to steal as Rubik. There's something to be said for Lightning Storm in this kind of a game where you just need someone to push out waves. As you can see, Kairi really struggles with that. I think they might even know where he's going to end up. Oh, yeah, Save. He's played a couple of Phoenix games himself. Oh, no, and they're setting up for the duel. Not like this. 30 damage. Easy peasy there for the LC.
GPK.
Mid lane, though. Nice fissure onto 2. This time, the spell they've stolen is, going to be a big one. Echo Slam is going to be able to secure that kill. Not a bad move out from Toby. And that's going to be Noob showing off his brand new Blink Dagger and Winter collecting his very first power rune. It's a haste. They could maybe turn this into another kill.
They have to try to get whatever pickups they can. I don't think they can take any tower right now with the heroes, or Shaker, Tiny. But kills is the only thing that they have to try to get any kill, you know, try to open up the map, kick people out of some areas so they can reclaim the jungle back. Shaker's also going to get his Blink in 1 minute. Actually, 30 seconds probably after this wave.
Yeah. He just needs the courier, basically. He's got the gold. Let's see it. Come on, Enchant Totem.
Maybe some signs of life right now for Quest. If they can get a couple of pickoffs, get the ball rolling, then Naga will have space to clean up the map.
Is that a... Whoa. That's a Blink Dagger already for Pure, though. I mean, this could be, basically like a knee to the back of the neck, unfortunately, for Quest if they can't do something. I don't know if Pure is necessarily the very first, smoke target, but something needs to be addressed here. They need to waste his time. They need to lower his efficiency. They need to not feed any more kills, but that might not be what's in the cards for them. It's BetBoom, they are really set to just clash right now against Quest. A couple ultis popped here as well. As Nightfall thinking about joining the smoke, but, thinks he'll hit some creeps instead. He's got this haste. Let's see if anyone shows to defend bottom. I highly doubt it, considering how lethal BetBoom have been, and now that the LC's been missing off the map for a minute, something is not right.
They saw it because the ward saw the Sven farming jungle, and then he disappeared. So they immediately know that somebody was smoked nearby, and he accidentally smoked him.
Put 2 and 2 together. There's the jump though onto the Lesh. They're gonna throw him into the middle of the river. Do they have enough follow-up damage here? The question or the answer looks like no. With Pulse Nova running, the right click's just not enough, and Supernova ends up wasted with the blink on in. Ah, no, the dual damage, the regeneration rune as well from the Lesh. It's all a slap to the face here of Quest Esports, who committed so hard for that kill and will end up empty-handed. Oh no, Pure. You're not killing this guy, I reckon. Never mind, you are. I reckoned incorrectly. I misreckoned.
Hey, that is what, 900 gold kill? Or 800? 900.
900. Yeah, I mean, that's something. It's a lot of money. They'll lose the tower. They'll lose the fight. They don't get the Lash, but at least they get a little bit of something for their troubles. I don't know, man. It's just, I get these similar inclinations that the game is just going to end up going pretty similarly to what we've seen before. But I mean, now there's 2 Blink Initiators. Noob, his time is now to be able to move around the map. And even if it's not now, he is going for Midas, so it can be later. GPK is being stunned up here. Nice Avatos, and that's a kill. This time, no regen room to save him, but there is Pure at the ready for a duel. Oh my goodness. Good thing Toby picked back his item. That was really close. I don't know what he dropped. I think it was only a bracer, but I would have been highly upset if I lost my item like that.
It was probably
however, in a rough time. It could have been. I don't know. I don't think it was, because he didn't stick. Right? It was probably his. It must have been a bracer. I don't know. It wasn't the boots. That'd be so sad if it was his boots. Oh my goodness. What was it? The Kyle clip, right, where he drops his Yule Scepter, I believe. And that's the problem here. I mean, you can make these aggressive moves, but when you're not able to really back yourself up there, what turns into a nice pickoff onto the mid laner ends up being, a dissatisfying trade. And at the very least,
what else can they do? I mean,
feel like he's farming.
It didn't go well, but I feel like they need to make this kind of plays to get themselves back in the game. If they don't do anything, they just AFK, stay in their base, protect the Naga. I don't think they can win the game.
Look,
they have to take risk.
Right?
Yeah, they have to take risk.
And this Midas is paying up. That's already a Manta style flying his way towards the Naga Siren as we see the save and Pure show. Down he goes.
Yeah, they know Kari really likes to hit creeps with his Phoenix.
I mean, it's so dangerous though. A nice jump here is going to get a kill under on Tokyo at the very least. The spell still on, I think, is Shadow Poison, not the best. But it will allow Omar to at least push waves slightly more safely, perhaps, than the Phoenix has proven to be able to so far. It's 100 damage, well, 94, but, being a bit pedantic, almost 100 damage here already for the LC, which is certainly an impressive metric right now.
16 minutes, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, look at his net worth, Like, how often can you spend an LC, I spend behind the LC in the same team?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is kind of a dream game right now for them, to be sure. It's going to be at least a stack steal from Quest. There are signs of life here, right? Rune's Toronto Tokyo's day a bit. GPK expecting a little bit of golden flex to try and rush his way and complete the Bloodstone. But, until then, BetBoom they seem content to just continue collecting dual damage here, pretty much.
Yeah, but right now Quest knows that every time the Phoenix is farming, they are ganking him, so they are baiting the Phoenix right now. They're sharing the Phoenix intentionally. And look at what Pure is doing. He knows something is wrong. He's drawing lines like this is not right.
Yeah, I mean, it gets really desperate. I mean, I've tried to do this move as well before, right? It's desperate when the Phoenix is literally on top of the creeps, and you're like, that's bait. He doesn't need to be that close to the creeps. This is a much more realistic bait. But BetBoom, they know something's not right here. Hey,
Yeah, if the Phoenix is like farming right in front of your tower, you know something's up.
yeah. A good effort though from Quest. I mean, you try and punish. You recognize a pattern of behavior. You try and optimize and utilize that pattern of behavior. That is intelligent behavior right there. That's how you recognize it. This is a team that again, I've been impressed with how they play from when they're behind. They can clearly identify the state of the game, and they know and take moves to try and make up for that. The question is, will they be ready for this jump? Sven has a BKB, no Blink Dagger, so he does struggle to close the gap. And the LC now joining from behind. I think with the Sven showing so clearly, now it's Quest who have no incentive to be here any longer. They will go ahead and back up and start pushing out other areas of this map.
Okay, Pure as BKB now. He has no fear.
Oh, he just almost ran into Sven. Oh god, not again. It's a DD rune that spawned top, by the way. Don't know if Quest are too interested in letting that fall into the hands of the Sven, but I also don't know if there's really anything they can do about it. Uh-oh. Oh, fight's going on. Yeah, I should have known when Stave hit us with the 25 voice line. I think he's got to stagger them a little bit, though, if I can be critical on his usage. He's playing them at the exact same time. Doesn't really get the intended effect across, I believe. Either way, it's another duel victory. Now you're above 120 damage, 122 to be specific for the Legion Commander. So you get yet again another pause. All right, where's our good couriers at here? Yeah, there we go. I knew exactly where our observer was going. Is that a donkey I see? There's just a donkey in here. My goodness, man. How's they just?
I have a donkey too. Can you give me a nice one?
Yeah, I'll give you a nice one for sure. What's this? That one's pretty cute.
Can you give me the golden roche?
Nah.
That tells me how much of a friend I am to you.
Yep, that's right. All right, quick little pause. Fortunately, seems like maybe some ping issues that BetBoom are facing. Hopefully, continues to be stable for the rest of the group stage run. That DD rune's been scouted now, so Toronto Tokyo is going to protect it. I don't think they're going to... Oh, well, okay, they are going to give it the GPK. Whatever. Bottle refill. The rune is going to spawn again in another second. And it is, again, top lane. See if they try to fight off with this. I mean, for now, Quest Esports, they're playing it pretty chill. I mean, they've got a Midas up on the Naga Siren. They've got a Midas up on their Tiny. Like... Not so bad, I guess. It's a 6K net worth lead, and of course, you have to factor in the Midases, so it's a bit closer to maybe like 8K or so by now. But, again, Quest doing what they think is best, and I find it hard to really disagree with their course of action. I think Omar is probably going to die here. I don't think he makes it out. Oh, no, he will. Oh, Roche is being started. Oh, Roche is being finished, pardon me. Seems like they're going to be very quick to take this down as well. And it might turn into, again, BetBoom looking for the outpost. So Quest Esports will go ahead and preempt that as they try and take down the outpost. I believe they should. Let's see. Yeah,
this game is a lot better than the last game. Like the
oh my god, are they going to get it done? Kaori? Oh my god. That was close. Okay.
At 20 minutes, last game, they were like even further behind. They were like around like what 15k behind around this stage of the game. And if you look at their lineup, like in the team fights, if the Sven goes in, he doesn't burst the hero. You have the Song to save, or maybe the Rubik shot. Yeah, he can save as long as the initial jump they don't kill anybody. You have the Phoenix Egg behind and Echo. I feel like the team fights are fairly advantageous for the Quest fight. You know, if they can block out the initiation and keep the person alive.
You know what this reminds me of, Winter, the way that Quest are playing? And I mean this in with all the highest regards. It reminds me of when Game and Gladiators start losing the early game. It like the kind of the things that they do, the items that they go for, what they're willing to concede, especially like Quest, the recognition of BetBoom probably looking to do Roche and then immediately looking to push a tier 2 tower and, you know, basically stealing the Tormentor. They don't let that happen. It's at great cost. Like nearly 2 supports die. I heard 3 healing salves get utilized. Like it's a big commitment of time, but it is going to kind of undercut what BetBoom were hoping to achieve here.
Glimmer, he's going to scout them out.
Noob. Oh, he's got his blink on cooldown now. Now is going to be in some trouble. They need a Force Staff. Oh, actually, he's going to tank through it. In fact, oh, there's still the Mystic Flare. Oh, regrettably, Pure closing the door from behind. Omar's going to get himself up to the high ground here, actually. Kind of a baller move. Does not have a TP scroll, unfortunately, but yeah, he's going to be able to be a bit annoying up there. Actually went for the Fade Bolt to let him know he was still here. If I were Pure, I would wait 35 seconds and then duel him.
Sounds like a reasonable idea.
Yeah, I don't think they can though, unfortunately. Yeah, Pure is gonna get that kill eventually. Just not with
that's
the dual
how
victory.
I know you're a LC spammer.
I say build the zoo. You know, you bring back everyone to
When
say
you
hi
go
to
for
the
the duel, you're not thinking about what kill is more valuable. You're thinking about, can I get the duel damage?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, for me, that's a guaranteed duel. I don't know if they knew they canceled his TP, but it did not go so well there. I mean, you know, Quest Esports continuing to do the next best thing. I think, unfortunately, they've lost the, I think the word is impetus, right? They've lost the ability to determine the pace and the tempo and the actions of them for this game. For how long, you know, time shall tell. If it's anything like last game, regrettably for them, they may not be able to get that ever back. But they're doing, you know, the next best thing, whatever that can be done here. Shad's got a heart, so his illusions now feasibly can tank up a little bit here. You can see GPK kind of chasing them around. And it's wave cutting time for sure. Okay, maybe they try for Pure. He has BKB, though. If he can use it and he can't, the lockdown, it's perfect. Very well played there from Quest. They immediately smoke up. There's a DD in the river. Yes, please, says Noob, as he'll chug on the bottle and get ready to fill that with a DD. LC down for 40 seconds. Now, they will be fighting into an Aegis Bloodstone GPK, but without an LC here, BetBoom essentially down one of their carries. Now, they have vision. Thinking about making the move. Sunrise up in 3 seconds, and they have this Supernova Shard, so it's really important they actually get to use it. Beautiful positioning from Kaori means he can just lay down, the cover now as the Song of the Siren as well is going to allow him to get off a really good stun. Noob barely surviving thanks to that Sunrays. The stun as well will cover the retreat. LC up in 10 seconds, so Quest have no business here anymore. Seems like they're going to avoid any further losses as they just managed to snipe away the Aegis. Nice move, though.
Yeah, very, very good move there. They killed the LC, they smoked, they killed the Aegis, and that's going to buy them a lot of time. Naga's going to get the Skadi in a bit. Skadi's going to be very good against the Sven.
Oh, yeah. Skadi is the item against Lustrax. If you can't go for any pipes, which regrettably for Quest, they haven't, you know. If you can't go for any Mage Slayers, you know, they haven't. Lack of BKBs as well, making it difficult. Oh, the illusion ends up catching Pure, and a nice fissure is going to deny him any other success. It's an 8-second BKB, or sorry, make that 7-second BKB use for that Winter. Does not feel good. Properly juked for our BetBoom. In the mid lane, you're right, it's Save who is going to pay the price for that. Okay, there we go. Quest really crawling themselves back into this game. Crawling? I would say clawing is probably the better word to use there, but they're getting it done. Noob even maybe looking for more as he still has a couple of seconds left of this DD rune. He's got a ward now onto the Lesh. No teammates, though, is going to make this a bit difficult for him to actually pick up a kill here.
Yeah, this double dagger from Tiny and Shaker running around the map killing heroes are just doing wonders, and on top of things, they have a couple of really good wards around the map, the lane wards that see a lot of movements from the BetBoom team. So giving them the information, who can they kill, you know, who's alone and where are they going.
Oh man, check out Shad's GPM here, by the way. He just picked up an illusion rune. I don't even know if he has enough hotkeys set for this many illusions. So he's playing StarCraft or something right now. Top lane, careful though, Omar. You're getting a little bit too close for comfort. LC, Blink Dagger, duel ready, and I think they're gonna catch him here. No way out for Omar. It should be up to, what, 190 damage? 180 damage here for Pure now. It's a little too aggressive, honestly. Really relying on his good ward a bit too much. He just can't really run that fast from his foes.
Yeah, BetBoom, they have to try to group up together and push with the Lash, you know. If they continue to bleed out kills like this or splitting up the map, because the Naga illusions are forcing them to go back and defend, but they have to just decide to give up some portion of the map. That you can't be too greedy that you want to farm everything and just group up and give them no chance of picking anybody off with the Shaker or the Tiny.
Well, bottom tier 1 tower is going to be the second tower that Quest finally take down. Still that pesky mid one standing, but like you're saying, Shad really take over this bottom side of the map.
They want to jump them here.
Yeah, they're going to try. I mean, I think that's the move. Especially if you can find yourself a Phoenix. Now, that'd be something here. Nightfall in on the way in. The Fissure not going to protect them. Oh, and look, GPK is immediately in as well. Buybacks are coming through, though. This is a little bit sketchy now for the side of BetBoom, especially if there's a song to trap them here deep behind a tier 2 tower. In goes Noob now. Echo Slam baiting them in perfectly. GPK, he's going to go down. Disruption only there to be able to save Pure. He's going to look for a duel, but it's not going to be one. He's going to be winning Winter. He dies through the BKB. Song of the Siren to chase after for more. Quest, this is a masterclass on how to hold high ground, how to play from behind. What a game they are having.
They have to try to keep doing this again. You know, right now the Naga's already starting to feel very, very strong in the game. Like the Sven is powering down, you know. If the game is not snowballing, they're not continuously improving their advantage, the Sven is going to slowly taper off. You know, your BKB charges are going to get lower, and the lower your BKB charges get, the hero just feels weaker and weaker.
Well, that was such a thing of beauty, though. Toby waiting for his perfect moment there on the Echo Slam. The buyback, no hesitation on the Phoenix.
I mean,
realizing that BetBoom have overextended.
Look alright when they stunned the Tiny and the Phoenix, you know, when they would jump and got 2. I felt like they could have crushed the team fight, you know, but the Phoenix bought back and the Echo Slam came in and just totally turned the fight around.
Good Fissure as well, making the pathing a little bit difficult, right? I think that's what separates the good Shaker players from the annoying Shaker players. Is when they're able to obviously, you know, land Fissures in the first place for the stuns, but also place them in such a way or have, you know, enemy heroes end up on such a side where it makes it really difficult to want to get things done in the fight, you know? BKB, sorry, make that Fissure, you know, the stun doesn't pierce BKB, but that doesn't mean it's still useless against a Sven, for example, right? It's I don't know. It's a concept I think you either get or you don't, unfortunately.
He has the harpoon to pull people over, you know.
That's a good point. I mean, look, that's actually a really good point. But he lacks a blink dagger, right? And once he harpoons to start that fight off, he's basically out of mobility, right? I mean, like you say, this isn't a hero that goes for some Manta, some Force Staff, you know, nothing like that. It's all to his allies to try and supply that for him.
Oh shit, they found him.
Yeah, this is troublesome for him, especially as the supports look to kick things off. Shad in a bit of trouble. Omar, can't even lift him away. Not sure what he lifted because telekinesis did go on cooldown. Probably the Sven, but BKB allows him to to shrug to do that. He'll be A-okay. Top lane though, Noob. Oh, okay, never mind. Pure is going to go on to Noob.
What?
Wow.
He does so much damage. The Tiny has so much armor and still dies.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was Blade Mail, honestly. 600 damage done by Blade Mail there because he broke Silver Edge on him. How did he see him? Am I stupid? Because if he hit him with Silver Edge, then he was invisible. How did he see him? There wasn't any detection. Maybe he just activated Silver Edge while he walked past? Because he was Silver Edge, clearly. That's why he got broken and why he reflected that much damage. But that was weird. I could have sworn when I jumped over to that, it was just the Tiny walking on past. He was not really checking that side of the map. It's a bit unlucky. 2 big core kills are going to allow BetBoom to... You know, they'll take this opportunity to get more objectives around the map, more map pressure, especially with that kill on the Naga Siren, allowing you to restabilize your lanes to a little bit closer to where they should be. And, you know, not to mention Pure up to 216 dual damage. I mean, yeah, that's something. Infinite
scaling, you know. Eventually, you're gonna just kill people in 1 or 2 shots, and you kill buildings quickly.
Yeah, I mean, by people, you mean Phoenix, don't you? Rubik too. Yeah, Rubik's gonna go down very quickly.
Shaker has no armor items, you know, so I think he dies pretty easily too. I mean, imagine the Tiny that has 24 armor died in a duel with 2.5k HP.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Look, I won't deny it, all right? Things are looking really scary here. It's you got this Ven who may be tapering off, but you do have this Legion who has scaled and will continue to scale by the looks of things the later and the deeper that this game goes.
Oh,
they've actually caught a glimpse here of Noobs. They know where Noob is.
He's under the ward. They both know they're here.
Yeah, who's setting the trap for who, though, I think is the better question, because they see Noob, and Noob saw Pure. He's able to get a better jump here. they're going to see, yeah, they see Pure again. I mean, you're not killing that guy by yourself if you're a Tiny at this stage of the game. Sven, yeah, hello. Oh, and goodbye as Omar does get the blink away. Harpoon does not do any damage. So, of course, it's not going to put the blink on cooldown. Top lane, that's into Phoenix. Icarus diving away, trying not to go down to save. It's so much damage, but it's actually not enough. Save is not in a position to be easily punished, though. Even as they do drop a smoke. Oh, no, this time no escape for Omar. As Nightfall uses whatever he's got left of the God's strength to at least pick up a kill. He will not be denied his Rubik kill. As Toby finds a stun on a save. I don't know if Toby really wants to be here. He's got Shad nearby. Coyote as well. Noob closing the door from behind. Save. Yeah, there he goes. There's that physical damage against the Skyra. That'll do some come in handy. But Pure is also coming through. I don't know if Quest really want to be in this area anymore. I've been doubtful from the get-go here, and I'm glad they're getting back, but there's a slight device on GPK. Coyote does not have buyback, down for 90 seconds. Aegis as well, still at the ready as they're hunting down Noob. Is there a gem of true sight here? There is. It's on Toronto Tokyo, and Noob managing to just barely dodge him out. To be able to live another day. That was a crucial bit of evasion out from him.
Yeah, that was also a fairly big kill because the Phoenix was like one creep away from getting his hex.
Oh.
So it was definitely a very big pick-off here.
Very good point. Very good point. I didn't even recognize that. It's a difficult game here, but again, Quest I think still with many moves to make in a match like this. BetBoom, they just make their moves very coordinated, though. You know, they're always kind of backing each other up. They're kind of encircling and corralling their foes. Careful here. There's a ward up there, Noob, and that's going to be even more dual damage now. In the meantime, Coyote, make that Nightfall and Omar are once again battling. Not really much of a battle there, as it's just Nightfall to get through Omar. Naga Siren Song has been committed here, so Shad in a bit of trouble as they're actually even removing that shield rune he had active. Toby as well, caught by GPK. So he used the Ogre Seal Totem to escape down to the low ground, but no such luck here for the Naga Siren. So Toby allowed to live, but the rest of Quest crumble around him. This kind of seemingly random cliff ward here, catching Quest unaware.
I mean, this plan is as well, like he's constantly hunting heroes and he has a Mage Slayer, you know. How often do you have to plan with a Mage Slayer? It's very good against the Tiny, very good against the Phoenix. An ingenious item, you know, for this game.
A Phoenix who, by the way, has buyback and enough money for the Mystic Staff to complete the Scythe, but I think it's going to need to save for buyback. I don't think you have a choice in a game like this.
I mean, what can he do without the Naga? What can he do? They're gonna have to at least give up what, 2 sides here, maybe 3.
No, I think it's 2. I don't think they'll quite get through 3 in time, even with 250 dual damage on the LC.
He has a moonshot, so maybe.
Oh, GPK jumping on in, finds the Scythe device. The stun onto 2. He found Coyote again, but no follow-up. He gets off the Supernova. That's going to at least force BetBoom off the high ground. Noob does not have a toss back, unfortunately. And Toby, he's reaching for the Echo Slam. Will catch him, immediately stunned up. Save. This is going to live long enough to turn and try and drop him with the Mystic Flare. He will go down. Pure activated the BKB prior to that song. He's going to be able to right-click him down. And Quest Esports reaching, perhaps have overreached and are about to fall in game 2. Omar with another blink away. That's GPK. His Aegis will expire and be reclaimed. What more can they realistically get here? That's a buyback from the Shaker, but how scared of him are you, especially without the Echo Slam? Fissure, it's going to be not a terrible one, but again, what can you do here? The answer's not really much, and unfortunately, that's a buyback from your offlaner. It's going to set back his next item even further, which was going to be that Ag Scepter.
Yeah, eventually they have to figure out a way how to win a team fight, you know. Right now, if you're just using buybacks to defend, eventually you need to come up with a solution, you know. This can't go on.
Yeah.
They have to be the first person to jump in. I don't think they can wait for BetBoom to jump them, you know. Once LC jumps somebody, the hero is dead. There's no saving the guy.
Ambitious Winter. I mean, there's no Song for 20, no Supernova for half a minute, and no Shaker for quite a bit longer, but a very fortuitous jump for them. Pure looking for that haste rune. That's going to be yet another ward of Quest paying off. They immediately smoke up and look for more. I don't think BetBoom were going to be in a position to provide any more kills for them, though. Still, though, I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? Needing to try and set the tempo yourself. This is a Tiny with a DD rune and now already what? Plenty of attacks with the AC. That ward up on the high ground, so Noob trying to make the jump, trying to find a jump, but the preemptive sentry is going to make that a little bit more difficult. Okay. Okay, onto GPK they go. Plenty of damage here. Shad is going to end up getting Scythe of Flies. That's a really aggressive Supernova, but it's to try and bait the Echo Slam. Not good enough. Nightfall with the BKB. Shreds the egg. Takes down Toby. Shad's up next. Surf and Turf up here from BetBoom. And now the dessert is going to be these lovely supports as they are scrambled out from the fight. Voice lines dropping. Pure with a double kill being forced to buy back. Quest Esports try and reclaim. Oh, man, the tempo back in this game and are swiftly denied and perhaps even 2-0'd to follow suit, Winter. That was brutal.
Yeah, they definitely overplayed their hand, but I also can understand their desperation, You've been behind the whole game and you see that moment, one hero is dead, LC's down, you have to try to force and make something happen to reclaim some of the deficit. But the egg there on the high ground was just definitely the nail into the coffin.
That was aggressive. I mean... It was a good idea in theory. I Supernova, I bait the Echo, but, any of these heroes gets off their BKB, whether it's Pure or Nightfall, that egg is going down. Just really unfortunate there. It's far too aggressive. That's the thing about, Fina. It's like playing Undying on hard mode. Anytime that Tombstone is overpowered, it's all about that placement. Yeah, because it's all about where you place your ward unit, And Undying doesn't explode and die instantly if you put your Tombstone in the wrong place. Your team just flames you. You put your Phoenix Supernova in the wrong place, you're setting your team up for a bad time, man. You see the analogy, come on.
Yeah, I know, because I play both of the heroes. And people make a lot more noise, when it's a Phoenix ulti instead of an Undying Tombstone. I get it.
That's right. I think the only time you hear a lot of noise about an Undying Tombstone is when you give it to the Rubik or something like that. Noob is just... Yeah, he's running into the whole enemy team. He's basically a tourist on his side of the map, completely alone, and unfortunately for him, is going to go down. Nice force staff out from Omar. He actually steals... Oh, no, he actually somehow stole Pulse Nova there. Naga is going in from behind. They have managed to find a Scythe device onto the Spend. They're going to continue sending up, even committing the Echo Slam now. Nightfall, though, is going to man up and just continue fighting on back with the Satanic. Back to a full heal. Down goes the Shaker. Shad as well. He's not set to live too much longer either. But the Pure, oh my goodness, the damage is not enough, but it doesn't matter. The GG well played is called. Shad, he won't go 4-4-2, but he will go 0-2 at least versus BetBoom.
I mean, what a display, A laning display by BetBoom once again. How to play your lanes, how to move that advantage and grow it on the other lanes after you win one lane, control the map, get Roshan. It was so methodical, everything they've been doing the whole game. And they're also very clearly careful about everything they're doing. They understand that we are ahead. If we give away a kill, it's going to give the enemy a lot of gold and XP. And everything that requires too much risk, they're not doing, they're just backing off.
I just want to take an opportunity to commend Quest again for playing it out. I mean, and really, I think having a decent shot in there. I think, regrettably, what ends up happening is BetBoom, again, like you say, just a little bit too methodical and just, unable to, or not giving Quest any big opportunities to exploit there. At the end of the day, it's gonna still be a 2-0, but I think good stuff out from the side of Quest regardless. Now do stick around, folks. We're not quite done here, even though it was a 2-0. I highly recommend you stick around so we can hear it from BetBoom for our winners interview. That'll be coming up after a short break, so we'll see you then. a 2-0 in style here for BetBoom team as out from the gate, drawing first blood, giving all the advantages, getting the LC off to an absolute rocket ship of a start, and denying Quest time and time again here. BetBoom Esports wrap it up 2-0, man. Like I said, I predicted a 1-1, but I told you BetBoom were not going to lose both games, and lo and behold, they didn't even lose a single one, Winter.
Congratulations, you got it half right.
Yeah, that's the best right to be, technically correct. We are still waiting for an interview here, but yeah, this was the one. Unfortunately, here comes the egg, just absolutely aggressive. I mean, the BKB was already popped as well, regrettably. Maybe just hyper focusing onto the Leshrac at that point, and ends up being, unfortunately, a mistake. Regrettably, a bit of a mistake. So that's going to be that one there. And BetBoom finding a win here, able to, start their tournament off here with a win. I think that's going to be big momentum under their belt. I think this is a team very momentum based, and I'm excited to see them continue to play even more.
It's nice to see them. Yeah, it's nice to see them doing well again. After the BetBoom Dacha tournament, their own tournament. So maybe they figured something out. What went wrong? What to draft?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
definitely
for Quest,
like
go ahead.
I mean, for Quest, I feel like it's more about figuring out how to balance out the draft. I think that they put too much priority on team fight, and they have a lot of heroes that are dedicated to that department in the game, and they were lacking in terms of early game. Because sometimes when you scrim against opponent that is not BetBoom, the laning phase is not as good. You think you can get away with it, whether it is in your scrims or other official games. But when you play against the better laning teams, then it shows your draft is just lacking in terms of that department, and you can only expect your players to do so well, when their heroes are just not meant to excel at the early portion of the game, and they don't give you a chance.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Pure and the rest of, BetBoom in that particular series, just dominating, rolling, and not leaving not making many errors, and not leaving a lot of room for any mistakes to be exploited past that. And it was very clean from them. I think. Some people don't always like watching this style. I know you're a fan of slow and methodical games because you can. No, I'm serious, because you can. You can appreciate all the professional plays that they make, and two, now that you're a little bit older, you can, finally take the time and slow down and realize what's going on. Isn't that right?
Tend to my garden, plant my vegetables, raise my fish, look at my dogs, chill.
Exactly. Well, folks, I know you're waiting on an interview, and it'll be with Pure here momentarily from BetBoom team. And, the interview is actually ready. So momentarily means now. So we're going to go to our interview with Pure. Hello, Pure. Congratulations on the win. How are you?
Hello.
I'm feeling great. We just done with the team 2-0. Feeling good, as usual.
Congratulations. We wanted to ask you a little bit about the team's most recent performance in Dacha, and any lessons that you guys learned here that you're hoping to show here and as well at TI.
I mean, we didn't play much scrims, we didn't play at all before Dacha, and there was some random games that you can't, You just can't control some stuff in games that's happening after you didn't play for months or even more. So that it just, that we didn't lost in the BetBoom Dacha. We got 3 draws. We didn't lose.
That's a good point, right? That's a good point. The execration method, right, of always drawing in the group stage. But you spoke about control, the things you can't control. You guys controlled it, almost everything in this series, especially the second game. You on the Legion Commander, running around the map, denying any space. I wanted to ask, who is making the calls in games like that? Do you have one united voice in the team, or is it everyone kind of deciding as a whole where to go and how to fight?
I mean, we got Sorry. I mean, we got some spam in games because we got one opinion. We got a lot of opinions, so we got some spam in games. But we are trying to fix it, and I think we are doing way better than we used to do. Like I don't know half a year, like few months ago. Well, right now we are doing good, but we still got like spam. So we are trying to fix it, but sometimes it's working. Sometimes we got clear games, where is no spam. Like first game against who we played against Quest. Like in the first game we got a good communication, but in the second one we got a lot of spam.
I gotcha. Winter, any questions for Pure?
So when you say spam, like are you saying that in the game it's actually just better for one person to talk instead of because when you say spam, is it like everybody is like trying to talk and there's too much opinions and you prefer the game to have like a clear voice, one person talking more and the rest are just reporting information?
I mean, we got kinda 2 or 3 people talking, and they got some opinions, not opinions, like ideas how to play the map, what kind of moves to make, and they just keep talking. Like I can keep talking when someone's talking, and we need some time to get into one shape, I'll say.
But would you say it depends on the time of the game? Say in the early game the supports can talk a lot more, then later into the mid game the mid and the off lane will maybe talk a little bit more, but when it comes to pushing towers, getting Roshan, the carry would be more vocal in the game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we are trying to make a hero that's how should I say it? There is some heroes that are making tower damage, for example. And if you're playing on tower damage hero, you have to call it. Like if you're playing TA, it's your job. It's your job to call the towers, to take the towers, to take Tormentors, Roshans, and everything. So we are trying to make it, but sometimes it's like it doesn't work for us.
So what you're saying is in a game, right, there can't be just one person controlling everything. It should be divided by 5, like 20%. Everybody has to talk and decide on when they should do specific things depending on their hero, instead of just one person talking the whole game.
I mean, no, not everybody, but like course for sure. Yeah, they should talk more.
All right, thanks a lot.
And I wanted to ask Pure, I think your MMR is very high. I think earlier this year you reached 13K. I wanted to ask 2 questions. My first question is, after the most recent ban wave on the secondary accounts, do you think your pubs are better now?
It's hard to answer this question because I don't know. Griefers every game anyway.
I see. And do you have any advice for people hoping to climb MMR like you did? How do you do it? What's your advice?
I mean, you just need to find right heroes and pick it in the right time. That's it.
Okay. Anything else for? Oh, go ahead. Anything else for the fans, Pure?
Anything for the fans? Pray for us against Spirit. So we're gonna win 2-0.
Very well. That'll be an exciting match. And congratulations on the win here at 2-0 over Quest Esports. Offlaner for BetBoom Pure, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
See ya.
Nice guy, man. And young as well. I always forget every single time I go and make sure that Pure was actually born in 2004 and he's 19 years old. I feel so old, Winter. I feel like I'm brittle and I'm going to blow away in the wind from how...
Can you not make me feel ancient?
You're immortal, my friend. You are immortal. But really talented, and of course important to keep an eye on his career. It's an upward trajectory, man. I think it's, speaking about communication, I'm sure that's something that can basically always be improved upon on a team. I think quite famously, people have said that the current BetBoom iteration has needed to work on the communication in the past.
Too many chefs.
Yeah, he's referenced it basically, but it's cool to see that they're working on it now, especially ahead of TI to perform well. Also interesting to hear that they didn't scrim much for the BetBoom Dacha tournament either.
Yeah, they needed to take a break, like after Riyadh, take some break, take some time off. That's too much Dota, it's no good. You need people to. I remember who was it? Like our previous interview was saying like too much emotional build up. I was 9. So whenever you have too much of negative emotional build up, the only way to reduce it is to take a break, and so people don't see each other all the time. So I think it's part of the schedule. Taking a break is definitely necessary.
You can get a lot of pent-up pressure when you're all boot camping and traveling here and there, and you don't get any time to release. It's important to do that, to reset and to be able to focus and enjoy the games of Dota and perform at your best. True in life in Dota, and even for your caster duo Winter, because that's going to be it for us today. Our first 2 series now all done. Coming up next, though, of course, there is still plenty more Dota. We're only halfway through. Do stay tuned, guys, because we're going to be coming up with Talon versus 9 Pandas, our Cryptic and T-Governor. We'll be taking you through the rest of the day today. On behalf of Winter and myself, thanks for joining, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Up next, Talon and 9 Pandas.
A person that you miss, mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
buddy. Wait, are we going now? Oh, wow, would you look at that? Great start to the day. I am doing fantastic. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 21. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with the one and only T-Gov. I'm very excited about this one.
Hello. Yeah. Already look at you, just hero shots come in. It's like, you just need to say something cool, anything. You could say, you actually don't need to say something cool, just literally anything. Are we live? Okay, we're live. All right, this is our time to shine. What do we got?
It was better than the original plan of just making noises and not actually saying anything, because that was up on the ballot there for a bit.
It would have been better, let's be honest. But again, it's only the first draft, first game, so whatever, it's all good.
It's fine. It's fine. We all get one of those. But I'm excited about our first series. We've got some pretty good teams. We've got 9 Pandas taking on the side of Talon, and honestly, I love watching 9 Pandas play. I think for the most part, like, they are probably one of the most interesting teams at the moment, but they have had these like moments of like hot and cold. I think coming off this just this tournament a moment ago, BetBoom Dota, right? Like, they didn't look super hot there, but you know, we'll see if they can bounce back and show, you know, what makes them such a fun and interesting team.
I mean, you just can't get rid of Solo. That's the real thing here. Like, this guy, he's now 33. He's been around. He's won enough tournaments. He's still playing. And then, like, he always has this cycle of, does he play with Ramses? Does he not play with Ramses? And, you know, right now he's just in the phase of playing with Ramses. So it's in a good spot. But yeah, it's always cool to see the old guard not bow down too early.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Dota is one of those, speaking of the old guard, Dota, I feel like, just has an incredibly old like professional scene, right? Like, I feel like it's one of those things where everyone at the beginning of this was just like, oh yeah, you know, players will be around for a few years and then they'll get recycled and replaced by the new blood, and then just in Dota it just never happened, you know. We have so many people that are in the 30s
money, right?
now.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, just jumping on. Yeah, I was just excited because I just want to say the word money, and that's why, right? You know, there's a lot of money in Dota still, so you know, you don't want to get out of the game too early. Yeah. Also, I think we're proving that age doesn't hurt your ability to play the game, right? Like, and speaking of money, well, there's a lot of money here. Look at this. Imagine playing a week's worth of Dota and getting, you know, some sweet moolah. That's it's cool.
It's a literal week. That's the really interesting thing about this tournament, right? It is going to be so fast. It's going to come and go. You know, people are going to be like, oh, I feel like I was just watching group stage and we're at grand finals. Here we are. All right. You know, like, yeah, it's a week's worth of pay right there. That's pretty sick.
I was thinking, like, Dream League is like, what, they're season 21 now. Like, do you think they could get to 100? Like, again, this is like some like Dota copium right now. You know, I'm hoping Dota survives long enough, but triple digits for a tournament? Maybe. Again, that doesn't really matter. Of course, we do have a series coming up. Okay, right now, who's your favorite between the two? Because I've not been able to, like, throughout my DPC year, I covered Western Europe primarily. I did a little bit of Eastern Europe, but that was more for qualifiers. So I've never really got to see SEA or Eastern Europe. So coming into this, I'm like an excited fan where I'm like, ooh, let's see the region battle out, you know, kind of organically. I don't have any biases.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice because I'm traditionally very unbiased caster, unless it's, you know, involving an NA region. But, you know, we don't have a lot of those teams, so traditionally very unbiased as a result. It's great. But for this region, or for this game specifically, I will say I got to cover a lot of 9 Pandas so far in the Dream Leagues and the majors leading up to this. So I would say, like, just them in general, I think my favorite thing to watch is their offlane. I think a lot of their momentum and their strength for this team specifically comes from their offlane duo. And depending on how those lanes go, a lot of the time will kind of like dictate how much space they get for like Kiyotaka and for Ramses to like really actually carry the game. So that's what I like watching early for them, but you're going up against a pretty strong safe lane on Talon. So that's what I'm excited for. I think overall the team should be pretty evenly matched, but I might give a little bit of a nod to 9 Pandas at the moment.
Sure. And like when I see Talon as a team, I think it was remarked on earlier that they are a little bit greedier in regards to like the SEA teams. Sometimes you get to see this like Jabs playing Nagasari and like farming offlaner. And then I think it puts a lot of pressure on this team to perform well with the likes of the support duo plus Mikoto to step up, because you're going to have, 23 Savage farming, Jabs farming, and like you might hit this like amazing late game where all the spells are going off the wombo combos, the YouTube highlights, right? But getting there is a steep challenge, and I think mids, fives, mainly even 4 positions have to step up in this situation. I think Q, he has often pulled a shift in this team for sure, and being able to just kind of set the scene for this kind of greediness that they are presenting. I don't think they always do this every game. It is maybe one of their strategies. I think a lot of people will easily assume, oh, they do it every time. They don't, but I think Q, he is such a consistent factor that allows them to kind of either be over aggressive or super farm and just kind of pivot based on what they kind of read on their opponent.
I like that. Yeah, I would say, I think in general, the 4 position has a lot of flexibility in this current patch. I think there's been some patches over the last year where 4 has felt a lot more powerful than previously. And so it's cool to kind of see these players shine a little bit. And yeah, like you said, Q, very aggressive. Talon in general is just an aggressive team, right? I feel like these guys play really fast.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that with their kind of play style. And I think especially with how long have we had twin gates now? It honestly feels like we've had them forever. That's the thing. But either way, like you need a 4 position to read the map well to be able to excel at this level of Dota, because one wrong usage of the twin gate, you suddenly leave your offlane vulnerable, or then you TP and might get a kill, but now your mid lane is starved on the 6-minute rune. You're missing the 7-minute. Like there's so many timings now, and I feel like the most mobile position in the game is going to be that 4 position due to that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think more pressure in this role. It's probably one of the most affected roles in the patch, but so far, so good.
I honestly, it does feel a little bit weird playing the 4 position in the first 10 minutes of the game. Like every time I play that role, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at my clock and I'm just like, all right, oh, I got Lotus coming up. I've got to like make a rotation for the mid rune just in case. Like you might have to gank the other lane via twin gate, like you're saying. And then it's like 7 minutes comes around and you're like, oh my God, I'm not in position for the wisdom rune. And it's, yeah, it is, like you said, a lot of timings. You're constantly having to be aware of that. So shout out to the good 4s out there who make it happen. Not me.
I'm sorry. I will happily inform you why we haven't started yet. Unfortunately, Jabs currently has a roll of toilet paper blocking his webcam. So once that has been moved out of the way, we will be able to proceed with the game. But please, Jabs, if you can move the toilet paper away from your competitive desk, that would be very helpful. It has been moved.
I thought you were joking and I had to pull up the lobby.
You think I have the ability just to make this up on the spot? Like,
yes.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Hilarious.
Yeah, and of course, we've looked at Talon, but we need to look at the other team. And I don't know why I'm suddenly doing this. I'm stealing your job, Cryptic. I don't know why, but I'm gonna enjoy it for a moment.
You're on the left side. You can do it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like when you're on the left side of the thing, you get that naturally. And of course, 9 Pandas, they didn't do so well at the BetBoom tournament previously, but they are a force to be reckoned with within Eastern Europe. The partnership of Solo and Ramses dates back to the infancy of Ramses. And to the mid-20s of Solo. And other than that, I think you were fanboying a little bit over Antares, I believe, in the before we went live. So
I like this guy. I think he's really good. Okay, so for the most part, I think Antares has been a really, really big part of 9 Pandas run this year. I think he was kind of one of the big innovators on the 4 position when other players maybe were still kind of playing old patch material. And Antares kind of was just one of the first people to be like, you know what, this hero's fun, this hero's good, I'm just gonna play it, and found a lot of success on them. So I think in general, he's got a lot of potential. The offlane duo, when they do well, like I said, makes a lot of space for the rest of their team, and they need that. Ramses and Kiyotaka are incredible players when they have the space to make the moves. Whoa, we swapped.
Oh, there's 2 of me.
There's 2 of you. There's 4 of us. That's good stuff. Let's do it. Let's jump into the draft, everybody.
5 seconds remaining.
This will be good stuff. We've got Talon and 9 Pandas, of course, here. This is the first time I'm going to be casting on this new captain's mode style though. So this should be pretty cool to actually see how it impacts like these first phase picks and bans, because I'm so used to just the standard, like, you know, 3 bans, double picks. All right, looks like we might have a little bit of a connection issue with T-Gov. It's the bald. It completely just it overpowered his setup, but he'll be back. Oh, we vibing. I can hear you. Okay. He's kind of vibing. We'll have to see if he's back, but for now, still, we'll continue talking about this draft, talking about these bans. They're taking a moment here on Talon, thinking about this third one, as they will finally get rid of the Beastmaster there. And yeah, makes sense. A lot of specifically the offlane heroes here for the side of 9Pandas, right? Making sure Miro doesn't get his like 2 comfort picks, which are usually the Doom and that Beastmaster. So I like that. I think that's smart. Dude, the pick and ban phase is so weird now. I like it though. It's good stuff.
Hello, Cryptic?
We might be vibing. Are you back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my fault, all right? So what happened is, I went to have a sip of my drink, my hot beverage of the evening. I hit the mute button, and clearly that done something elsewhere down the line. And when I unmuted, it didn't like it. So I got to hydrate, but then I also kind of left the panel. So yeah, swings and roundabouts. I get to drink, don't get to work. I get to decide now which one I want to do.
Ooh, okay, so this is one of these heroes that I was a little bit unsure if it was still good enough to first phase, because obviously Invoker was broken after the rework, but did receive some sizable nerfs, but it is just going to be overall first here for 9Pandas. So Kiyotaka, potentially, hear me out, and Taurus could be playing this hero.
Yeah, I like the idea of the support Invoker. I think it's something that teams haven't really pushed too much for since the changes. I think maybe having was it in the C patch as well, they nerfed the EMP because it used to prevent any BKBs stopping the dragon, but then now they fixed that, so teams might push away from it. In essence though, it is a Quadswex vessel kind of active playmaking hero that we're seeing that can still pivot for the Midas and scale into Exhort down the road. But it's all about playstyle really, and Talon, they're going to want to go aggressive already. Like we see the Pangolier, this hero, they tried to nerf it, but I think they were nerfing the wrong aspect of the hero. Like yes, he was very tanky with his percentage reduction before. Giving him a straight shield is going to be fundamentally worse for Pangolier. But the fact that Diffusal Blade hasn't changed, the interaction with Swashbuckle, the fact that he has so many cheap spells, like I'm excited to see a D patch pre-TI, which gives him that one little bit of why do you want to play this hero now? Because it's still so easy to break open games with this hero.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just saw the Pango nerf and was like, the hero's dead, right? Yeah. And then a few players were just like, oh, let me try it. Let me see how it goes. And yeah, you still get Diffusal at like 9 minutes and kill people. So it seems pretty decent. Yeah, I don't know. I was a little bit surprised personally. I wasn't sure if this hero was going to be like playable after the, like what I think myself and a lot of others thought was a pretty sizable nerf. But I will say in a lot of the pubs that I have seen, like just on different streams, and it looks good. Like it's actually having a lot of success again.
Yeah. It's also one of the joys of Dota where you might see a nerf or change to a hero, but until you've actually played it yourself, you'll kind of know the power ratings. It's like Night Stalker is a perfect example. Like, he has this refresh on his ultimate, but until you get into a game where you're ganking that hero, pop ult, refresh your spells, like, oh, wait a second, this is really nice to use. Like you need to kind of, Dota's all about feel as much. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. In Talon, they go quite reactively towards this Invoker pick with the Silencer, a classic counter to the hero. Invoker has so many spells he wants to pump out, so you get any of your abilities onto him, you can be silencing him or just prolonging that damage, preventing him as well from casting. Nice. Marcy as well. Are they going to combo it with some like gyrocopter style hero? It's still in play. No one's banned it out. Sven's already banned out from Talon.
They have a lot of
better
options here,
counters,
and they have the 18 pick still, so they could just save their carry for the 18, right? Unless they really want the duo here. Yeah, so they grab the Venge.
Yeah.
This
No, I
hero
like
is
this.
stonks, man. This hero has gotten a lot of love.
I'm a big fan of the Venge pick. It's like, I'm mentioning Gyrocopter, but it's like I'm rushing towards the where you want to end your draft with. Venge kind of takes you along the journey, but without having to force your hand too much, right? Because now Venge is also a counter pick, right? It prevents the Gyrocopter potentially from Talon because you have the damage reduction with your Wave of Terror, the Never Swap to put him in difficult spots. Gyro wants to step up to high ground, you swap him back to tier 4s, he's going to die. So even if the game gets difficult, you have that ability to punish him. And now if Talon don't answer it, you're going to get Gyrocopter yourself, and in the game you've now got Sidekick, plus a Gyrocopter with Wave of Terror, the Flak, Alacrity. There's 3 heroes buffing up this Gyrocopter. And now it's like, maybe they ignore it and they have a different carry in mind, but like I just see this as being like the triple buff up Gyrocopter style game, and Talon, they are going to have to pick to respect that, or take it themselves.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Invoker Marcy like just drafts recently that have made things really difficult. Like you said, if you don't have a way of dealing with that buffed up carry, they go for the Darkseer Clockwork, which actually could be a decent way of addressing the Gyro, because these heroes will just run him down in the lane. But now the question is, can you pick a different hero that is like particularly good in this matchup that also still benefits from Marcy Invoker? And in my mind, it's something like maybe a Troll Warlord.
Yeah, I think Troll can be. I think there's awkwardness due to the wall from Darkseer.
It's the obvious one.
Yeah. Like the one remark I was saying, like when you think of Troll into Darkseer, you pop the ultimate, you keep killing off your illusion. Like you can get awkward scenarios occur with that combo. So I'm like, that's always like a to me. But yeah, we mentioned the Gyrocopter already. I think the way that 9Pandas got to picking Gyrocopter was quite obvious, but they did it in such a strategic way where it didn't matter, because like if they pick it, we don't care. If they don't pick it, suddenly we now have this like OP draft, right? And Talon, they need a carry to be able to deal with this. Already the Terrorblade banned from 9Pandas, so they're thinking about like the big ticket, scale to the end of the game style hero.
Faceless Void's the only other like real end-all be-all hero this game, I feel like. But it doesn't really fit the Talon lineup, right? Like it doesn't really seem like Talon would want to have a Faceless Void on their team. I just don't know what you pick into this like super buffed Gyro.
I'd say like PA is one that comes to mind right now for me. For Talon, you've got early game presence because you can get an Iron Shell on him, use that surge, get in and out of the fight. You have the protection of global pre-BKB. So now you're kind of utilizing the fact that PA wants to go like Battle Fury Deso, and then BKB maybe after even an Agnums. So this global kind of helps a little bit. So I think that's a pretty decent option. You kill heroes quick enough that Venge Swap isn't in play. Invoker, if he ever shows, can die. This hero is going to be, unfortunately, at the forefront of our minds throughout the entirety of TI. Same thing with Pangolier. It's like Pangolier, Warlock, PA, Sven, Gyrocopter.
Dude, I'm so over Warlock. That hero is just ruining every game right now.
Yeah,
I will say their bans don't really indicate the Phantom Assassin though. Like PA really does not mind playing into Mars. It's one of like her very favorable matchups, but maybe they're just worried about his teamfight presence. So.
Yeah, I think for 9Pandas, their draft looks really good on paper for like how they enter lanes, but they're not like the quickest in what they do on the map, right? Like Marcy, Venge, quite level dependent. Marcy, of course, can pack a punch, but it's not as if they invade the jungle and live there, right? They go in, get a kill, they scurry back to their side of the map, reset. So like that extra offlaner that can simplify some of these moves. Like Lycan does the tower pressure, Mars brings the team fight. Like I think they do need an offlaner that has just pre-20 minute timings to play on. Otherwise it will be a lot of just wait, hold on, Gyro's nearly there, just wait a second, 1 second, hold on. And that type of Dota can always be a little bit inconvenient. And yeah, they ban out the Void. So PA is still in play, potentially.
Yeah. It could, man, I like PA is just one of those heroes right now that she is definitely the number one most picked carry, it feels like. Gyro, even after the nerfs, is like very close, and especially in lineups like this where you have the Invoker Marcy, it just feels incredibly strong.
I'm gonna go for Primal. Okay.
I like the Primal.
I like
the Clockwork's a little rough though.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I like the idea of Primal. I don't mind that, but into a Clockwork, natural combo breaker, counter to Primal Beast, be it hook shot from a distance so he can't get off his ultimate in the early game, the battery assault chase down, and then you have global as well from Silencer. So it's not as if this Primal is going to always have his ultimate value, but he's still going to be that super tanky blade mail buying, I'm in the middle of the fight style hero. So it's fine in that regard.
They definitely just don't have a hero that can kill him right now. That's like the one thing I look at with the Primal Beast is like he can just go like Blade Mail, BKB Heart, and he will not die. So, okay, they go for the Morphling. I mean, this is a 23 staple. It's one of his best heroes. Yep. Is it enough, you think?
I'm always, you know what? Out of all the games, this is like such a Talon lineup that I think you can't go against. I'm gonna sit in the fence. I'm gonna sit on the fence because I look at these lineups, and the more I think about it, I think there's moments for either team to do well. I think this Primal Beast pick is always gonna have some issues with his ultimate, but like the game will be good. Ramses on Gyrocopter should, in theory, be fully uncontested and be the beast he wants to be.
Yeah.
Is there enough lockdown to kill off Morphling in the late game? No. Is there enough early pressure on either team to actually end the game quickly? Probably not. Will this be a super long game? I think so. So it's more on strategic choices, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to come down to 9 Pandas hitting like the 2 to 3 item timings on the Gyro plus like their Invoker Primal Beast, right? Like once Primal has like BKB Blade Mail and Gyro probably has like Ags, Chrysalis, BKB. Maybe we can see some things get done there, but I don't know how you contest the Morphling lane. This is a super free lane for him.
So, because I guess the other thing as well is you have Clockwork and naturally laning with Darkseer. So this Primal isn't going to be laning into the Clockwork, but now he's laning into a Morph and a Silencer. So Morph, should be able to farm well early on, but there's always that constant run at you. Like Marcy will be jumping on you, Primal will be running at you, and Silencer's not the best at being defensive. So I think if Talon are to think of maybe lane setups differently, maybe they put the Clock in the bot lane, so now you have Clock into a double melee with more free farming. Like these are small things that they could be considering right now to make sure they get through the lanes. Because I think that's the joy of Primal, right? Like Primal just either goes like 5-0 in laning phase, obliterates, or you like keep him down at like a 1 kill, 1 assist kind of territory, maybe in a couple deaths, and he's not the hero that we see him truly shine at. Could be an option.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would really like to see this be a like Clockwork with the Morphling lane, but I don't know if they're gonna do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. It's like to do it, you would also then prevent Darkseer from excelling in his lane and give him the defensive needs, because as soon as you move the Clock to bot, now Jabs can't play as aggressive with skipping waves because he's now got a ranged hero with him. It's like you need to pick your poison. Which lane do you want to do a little bit worse, and we'll see which one they decide to go with.
They'll be able to close the gap onto Jabs here. There's going to be onslaught on forward. First blood up for grabs, and Jabs, one more auto attack is needed. They get him with a blood grenade from Antares, but he's now in trouble. Q here with battery assault, trying to just chase him down, but there's the rocket barrage instead. It's 2 kills now for the side of 9 Pandas, as Talon will have to walk back towards their tower.
It's exactly the start that you want to see on 9 Pandas. 1 kill goes towards Ramses, 1 kill goes towards Antares, and just get the game going on your motion. Like this entire lineup for Dire, anytime you get a kill, get an item, you're going to be looking towards that. When can we go for that next smoke? Especially because Primal and Invoker are so potent. So yeah, 2 kills up. Bounty runes at a spawn.
We don't have a ward here on the side of Talon. If they go forward and get punished,
this is so bold. Ollie.
It really is. Miro, he's got an onslaught available. He can chase down this Silencer with ease, and that is going to be another one, just a freebie for the Primal, as they still manage to get 3 of the bounty runes. A massive start here for 9 Pandas in this game.
Already a 1,000 gold lead. No, huge. I just did not expect in any way for Talon to contest that rune. Like you just died in that position, lost 2 kills. You like, yes, you died top, but like contesting river runes when you lose early deficits. A bit bold, but yeah, Talon, they get punished for it. And this is what I'm expecting to see in this bot lane, by the way. Just non-stop. Antares jumps in, and then as soon as Mira gets a level 2, keep going. And Ollie needs to be super careful. He doesn't have TP. If level 2's coming and he dies again, this is when 9 Pandas will start feeling very happy in this offlane.
And that level 2 is coming fast off those 3 kills, right? Like these heroes are going to get that level 2 timing about a half creep wave or more before we're going to see it on Talon. So he's going to have to be very aware of that. I think the only silver lining you have on Talon here is that none of these kills went to Kiyotaka's Invoker, right?
Yeah, I think especially when you have mid laners with this Vessel build-up. You see Thompson earlier today with his Earth Spirit, even Nisha with his Earth Spirit earlier today. And now we've got an Invoker, but same kind of concept. You have a mid laner that wants to play active. You give him a cheeky bit of 300 gold here, 300 gold there. That's now what, a 9-10 minute Vessel that can just completely break the game. And in this game, Vessel is once again very potent. Into a Morphling, into a Darkseer. Both of these heroes don't like that healing reduction. So yeah, very happy for Talon to not give away any of the kills towards him.
Really smart stuff by 23 here in the bottom lane. Like knowing the level advantage that they were going to have on the side of 9 Pandas, he just pushed the lane, like just shoved it, just CSing as fast as possible to try and get it, you know, at a relatively decent time. So they don't actually end up getting any sort of like level advantage here, but top lane, or just a little deny by Q at the end. Okay.
We didn't need to watch him deny to the inches. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
This is bot lane. It's pretty much 23 Savage. He farms and Ollie doesn't feed. That's pretty much going to be the entire thing. Antares, he's already body blocked the small camp up. He tried to keep the hard camp open. Both supports fighting around the pools. And meanwhile, both of the cores just hitting the creeps.
Yeah. This is best case for 23, right?
Yeah, pretty much. In most Morphling games, it's how can I play as greedy as I can in my lane when my support doesn't leech XP? And then I eventually become so unkillable that my support can do other things on the map, or I get to my Morbid Mask and I can keep farming. He just needs to be careful because this is a lot of damage.
Situation's exactly like this, but with that trample expiring, they can just turn the damage back around. Ollie getting chased down here by Antares. Marcy quite fast. Does pop the salve, and it's going to be enough to keep him alive. So does get it broken. Ends up losing the money for that, but does not feed a kill over to Antares. So ends up being pretty worth.
Yeah. And Antares, he's going for this 1-1-0 build right now. He might pivot and go for the sidekick later down the line, but I'm fully down for him to go full spellcaster combos.
Yeah. And aggression in both lanes here is top side. It's going to be Solo trapped in the cogs, and he will fall finally.
Yeah, both lanes just constantly chipping down. I think you can see the mindset of the support duo 9 Pandas. Antares, every time he's got an opportunity to rebound, he's there, he's jumping. It might be a Morphling, this time it's on Ollie. And in top Solo, we haven't really mentioned it, but he's doing the same thing. He's positioning him non-stop wave of terror, throwing magic missiles. Like, they are being so obnoxious in this game right now.
Yeah. It's not often you see a double melee off lane like actually have a lot of success in the current patch, right? We've been seeing almost everyone opt to go for the one melee, one ranged, but these two lanes work really well together.
It's just natural synergies, right? You got one lane with
he actually just snipes them.
Just a point blank onslaught into trample. They didn't even need to use trample, it was just an onslaught. It was just a single onslaught to the face.
He was shifting all the way down to get the salve and just gets caught by an onslaught without noticing.
I mean, death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like, they just keep going. Eventually, you're going to go fishing and you're going to catch it. And yeah, they caught 23 Savage. They're not ready to shift back up there.
Yeah, that's quite nice. For
quite intense laning phase, I won't lie. I already feel like I'm in my like 40-minute voice, you know. Normally it's like in my like 5-10 minute voice, but I'm already like and it's oh god, I just gotta. And this is
got a long day.
Yeah, I've been awake for since before the first game started. I've just been sitting there watching it. Fast up on PC.
I was not. I was definitely asleep.
Oh, that's all right.
I missed all the first games. It was like 3 a.m. when those started. So
it's why NA isn't very powerful right now in the international scene. Right, you have to sleep a little bit longer. Your time zone's off. You don't get to watch the early Western European games, or we put on our master classes and stuff. So again, it's fine. It's a regional thing.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just gonna use that as my excuse when everyone you know, asks why I'm not like ex-MMR. Miro, bottom lane. Might have extended a little bit too far, but has raindrops in a stick. He's fine. And he's got a salve too. I love this. I think there's certain offlaners that like really benefit from buying these salves. Primal Beast definitely one of them. Loves salves far more than Tango's. Top lane.
They're gonna get him?
Find jabs. Swashbuckle in from Makoto though. Gonna try and find an exchange here onto Solo. Will eventually bring him down, I think, but maybe have to commit the Rolling Thunder. He is going to. And on the backside, they've trapped Antares as well. So they will pick up both supports as an exchange there for the Darkseer.
An Invoker taken away there. DD Rune, Miro, he's always positioning on that side. He's like, maybe I can find a jump. And yeah, 23 Savage. Any minute, there's just going to be another onslaught. Just this tree line needs to be so careful. It's why Ollie's placed that ward on the left-hand side. Why they've got the sentry prepared. Yeah, dewarding it. Very nice stuff. That's actually the hard camp block sentry. So Miro just being a little bit impatient with where he wants to place that obs. And they get the deward as well.
And, well, he's just going to be able to force 23 again. They're just putting, like you said, constant pressure. That death by 1,000 cuts is working, but mid lane, Invoker finally feeling the pressure as the 3-hero rotation comes through, and they will dive him into the tower. Nice little EMP here to burn some mana, but good find nonetheless. He was having too free of a game, right? Makoto comes top, he just gets to continue to free farm the mid lane.
23 Savage again.
He's out of mana completely. Solo, no spells left though, so. Well,
really nice adaptive.
He's got to go base.
Yeah, he has to. And this is where you can see the Talon. They're using the resources to help Makoto in the mid lane. I think activating this Pangler is going to be key. He is the one who's having the good game. He's the only one in the 3K, oh my God, 3K net worth bracket. Very different things. So giving him a game is pretty important. Bro. Yeah, I'm playing in DreamLeague Season 21. I'm 3K. Okay, of course, just for anyone watching, Makoto is not 3K. I think he's maybe 4 times that. I think he's 12K.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, you'd like to think so.
About right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Solo's gonna go ahead and take the portal back to the top lane.
Are there any stacks being made? That's the real question. Like 9 Pandas, they've been super aggressive. The trade-off will be they're not really playing the jungle. So Ramses isn't gonna have this extra resource to lean on for his farm, but instead I guess they don't care about stacks because they are not allowing Morphling to even think about hitting creeps, and this time he does go down.
There's a nice little bait there by Kiyotaka in the mid lane. He had that ward that scouted the clockwork and just kind of let him start it, but gets dewarded. Finds an exchange there. Good rotation from the clockwork. We haven't really talked about Ramses much. He's just top of the net worth already.
He also rotated on mid, helped Invoker out, getting the kill on the clockwork, using his TP there. Yeah,
he's so high level.
Yeah,
he's almost level 8.
How does he really get punished in this lane? Sure, the wall's a little bit cute here, but you're getting ganked by level 5 times. So, okay, Pango's here. Okay, this changes everything.
They're bringing the numbers.
There we go. Yeah.
They bring everybody to the top side. That's how you get punished. Kiyotaka, he's got a ghost walk, but he's going to tornado. No way out of that one. Nice swashbuckle from Makoto. They get 2 really big kills, and they might find a bonus kill, as I refer to it as.
All right,
the classic, I am coming, guys. I'll save you.
I was so tunnel visioned on Gyrocopter. I was like, no way they're ganking us too. And then like as like my kind of vision widened and I looked at the minimap, I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, Talon are bringing everyone, and that's what they need to do, right? Like, you can't allow Gyrocopter to TP mid, get a kill, walk back top, farm freely. Like, at some point, he needs to be afraid to play top, force him to the Ancients, where there aren't any stacks, and it takes him a little bit longer to farm at the 9-minute mark. And yeah, Talon, it feels like momentum's on 9 Panda's side. The net worth, the vibes are going 9 Panda's way. Of course, mainly because Morphling is so underfarmed right now. But these early moves, Pangolier, he will be the key component to this. And yeah, so far Makoto is doing pretty well on that.
You can't underestimate how important vibes are. You know, that's like a big deal, you know,
it is
when it comes to competitive Dota.
I mean, OG won a couple TIs of it. Tundra won a TI somehow not having any and just being stone-faced killers that they were. Impressive nonetheless, but yeah, vibes are pretty key.
You know, they made a checklist and then they just followed the checklist and it worked.
Yeah, they just had strict vibes.
Yeah.
What are we doing here now? We're kind of just walking around farming. You'd expect though the levels would have been a little bit better for 9 Pandas. Both supports only being level 5. They are desperately farming this hard camp to try and get some XP. They're going their way.
Yeah, that rotation top helped out the supports of Talon a lot, right? Those 3 kills gave Clockwork his level 6 like immediately, and Ollie was farming mid the whole time, so they managed to pick up their support levels quite a bit sooner. Kiyotaka is closing on that vessel very fast. He's only 200 gold away, and that is going to be pretty much go time, I'd imagine, for 9 Pandas. Like, we'll probably see him and Antares playing quite active at that point.
Yeah, I think you pretty much want to connect everyone but the gyrocopter into some really big ticket movements, right? This vessel into the Darkseer, into the Morphling. You're going to get 3 kills, but actually Talon wants to go.
There's the global, the pullback, jabs going in as well, drops the wall. There's going to be a great rolling thunder as well. Man, they read it perfectly. 5 heroes again.
And just click on the vent after this.
Yeah, Antares, he's trapped, baby. Double kill for jabs. Those ion shells doing work. Their group up has been so strong.
It's been delightful to watch the speed in which they see a core and they go for that play. And Miro, he's trying to go for a TP. Oh, cute. He could have gone for a TP cancel.
He tried.
And Solo just hit level 6, by the way. Like, when that hookshot global combination came into the mix, he was level 5. He was 1 creep away. And that's why he wasn't holding the high ground, waiting for the swap post-global. He was in the middle of the engagement due to that level deficit. And that over-aggression that we were praising in the early game is now what's hindering them now, because Talon is just reading it beautifully.
Oh, man. They're not even going to connect here on this mid. I mean, you could see the hesitation from Kiyotaka. Like, he was like 1 creep away from the vessel, and he just got baited by that greed, being like, all right, I can get 1 creep in back, and they just caught him perfectly. But he just kept being like, maybe I should go for this, maybe I shouldn't. They get the mid tower at least, which is a great objective.
Yeah, I think Talon, they are doing a really good job at just kind of weathering the storm, understanding what the limits are for their aggression. Like, don't overreact too much, but then bring 5 heroes to that 1 kill to then give yourself an extra minute of farm. Of course, Ramses, he has been pretty much untouched. Like, yes, there's that 1 death top, but he's still, what was it, nearly 2,000 gold above the Morphling. He's gonna have Aghanims in nearly 1,200, 1,400 gold's time. Yeah, this is a scary gyrocopter. And Talon, they're now smoking up. They don't have global, but the Pangolier and Silencer
this time too. So
interesting.
Coming very soon.
The smoke did nothing. All right, they smoked for nothing.
Well, they are gonna portal right to 23. This is the Vessel reveal too. If they catch him, it's huge. Does he find him? Antares is here. They're looking for the gyro in the jungle, and Q's got him. Global Signs comes out. Do they have the damage to follow it up? They drop the wall right on top of him, and in comes Solo. He's not going to be able to make it in time. Ramses will fall, and Solo, once again, trying to offer some support, ends up dying in the process. They're going to buy back, though. Kiyotaka's in. They find Ollie first to start this one out. Nice EMP, but Q's just chasing him down. In comes Miro on the Primal Beast, but he's just stuck. The Clockwork just trapping him in place, and Solo has to swap him out. You end up losing more. A dieback on your Venge, and a TP out from Miro. A disaster from 9 Pandas.
I think there's one word to describe this play right now from 9 Pandas, and it just feels desperate. Just the fact that they're getting their timings. They got like this vessel pickup, but they're making a smoke play to kill a Morphling, and because of that, the supports now aren't in position to protect the gyro. I can't. Just the amount of praise we gave the aggression of laning phase, they haven't been able to like tone it down a little bit as they enter this mid game. And when I say mid game, is 14 minutes into the game. Like these supports have only had one idea: go find kills, and Talon have expertly kind of got around that aggression, found windows to kill gyro top, reset, smoke back in, kill the gyro again. And like Venge, she's not positioning herself to break the smoke at the triangle, be in a position to swap defensively post global. Like, she's always out on the map with her Invoker or with her Marcy, and because of that, Talon are just finding such beautiful pickoffs, and we might finally see the Morphling die after a couple minutes.
Okay.
I say might being the key term. He didn't die.
The tornado bought him enough time on the attribute shift. to survive. That is nuts. Miro comes in, does manage to get on top of Ollie. A nice find is Q. He's actually lost the battery assault, so he's gonna fall as well. This will be 2 kills. Sticking around just a little bit too long as Jabs does drop the wall, does have a vacuum to play with. In comes Makoto, but it's gonna be 23 as well. Miro with that onslaught away, but here comes the Pancake once again with the Rolling Thunder. He looks for Kiyotaka. He's got the defusal now, and Invoker is in a lot of trouble. Does he get the help? A swap out from Solo, but a swashbuckle back the other way, and 23's there to help try and finish him off. The Dust, it's on top. Does he have the disarm time? He's gonna survive, maybe.
Dust is still on.
Still running. Nah, they finally get him. It looks so good for a moment there from 9Pandas. I thought that was going to be a really good turnaround from them, but you get the 2 supports. You end up losing Kiyotaka anyway. I think 23 surviving ended the day pretty good for Talon, right?
Yeah, I think both teams, it's about the race towards that first Dispel or that first BKB, right? So on the side of the Pandas, I think all cores are going to be looking towards BKB, and for Talon, it's the Manta and the Morphling, and yeah, already picked up. So now you're going to have Vessel, this early Vessel that we're going to hope to be this game-breaking, wow, it's so quick. It's not going to do anything now towards this Morphling. It can annoy Darkseer, sure, but just another nuisance now to the side of 9Pandas and how they can play the map. If anything, I would expect them to take a breather, calm down, and hit some creeps. Because this net worth, these Raiden heroes, they're now thriving.
They are hunting Ramses down. They knew exactly where he's going to be. Question is, will they actually get vision? Manages to dodge out that smoke gank. Nicely done.
All right, you know the game's going south because Marcy's queued up a Midas.
No way. Did he really?
Yeah. He's got the casual headdress into Midas. A very known build in the... no, it's not.
That's one of my favorite support builds.
Yeah, casual headdress Midas. It's just a health regen, really gives you that jungling abilities.
Entars might be in what we would call the danger zone right now.
A spot of bother if you're across the pond, yeah.
Wow. I've never heard that before.
Have you not? That's a banger. Yeah.
No, that's interesting. Ramses mid lane all alone and in a lot of danger now. It's going to be a freebie. Global Science comes out as the top lane. They're looking for more. They did lose the Clockwork, but the turnaround here potential onto Miro. Nice tornado to buy him some space, but he's just going to try and TP out. Can he actually make it in time? He does.
He's so tanky.
Yeah.
2300 HP. Doesn't even need to use, Seeds of Serenity. Doesn't need to use the Vidura's Dale or the Wand. Just naturally tanky. And it does just feel like 9Pandas. They're kind of there. It's just hard to say. They're just not really doing much now. It's a lot of independent play, and they will have some more timings down the road, right? Like, as much as I'm hesitant on praising them because they haven't really done anything good in the last 6 minutes of the game, they are still going to be having some mid-game moments. I think Primal Beast for BKB, Jericho to BKB, and that's why Solo has fully ignored, I think, the big picture of the game now, because he is just making stacks. He's like, guys, I know what we need to do now. What we've done is not too hot, so let's get Ramses into a point where he isn't just going to die to one extra rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, his 3 deaths right now is, you can feel it in the net worth, right? Like the Clockwork or the Morphling is completely caught up to him, and he's about to have a Lincoln Sphere here in just about 700 gold. So not only does he have the Manta for the Dispel, but he'll have the Lincolns, stopping things like Swap, Vessel, even the Cold Snap Vessel combos, right? Like, there's a lot that he can do with the Lincolns this game.
Great point. And I think this is what I see now, where Solo's with Ramses. This is what I would expect like a traditional Venge plus carry lineup to be. You make the stacks, you protect your carry from the smokes, you wait, you hit that timing of your carry, and then you play that aggro style of play. And 9Pandas, of course, having to do it reactively due to what they achieved. But at least they're now kind of reforming their perspective on the game. I think if they continue down that original line, we'd be calling GG at like 25 minutes. Talon, they've taken game 1. So yeah, 9Pandas are adjusting during the game. And Talon, once again, of course, grouped up, ready as ever to take any engagement that they want. They were scaring me for a second. The way that all their heroes move together on the minimap was like, don't you dare smoke. Don't you dare do it. And you're not ready here.
Oh. I mean, they're grouped up a lot around this bottom tower, but you talked about it earlier. Probably super tanky, has his BKB now. This is not really a target you can bring down, at least with not like a super heavy commitment. And the potential punishment from that would be rough. Oh, yeah, almost dies to the good old Tormentor. Man, that was one of my favorite things when Tormentor got introduced, was just watching pro players randomly die to it.
Yeah. I think in every week they should just slightly change the damage numbers on it, just to make sure pros aren't always in tune with its damage output.
I feel like its damage reflect is still bugged. I don't know. Because it's supposed to return damage a certain way, and I don't think it does.
That's what a core says when they die to it, Soda. So I think you just outed yourself there. Oh, well, 23 Savage got an Aegis, and Tyrus has got a Midas. So, yeah. Take that as you will.
Double Wisdom Rune. That's pretty good.
Now, Talon, this whole left-hand side of the map has been fully uncontested, right? Like, we have not seen any dire heroes here, no major aggression, and it's why 23 Savage has been able to just catch up in the farm. He pushes out top lane, retreats to the Ancients, then farms up the other set of Ancients, rinse and repeat. He's now got the Manta, the Lincolns, Skadi down the line. It's pretty scary. Of course, don't forget Morphling is a mobile carry who has good armor to deal with the physical damage of Gyrocopter. A decent matchup for sure.
He has no Manta right now. This could be a play. They've caught him. Nice global silence as a way to save out, bail out 23 for the moment. The Rolling Thunder from Makoto comes in, does find the Venge. The hook shot comes through, and they're just targeting Kiyotaka once again. A vac wall onto 3, but Ramsey's going to turn around with the damage. The BKB just shredding these heroes. A buyback now from the Venge. Ramsey's going to try and he cancels. Wait a minute. He wants to keep fighting. They're going to go for Q. Okay, they got him. Nice kill, and now 23 on the backside invoked himself. He's gonna get caught, brought down. Ollie on the run, cold snap, Vestal on top, and Tara's a nice little tap there to finish him off, and it's just 23 all alone. The
nice
TP gets canceled. Beautiful tornado into a missile. Gonna be able to dodge that for the moment. A Lincoln's protecting him once again. Can he get out? 23's tried his best, but he's got to wait for Magic Missile connects, and he's gone. Huge win here from 9 Pandas. Not only taking the Aegis, but 4 more heroes with it.
There it is. The BKBs came out to play in 9 Pandas. They were tanky enough. Like, it started a little bit weird. Well, let's be honest. Like the initiation from the Pango, the Vac Wall, but Makoto, he's
been caught
for a second. Yeah.
Oh, the tornado off the mark into the swash, but he hits the blade mail.
Oh, what just happened?
Yeah, you lose 5.
Dude, this Midas is so value right now.
For Antares, yeah.
I mean, when do you expect to ever buy Midas in a game to then suddenly wipe your opponent and then kill the... But like for Talon, it's like they have an Aegis, and it's probably not the best usage of it. The fact that your Morphling has to retreat straight away. All your spells are kind of getting thrown deep into the fight rather than being concise. We are going to see the replay here. It starts with 23 Savage finding the entirety of Eastern Europe in front of him. He waveforms to the right-hand side. And at this point, you know the fight's not going to be too great for Talon because they're kind of just, look, they're just throwing spells in. There's no real positioning. There's no combos, right? There's no vac into the Rolling Thunder. 23 Savage is not getting any damage output. And that's when 9 Pandas, of course, thrive in this scenario. They have the tankiness, Ramses with the damage. It's a really weird fight from Talon. I think it was a bit forced due to the fact that Aegis was kind of in play. If they didn't have Aegis, I think they would have probably played this entirely differently. So kind of getting baited potentially by their position. And yeah.
It definitely felt like, for a moment, I thought it was just they were just gonna bail, right? Like they popped the global, and I thought like, okay, they're just gonna get out of the fight. Like they don't want to take this, but they stuck around, and a little bit of an unfortunate vacuum from Jabs, right? They could have vac walled 3 into the cogs, instead pulls them just outside of the cogs. Yeah, just a few things just not quite going their way. And while we were watching the replay, Kiyotaka just gets a freebie onto Ollie. And Kiyotaka may regret being this far forward as he just returns the favor.
It was a nice charitable gift back his way. Yeah, I think as well for Talon, they've had like a great mid game of perfect team play, like deciding where and when to fight. But now they need to remember, like, their supports aren't the most damage dealing, right? You've got a silencer, you've got a clockwork. They're great at setting up the engagement, but everyone else needs to do well around you. So this mid-game timing of the BKBs I was mentioning will now really hinder Talon's kind of just punch, right? I think they need to maybe even scale a bit further down the line, especially when you look at what items Talon are buying. You've got a Lotus coming on the way on the darks here. You know, Pangolier, he just picked up his axe. Like, it's a lot of, we might need another item to be good style of stuff. Whilst Nine Pandas, yeah, anytime you list an item they bought in the last 5 minutes, you're kind of like, ooh, okay, this is pretty good. Like, this Primal's about to have a heart as well. Like,
yeah,
I say
this is like the perfect build this game. Like, he can't die once he has this. Like, he is untouchable.
Oh no, he's not Enchantress, but yes, he's gonna be unkillable.
True.
Yeah, just in case of the Spotify listeners, they don't want to be confused.
Man, that's the one thing about Primal Beast that just feels so good in this patch is even if you aren't having like a great game, which I mean, somehow he's 6-0-6. I want to point that out. He was like not having a great lane. Or I guess like at the beginning of the lane it started out okay, but I think it started to like kind of break down a little bit. But he's managed to go deathless. He has 6 kills and he is in front of Jabs on net worth now, which is really impressive.
I think he's also put himself in positions where he can get some clutch TPs out as well. Stuns aren't the best on Talon to consistently use throughout a fight. It's kind of, we vac and then we wait a little bit and then we use adaptive strike and that's about it. Yeah, I think just playing the limits, of course. And luckily, at least for Miro, he didn't fall victim to joining his supports in this kind of early game aggression, this over aggression. And yeah, in doing so, he stabilized the game. I think luckily as well for Primal, his entire toolkit is the next item he buys, he wants to fight. He never has an item where he pauses his gameplay, and it's the phase boots, early game fighting, the BKB, obliterate the fight. You buy a blade mail, please try and hit me. You know, like, it's every item just feels good on the hero, and is why he's so strong in the patch.
Yeah. I will say I like the idea here that Nine Pandas are going with. They're just tanking up on all of their heroes. Like, Solo has double bracer, drums. Like, he's 2,000 HP on the Vengeful Spirit, and Taras is about to have his BKB. Like, they're gonna run out of damage here on the side of Talon. Like, your Pango does have his like Blink Aghanim Scepter now, which is a lot for these fights. But if they're able to just like run at this Morphling, I fear 23 just won't have the damage output to actually bring down these Nine Panda heroes.
Yeah, I fully agree, and it's gonna be a little bit of concern. You look towards Morphling, it's like, okay, how soon until you have a Daedalus or the Skadi? He went back for the BKB, so he's now triple itemized to survive the fight. Meanwhile, Nine Pandas, they're knocking on your high ground, they're hitting the tier 3, alacrity to boot, throwing a sidekick. This is a Drycopter you need to deal with, but
it's going down.
Can they kill him? He has BKB Satanic plus the swap.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they get the hook shot, and the Global Silence comes through. Can he actually get the BKB off? He does. The Satanic's healing him through it all, but Ramses isn't gonna beat it up. It is. Oh no, dying on your high ground, Talon. It's the worst case scenario, and just like that, they're gonna lose a lane of barracks. Maybe. Do you just go tier 4s?
They can do whatever they want right now.
65 seconds without a Morphling.
Just do it. Yeah, I mean, if there was a game to do it, this is the game already.
You got Alacrity sidekick. You can't stop this gyro.
Respect the Pango, that's all I'll say. Maybe Ramses is telling his lads to calm down a little bit here.
He's gonna go Satanic off the creep wave is all he's waiting on. Oh, never mind. He's just gonna TP. They get one tier 4 and they back. Address lanes, I suppose.
Like
Dang, man, that was so close. He was down to a sliver of HP. All right, good. We're gonna replay. I want to see how close this really was.
And it was a perfect setup, right? Hookshot into the pushback of the cogs. Actually, it was a pushback of the Primal into then the follow up there, and so close to dying. If they had
went down to like 140 HP, then up to 1,000, back down to 200. Like he was going. That was just ridiculous.
I for the content, I kind of wish he died there, just so we could have blamed Miro, because Miro pushed him back, preventing him from BK being a little bit longer, right? So if he did die there, it's like, you're Primal, you're having a good game, but you just killed off Ramses in quite a decisive moment. And luckily for him, it wasn't the reason why he dies, and they actually do crush the fight there. But you got to be careful on your Primals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, they found Kiyotaka, or Makoto, sorry. He gets the roll up into Rolling Thunder, so he'll be able to get away just fine. Can Primal Beast still grab the Rolling Pango? Like, is he far enough away to grab him and not get stunned?
Hover on his cast range for a second and just say, nope.
Oh, yeah, that's too close.
It's very close.
All right.
Of course, he can BKB, but...
Yeah, it's true. They do push them away, and that's just going to open up second Roshan here. So Aegis and Cheese likely to go the way of 9 Pandas here once again. Obviously, they'll be able to scout it with Flare, but there's not much they can do about this, right?
I don't think so, no. It's maybe if Clockwork was in position for a snipe, but that's about it. And, yeah,
they died fast.
Died very fast. And the Vengeful Spirit picked up the Boots of Bearing. Item we don't see too often, I don't think, but in this game, it's going to be pretty effective. You see that Vac Wall come into play with the wall move slow. If he just pops Boots of Bearing, you can disengage very quickly away from the wall, take a breather, and then reset from there. So, yeah, overall, I love how 9 Pandas have kind of readjusted in this game. I was really concerned and didn't really enjoy their post-laning phase actions, but the fact that they clearly had we know what this draft's meant to do logic has put themselves back in this position of arguably being unkillable, especially with the butterfly pickup now from Ramses. We mentioned the lack of damage from Morphling. This is just going to feel even worse now. How do they kill Gyro?
I don't know, man. I really do not know. You're going to have a Halberd coming out from the Primal Beast probably in the next couple of minutes as well, and so it really just feels almost inevitable here that 9 Pandas will just walk lane after lane taking the objectives, and with an Aegis on Gyrocopter, they're going to be a lot more confident going for this last tier 4 here. The Alacrity plus that sidekick out already, and Miro just charging in, making this impenetrable wall of I dare you go on my team, and they're gonna try. Nice jumping onto the backside here as they get right on top of the Venge. The flak out from the Morphlings doing a lot of work here as BKB's to expire, but the damage from Kiyotaka's Invoker just laying into him, forced him to retreat, and Ramsey still just standing strong. Has BKB, has Satanic, hasn't spent anything. Gets a side gunner kill there as Makoto trying to run away, but the throne's exposed. It's fallen and fast, and the flak cannon's gonna do the damage. This first game looking like it's all in the bag here for 9 Pandas as they are just having some fun with them. They take down the Morphling. They're gonna double buyback. The GGs come out, and 9 Pandas get it done here in game number 1. Ultra kill for Ramses.
Give him the rampage.
Give him the rampage. Oh no! It was so close.
Pretty illegal stuff occurring here, but yeah, 9 Pandas. What an up and down game, but overall they had one clear mindset, which was aggression. They stuck to it. They waited for a little minute, and then they completely broke Talon quite quickly. And I think it was cool to see these lineups go into each other. But at the end of the day, what's going to win? Triple quad buffed up the Gyrocopter, or a little old Morphling, a little old watery boy? I'm going to pick Gyrocopter every single day right now.
Yeah, Watery Boy is, one of those heroes that it's just comfort for 23 here, I think, but you definitely see the weaknesses of it right now, especially when you're going up against a hero like Invoker first phase. Like you have to itemize for Dispel, right? In Manta is normal, but to go Manta, then Lincoln's, then BKB, and you're up against this draft of 9 Pandas, they have quad BKBs out, and everyone's like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 HP. Like, where are you gonna find? You can't kill anybody.
Yeah, and you also then look towards your, jabs on his Darkseer. Did he really have too much impact, unfortunately? Like in the early game, yes, it was pretty potent with some walls and pickoff, but then it kind of got to the mid game. What happens? Same thing, Ollie and Q, Silencer and Clock. If you lead the game and get a lot of kills, you're going to feel great. But if you ever stop that aggression, the game's always very awkward. So I think Talon's lineup was very Talon-esque. They were doing so well, but then they didn't utilize that Aegis, and because of that, the game just fell apart. And 9 Pandas was like, their timing in this lineup is just insane. Like, this is like if I see this draft at TI, I'm expecting it to win games consistently, because it's like a fail-proof lineup. Like, you can make mistakes, but you'll always have that moment to obliterate your opponent. It's why Gyrocopter is so good, especially with all the buffs.
Yeah, it just seems really strong. They get all their items every single time. I think that's one of the things that they just did really well is they played on every item timing, right? Like every big item timing this game, they would group up and try to make some stuff happen. And maybe, you know, a little bit too aggressive from Talon on that top fight when they get the Aegis. That kind of broke their backs a little bit. But you know, it is just game 1. We can see if they can bounce back for game 2. What do you think? Do they have that potential?
Of course. I mean, it's Talon. Like, I'm never expecting them to just bow out at an 0-2. So I hope they can do something. And I think if they're going to go for defensive supports, I then want to have cores that can then amplify the supports, right? Because I think there's a little bit of disjointedness towards this, where they weren't looking at their opponent's lineup and going, this will beat them. It's more drafting for Talon, not drafting against Night Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back. We got some more here on Dream League Season 21. And again, Talon versus Nine Pandas. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 21. Obviously, 9 Pandas coming off with a very good game number 1 victory. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with T-Gov and my friend. How you feeling about that one?
Great. Splendid. I think if you're a C fan, you're going to be a little bit upset the way that your team just lost. You know, it was a very it was pretty over quickly. So I hope this next game is going to have a couple more layers to it, a little bit more depth, maybe some meatier comebacks, because it kind of felt like 9 Pandas, other than their own little slip up with that Aegis kind of situation where they gave it away. Other than that, should be pretty good.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, yeah, everything went their way. I mean, they came out of the lanes looking really strong. Ramses had a couple deaths here and there, you know, that maybe slowed them down a little bit, but the game plan really came together once they get these 4 BKBs. They get that second Aegis, and they just walk to the high ground, and you really see the damage numbers start to lack there for the side of Talon, and they can't really find anything. So it's looking very good.
Yep. When you think about this next game, though, it's always like the fun of what do you think will change? You know, are we going to be seeing some respect towards the Invoker? Are we seeing some respect towards Primal? I think the fact that we were able to call the Gyrocopter pick so easily and it still not really be perfectly answered. Like, yes, Morphling can be a decent answer because you take the flak and you become your own Gyrocopter. But if you don't have the buffs up, then it's like you're just going to be playing at, like, say, 50% towards your opponent. It's a lot of questions were asked from that first game, and it's always fun to see the answers and how they approach it. But I just hope Talon don't go for this. Okay, let me rephrase it. I love this draft from Talon, but if you removed it from who they're playing against, I think if you put this draft against, let's say, some, okay, I don't know if I'm going to try and reference a team here, but just any other team that isn't as aggressive in your face and tanky, this draft will be insane. But it just wasn't that good into what 9 Pandas had.
Yeah. I mean, I would be surprised if they give Kiyotaka his Invoker again. The thing is, like, he's got a lot of flashy heroes that he can play. It's just one of those things that you give him an Invoker, he's likely to have a good game on it in general. And on top of it, you now have this early Vessel plus the buffs potentially for whatever hero that Ramsey's playing. It just seems like it fits what 9 Pandas wants to do maybe a little bit too well. So we'll see. I mean, I think you're right. Maybe you give a little bit more attention. Maybe they ban it out in the first phase. Or if they have overall first pick, maybe Talon take it for themselves. But it's hard to say.
Our first pick. So that will be the change up that we're going to be seeing. Talon are going to be first pick. Last game, 9 Pandas were. Hence why we saw the Invoker. But then it's like, okay, so now there's Warlock still in the mix. There's some Beastmaster talk that we're talking about. Doom's also in play. Like, drafts are always pretty cool. It's kind of the meat of the game. I think drafts are sometimes as equal sometimes to the gameplay, it feels, for some drafters, how insane they are at kind of exploiting their opponent's weaknesses. And yeah, we'll see how it pans out in this next one.
All right. Well, it shouldn't be too long here. I think we're almost ready to jump into the draft.
There we go.
Oh, we are ready. Let's go. All right. So we're getting into the first phase of bans. I don't think we're going to see a lot changing here. I think from Talon, they're probably going to still focus some of Miro's heroes, but I'm wondering if they want to focus maybe on the Primal Beast as opposed to maybe like his Beastmaster. Can you give him Beastmaster or Doom? I don't know.
Well, so far they've got a couple choices. I mean, they only have 2 bans before they do get to this point of the draft, and it's what's really in play. So last time they banned out Doom, Warlock, Beast, and Sven. They were the big ones when 9 Pandas were first pick. This time they're already banning out the Vengeful Spirit. So now you're gonna have one of those 4 that I just mentioned potentially be in contention for 9 Pandas straight off the bat. So Talon need to pick their poison. Which ones do they not want to go into? And they actually double ban based on the previous game loss. So all 4 heroes are still in play from the first time Talon met 9 Pandas.
Do you force 9 Pandas to ban the Warlock here and just try and maybe grab the Warlock yourself?
the thing is like, is Warlock...
Does it fit Talon?
That, but also it's like, how good is Warlock? Are people overhyping it? Like, yes, its laning phase is very good. Upheaval's annoying. But if you have like a Tidehunter style hero that can like AoE stun and prevent the upheaval, you have ways to deal with the lane always being in your face in laning phase, equal pushback potential from your off lane. It is going to be that hero that has a high cooldown ultimate that can't stun active heroes, right? So I think this will be the support where people might rush towards it, but we'll see the exploits from the good teams come down the line where these pucks and these super mobile mids come into play, or the carries that just don't care about Warlock, right? Like any of the illusion heroes. And Nine Pandas, they are going to ban it out. They are going to respect it themselves. But I think this is the one hero right now for me in the patch, which is like, it's getting a lot of attention, but there are ways to deal with it, I think. And I can't wait to see people push back against what people think are really saying.
And they will actually take out Doom in this first phase. So they still have a couple options here from the first phase ban pool of game 1, but like you said, they changed up their bans quite a bit here for Talon. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, not a lot of information as well for Nine Pandas coming into the series. Talon, they played Tundra earlier today in a best of 2. They lost that one, and then they played in the Riyadh Masters 2 months ago. So different patch, different kind of style of play entirely. And this is kind of the excitement. It's not often you see tournaments in the build up towards TI. Some of these TI competing teams, often they kind of go into hibernation. As soon as they qualified, it's like, okay guys, go off the radar, hide, play in our scrims, and we'll do whatever we can at the event. So the fact that we are getting these additional little tournaments beforehand, shout out DreamLeague, gives us just a little bit more just information in the build up to, the best part of the year.
Well, you leave Beastmaster in, and Miro will take it, and Makoto goes back for the Pangolier. So didn't feel like that was the problem from game number 1. I mean, he looked pretty decent on this hero, don't get me wrong, but is it worthy of that overall first? What do you think?
I think Pango will always have a strong place in being first pick. I think that previous game, it was because of the Pango's early net worth that gave him confidence to make some of these moves, to get those early pickoffs. If he wasn't in the game, it could have just been a from start to finish Nine Pandas victory. I think the bounce back was mainly because of this Pangolier. And if he had a side lane call that could also do something in the game, then it could have been another story. But yeah, I think Pangolier, it just doesn't look bad to look at, right? Like some heroes, when you see it picked in the draft, you have that discomfort, like, it doesn't provide this or it doesn't do that. Pangolier is just like, when I say universal, I don't mean literally, I just mean like he is the most universal hero in Dota. He can do like kind of everything for your team, other than maybe healing, but other than that, he can do everything.
I mean, you're right. He's got one of the coolest hero designs in terms of, flexibility on his, not only his role in the game, but itemization as well. So I like it. I think that's a really good point.
And of course, Nine Pandas, you mentioned the Beastmaster. A standard response,
actually,
if anything.
ban.
What do they respect?
Antares. To get rid of his Skywrath. He's actually one of like the better Skywrath 4s out there.
Yeah,
I like that.
The combo plays itself, especially with the Beastmaster lane. I think other combos that you can think about with Beastmaster would be like the Rubik and the Willows. Don't know how much Antares really plays them, but I could easily see just a strong ranged support playing behind this. Yeah, like Rubik, Mirana, anything like this. And yeah, we're going to see solo Treant Protector, a classic combination for sure.
Dude,
yeah, really,
this hero
really
was nuts.
Yeah, it's a very good hero. In lane, you have Grasp that allows you to keep the move speed from your trees now that you can kind of chase down the lane with. You get a couple points in leech speed to have more impact to fight, and then you max out your living armor, keep towers alive. And I think the best games for Treant Protector is when your draft naturally has map pressure away from you, because then you don't feel like you need to help your team because they're already doing it for you. And then the extra resources your opponent takes to defend now allows you to keep your tower alive, because it's like if we take the trade, it's like I'm fighting into a Treant living armor whilst I'm losing a tower to a Beastmaster. It's like these two heroes in tandem, like they make sense for just kind of early game and punishing your opponent.
I'm trying to think what other Antares heroes that they would want to run with the Beastmaster. I mean, you did mention a couple. I know he has a decent amount of games on the Rubik, but we'll see the Enchantress actually picked up here from Talon. I feel like this is a hero I don't really see all that often. It is a lane dominator for sure, and it's great against the Beastmaster, so maybe that is good enough to warrant the Enchantress pick right now.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see this matchup. I've not seen it recently because Beastmasters often go for the Axe build, but with the change to the Hawk, and then you kind of naturally needing to level the other boar up, then it gives maybe some life to Enchantress once again. We'll see how the lane matches up, and yeah, Talon actually go for the Willow themselves. This gives me so much more comfort though. Like the previous game, I saw a Silencer and a Clockwork. I saw two supports that like set things up but do nothing. But now I'm seeing the pressure on the map of an Enchantress, whistling down your towers, the damage of a Willow that can throw Bedlam on top of the Pangolier, sorry. Like, these are three heroes that want to do stuff on the map, and yeah, pretty exciting stuff. A nice change up from Talon at least.
It definitely fits them well. I like it a lot. Now, what are you looking at from 9 Pandas here? Because you
probably like Mirana +1. Like,
yeah,
it goes down to you pick an Ench to deal with Beastmaster. I then respond with another Mirana to deal with your Ench. So then you don't deal with my Beastmaster. Like, you just continue the chain of I counter, you counter, I counter. So I don't mind that one. What else would they go for? Probably their mid laner here to keep it a little bit more open. Like, they don't really have much information to go off here. So I think picking Mirana plus really strong mid lane that can play into anything is pretty good. I'm down for a Puck, I'm down for a Storm, and
Tara's techies, man. I thought about it, but I feel like I haven't seen this hero a ton lately. And Tara's was really probably one of the best techies players in the world when this hero started hitting a little bit of momentum. He was very, very good at this.
Yeah, it doesn't look uncomfortable again. Like I see 9 Pandas playstyle, I see techies, it's like it goes hand in hand, right? Like, they want to be in the face of their opponents, they want to be just high damage heroes, and you expect Solo to go for an early shard on his tree, to be scouting, to be finding, and then behind that is going to be just this overwhelming amount of damage. This is the most important pick I feel in the draft for me for 9 Pandas, is how they approach this kind of blind phase, and okay, they're going to go for a Shaker. We see Shaker mid just be so prevalent. The additional range on the Aftershock, the fact that you deny everything with your totem, it's pretty easy to play out the mid and also have impact. And I guess against Pangolier, you have the Fissure to annoy the Rolling Thunder. In the later stages of the game, won't be that great, but if you lead with the Fissure as the roll's going off, you can just make him bounce the wrong way. Like, it's small things to consider.
I'm looking back at this techies pick a little bit. It just destroys these supports. Both Willow and Enchantress are just food for like techies +1, right? If they get like stunned or anything, like even just Fissure into Blast Off, I feel like I don't know how they actually get out.
Yeah, it's going to be all about combos for 9 Pandas. Like, techies can go to mid, Shaker will set him up. He goes to Beastmaster with Raw, he'll set him up. Even Tree, like I said, with a shard, like this techies is going to have a very nice time at finding kills, and there's plenty of AoE stun / damage anyways for the Willow, and yeah, they go for a Terrorblade. It's nice for the fact that you have the scaling aspect, right? Like, Shaker down the line, when Terrorblade has Skadi, maybe even like Manta BKB territory, it's not going to be like, oh wow, we're killing him, right? It will get a little bit awkward, so I'm looking towards the carry now for Ramses to be that decisive, we can also kill off Terrorblade style hero. But where does Talon go with their offlane? Often they go quite greedy sometimes when they have one illusion carry. But I kind of want to see a little bit more of a traditional offlaner here to tie in the draft and to give Terrorblade kind of comfort in when he wants to use meta aggressively.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think like what the carry matchup is going to be. I mean, they get rid of Legion and Tide. Do you have to ban Faceless Void again?
It's a pretty good Void game. It
doesn't really have great synergy, but it's...
Yeah. It's a good Void game because you have a potential Solar Crest on Tree and Protector, the aura of Beastmaster plus Vlad's of his eventual Home of the Overlord. Like, there's there's ways for Void to feel nice. Dilation against Pango is pretty good, but is it too much in that waiting department? I'm not opposed to it, to be honest, but we'll see. I like the bans from 9 Pandas. I think when I said traditional offlaner, like Tidehunter kind of fits the bill. They instantly pick with no fort, and yeah, sure, they go Underlord. Like I just wanted to see just the guy that exists, right? He throws out an aura or two, throws a pipe on the Terrorblade. Like one pipe in this game, and Shaker now feels a little bit worse, right? This Echo Slam isn't killing the hero; it's putting him to, let's say, like 50% HP, right? So yeah, I like the fact that Talon didn't go too crazy with their last pick.
Yeah, this is a hero I kind of forget about. I think like Underlord had that moment where he was really strong. We were seeing him in a lot of games. And then this recent patch, he's kind of fallen off a little bit. Maybe because of the rise of Darkseer. Like he just felt almost like a worse Darkseer.
Could they drow here for 9 Pandas? It could be a bit spooky.
It's pretty
Medusa.
good. I was going to say, you're looking at a range carry for sure, but Medusa.
Okay. It's like... So the reason why I wasn't thinking towards melee heroes is, one, you're laning into an Underlord. It's probably why Underlord also felt good for Talon to pick. It prevents the Naga Sirens, the PLs, like the classic counters to Terrorblade. High armor, can't find the real hero. And I was leaning towards Drow because Pangolier will never feel too comfortable going into the fight because you can get 100 and 0. Same thing with Terrorblade. Decent lane as well, but no, they go for a Medusa. It's going to be annoying. It's 9 Pandas. The question is, how does Talon get to Medusa and then kill her off? Because you need to get through the defensive toolkit of both Techie, Shaker, and Treant Protector, on top of the BKB piercing abilities of Beastmaster, and then you kill her. Like it's a pretty scary Medusa pick for sure. But a better draw from Talon overall. Like their supports can actually pack a punch now in this game.
Yeah. I agree. Like last game, they had huge damage issues. Like they couldn't actually bring down any of these heroes outside of Solo's Vengeful Spirit. But, you know, he got to do what he wanted to do in those fights anyway. This time, you know, not as survivable with heroes like Enchantress and Willow offering, you know, their kits as well. I was kind of hoping for a Muerta, to be honest, for Ramses. But we were talking about this a little bit before we even started today, that Muerta kind of just feels like a Medusa in terms of like it needs the same amount of money, but you're just way less tanky.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you blink and she dies potentially. It's like, oh god, no.
Yeah,
and,
Muerta just has a lot of like really hard counters in the game right now. One of them just being Blade Mail, which you can buy. So being able to buy a like just pure hard counter is pretty rough. All right, we're gonna get ready to jump into game number 2 here. For those of you who are just joining us, it is 9 Pandas taking on the side of Talon. 9 Pandas with a 1-game advantage here at the moment, and they have looked very good in that series so far. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling. All right, great record scratch there. Perfect timing.
With a charming personality.
Oh, they saw each other.
An interesting ward there, actually.
It's not blocking any camp out. Of course, he's sentry because he saw Ollie appear, so he was expecting there to be some type of counter vision in play, but no, wasn't there. Both teams, they are postured for the fight.
Oh, that's looking. Full spells thrown out here and there, but no one wanted to commit too far. Don't really blame him. I feel like fighting into the 9 Pandas level 1 is terrifying. Granted, Kiyotaka does just have Enchant Totem, but Treant Protector's Leech Seed is not a fun ability to fight into.
Yeah, they just have so many slows that they build time to get the right clicks off. So if Talon was deeper down the lane there, for sure we're going to be talking about a hero dying there. And the big win is the Dark Willow had to level Ramses. Actually, you are in a awkward situation here, boss. He has a 1.
He has 7 wand charges, but they will continue the chase here, and it's just a matter of time. They're trying to get the first one to Makoto, but they'll give it to 23 instead. And just like that, Medusa falls. I mean, these are some of those early game nerfs. Like, obviously, she was like the champion of Dota for a while, but they nerfed a lot of her level 1. They nerfed, you know, mana shield multiple times, her level 1 base mana as well. Like, they had to just try and find ways to make this hero not just too good.
Yeah. It reminds me of the last game, right? The fact that the team that's under aggression still sends a hero by themselves to go check for the bounty rune. Like Talon, they disengage from the aggression, but they keep 5 heroes there. Medusa runs in. So yeah, a little bit weird from both teams in that kind of the early bounty runes. But this time, 23, very happy with the fact that he got the kill here.
We're gonna see Kiyotaka and this mid shaker have almost near perfect CS to start this one off.
What a surprise!
And, I mean,
from the
that's
shaker.
kind of just expected on this hero, right?
Yeah, pretty much. This is another hero of the eye.
So annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get a pretty sizable nerf in the mana cost to enchant totem, but once he has his bottle, it shouldn't be too bad.
Ooh,
which it is here.
Yeah. Okay, it doesn't have cooldowns. I was like, if he had a swash, he's dying, but no, it was on cooldown for like another 6 seconds.
Take a look at this off lane. So it is going to be Miro and Antares. He is going to go for the axes early, of course, and Ollie opted to go Nature's Attendants just to kind of like effectively trade in the lane, it seems.
Yeah, I think I like that, especially when you see the Beastmaster instantly use Axe. You're like, okay, I don't need to play on this potential enchant. Be tanky, keep his TB alive. There's a lot of spam as well. Axes plus the sticky bomb. You throw out 1 Nature's Attendance on your very low HP Terrorblade, he's gonna be rather happy. And it's gonna be a little bit of a farm fest, I feel. I would be surprised, especially the lane that we're looking at right now, if anyone was to really go down. I think it's on solo or Q to be egregiously out of position to actually die in this lane. Just due to the fact that it's Underlord Medusa. It's like some of the tankiest heroes in the laning phase.
Yeah, and they're slow. Like they're both really slow. Like neither of them really have the potential to like chase down the other one. Jabs will take a good amount of right-click damage here just from Solo, but Solo's in deep. He actually doesn't have the tree walking at the moment, and Q just dumping the damage back the other way. Does get the Leech Seed off and a few auto attacks back the other way, but will actually just survive thanks to the Shadow Realm.
Walk it off.
Stick Fairy Fire still available, like you were saying. And top lane, a lot of low heroes on the map. Miro does have 10 wand charges to play with. He is definitely trying to bait this one out, but needs to be a little bit careful here.
Now, will Ollie wait for level 3 to put 2 points in attendance, or is he gonna go for a second point in enchant?
Actually, I'm wondering the same thing.
He's okay. He's probably gonna go for enchant now. Like he wasn't using any of his spells there. He was kind of holding off, and I feel bad for our observers right now because like in every lane there's a little bit of poking occurring. We could miss a kill. We won't call him out if he does miss it. It's okay to miss a kill now and again.
There was like 8 low heroes. 8 heroes at like 25% HP for a moment there. But mid lane,
oh, missed a kill.
Oh, okay. Well, my bad. I may have baited him. Well, top lane, he's gonna get the return at least. That was quite nice. The clap there doing a ton of damage. At the end of the day, not bad. 23 gets the solo XP for that.
Yeah, second point in enchant, you grab that Helmet Smasher and yeah, go to town. Often against enchantresses, you want to block a lot of the camps up. So I'm a little bit surprised that 9 Pandas didn't bring extra sentries. I guess the argument could also be there are so many camps around safe lane that using a couple sentries, there's always going to be that extra, you know, I'll walk for an extra 5 seconds, I'll get the creep anyways, right? And
yeah,
maybe we're not seeing teams be as potent on the D-ward, but he instantly comes in, gets a clap, gets an enchant slow,
dude,
and Miro's dying as well. What a great
the
start
double
from
slow
Talon,
from Reflection, it's a lot.
Also, making the move as the minute mark's about to take over, you can kind of expect the 4 position to be making the stacks, especially in this type of game, right? You got a Deucer in your safe lane, like stacks are key. A Gyrocopter in the previous game, you can farm, you can kill, but a Medusa, her own real point of contact in the early game is lane creeps into jungle creeps. She doesn't suddenly twin gate to take a tower, right? And yeah, Talon, they make that read perfectly, punish the offlaner due to the need to farm up and to make sense.
Ollie's scouting out some stacks right now here.
He's getting some critical information.
Yeah, he's got the mana burn creep. I'm actually curious. Okay, he's just gonna get rid of it. Grab the Wild Wing Ripper so he can have his Cyclone.
Jabs is so tanky.
Hurricane, sorry. Yeah. Bottom lane. They do manage to bring down the Treant Protector eventually. It was close though. Jams barely surviving. But has that Vanguard, it's a lot more difficult for the Medusa. I mean, she actually just doesn't have damage against him outside of Mystic Snake, so he should feel fairly safe in the lane at the moment. Hanging though. There's a haste rune on Makoto. He is running down here. And with that Pango, should be a pretty easy kill onto the Medusa. He's got the Rolling Thunder available. He will pop the stick. Do they continue the chase? It's gotta be. He's out of mana now on Makoto. He has to leave.
He didn't have the bounce target.
Yeah,
if he goes.
We'll find 2 bounty runes for his trouble. He's thinking about coming back down anyway.
Ooh, I like the double back play. They have the sentries to check for the vision already. There's not going to be some lingering Radiant Ward. And Ricardo, he just wants to get a kill.
That was the perfect small camp there. It was the Satyr camp, the small Satyr camps. He just gets half of his mana pool back off of the Mystic Snake.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, 7-minute wisdoms, Jabs. He's running up. But don't worry, Q's already there. Yep, even split, 1 for 1 on this. The old wisdom runes, and yeah, it's kind of just a trade of fun right now, if anything. Like the Underlord, I think he only dies if Techies comes into the mix and throws out some spells. Yeah. Due to the fact that he's so tanky, and in doing so, we're just going to see a lot of kind of map efficiencies coming out. Ollie constantly taking away the big creeps from the stack, so basically halving the stacks made now in the top side of the triangle. The real question
That's a really cool way of addressing the stacks. I hadn't really thought about that, but it definitely works.
Over, grab it. Yeah, it's very good.
I mean, top net worth though is 23 by a decent amount. He is.
He instantly
He's trying to contest the stacks. Is that what their plan is here? He's just gonna pop the meta and walk on the high ground, and Echo Slam comes out from Earthshaker to try and finish off this Willow. But Q ends up getting a lot of health back there from that stick, and Rolling Thunder out from Makoto. They're looking for this Shaker, but can they actually chase him down? Off the mark there with that second jump, but Kiyotaka gonna go for the BKB TP. Or not BKB TP, just TP.
Bro, an 8-minute BKB. Damn, this
pretty
guy
huge.
He is insane. That is such a classic phrase though in Dota though. BKB TP.
Yeah.
Like every caster has said it like thousands of times. But no one's
It was shiny, right? It was the arcane rune. It confused me.
It was, yeah. Arcane TP. Yep, there you go. Doesn't have the same ring to it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
9 Pounders need to take away the stacks.
They tried to contest the stacks. Didn't work.
Yep. So they quickly taken away. And Dusa isn't the one to farm them up. Of course, Beastmaster with the axes is quickly getting them because of the ongoing threat. But he's brought them quite low. Talon could actually, you know, with a swash here and a swash there, he could get a couple of these.
I did not see who got those, but
Antera's got a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I saw those blast off, swash, and axe all coming through at the same time. So they deny a little bit. Does make some space for 23 to apply pressure to this top tower. So not gonna be able to finish it off, of course, but not bad. How do you feel about Beastmaster queuing up what looks like a Vanguard into an Aghanim Scepter this game? Because this Ags did get heavily nerfed against illusions.
I'll be honest, I'm a bit of an Ags hater. I've always disliked Beastmaster Ags, not because it wasn't good, because I think it was a cheap way for offlaners to think about Dota, you know, because it was so annoying with the spam, the presence, the buff up of the damage, that I think people missed a lot of opportunities to go for the Helm of the Overlord. And in this type of game, it's like, I think your Medusa is going to be the core for you to play, so why would you not want the Helm of the Overlord? Don't know if I'm a fan of it. We'll see if it plays out though. Ramsey's, he is currently getting absolutely slaughtered in the bot lane.
Yeah, they will finally bring him down. The third rotation, I think, down to this lane to try and find him. Finally a success, as it will result in a tower as well. They brought the numbers. Well done.
The other thing as well in this game, there will be a moment where Terrorblade has Skadi. He's got Dragon Lance already. Like, he's got a lot of ways to play on range, be tanky, and to just prevent beasts from freely moving throughout the fight. And I am interested to see if it will pay off, if this Beastmaster Axe will do a lot of damage. This will probably be the talking point of my post game, if it is to work or not. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But right now I'm sitting on the side of it could be awkward.
Kiyotaka does have his Blink Dagger now. I don't think they saw him get that. Well, they might have now because the Satyr was just chasing him through the jungle. So they might know about Kiyotaka's Blink.
And he just walks into mid. So this is very much a very, not very sneaky Blink Dagger, but one that
not at all
they can use. If anything, the
4 points Aftershock too.
Yeah, it's going to be a big slam, but he needs to play with the techies. He doesn't have that natural pairing to use the Blink with. So the techies and him, they can smoke for a kill, or Beastmaster can apply tower pressure, draw heroes into a fight, and then Shaker responds. But a couple options for 9 Pandas to use the Blink, or they just continue farming up and wait for a better timing. Right now, 23 Savage is not having any threats thrown towards him. Freely farms top, moves to bottom, got plenty of wards to be able to play down here.
He's got his Yasha coming out. Ollie, of course, scouting this rotation. Kiyotaka with the Blink. It's going to be close. They even commit the Overgrowth. Okay, they will grab him. No points in Untouchable quite yet.
Good kill. It's also why Illusion Heroes, even like Terrorblade's so good, right? Like this whole farm top, but Twin Gate, and then you're suddenly now pushing out 2 of the most wide points of the map. Oh, I've heard a slam.
Oh, there's the Echo. Yeah, Kiyotaka, he punishes both supports across the map. So, nicely done.
I don't think Talon are wanting to make any big moves right now anyways. Like they are pretty happy and content hitting the Strider farm. It's when 23 Savage calls like, okay, I'm ready. Like maybe the Pangolier with the Diffusal Blade is another point of going. Like Underlord only just picked up his ultimate. Like he was holding off his points. He didn't really know where he wanted to go. Slaps in a point of ult. So there could be a scenario where Pango makes that move. The Underlord gets to generate his own Twin Gate, otherwise known as a Fiend's Gate, and gets to join a fight. And yeah, it's probably actually pretty easy coding actually. They had the Fiend's Gate code already. They just had to copy paste it and rename it. Damn.
You actually might be onto something there.
I just realized it. Probably wasn't the most challenging of additions to the game.
Mid lane, tier 1 tower. It's been a slow burn here from Ollie on this Enchantress to try and bring this one down, and they might eventually do it. They're looking for Antares top though, as Jabs sends the portal to try and bring some more heroes here. And Techies does have Blast Off and Taser. I mean, this is a long chase for this support, and I don't think you're gonna get him. Oh, you're definitely not gonna get him. Oh no. Well, that's a space maid if I have ever seen.
The fact that Jabs used his ult to bring in the Willow for Willow to TP in to then do the trick, like, so many layers of discomfort to try and get that kill there. And yeah, 9 Pandas throwing around a couple tips, pretty happy what occurred.
Yeah, Solo. Yeah, he's gone. Tries to get a decent ward there to maybe look for that Wisdom Rune. Doesn't end up getting it.
Let's check.
Dude, he is actually closing out on that Scotty pretty fast here.
Tara's with another Midas.
No way. Did he really do it again?
Yeah. The techie just trying to go Midas.
And Tara's has to be the #1 buyer of Midas from the 4 position. There's just no way it's anybody else.
I mean, at least today, I've not seen... I don't know, but this guy, he plays aggressive, and then he's like falling back for the Midas, and the logic checks out. And you know, Q's also looking for a Midas as well. I said this game should be quite long. We've got some of the biggest carries in the game, right? Medusa, Terrorblade. This could be what, 65, 75, 80 minutes long. Who knows? We got a couple Midases.
Why stop there? 300.
Yeah. We're not ever going to progress Dream League. We said it's a 1-week tournament. Psych. We've still yet to finish our first day of groups.
I mean, we thought last game could go the distance, and unfortunately, you know, a couple item timings, a couple bad fights from Talon, and then it just spiraled out of control. But this is one of those games where I don't see that being as much of a threat, right? Like, you don't have the same type of amplifications that we saw in game #1. Top lane, little freebie there onto Antares. He gets a little bit too happy trying to cut waves.
A little bit, but he accelerates Q's Midas now. Only 100 gold away. Compared to Techies, who's now, what, like 600 gold away. That's pretty awkward. Pretty awkward. And you're thinking about the aggressive nature. Think about the defensive nature of both of these lineups and why the game could last so long. Treant, Protector, Beastmaster, Medusa, the high ground defense. On the other side, Underlord with Firestorm, the Swashbuckle, the Ench skipping the waves, Terrorblade skipping the waves, the artillery of an Axe Moonchild Willow. Like both of these lineups, they could happily sit at their base and defend. Dude, I'm hyping myself up for a really long game now, and it might not occur. Like a team could just fall flat and just lose, whatever, it happens. But if I've ever seen two lineups that can just really stalemate a game out, this kind of is up there.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. I'm excited to see Kiyotaka like get active once he grabs his Aghanim Scepter. He's very close, just like 500 gold away basically. And I think Shaker Ags is just one of the most fun kind of items, abilities in the game. After that, it's usually the Octarine, right?
Yeah, I think it depends on your read of the game. Most mid laners will try and get an Octarine as quick as possible when they're mid. It's just like a mid laner logic. I don't know why. It's always a thing, but I think in this game, potentially just, yeah, BKB earlier would be pretty good, but any of these items in any order sound fine. Depends on how they want to play with it. I also wouldn't mind a team doing something though. I'm going to preface that. I wouldn't mind a team smoking, getting a kill, like anything. I want to feel something right now. I'm a bit empty right now. Come on, here we go, Makoto. Oh, Solo.
He's trying to make it happen, but Solo says no. But in comes Jabs. Nice Fiend's Gate right on top of the Earthshaker, and Kiyotaka is in a lot of trouble. In comes the Stone Gaze from Ramsey. He's trying to make some space. The Terrorize off the mark, and nobody dies.
Let's go.
You said we're gonna have a stalemate potentially, and oh my goodness, you were not lying.
No,
these teams are so tanky.
Wouldn't lie to you. And what's the Midas situation? Anyone else going for a Midas, or we're only locked in at 2? I think we're locked in at 2. Ench is sporting an awkward amount of gold though. She's currently sitting on 1600 gold, so maybe go for it.
It's not close to a Midas for sure.
Yeah, look at it. That's some healthy gold. But here you go, 9 pandas. They are grouped up. We do get to see them utilize Beastmaster to take the tower. And Ollie, you're all out by your lonesome.
Yeah, he's dead. They finally grabbed the kill there, but a nice Pit of Malice holding them down as the Bedlam's just chewing through these heroes as well. But Kiyotaka with the Echo and 23 coming in as well. Kiyotaka trying to find what kills he can, but the slow from Makoto's lucky shot just too much. Can't actually chase them down.
Can they go Roshan off this? Like, Pangada's in the air.
He can, right?
He's got the lucky shot
half the meta.
Yeah. Yeah, no, nice move from Talon. Like the fact that some 19-minute tier 1 tower, you're not defending it, but you're just contesting the positioning of your opponent. You want to take away this first Aegis. Yeah, I like the move. 9 pandas. I feel like this entire series has just been, how aggressive are they? Do they have like an off switch? And Talon are reading it quite nicely and when and where to fight in this Shaker. It's why we maybe see Shaker not be picked so quickly nowadays. It's just teams are pretty good at picking around the hero. Like you've got a double high attack range support duo plus a Terrorblade with the tankiness of an Underlord. Like who is he really slamming and enjoying the slam on, right? Like if he slams TB, probably doesn't die. Pangolier shouldn't be in a position to get slammed. So it's not the Shaker game of ease. He requires his team to do it for him, and you can see there it wasn't that comfortable. And yeah, Talon 3k lead, 20-minute mark, slowly farming up. And someone that we haven't really spoke about is this Medusa. She's got the butterfly coming out on her courier. This is a very good item to deal with, and we're seeing a little bit more of a fight top, but it does feel like Talon is kind of walking through the engagement to get a couple more kills.
Yeah, you know, Miro tanky with the Aghanim Scepter, trying to heal this one up. In comes Kiyotaka as they dunk on that Enchantress.
Medusa's
nice overgrowth, Terrorize on the backside. The Sunder comes out as well, but Beastmaster's fallen low. Finally, Solo caught on the backside, trying to get away, but we'll catch with the Cursed Crown as 23 continues to chase it down. Jabs will just TP on home, and the Eye of Scotty makes it too easy. Miro finally dies as they're trying to finish off the Pango, and Ramses will get him. Kiyotaka still got some stuff to play with. He's got an Echo Slam back up, but with that Aegis on 23, making it a little bit difficult.
He's looking.
Oh, cute. Oh, he's gonna go for it. There, he's got him. 3 rounds of the aftershock will be enough, but can he get away? He's got to jump in 1, can TP, and he is safe, baby.
I respect that. That is a. I'm not backing down until I slam someone.
I've got Echo, and I'm sure as heck gonna use it.
It was awkward as well. Like you saw the usage at the slam, the fissure. Like okay, one more aftershock. I hope he dies. Kinda smile.
Yeah.
It does go down. Like both teams are really utilizing the fact that it's like their offlaner is tanking and can absorb. Their supports can do damage. The big carries can easily 100-0 heroes over time, be it through meta clicks or through Medusa with her butterfly. It's like I'm looking at the same concept on both sides. So who can execute it in the moment? And yeah, that time around Ramses was able to poke his head into the engagement. We haven't really seen too much of him.
Do you think,
able to say hello?
Do you think 23 has to go back for an MKB to deal with this Medusa? Or does he just build standard Terrablados? Because right now he's got Daedalus Satanic queued up. So that is not, you know, a Medusa answer technically. Maybe just raw damage to take the mana shield down.
I like the idea of the raw damage because I think any of his teammates will die. I think this Beastmaster should in theory go down to some Daedalus hits. He has gone for a Halberd on Beastmaster, so again a little bit more evasion into the mix. But I like the idea of MKB being, you know what, I'll buy it 5th item down the line. Let me just crush them in this fight, rather than like, you don't buy MKB and go, wow, the game feels great now, right? It's like I wish I had the Christus. I wish I had the Daedalus or the Satanic or some other big item, right? But down the line, 100% we can consider it. But right now, yeah.
This game is so close now. 8-14, only a 1k gold lead for Talon, but it has been back and forth. Like Talon have held the lead for a good while, but a couple fights here and there from Pandas has brought it very close back into the mix. And 23 just wanting to kind of pull a 9 Pandas from last game, as he's going to be the one knocking on the high ground here at 25 minutes. Top lane. Kiyotaka's been found. They dropped the roar. They have an Echo to play with.
The damage?
But they don't have the damage. Jabs with Pipe as well as Crimson Guard just too tanky. And now they're going to chase after Kiyotaka. A very difficult target, though.
No.
Oh, you know, not much you can do there. You are not catching a shaker.
It's a little in and out job, and they try to go for the kill, but they can't. Yeah, Underlord is incredibly tanky. As a Pipe, a Crimson Guard, soon to be Halberd.
I'm glad they pulled off bottom tower. Like, I think they definitely know, like, there's not really any way to get that tower unless you all in for it, right? You're against a Treant Protector, 4 points living armor. He's gonna keep that tower alive unless you can somehow bring it down with 5 heroes.
Yeah, I like the way Talon are playing right now. It's this go for a tower, but do it with conviction, like you're saying. And then you go from bot instantly to top. Daedalus is soon complete now for Terrorblade. He's got Satanic in his quick buy, and you mentioned MKB earlier. I'm saying you want it down the line. He's queued up after the fact, so he's gonna have Skadi, Daedalus, Satanic, then slots in the MKB, and that's where you need to look towards 9 Pandas. Like, okay, Terrorblade has a clear path towards his I will crush the game. What's Medusa's version? Like, she's got the Daedalus herself, but without the Aegis, like, she loses her ability to really want to walk down the lane and rally her team. She's quite a Aegis hungry core. And yeah, both cores, they have the farm. Both teams have the ability to make moves, but it's just a little bit easier for Talon right now. You see, once again, hero shows on map, you go in, ooh, a blink just off the mark there.
Cheeky TP, that was nice. I mean, Antar, I mean, that's not the first time Antar has this forced rotations and they don't find him.
Yeah, how often he doesn't die, that is true. Very good point.
I mean, look at the Midas gold from him now. He is so farmed, actually. 9,500, and he got his Midas after the Willow, but that's just kind of the nature of techies, right? This hero can really farm.
Yeah, especially with the levels. You want to get a couple points in the proximity mines, and then suddenly you're not half killing a wave, you're fully killing the wave, right? Or at least,
yeah,
it's more than half, but yeah, you get the point. You're with ease pushing waves.
Yeah, you like full killing stacks in the jungle too. Like, he's one of the few supports that can just like double stack with super long attack range and then just kill the whole wave or kill both stacks.
Now, what is going to be the plan? Like, I'm looking at both teams doing the same thing. You know, we've got Midas on the fourth, we've got Daedalus on the carries, we've got Auras on the offlaners. Like, both teams also are going to be scared to go towards high ground. Like, 9 Pandas, super defensive in their toolkit, right? You've got Living Armor, you've got the Echo Slam turnaround, Techies with the Blast Off, Medusa with the Tower Aura, even stronger. And you can just see it. We're doing like a mirror matchup. And I think, if anything, Talon were victim to the Aegis in the previous game. They got the Aegis, suddenly 23 Savage threw himself into a position of, I'm taking a team fight and you must join me, which led to their demise. And the Roshan will be critical for both teams. That's hopefully where we see the big clash of the game.
We've got a scaling carry now on the Dark Willow. Aghanim Scepter done with the Midas, Grove Bow, going Treads next. It is just a matter of time before this hero is a major issue, right? Like, a lot of times we see Enchantresses kind of do that from the support role. Like, they can transition into a core, but I like what Ollie's done. Like, he's just tanked up. He's got a Glimmer Cape going Force Staff. He's just going to be more of this, like, utility, keep his heroes alive, and Q is going to be that damage dealing support now.
And also the Enchantress with the relatively early gem pickup is just kind of closing off the map quite nicely. 9 Pandas there, skirting around the edges, trying to get the farm, dodge. Of course, Solo with his invisibility, from his shard. Like that pickup from them, but you need to respect techies here, I think, in these awkward points of the game. The amount of mines that will be randomly placed around the map to tank the smokes to protect Roshan, it's not going to be a simple, let's take the fight here, but they have division on the Coda. They are going to try and jump him.
Beautiful roar combo, and oh my goodness, Antara's bonus damage there is a lot. They're TPing in. It looks like they still want to fight this. Jabs falling super low.
One by one,
he's gone, and they just dunk on Enchantress as well. Oh no, Talon, they lose the gem.
Oh, that was not the tower defense you wanted, and it all started because of that ward placed behind the tower. Solo, he threw down the ward, he saw the Pangolier by themselves, they saw everyone else on the map kind of just making these moves, and yeah, they play with conviction, get the instant pick. Pango's dead, now turn towards Jabs. You see an Ench TP but no one else. This is just a recipe for getting the kill. What a very questionable engagement there from Talon.
I mean, you look at this Underlord, and you think he's going to be tanky enough with Pipe, Halberd, and Crimson Guard, but they just have an absurd amount of magic damage. The magic amp from Proxy Mines it didn't stand a chance. The Drums of Slom were just going, and they just went right through his HP. Mid lane Terrorize actually off the mark as Kiyotaka just walks away with a Shadow Blade.
The real question I want to ask is, you're saying about how tanky or deceptively tanky or the Underlord is, but what's he tanking for? He lives for 10 seconds, but very, very strange there from Talon.
Yeah, the Enchantress coming in there thinking, you know, okay, this Underlord's going to live. And on paper, you're like, yeah, this Underlord's got to be able to survive, you know, at least for a bit, and we could turn this fight. But instead, you just feed away the gem, which is just feels so bad giving that one up to 9 Pandas, because now you have a solo Treant walking around with a gem. Like, you're never going to find this guy.
No, it's as soon as you get to Blink, Shard, Gem, even without the gem on the Treant, it's incredible. Throwing a gem on top, and he's just looking towards a straight refresher. Doesn't have the Philly Stone, but he's looking for it. And Roshan said it was a critical part of this game for both teams. Both incredibly robust scaling lineups, and Aegis just gives you a little bit more desire to cross the river and make the plays, and 9 Pandas with ease take it due to the blunders of Talon.
Yeah,
this is gonna
I mean, they kind of figured it out, but it's just a little bit too late. And Aegis now for the Medusa with that completed data list like you were talking about, also managed to pick up a Hurricane Pike, so a little bit more mobility for this hero.
And the Grove Bow, like that is some pretty nasty attack range for this Dusa.
Absolutely. Oh, 23's committed to meta. An aggressive gate here as well, as in comes Jabs. Does manage to catch them on the backside, and Medusa will be forced to go for that Stone Gaze right away. Nice echo on the backside. They've caught Q on the Willow, and he's able to finish the kill. Kiyotaka's got to get out, but he can't. He's dead. The gem's on the deck, and Ramsey's taking a beating from 23. The Halberd finally comes out. He's trying to TP. He's going to make it solo on the run as well. Makoto's looking for him. Does get some eyes onto Antares. Solo in the trees. Might regret that one, and he does. The gem held on jabs now, making it very easy to chase him down.
Yeah, the old back and forth, it seems. A little bit of ping pong with the gem, and Talon are back. I mean, that's the Talon you expect, right? Like, this 23 Savage Terror Blade is nasty. Like, it is ripping through his opponents. This Beastmaster with this Aghanims, paper, nothing. See ya, sorry, I look at you, boom, get out of here. And yeah, I think Nine Pandas, they need to be careful. Like, if Dusa, she can do all the work, but it's based around like during the overgrowth, during the echo slam, during the blast off. If these things aren't occurring, Dusa won't play with that much confidence. And yeah, Talon, they've got a little bit more poke and prod available.
I mean, that was a Kiyotaka buyback as well.
Yeah,
that is super rough.
That's actually awkward. I didn't catch that.
I didn't either. I just noticed it on the
that's
on the
not the one,
there.
Chief.
Oof.
Oof, indeed, yes.
One thing I didn't even catch in the fight either. Miro roared himself. He hit the Lotus, so that's not ideal. That, like you said, you know, Parablade just got a good 3 seconds basically to just chew right through this guy.
Imagine if that was a thing. You have the optional, like, press Alt to self-cast literally any spell on yourself. I'm not enjoying this game. I'm just gonna roar myself. Yeah, this Beastmaster has got to be careful. He's not done a lot.
He's in a rough spot. Nice halberd there. Good roar once again, but is it enough to get him out? He is very fast. The bonus move speed will wear off, and a nice fissure there from Kiyotaka to bail him out, so he's gonna be okay.
The team with the ages is one that now has to be afraid. Yeah, these games it's so psychological. Like, any minute, if you lose a little bit of a team fight when you think you're ahead, you kind of fall back to that. Okay, just wait for that next big item, right? And it's so easy to fall into the rhythm of, okay, we need the MKB or the Satanic or the next stages, and that's where the stalemate does occur. But Nine Pandas, they are across the river. They have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. All ultimates are in play with 10 seconds up for Raw. Both teams pretty much kitted out for this fight.
Kiyotaka in a pretty rough spot here. Does get the jump away. Has BKB and cheese. Has the BKB cheese. He's looking to go back the other way. Just dunks on him. He loses vision. The Glimmer Cape buys him the space he needs. And on the front side, 23. Caught here for the moment. Overgrowth holding him in place. He's looking for a stunned target. He finally gets it onto Antares, but he's falling low. The damage for Ramses. It's enough. They get the kill. A big one. Terrorblade down without buyback. And now they're looking for more. Ollie gets caught as well. 4 dead on Talon.
This is... like, Dusa does the damage, but Shaker makes the moves, right? He draws so much attention to the southern side of that fight. Talon are not in a position, like 23 Savage by himself in the triangle. Just look at the minimap right now. It's TB versus the world. And then at that point, like, what do you really do? Like, yeah, he gets a Sunder off. Talon, they use so many resources to deal with Kiyotaka. They tried to get the kill, but beautiful usage of cheese into BKB, straight turnaround. Nine Pandas are just playing a little bit more disciplined in these mid-game fights. In game 1 and in game 2 now. They're knocking on the tier 3.
I mean, 40 seconds left on the Aegis. They're going to second fort this one, but unless they time some damage, Medusa is just going to get all of her mana back. And then you're in a pretty rough spot. So they'll just grab the racks, and it looks like probably just a disengage here from the side of Nine Pandas. Beautifully done from them. Man, that cheese bait just did so much work.
I just look at this hero and it just upsets me a little bit, right? It's like the damage and tankiness of the melee hero, but with the ability of like a Quap, you know, like the pucks. As elusive, as annoying. And the damage, yes, like 1,000.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot of damage. They are smoked up and looking for an opening here on the side of Nine Pandas. As Ramses did just get all the mana back from that Aegis. Q behind the tower, does get seen. The Echo comes in, doesn't manage to see it on top of him. He gets the Shadow Realm off in time, and Makoto doing some work on the backside is able to burn through a lot of this mana. Antares will likely fall into the tower. Will he survive?
They are deep.
Barely. They are in way too deep.
The cause of Nine Pandas
getting a
took
little
the
bit
high ground.
aggressive.
A little bit. The cause took the high ground, and both their supports just beelined it into the tier 2. They kind of forgot they were on the dire side for a second.
Yeah, that Echo did not have the same impact as it did in the last fight. I mean, you can see, right? He tries to get the initiation onto Q's Willow, and if he hits the Echo, he probably gets the kill, honestly, but
I think he just had the same reaction as us. You know, Kiyotaka,
yeah.
He hits his near one hit on Ench. He's like, "Whoa, boys, look at my damage!" And everyone's like, "Whoa!" And then they run in for the fight, forgetting that they have to have clean comms and stuff. And yeah, probably happened like that, 100%.
I think
it's a classic Nine Pandas aggression. Yep. To be fair though, I think a lot of the top teams nowadays, when you hear their comms, it's always just so calm and so clean nowadays. Like, you rarely have the emotional player at this highest level. Like, you get it maybe after the fight when you know strategically there's no real information to pass around, but
yeah,
it is pretty cool to see just how like hyper focused these players are nowadays.
Yeah, I did notice that actually in a few like comms that we had from like other tournaments ESL's done. And it's really interesting where you're just like, it's just a super hype fight and they're just like all deadpan in the comms like, all right, yep, go here next. All right, good job.
BTB,
right, next hero.
I mean, Dota's a game about like small margins, right? Like if you don't skip a wave, it could be it, could be done, could be over. But also we could see some emotion. Maybe we get that at TI. This could be the emotional TI.
I'd like to see that. Tier 4 items are coming out. These are going to be quite nice depending on what you get. Techies. Positioned up aggressively here. Shaker's going to come to the portal as well. Who does he find? Oh, he's underneath the sentry himself, Shaker. We'll force staff away. Nicely done. We do have the level 25 talent for Ramses now as well. So split shot modifiers is online. So that dataless MKB, even scarier in this fight now.
Yeah. On top of that, with the 9-second BKB, you're going to be able to just get into the middle of the fight. Like, everyone is just doing plenty of damage. Shaker with a totem, Medusa with a split shot. Like, Talon, they got to be careful. The question is, can Terrorblade stand his ground? Can he stand an A-click into the 1-2 punch of Medusa and Shaker?
Oh,
if he can't do the damage,
the Penta edge.
Okay, all right, that helps. That helps. Mid lane is
he just got some huge items.
Who? Shaker?
Yeah, he just finished up Octarine, gets his 25 and the Penta edge. This is like, this is amazing for him. One like almost no cooldown enchant totem.
Oh, round 2!
Oh, my goodness, he can't keep doing this, right?
Fair play to Ollie. He's clearly been scaling as much as Kiyotaka's been buying damage items. Like, he had the same HP in the totem in bot lane and the totem in this part. But this time, Nine Pandas didn't rush in to try and get the kill after, so adjustments are being made. I would not enjoy being Ench right now. Like, at any minute, you could get 95% of your HP just deleted.
I mean, the damage variance alone might be a one-shot, you know? You never know. It's probably so close.
It's very, very small, yeah.
Well, they are positioned well to try and contest the Roche, right?
It's in a minute, though. The respawn, it's going to be quite an awkward balance. Neither team, like, they need to get the vision. But right now, Talon has the vision advantage at the pit. They got the illusion spam. They got ways to check it out. And
Pandas might make a little bit difficult to come through this portal. Oh, well,
it's respawning.
He's the first to come through, and he is off.
Oh, Ollie's been caught.
Oh, that's a nice one. Enchantress goes down. They even committed the Fiend's Gate bottom from Jab to try and find Antares, and instead he just takes the next wave as well. So he just causes some headaches here for the side of Talon.
Oh, Solo just TP'd in. Oh, Solo.
Q. He's been found as well on the Willow. The Roar's going to come through the Echo as well. Okay, Medusa, though. Ramses, you got to be careful. Just taking a beating here from 23. Who's going to be able to stand his ground? Oh, my goodness, Kiyotaka. Again. Just finds the opening. Makoto trying to finish off this Medusa, and it's going to be very close. He gets them, but he's incredibly low himself, and Kiyotaka finishes the kill. On the bottom side, it's Miro up against Jabs, and they've taken him down. Talon are losing the numbers here. Ollie, not looking good for you, my friend. You've got to find a way out of here.
Do they have detection?
Kiyotaka, he's looking for the silver edge.
He's got Glimmer in one. Glimmer, go.
What?
And so it begins.
They have a gem? They have a gem on
Miro.
Miro.
Time. Yeah, Ollie stole it. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Well,
they tried.
5 heroes dead now. With no Ramses. They actually probably won't go Roche until Ramses is up.
Yeah, makes sense. We probably should be getting another fight here. Quite a weird fight, you gotta say, right? Like Talon, they're the ones that kind of hold the area, but aren't able to really get through the fight that cleanly. Medusa lives on a sliver of HP. Shaker was so destructive, getting the kill on the Willow, forcing the Underlord to kind of disengage from the kind of bigger portion of that fight. Meanwhile, mid lane was non-stop just battering down on Talon. Like, you've got one tier 4 nearly dead, you're losing your bottom tier 3. So yeah, 9 Pandas, big victory for them once again. And Taverley just can't stand his ground. Like, he just gets hit by the totem as well. Like the Medusa and Shaker, destroying him. And look, he's just in his base. He's just doing whatever he wants.
It's 1.6 second cooldown. By the time he lands, it's off cooldown again.
Just keep on jumping. All right, I'm down just to keep watching him for his quarter arcane rune time. Let's go. Come on, give us another one. Oh, he got silver edge.
That's the real 23. Does he not know?
Yeah, maybe
he's looking for a support. Maybe. Yeah.
I don't think he 100 to 0 him by himself. 4,300 HP plus Satanic. It could be quite throwable content.
That's what we like to see. Oh, he's looking for the Pango. Makoto. Does they finish him off in time? He gets the BKB. The Thunder out from 23. Doing some work, but now he's got to run. Makoto does at least survive with this Rolling Thunder, but there's the Roar and the Medusa's damage is too much. You end up losing him in the end. And honestly, Kiyotaka is not done searching. Might regret that one, though, as Jabs, he's in super deep as well, trying to get away, but the roots are just way too much. He's going to fall. They lose Kiyotaka finally on the front side as 23 will finish him off. But you've got still a lot in the tank here, and they do manage to pick off the Dark Willow just barely before that TP expires. Kiyotaka wants to end it, dude. He just buys back.
Yeah, you got no buyback on the Underlord, Willow as well. Terrorblade just used a Metamorphosis. Like you can go for Roshan, get an Aegis, get an Aghanim's, or you can look to be a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, I think 9 Pandas are going to opt to go for the simpler play, get that free Aghanim's. I'd argue it probably goes on to Medusa. The fact that Shaker and Beast already have it, throwing in an extra little bit of control with that Mystic Snake, turning heroes to stone. It could be comedic to the viewer, but in the game, every little helps in these engagements, so wouldn't be opposed for him to take it. Yep, nice, he does pick it up, especially comboing with his Cold-Blooded. Someone targets his spell, you throw back that snake, turn to stone. It's pretty nice.
All right, well, 26,000 gold advantage for 9 Pandas. They have obviously a little bit inflated thanks to the Ag's blessing there, but overall, they have been starting to pull away for a while.
Yeah, it's also the difficulty of Medusa and Terrorblade. Medusa never has downtime compared to Terrorblade. It's like anytime meta's not used perfectly, the cooldown of the next fight is an issue. And 9 Pandas, as soon as Ramses is ready, he can just keep kind of A-clicking down lanes and into engagements. But Shaker, he's in the middle of the fight once again.
Dude, he just has no fear. He just walks in thinking like, yeah, what are they going to do? 4,200 HP and a basically uncancelable link
back in again?
Every 2 seconds. He just goes in and hits Ollie for almost his entire HP pool. And 23 just gets caught. Does he get the BKB? He just dies. He doesn't have a Sunder target. The BKB was too much from Antares, and it's just looking real rough. He does have buyback. He's going to use it, the Roar on the Makoto once again to cancel that Rolling Thunder. They've got themselves the first kill. Medusa, she's out of mana, and 23 will be able to punish him for the moment. Meta's coming up in 15 seconds.
BKB ultimate after.
Oh, Kiyotaka goes in. He's looking for an opening. He's got to be a little bit careful, but Antares comes in to help finish off Q on the Willow. They've got him. Earthshaker sidestep up, gets the jump away for the moment, and he's going to survive. There's going to be the Stone Gaze out from the Medusa, disarmed at the moment, as she's going to position herself perfectly in between all of Talon. Another Roar out from Miro. They've caught Jabs. They're trying to bring it down. Terrorblade gets nothing. Thunder not available. And with the dieback, that might be GG, and it is. 9 Pandas grabbing a 2-0 here over Talon.
Nine Pandas, they're an annoying team to play against. It's like they're constantly in your face, they're constantly making moves. It isn't the cleanest of Dota, that's for sure, but it is like they have a set game plan and they stay true to it. And it's just, I think these teams that are a little bit more kind of playing for the moment, it never comes because it's non-stop whittling down your resources. And unfortunately for Talon, 23 Savage, he's finishing the game 12-4 on this Terrorblade, but it's just not enough to get them over the line. He didn't do enough damage, and Nine Pandas, Shaker, Medusa, plenty of damage between these two to completely obliterate Talon and take a swift 2-1.
Yeah, it was just super sick plays from them. I mean, Kiyotaka, it was just a menace. There's so many times in these fights where I'm like, okay, he's out, and then he just blinks in again, and then he jumps out, and you're just like, what? How do you? It's so chaotic to play against if you're Talon. Like, it's just nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the build, right? The fact that you go for this, you have the BKB after the Ags, and now you can jump in with a blink, you can disengage with a totem, you can jump in with a totem, but then BKB to blink out. Like, you have so many ways to decide how you get in and out of the fight, whilst also doing the damage. I'm upset we didn't see a perfect one-shot, though, on Ollie's Enchantress from Kiyotaka. He tried a couple times, he didn't get it, but yeah, Shaker's super annoying.
Shout out to Ollie, really.
Yeah, shout out to Ollie for being, high enough level and have enough items. But yeah, Nine Pandas, very unique style. It feels kind of like a classic Eastern European style of Dota, like an old school form, but of course Solo's on the team, so you're going to expect some of his captaining to bleed into the game and see some of that style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very fun series to watch overall. Game 2, I would say a little bit more interesting, right? A little bit more back and forth here, but Nine Pandas end up pulling away, grabbing themselves to 2-0. Very important this early in the group stage for them, so congratulations to them. But we're going to go to a short break, and we will be back with some highlights as well as an interview, so definitely stay tuned for that. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Oh, dude, what a fun series this was. Talon versus 9Pandas. I mean, Talon had some glimmers of hope, right? Like they had a couple fights really go their way. Like this one in particular, right? Where they, get a little bit overconfident on 9Pandas. But what happened as this game went on? Like, where did it fall apart?
It feels like Talon lacked the decisive moment, like the game-breaking moment to really open up the game for themselves, right? And it happened in the first game. They had an Aegis, they kind of threw it away. And like we're looking at the highlights right now, this also was kind of a weird fight for them. They're playing top, they use the gate, Ollie gets picked off, but then they still come through. You then have 23 Savage 1v1ing Ramses, but then Shaker's in the mix and Beastmaster. It's like 3 cores against 1, and I feel like a lot of the team fights from Talon were baited by Kiyotaka. Like they saw this Shaker and was like, we need to kill the Shaker. And poor old 23 Savage was like, but guys, I can't be there. I'm here, help me. And of course, in doing so, 9Pandas was able to just walk through the bigger engagements and just, take their ticket and get the second win. So yeah, 9Pandas, their play style is aggressive. They are very, they have one idea and they stay true to it. And it's exciting to see how far they can go. I think it is punishable for sure, but it is, when it works, it works. And Talon just didn't have the right ideas to be able to beat it. They got quite easily dealt with in this first series.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking back at some of the buybacks in that last fight too, and it's like Talon, they buy back on the Willow. She TPs to the top outpost and then takes the portal bottom. She's 12-15 seconds after her buyback before she even is able to re-enter the fight. And, I think part of that is Jabs didn't have the portal up. They had already used the portal to try and join the fight in the first place. So it's just, it makes you're taking the fight at just such a disadvantage, at such a numbers advantage. So it's good stuff. But we do have an interview here. Very excited. We're going to be joined by the offlaner of 9Pandas. Is going to be Miro, which, we got some fun questions for him, I'm sure. It should be good. So I'm excited to speak with him. Miro, hello. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Congratulations on a very clean 2-0. You guys looked very good here today. So I wanna talk to you about the Beastmaster a little bit because you are very good at this hero. Did the Enchantress make a big role in your decision for itemizing this game, or were you kind of leaning towards the Aghanim Scepter on this patch anyway?
I think yeah, because Overlord build is much better. I think, but you can choose it some games. Yeah, but Ench is the hero that you cannot buy dummy level 1 because of it. You can go only Auroras or Aghanim.
And it worked out. You ended up getting a lot done this game. Some really solid roars. Tigov, what questions do you have for the lad here?
All right. So first of all, you're a very aggressive team. Always looking for the kill. Are you ever scared that you're too aggressive? Your supports are always trying to do things on the map and kill everything. Do you ever want them to be a little bit more relaxed in the game?
I mean, we're playing really relaxed. No one has pressure this series. So the second game was hard, but the first was easy. So just we was playing our game and pushing up about our timings and just playing Dota.
Sure. I mean, you are playing Dota. You're also going to be playing Dota at TI. Are you holding any strats for TI? Are we going to see everything of 9Pandas during DreamLeague? Or do you have any cool stuff that you've invented but don't want to show yet? Because, of course, the big tournament's down the line.
For now, we didn't play much. Practice matches. So, yeah, we're gonna create some strategies for TI for sure. And we're gonna be completely ready for that in 1 month when it starts.
Okay. Nice.
Awesome. Now, you said you guys haven't, played too much lately. So I'm curious, is there any teams that you're looking at here in this tournament that you're either excited to play against or that you just want to see kind of their take on the patch?
I think we're just taking our best heroes. And yeah, so it depends what hero in our pool. So yeah, sometimes we just practice new heroes and pick it also.
Love it. I feel like you have a lot of offlaners that you like always can like feel really safe and reliable on? Is there any like offlane heroes that you are wanting to play and that you maybe haven't had the chance to yet? Because obviously like your Doom and Beastmaster are probably the most feared. I'm surprised the Beastmaster made it through. So what are you looking at as like potential heroes that you'd like to get your hands on?
I think I didn't have a situation yet to play some heroes, but I'm training it all the time and just watch some builds. Always thinking about that. Can I pick it or no? So we'll see.
Awesome, love it. Hope to see him. T-Gov, any other questions from you?
Yeah, I got one question. So let's say there's a patch before TI. I'm asking the dumb questions, by the way. So let's say there's a patch. What hero would you like to see nerfed before TI? Like, of course, we're in a tournament right now, but is there anyone right now where you're like, I wish he wasn't the TI hero? Like Kiyotaka playing Shaker. Do you want to see Shaker at TI? The Pangolier? Like, who do you want to see slightly nerfed before you, obviously, later down the line?
I don't like Warlock. I stay against him. It's a broken hero. Like laning stage is pretty cool, and you can go even with the weakest hero, and also you can stay 50-50. So I think it's gonna be nerfed, or maybe some Trent also. And
it's all the solos heroes. So you want to nerf your captain? Fair enough. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it's not fair.
Yeah, I imagine being the offlaner, you're like, cool, I guess I have to play against Warlock. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we let you go?
I want to say thanks to our EU fans and which watching our games. So thank you for support, and see us in best form.
Absolutely. I appreciate you had an amazing performance in both games, and good luck going forward here in the group stage. We'll hopefully talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Well, he's just so good at Beastmaster. I don't know how you can give him this hero. I think people are going to look at this again and be like, all right, maybe we ban it.
Yeah, I like the main point from that was he said that because of Enchantress and the level 1 Dominator timing, where he can't actually pressure the tower, that was enough for him to be scared to go for the Overlord. Whereas like he thinks Overlord was the better overall on Beastmaster right now, but just because of that like kind of 10-minute window, he doesn't want to touch it. And I can respect that for sure. I think it's going to be fun to see other teams down the line if they have ways to get around that and to still get to the Overlord timing. But yeah, cool to see into the mind of him. And yeah, he just wants to ban or at least nerf his captain's hero pool. I hope he listens to the interview and Solo can have some stern words. The fact that he's like, you finally get a 5 position that can actually have fun in the lane. Like we had Undying, that got nerfed a bit. Warlock's now up. As soon as it's good, they're gone. These cores, they just don't want 5s to have fun. It's unfortunate. Hopefully Valve doesn't listen to this interview and actually ban out nerf Warlock too much, because us 5s want a little bit of fun for just a patch.
It's better than, being Ricky. That hero just hasn't existed, but we'll see. Maybe I would like to see that hero get a really solid buff before.
I think
that's what I
his shard could do. I think we could make a spell called like Sleeping Dart, and like he can cast it from Invis. I think that's and then if he can then layer on a silence on top of that with like, that could be a really cool idea. So that I think could make him viable.
Yeah, I would. You might be onto something there. We'll have to reach out to our very close contacts at Valve and make it happen, of course. But we're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with our final series of the evening, which is going to be another pretty cool showdown here of Eastern Europe powerhouses. We have 9 Pandas who obviously just come off of a win, but BetBoom and Spirit are up next. And honestly, BetBoom looks very good. Spirit has had an incredible performance here so far this year. What do you think?
I'll do the classic. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I love it. Classic indeed. Yeah, I think has Spirit played this morning, right? Who did they? Or they have not.
They beat Gaming Gladiators this morning.
Oh yeah, they beat Gaming Gladiators. Okay, yeah. So both teams coming off of 2-0s. This is gonna be nice. Dude, Eastern Europe looking very good today. Oh my goodness. 9 Pandas 4-0. One of these teams finally has to lose. Maybe they'll draw. We'll see.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back here to Dream League Season 21. We've got another amazing game coming. It is a battle between some Eastern European powerhouses. We just saw Talon versus 9 Pandas, as 9 Pandas take the series 2-0, but we now have BetBoom taking on the side of Team Spirit. So thank you all for being here. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with T-Gov, and you know, we were talking a little bit behind the scenes. We mentioned this before we went to a break. Eastern Europe looking very good so far in this tournament. Where's Western Europe? They're just not showing up.
Well, okay, the Tundra, they're here. Everything else, though, not looking great. I think so. If we want to do something like EU Copium, Liquid, saving strats for TI, it's fine. They want to try and finally win one. Gaming Gladiators, they've won too much. It's got to their head. Quest, they've lost their star player in the carry role. Okay, so already 3 EU teams have got good excuses. And Tundra, they've had the level up of Topson. So this will just be the tournament of Topson versus Eastern Europe. And it's script. No, it's not. But yeah, it's written in the stars.
Yeah, that's a team I'm actually really interested to watch. And I think we have them tomorrow on our schedule. So I'm excited to see them because it's one of those dynamics where it's like you're moving your mid laner to 4. And it's like that's never an easy transition, but I'm curious how well Topson's like playstyle fits with Tundra, right? Because coming from like if you look at how OG, like old OG versus current Tundra plays, like is so different. Yeah. So we'll see how they meld. So far, looking good though. They got themselves a 2-0, so I guess something's working. Yeah, and it's like anyone watching is excited to watch that. And unfortunately, that's not now because we have BetBoom versus Spirit, which is the Eastern European powerhouses, like you already mentioned, just battling it again. Throughout the DPC, BetBoom, they beat Spirit in Tour 1, and then in Tour 2 and 3, Spirit were able to best BetBoom. And so a little bit of a back and forth between them to some degree. And of course, Spirit having the better overall record, I'd argue, due to them winning Riyadh Masters as well. Yeah. But maybe if there was a time for BetBoom to step up, it is going to be now. After kind of bombing out of their own tournament or the BetBoom Dacha tournament to coming here. Like this is kind of the final step for TI. So get a bit of confidence in some of these Eastern European star players. Like all these names are easily, potentially top 5 in the world for their respective roles. Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely right there with you. It's one of those things like it's kind of just such an all-star roster that it is hard to imagine that this team doesn't place well in any tournament that they're in. So we'll see if they can make it happen. I think right now, one of the more important matchups we'll be seeing is kind of that mid lane matchup. GPK versus Laurel. I mean, 2 guys that have looked very good all year, but I think GPK does have just a lot more experience under his belt than Laurel does. Whether or not, that young blood is going to be enough to take him down, we'll have to see though. Yeah, GPK, a lot more experience, playing mid, running down mid. They do have kind of similar play styles though. When you think of their hero pools, they kind of do the same type of thing, the Storm Spirits, Invokers, and maybe you could argue GPK is a little bit greedier potentially. And by greed, I mean his hero pool leans to scaling potentially, whilst Lau, every time you see him play, you kind of expect the same philosophy, and it relatively reflects in the stats. To be honest though, the stats between the 2 players were very even in regards to just the general gist of what they do, and it will be exciting to see who breaks from the mid lane first, who makes that first move, who just really gives the rest of the team the plays, because either of these mid laners, they can destroy games, and it's why Blau did get picked up. Of course, Toronto Tokyo, the 5 now of BetBoom from last TI was the mid, now shifted to the 5 for the entire year. So we're gonna obviously see that rivalry. We've seen it plenty of times throughout the year, so nothing too special. But Blau, an incredible replacement and has filled the shoes of Toronto Tokyo very well. Yeah, I think a lot of people were questioning Laurel's ability to step up here on Spirit. And I think there was definitely some growing pains when he first joined the roster, but he has improved so fast. And he's a top tier mid laner now, like very I don't think really anyone can look at this team and say like, yeah, you know, any of them really are a weak link. They are a well-oiled machine at this point.
Yeah, it's about kind of finding your footing in what the meta expects from you. And I think a lot of TI winning teams, the kind of community has this expectation that they will instantly understand any patch now, that they'll have every kind of this like third eye, you know. No, it doesn't really work that way. Like they won a TI, they won Riyadh based on like being good in that moment and understanding it. But for any team, it's going to be a process to get to that point of, you know, able to just replicate it time and time again. And for some teams, when you're moving around, you've got things happening, it's not so simple to get into that Dota groove. And I think Spirit, of course, throughout the year have had quite a turbulent time inside of Dota, and they're finding their groove, of course, winning Riyadh, now getting here. Like they are very close to getting to that form of, oh god, it's Spirit, you know. So yeah, exciting to see. And don't forget that we're talking about a year of Eastern European Dota where we're not having roster changes every single minute. Like when I first got into Dota 8-9 years ago, roster changes were every single week. You know, you miss a CS on mid lane, you're kicked for the next guy. Like it's that brutal. But we're seeing two of the best teams in the region, BetBoom and Spirit, lock down their roster for the entire year, get to TI off of the same fact, and kind of break the stigma of the region. So again, really cool to see that, and really cool to see the region doing well. And yeah, we'll see if Spirit are going to be able to beat BetBoom once again, based on just the general history of the two teams.
I'm actually like curious how much that roster swapping might return come next year, after, because it's like,
man, come on.
We'll have to see. I really hope we don't. I know I don't want to see it. I would love to, I want these teams to stay together. I think a lot.
No,
like
you're lying. You're saying that for the stream. No. There is no way you're sitting here saying, I want TI to end and I want this team to stay. No, I live for the TI. As soon as like you see the top two teams and they're fighting for the Aegis, every other like 30-40 teams in the world, they're currently on Twitter, on X, DMing, Instagram DM, on the Reddit DMs, not so much. That MMR is not too hot for pro play, but still, they're there. They're farming the next team. And I'm here waiting to see the announcements. Like, there's two things for TI. It is to win the Aegis and to see the juicy roster swaps.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait
I mean,
for both.
Teams get eliminated from TI and they're already like in other teams' like rooms talking about new rosters. Like it's that fast. Like the tournament's not even close to being over. They're already like, hey, how would you guys like to do this? Like it was great. It's just the nature of the beast.
I think it was, so TI9 was my first TI, right? And I saw this exact thing. So I was with Chaos, you know, it was kind of awkward, whatever. We didn't do too well. And then at like the after party, not even at the after party, like you said, like in the player booth, you just see like one player suddenly shift from like the EG booth to now like say like a European, like a liquid booth, and you're like, wait a second. And then Arteezy, he's got like 1 foot in secret, 1 foot in like the Shopify EG camp, you know, like back in the day, like he's there bouncing between the two. Like they're already strategizing. And like the after party, like of course you're not allowed any cameras or any recording, but if there was like a Netflix style documentary made, the after party would be like most of the content. It's who bought who a shot, who's having the, you know, the little snack plates together, who's Bulba chatting up to try and get them to join the 15th iteration of Shopify to crush NA again, and then to do okay at TI, you know, like, again, the TI season is what I live for. This is truly amazing.
Good. It's like that meme, right, where you're trying to solve the mystery, you know, Charlie Day just like looking at the blackboard behind him with lines going everywhere. It's like that's exactly what it is post TI.
Yeah,
you're just like, oh no.
I'm happy that I gaslit you into enjoying it, because you clearly like the idea of roster staying together.
I do enjoy it. I'm not worried about the post TI shuffle. I'm worried about like with the lack of the DPC next year. There's no like rigid enforcement of rosters now.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that.
That's the part that I'm wondering is like, are they gonna keep some sort of rule where it's like that you earn DPC points? This is all speculation. We have no idea yet what they're gonna do. So it's like, there could be this possibility of like, literally rosters changing every tournament because of results or not having results. So I'm curious how that's going to affect pro play.
Yeah, it's true. Like DPC points right now are tied to technically the players, and when orgs make change, you lose like a percentage. So if you lose like the point, then
20% per player, right?
Yeah, it's a hefty amount. So you got a good point there. That is, I think it was pre-DPC, you did have the drama of like, oh my god, X team qualified, but they kicked Y, not the player, but like just Who? Like
Gunner?
what? Why? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't want to bring it up.
Perfect
man.
example. Like
I was trying not to EE this
a
up,
major.
right? But yeah, exactly.
I mean, he's the perfect example.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
so we don't want another Gunner scenario. Oh.
There is no other person that embodied that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, technically, if that was to occur, it would be kind of awkward, but also funny. I don't think we have enough drama in the like. And when I say drama, I don't mean like bad drama. We don't want that. We want like a good, healthy scene, but like fun drama. You know, like the memes level. Like maybe the lack of DPC creates more like chaotic good. If that's a thing, like it doesn't harm anyone. It's all for the good of the game. You know, some
That's
news
like the
channels
Quinn
out there will
drama,
enjoy
right?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're finally ready to jump into the draft. We had a little bit of a delay here. One of the players was just not quite ready yet, but we finally have got this game underway. And again, it is BetBoom taking on Team Spirit. For those of you who are just joining us, we'll see what they want to respect here from each of them. First phase, Invoker removed. Not that surprising. Both these teams love this hero.
Yep. I think ban-wise, it's pretty good right now from both teams. Keep it light, nice little respect there. I don't know, it's like, I think we're still like relatively early into the kind of the concepts of draft right now, where because there are the more bans, the single pick, and to then you can get punished if you don't set up your draft correctly. I think it's like a lot of the top teams in the world haven't really had to draft on this too much. So we're now kind of seeing like the first version of tier 1 draft. And then once we get to TI, it'll be this tournament plus a month of scrims, then the actual performance. So I think the concepts we see now in draft will potentially change down the line.
All right, we get rid of the gyro right away too. All right. Where's that Warlock? It's gonna get banned. There's just no way. It's coming. I'm waiting.
Is that what you're thinking?
I don't enjoy watching Warlock. Like, he is just an anti-fun hero.
I think it's still punishable in what I mentioned in the previous series, right? Like the fact that like the Fatal Bonds is so good for the lane. Like the fact it pushes out a lane with ease. Your carry can of course then get the CS with it. So you're kind of like trading a bit of the CS, but you're still just pushing. That's probably apple juice, by the way. He isn't just having a cheeky beer. It's just a nice vessel to use. But no, it's that's true. In that glass cup, that could burn you. But no, I think like Warlock, it's if you get out of the lane, the game is still like it's just a Warlock. You know, it's like Fatal Bonds does damage by dispels. Golem's really good, but it's a high cooldown, right? Like it's why the hero was so useless in the last year. So get through the lane, you have ways to deal with it.
Really taking their time on this final ban here. I mean, you have first pick. You could grab the Warlock yourself, right? BetBoom haven't removed it, so it really comes down to whether or not Spirit really want to take it, and they get rid of the Treant Protector. So we could see it squeak through the cracks here. It'll be the Nature's Prophet, another hero that I kind of forget, you know, as it's always banned.
Like,
or often banned.
I thoroughly enjoyed Prophet. Like I've played this hero for pretty much most of the time that I played Dota. And seeing like the 14 agi nerf to the hero, I was like, you know what? That's a pretty annoying ban. But then I played the hero and I was like, it's annoying, but you're still the same hero. Like once you get past that little bit of a hurdle and your attack speed kicks in into the mid game, even when you're at support, the attack speed, yes, it's bad to like lose it, but you're still the global TPing, Sprout nuisance, taking every wisdom rune, blocking camps of your trees. Like you're still the same hero. So it was a fun nerf, but it probably removes core Prophet a lot more, like a carry Prophet. I can still see a world where the supports, they don't really care. Like you lose a bit of attack speed, life goes on, and BetBoom respond with the Phoenix. Very good hero against Nature's Prophet, just because you can just out team fight the hero. You have some level of D push, and you don't really care about Sprout in the early game.
5 seconds remaining.
I am just so fundamentally bad at Nature's Prophet. I feel like this is just a hero that I don't understand from the support role. Like I see people play it really well, especially in the pro scene, and I look at it, I'm like, okay, I get it. I see how they play it and why it's good. And then anytime I touch this hero, I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I don't touch this hero. I understand why it's good. I'm not sure if it's getting a little bit solved now that people are starting to realize, like, since it's been getting so much play so fast, like a lot of people are realizing, like, okay, we can buy a couple force staffs, carry quelling blades, and for the most part just run at the NP. And like, what does he do? Because this is a hero that like puts himself in aggressive farming positions, or like plays opposite of the map a lot of times from his team.
Yeah, the way that you described it is also why some heroes, when they get solved, aren't able to be broken out of the meta, because the fact that he can still get the 7-minute wisdom, if you're not ready at the 7-minute mark, he's already there. So double wisdoms at 7 is his, 14-minute potentially his. The fact that he can contest runes, like, he's always got points of play throughout the game, where it's like, yes, okay, if our mid game is good, we don't care about him, but it's like, if you can't get to the mid game, then the Prophet's already done his job. And Prophet's a hero that, if other things are happening in the game, he will always do more, right? Like, if his offlane is like Mars Rubik, Beast Rubik, Prophet TP's in, now it's a 3v whatever, you get the kills, you take the tower, you feel amazing. Like, mid lane active, he will set you up to TP in. So Prophet's like quite a hero that plays his own macro game, but also enables the other 4 to basically just scale so much that he doesn't need to care, but also you steal some creeps of your ultimate and you can puppy it up and become a hero as well. Like, it's a great hero for that, and it's more on the team drafting the Prophet to not draft and mess up, like not go too one-dimensional, we have to win by 20, right? Like, have some depth in your draft and it's going to be broken.
So we've got some interesting like early carry bans out from BetBoom as they get rid of the Monkey King next year. Obviously we see the TAPA as well removed from Spirit. How do you feel about this like double, like, what I'm assuming is a support duo opening here, Phoenix and Dark Willow?
It's very much a duo of, please run into us and we will just obliterate you, right?
Yeah.
Like, you want to TP in with your Prophet, there's going to be an egg here, a Bramble Maze, some Fear, like we're ready. And Team Spirit, they don't back down. They don't see these two heroes and go, okay, maybe we need to have some counterplay. No, they're just going to fully overwhelm. Prophet TP's in, Earthspirit rolls in, Vortex, Blast. Like, this is going to be the quick pick, assassinate style lineup from Team Spirit. And Short BetBoom are already kind of down the line of let them get into our territory, and they go for a Shaker again. Like, reactionary hero can be proactive like we saw in the last game, but also one of the historically most reactive heroes in the game. Hug the trees, buy blink, and jump in with a slam. Very different lineups I feel we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I feel like the mid lane matchup actually is still not bad for Earthspirit. Like, obviously Shaker is going to get a lot of denies, but Earthspirit farms pretty easily. Like, this hero has an incredible strength gain. His Boulder Smash just like one-shots range creeps. Like, it should be pretty easy for him to still farm this lane. Yeah. But early Vessel, again, most likely out of the Earthspirit. Is that what you're feeling? With like heroes like NP and Ancient Apparition to back him up, could be pretty decent.
Yeah, I think because of his teammates, the Vessel feels better, right? Like, this AA, it's a hero we don't see too much, but it is so strong. Like, when you max your second spell and able to just have this vision and move slow, it provides so much setup, so much play. And I think, yeah, Earthspirit and Nature Prophet will utilize that perfectly. So Vessel Blade Mail makes sense from the mid laner on the Earthspirit. If it is the mid laner, of course, there is still that potential option where Earthspirit goes to the 4 with a Prophet offlane, AA your 5, and now you get to pick up some big punchy mid and carry. Issue is there's a Shaker in the mid lane, so quite a lot of the lanes are just, oh, he's just going to out-deny me anyway. I'm yet to see a lane which fully obliterates the Shaker. Like, from start to finish, that, okay, this is unplayable for the hero. Maybe some, like, Quap. Then it's like you have a Quap, so not too excited. Because in the game, you just get 100 to 0 so quickly. Like,
yeah, if he ever catches you, he just wins the engagement. I like the Legion Commander. I mean, this is a classic BetBoom hero. Like, they love giving Pure the Legion Commander. He plays this thing pretty much whenever he gets the chance. It's that and Axe, right? Like, he's one of the few people who still really likes to play the Axe. Same with Collapse. I guess both these teams have a lot of low overlap on the off lane a little bit here, but yeah, I was wondering if we're gonna see an Ursa. It is so good.
This entire lineup is just like run and gun from Spirit. It's You see hero, people will be there. And like Ursa, of course, in lane against Legion can be annoying. Legion, luckily though, has pretty good move speed naturally, plus overwhelming odds, can be quite skitterish in the lane and dance around it a bit. But yeah, for Team Spirit, find hero, jump, kill, go, next. And for BetBoom, they have a lot of defensive tools built into all of their heroes. It's just maybe, you could argue, quite low damage on their heroes until they get to items. I think that's going to be the stark difference. I think Spirit break from the lanes with more confidence and more desires to go. And I think I like the bans from Spirit though. Some like a big illusion carry for BetBoom probably would be the play. Some Naga Siren, some Terrorblade style hero that can just constantly skip that next wave, buy that extra bit of time, delay that Roshan fight, delay that tier 3 siege, to then give BetBoom we will outfight you and outscale you at some point with these heroes.
You also have great answers for the egg now with the Ursa. Like that was one of the things I was like looking earlier. I was like, who's going to be the egg hitter? You don't have like the ability to pick up a Snapfire in this game. So it probably was going to come from the carry, and yeah, Ursa addresses it really well. So should have a pretty solid game. I'm curious which build he's gonna opt for, because honestly lately it seems that the Octarine kind of permanent invulnerability Ursa is just unbelievably strong. So I'm curious if that's where he's gonna end up going. But
I'm torn with that build, because it's like, it sounds really good, but you need heroes around you to do most of the work, right? Because you're just gonna be constantly tanky. And I don't see
the Earth Spirit, but yeah, the question is who from the off lane is gonna do the damage now.
Like I think that Ursa build that we're seeing from kind of China come over across into Europe and whatnot, it's like if you have some high damage int mid laner, some like Zeus style hero or some Quap, then it's like constant poke, constant go, right? Like it's cool. I'm not disregarding the build. I just think it's I'm waiting for like the pro team to bring it to light and know how to bring it into like full effect. I don't see it in this game being good, but down the line, it's like there could be some lineup where I'm like, wow, this was insane. And Omni Knight is a hero that I would have never ever said in my life would be picked, and it's got picked.
Well, you need some serious damage coming out of the one position here from BetBoom. Because unless Pure like snowballs the off lane, you don't have kill threat onto like Ursa, Earth Spirit, or Omni Knight.
I'm gonna guess this is the off lane as well. So like off lane Omni, mid Earth Spirit, and then like your Prophet is most likely your 4 position.
Yeah.
So that lane already is
tanky.
Yeah, like they are super tanky, very hard to deal with, and they're gonna go for the Naga. As I mentioned earlier, it is very much they're going to run at us, but we'll play the better macro game. We'll eventually outscale them, I feel. Like, when you first pick a Phoenix, you're not really trying to play in the face of your opponent. And, yeah, so for BetBoom overall, yeah, it's a very well-rounded lineup. And I think they have to play super smart. But Spirit, they have entered this game with conviction. They have gone for a high pace. Like, I love to see AA. They've now got Earth Spirit, Ursa, Omni as a tri-core. This doesn't scream like we want to rip you apart as we leave the laning phase. Like Harpoon on Omni Knight, Ursa blinking on top of you with some Basher, Fury Swipes, Battle Fury, Ursa naturally chasing you down. Like this is going to be a scary lineup, and Spirit need to see through the macro game BetBoom's going to play if they are to win this one.
I'm looking at GPK's Earthshaker here, thinking about how he's going to be able to play this out. You do lack a pretty good amount of like actual stun and crowd control on the side of Spirit outside of Rolling Boulder.
Yeah,
like once GPK has like Ags and Octarine, this hero is never getting caught, let alone the Naga Siren.
I think it's also a concern, at least for GPK at least, where I guess the question more is if he hits a slam, what's he killing? Because like yes, there's a triple melee lineup, right? The tri-core is all going to be in the face of your opponent. But is there enough combo in it to then stop the Omni from suppressing his spells? Ursa, when he gets like say an Aghanims or something, just popping that in rage. Like the Sprout to destroy. Like there's ways for Spirit to just eat through that slam. And my biggest concern that I'm gonna happily come back to in about 10 minutes time is, does BetBoom have any damage in the first 15-20 minutes of the game with this draft? Legion needs to go Phase Boots, Blade Mail, Blink. Naga needs to go from man to orchid, Shaker needs a blink. Like everyone needs something. No one just naturally gets levels into the game. And it'll be exciting to see if Spirit can punish that. Like, oh, I don't know. Spirit Slam just gives me like excitement. Like this is the Dota I like to watch. Just run, gun, go, don't care. You can also scale with it, but you really want to break your opponent early.
Did you see what Mira did at the start of this game?
He probably teleported to place a ward, right?
He popped teleport, dropped both wards in the mid lane.
Yeah. So the reason why Prophet is able to do this now is his teleportation, of course, gives him stacks of damage, which gets converted to armor after every click. So it feels good in the laning phase, just TPing in and bullying as support. And with that logic, now why not TP to the mid lane during the cover of night and place these wards? Like no one's going to be able to match that speed of movement. So yeah, really nice stuff there from Prophet, utilizing the buffs and changes to his teleport. And the vision game will be advantage Spirit.
See a little bit of fighting here as the runes are going to start going the way of BetBoom potentially. Is it might just be a 2-2 instead. Okay, it is just going to be a 2-2.
It's refreshing. We've seen a lot of deaths at the runes.
Yeah, last game was a bloodbath.
And here it is. Because he teleported in, he gets that instant D ward.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah. Are they starting as a tri lane?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're starting 3 top here. I mean, Mira could have, well, of course, just like eventually TP bottom.
Yeah, this is obnoxious.
Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of damage you have to actually be concerned about, as they're actually TPing up the Phoenix as well. Okay, never mind. Nature's Prophet gonna have to TP. No. Oh, he gets the kill. I was gonna say no Bramble, but it's just barely enough damage. Okay. BetBoom, well played.
So awkward. Okay, luckily though for Mira, he does have 2 teleports available because he was only using his natural teleport spell, and he's actually going back to top. They're just going to try lane. I've not seen this for time. Okay, here we go.
Mira, you got to be careful. You got to respect what just happened a moment ago. They do catch the AA for a moment, but that bonus armor and bonus damage that you talked about definitely making a difference as he's trading with the Phoenix there, who has almost no armor.
Okay, so what Spirit's basically saying right now is they don't care if Naga has free farm because they still think that the mid-game timing of Collapse having equal farm plus the pressure that you apply to this Legion is going to be enough. Like I think they've made the read that if Legion doesn't have a good game, it doesn't matter. So it's cool to see. Will it pay off? We'll have to wait about 10 minutes time, but this tri lane will be the perfect reference point on, okay, Naga has complete free farm, but we still can ride through him pure. He is not enjoying this top lane. He shows, he gets clicked down.
I'm actually very curious what's going to happen at the level 2 timing, because Phoenix is, I feel like, historically a very strong tri-lane hero. But
Willow and Phoenix together in tandem have a lot of ways to be a nuisance in the lane for sure.
I guess you do eventually just like win the sustain because Nature's Prophet, like you said, has 2 teleports, right? Like if he's not dying, he can just teleport wherever he wants, and he's actually gonna go mid, tries to grab the water rune, but GPK does secure it with the bottle there.
A little bit too late, and also he wasn't level 2, so if he had level 2 he could have teleported earlier with the sprout, secured the rune that way. But if Spirit was tri-laning plus taking away the mid runes while shutting down the Legion, that's probably the motions that they were kind of ideally looking for. And right now you could argue they were only kind of shutting down the Legion-ish, but when you look at CS and denies, doesn't really like this tri-lane is really paying off too much.
Save taking a beating there, but of course he's got stick plus Shadow Realm. He's not too worried. Gets the salve as well. Man, this is so interesting. I don't think I've seen a tri-lane quite like this one play out in a while.
Yeah, it's a long time. A super long time since I've seen one. And if we kind of break away from the tri-lane for a second, this Omni Knight and the Naga in the matchup, it collapses complete free farm. You know, it's 18 for 8. He's gonna get the Soul Ring. Probably has just enough spam to annoy Nightfall. Again, I'm not expecting this to ever be a wow, Collapse got a kill, but it's just how does Collapse convert this complete free farm he's got? Yeah, I expect him to go Soul Ring, Phase Boots, Harpoon probably is like what makes sense. And then just A-click around the map with his team.
You get the Harpoon with the Shard, right? It's like 1200 pure damage almost, like right when you pick up both.
Yeah, you just grab them with the Harpoon, slap them. It is, insane.
He does deny the water rune this time around, which is quite nice, but...
Classic Prophet.
And with the Sprout now, Save does end up buying himself a Quelling Blade, does not want to play around with that.
Phoenix has a Quelling too. Legion has a Quelling too. Shaker has a... Oh, there are 5 Quellings online for BetBoom.
Absolutely.
Nice Prophet picks. Spirit.
Oh. Where is he TPing?
Nightfall.
They're looking bottom. Larl's come in as well, and oh my goodness, that is a lot more burst damage than I thought it was going to be. 3 points in the Purification, plus Larl's like 3-point Boulder Smash. Top lane, looking to get aggressive themselves, but it doesn't look like they can actually turn it into an objective here, turn it into a kill.
It's the speed in which they made that play, right? Larl, he walks away from mid lane. Spirit, super potent at moving to the side lane. And Nightfall, he just stepped up a little bit too far. Quick, they just Prophet TP in, and Yataro, he's getting pressured in top, but he's still clicking away at the creeps. Now that the tri-lane's kind of broken down a little bit for Spirit, you need BetBoom to get a kill here. You cannot let Yataro sap this XP whilst your own carry's dying. And Larl making the rotation once again.
Yeah, quick little pickup here for Larl. Is he doesn't have... He's actually not going for the Urn or the Vestal this game, as Mira's going to try and chase down Save. They have the way to oh, beautiful Sprout to block Save, completely trapped off here, and another roll on through. Mira will be grabbing that one, so 2 kills, punishing that aggression, just thinking that they could get a little bit too far forward. And bottom lane Collapse is just beating down Nightfall over and over here.
You might actually look towards going to jungle soon for this Naga Siren, just for efficiencies. Like, every time he steps up, his illusions are getting absolutely battered, deleted, I must say. Like, and now Nightfall, it's so awkward. Nice second someone to mid lane. Low should be going down.
It's a really big kill if they can find it.
He has a bottle still. He can bottle.
Rune.
Nice branch, nice branch.
Oh my goodness, is he out? The roll not in time. Almost gets the invulnerability there. I mean, that is the difference of 3 points Boulder Smash versus 3 points Rolling Boulder. And Yataro finds the kill onto pure top lane.
Yeah, if he had that extra point in Rolling Boulder, 100% would have survived there. He could have even used a second branch. I love the... Like, I don't think players use branches enough to try and juke out, but he used one. If he used a second, it could have bought him time, but doesn't matter. He does go down in the end, and Yataro gets a freebie in the top lane. This is a very good start for Spirit. Net worth isn't crazily different, but the fact that your Omni Knight is complete free farm, 1100 gold above the Naga Siren. Like, BetBoom, they opted to mirror the tri-lane. They opted to not do anything, and you could argue, would their supports ever even punish an Omni Knight in laning phase? I would argue probably not, right? Like, what, a Willow and a Phoenix? What are they going to do to the Omni Knight? So really good read from Spirit there to just give Collapse the best lane possible. Mira should be going down here, but he does have oh, gets hit by the Ramble.
Nice little pick off there. Yeah, I mean, they both team supports playing for the runes, ends up going 1-1 on the wisdom, so good attempt. We're gonna see Larl make a dive here behind the tower, trying to find this Naga Siren as he's got that level 6 Magnetize available. Won't connect, and so he will end up taking the portal top. This is completely scouted though by a ward.
I kind of expect Mira on this Nature's Prophet now to grab a couple wards and to TP deep into the Radiant side, place out some random observers that you traditionally wouldn't get with another support hero, and then allow Larl to then keep ganking, to keep going deeper. But for now, not doing anything too crazy. Everyone just getting their own game going. Of course, Larl has rotated so much that he is under-leveled compared to the Shaker, but in doing so, he's given the rest of his team kind of purpose and presence on the side lanes.
Top lane. We're gonna see Larl come in. Doesn't end up connecting on the roll, but Mira is here on the Prophet as well. Oh my goodness, yeah, good luck getting away. There's gonna be the Magnetize, instantly dispelled though, so not a great use of the first one there, as Pure is very fast. He just walks away. And now the numbers, the turnaround, they're looking to fight themselves. GPK here, level 7 on the Shaker, trying to get on top of Yataro. A nice kick from Larl though. The Sunray, is it enough to find the kill? They're going to TP in another nice Sprout, holding them down. Collapse is here, trying to turn around. He's got the damage. GPK, he wants this Echo and bad, but Yutaro not giving it to him at the moment. There's the Echo, comes out. It's gonna be enough. Finds the kill onto one. Collapse here as well. He's got 4 points of purification. He gets it off at the last second. He's taking a beating though, as he will fall. Nicely done. Save for grabbing that kill. As in comes Ancient Apparition. They will be able to finish off GPK on the Shaker, and now they're looking for Pure here on the Legion Commander. The Sprout on forward from Pure, trying to just stay on top. He's gonna be able to get away though.
What a weird engagement. Unfortunately for Talon, wasn't able to connect about half of his spells there, maybe even 75% of his spells. Wasn't the cleanest of ganks. I think with the Arcane and the haste, he got a little bit excited and baited Yutaro in a little bit. And yeah, this Omni Knight is killable, is what we've learned. Very questionable stuff there from Spirit, but for BetBoom, decisive. They see the misplays occurring, they jump on that opportunity, and they give themselves a little bit of room in the game.
Man, it feels so bad being the Ursa there. He tried to like Earthshock down off that little ledge there, and he just gets stuck. He's like, no.
Like, he jukes to the high ground of the Twin Gate. I'm like, okay, he did it, nice. And then he like opts to go back in again. I'm like, no. Like, of course, in the moment, there's so many things happening, but yeah. You go left, you might die. You jump into Shaker, you're gonna die. But for BetBoom, don't forget that was kind of like a, what, 45? Your Naga is off recovering, chilling in the jungle, so yeah. Very big win.
So
he's actually just going for Radiant. Yeah. So when I said Harpoon earlier, I was like, maybe he goes Radiance for the anti-Naga. Like, he can go like Radiance, Harpoon, Chivas, that kind of vibe. But maybe that's a bit too great. Nope, he's just going to go for it. Fair play.
It's a collapse build for sure. I mean, this is what this is kind of how he plays from the offlane, and the change to items like Radiance on illusions, it does warrant, you know, maybe just rushing this item. A lot of heroes positioned top here. They do have Ice Blast available now. Laurel going for the roll in. Trying to find something here. Maybe has to be a little bit careful. There's going to be the Magnetize. The Ice Blast comes through. They baited Pure.
Law wins.
The dual victory goes the way of the Earth Spirit, but a dunk from GPK to find the exchange. So is that worth it? I'm trying to figure out who that favors.
Oh, what do you mean? Earth Spirit's now got 10 dual victory damage. He's scaling.
All right, you're right. How silly of me.
No, I think if anything, it does still favor Spirit. I think Lau, he's kind of thrown himself into that. I'm gonna make so much noise so that eventually my Ursa Battle Fury, my Omni Knight Radiance gets through this phase of the game. It will kind of look clowny, I think, to the viewers, just seeing the Earth Spirit non-stop go, but I think in this game, he doesn't need to be the perfectly scaling mid due to the points I just mentioned. And yeah, he's going for that Blade Mail. He'll probably go for some like Heart-esque vibe where he just continues to give the rest of his team just vision and nuisance throughout the fight. So yeah. BetBoom, they're now spoken up now. They've got the blink on the Shaker. They don't have Echo Slam for now. It's on cooldown for another 53 seconds. But they do need to net a kill, I feel. They are desperate for a little bit of something. And Pure, he's got the Blade Bow coming out to him. Of course, no Blink Dagger. I think it's very hard, though, for Pure to actually get a kill at this point.
Yeah, it's really easy for the Ursa to just get the Enrage, right? And you're always playing into the Ice Blast. So it is kind of a scary duel game, right? Normally with Legion, you're like, oh yeah, we're just going to go for the duel. If we win it, you know, cool. If not the end of the world. But you have Ice Blast to worry about, which could turn things completely around.
And this will be the difference now. BetBoom, they smoked up with their Shaker Willow, didn't find anything, back to farming. And now you see the A and the Spirit also smoking up, looking for it. And sure, Pure does get a solo kill actually onto Mirror. Just walks straight up, Blade Mail gets the duel off. And both teams mirroring each other, trying to make moves and kind of connecting on nothing.
Blink from GPK. Just dunks that Ancient Apparition, no problem at all.
I didn't expect Pure just to walk up and get a free kill though. That's pretty big for him. Like, he's now already halfway towards Blink Dagger basically. Solo kill.
Yeah, I actually have no idea how that happened.
Yeah, just Hi, Prophet. Thanks for playing. Prophet, though, he does have the Atos now complete. It's a little bit more soft control to throw into the mix, and a hero that we haven't been able to talk about really due to his jungle tendencies into Naga Siren. He went for the Midas, fully free farming it seems now for the last 6-7 minutes of the game, and should be doing pretty well. I think for Spirit at least, Ursa is a decent matchup into the Ursa, and Maposhka does kill off save. Like, it's basically for Spirit, it's quick picks. Keep going, pick, go, go, go. And for BetBoom, it's just, okay, as long as Naga gets to her point of feeling confident, that'll be good. Only concern is Naga in this game, like the points we've already said, there's a Radiance coming out on Omni. Ursa traditionally does okay against Naga, because if you find the right one, you can eat through her high armor with your stacks. So this isn't like the perfect Naga game to outscale completely.
They really want Pure here. They've got Magnetized this time, and they can throw it. So he's going to try and TP on out. The cancel's there. And Collapse comes in to just, you know, assist in the kill, I suppose.
Showcases Radiance. You know, that's all he's trying to do.
Kaya Sange is his next item, by the way. And a Blink Dagger. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, we'll see if he continues down that road or not. Yeah, there's no real dispels also built into BetBoom's lineup, right? Like Guardian Angel and Repel, just both dispellable. Both a reason why you don't see much Omni Knight due to how prevalent the Nullifier is in the patch. And when you look at BetBoom's heroes, Legion can buy one, but probably like 4th item. Naga Siren can buy one, but normally like 4th or 5th item. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, very nice Bramble there onto Mira, and he still gets the TP out. Okay.
Yeah, 2 TP profit. Very nice.
So, tried to get a little cheeky ward there, right around that tower. Ends up getting immediately dewarded as they had just placed an identical ward basically on the side of BetBoom.
That's actually a hype. Okay, they're smoking. I'll hold the point, but I'll get back to the ward point in a second. Don't worry. Lars is in the river swimming.
Pops the blade mails, realizes it's more than just a Willow. Walks away. Bottom lane will be a DD rune for GPK, so he's going to be having a great time with this one.
He's going to continue the path to try and find the Ursa. There is vision here, though, from the Watcher. So they shouldn't be able to really find him, but... Oh, Yatara's just walking up in?
Why go find him if he finds you? All right, well, Yataro in some trouble. There's going to be the fear. The Bramble right on top of an egg. He is just gone. GPK up on the high ground. They get a duel out onto Larl as well as Collapse comes in, tries to offer some support. Pure just gets burned down. At least find himself something. GPK, he can't blink. It's canceled. Goes for the Echo, trying to finish off Larl. Maybe he does at the very end. His dying breath finds a nice one. Night falls in as well. Collapse coming in, does have the heal, trying to find a kill onto this Naga Siren, but it won't be enough. Forced a song, save coming in as well. Oh, nice sprout there from Mira. That is huge. And now Toronto Tokyo, he's actually burning. Good Yules, buying a little bit of space. Maposhka slowing down save.
He's running.
Be able to close the gap. There's the Atos. He comes in, Collapse grabs the kill. Looks like the rest of them should be out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're hunting for this Phoenix. They know he doesn't have TPRK. They give up. Right. I mean, the start of that fight was pretty cool. The Prophet instantly using the ultimate to cancel the Shaker Blink, giving Yatara a little bit of confidence to go into the fight, but these are the big ticket supports that BetBoom open up the draft with. The Willow, the Phoenix. They throw down that egg, they throw down the Bramble. They make the fight so chaotic that it's hard for them to really stand their ground on the side of Spirit, specifically this Ursa. And Maposhka showcasing how good this hero is against Blink initiators. You throw down a little bit of damage with your Ice Vortex, and that Shaker gets just punished a little bit there. You could argue Caps could have maybe died here with that story, but you know what? I take it back. Probably doesn't. He did have a lot of spells on cooldown. Hard to say in the moment. But for BetBoom, I think they should be pretty happy they're at least fighting into Spirit. Like with the heroes that they have, I could easily see them just being a little bit more passive, reactionary, but the fact that they're getting themselves in positions to take fights and not losing the Naga Siren is helpful. Question is, like I said earlier, is Naga actually going to scale to ever be a carry in this game?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, so for BetBoom right now, you got Nightfall. He's got his Midas. Manta, of course, looking towards his heart. Looking pretty good. They're looking to poke up, but nope. Legion Commander has easily, quite simply, killed off the Prophet. Oh, I like. Okay, now you got him. All right, we're chilling. I'm baiting you. I'm just baiting you there right now.
My God, it looked good.
Welcome back, Cryptic.
I'm back. I was gone.
He was gone. Yes.
Oh no.
You think I just decided to like fake play-by-play then for fun?
I don't know what happened there. That's very weird. Well, anyway, hi. nice to be back.
That was my one and done for trying to hype up a Legion duel at the 19-minute mark.
It was very. I heard it all. It was great, honestly.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I'm not sure if you've caught Laurel's build, but Blade Mail right into the heart. He just wants to be this unstoppable force that just rolls in and never dies.
The race towards the heart. Who will get it faster? The Naga Siren or the Earth Spirit? The excitement, the tension it builds. I think
I'm gonna guess the Naga Siren. Honestly, it seems more likely.
It's still kind of.
It's gonna be close though.
Kind of there, ish. This is where Lau like whips out like a triple kill and silences the doubters. Surprise Spirit haven't looked towards Roshan. I think this is what this move is right now. Like smoke to the bottom side of the map, see if there's any hero, get a pick, go Roshan. But with Ursa, the heroes that they have on their team, pretty easy for them to just slay the beast.
We get some eyes on Miposhka here, just on the backside. Impure running in with the duel here, trying to get that bonus range. There it is. We'll be able to find the Ancient Apparition and a good hero to pick off to start this fight. And they know Roshan was on the ticket, so they have to immediately bail out.
Well, the rare bit of poor positioning there from Miposhka. He's incredibly good at hugging the tree lines and kind of identifying when threat is on the horizon. But this time around, just caught out in the middle of the lane and pure quick duel, quick kill. And surprisingly enough, I'm mentioning Spirit should be the team getting Roshan. Look who's taking it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good idea. No Ancient Apparition. They just saw all the TPs come through. They've got a free Roche #1. Just gonna go into the backpack of GPK, who I think has his axe done too. Yeah.
And Heart also complete once the Kura respawns. Nightfall will have the Heart. You kind of expect
Laurel might beat him now.
Oh, that's true.
Laurel is gonna beat him to the heart. Oh my gosh, I've been
no. He's still 300 gold away, 200 gold away. Like, he's running back to base. He knows the importance of the heart race. He needs to put more heart into this game quicker than Spirit.
Oh my god, it is gonna be.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got it.
He's only gonna done it.
It's over.
Absolute class there from Nightfall. Lol. Just slacking right now.
Like it's always funny watching Nature's Prophets on the map because he's just like literally farming the actual two corners of the jungle, just like nothing else to do. He's like, yeah, I'll go farm this camp and then just TP the other side and do it over there. So it is one of the annoying things about this hero.
Yeah, he snipes away your camps, but also you know he's always gonna get farm. The fun thing is to see into the mind of the players where it's like you're getting this economy, but where are you investing it? I think Prophet is such a hero, like such a bait hero. Like you go for an Ags, but it does nothing. Or you go for some Crimson Guard Aura style play that we might see Poppy do, and it like demolishes the game. Like it's that hero that items are so fundamental for him to continue scaling into the game. Right now, he's looking towards an Orchid. Of course, Shaker, pre-BKB. He might jump in, but you Orchid him, he can't jump out. Layer that over Atos, super disruptive. I think BetBoom, they are showing us right now that they're not like other teams with the Aegis. Some teams with Aegis instantly cross that river, farm that next aggressive lane, try and just put a little bit more emphasis on we're ahead of you. But no, they're still doing the same thing. Play defensively, hug each other, continue waiting. No,
they have BKB coming out on Pure right now too.
Yeah, Pure's had a quite an incredible game after the threat of the tri lane plus the solo kill into then, other than the one duel he gave away, it's pretty clean game from him.
Yeah. Oh. GP. I mean, they're just going to find a kill there onto the Willow, but it's going to potentially cost you more on the backside. The Orchid does catch the Shaker into the Ice Blast, and GPK might just burn to the Magnetize here.
Oh, no.
Save from Pure Dispel, but will it be enough to shatter? It's going to be so close.
Don't forget it's an Arcane
They chase
rune.
him down. Collapse has got him. And Nightfall has to run. He has no way of saving him, and GPK might lose his second life. He does. Beautiful engagement here from the side of Spirit.
There's
You know,
damage
you
from
said it.
Spirit, yeah.
Orchid Shaker. It worked.
It worked beautifully. Like BetBoom, they just weren't in the position for that. GPK is so aggressively positioned, but there wasn't the Legion counterplay ready or the Willow. Like Willow instantly died. There was nothing really else there. Naga then Song to disengage and killed off the egg because it was just out of range when the Prophet. Like just a bit weird from BetBoom and Spirit. Their draft will always be in your face. At any minute, if you make a blunder, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna make that next objective. Unfortunately for Spirit, they weren't able to net the Roshan, but they're gonna take it to the bot tier 1 tower. And Nightfall, he's kind of by
actually
himself.
might be in trouble here. He is really far forward, and there's an Ice Blast. Goodbye.
Oh, and the tip as well. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the juice of the series. We've not had any flare, anything. Okay. Don't forget. Actually, no, that's completely irrelevant. I was about to make some random pub references, but moving on.
Hey, it's all right. I mean, this is definitely like a I dare you pick Naga Siren one again against me, you know? That's what that was. Pure bottom lane getting ran down. Yule's be able to buy a little bit of space against this Ursa as they've caught Laurel as well, but the chase going to continue. Terrorize. Yutaro just BKBs it perfectly, and they've still caught the Legion collapse.
Whoa.
Just dunking on him, dude. The Shard is online. He's got the Kaya Sanj. This thing is doing so much. It's 139% bonus base damage. Plus it's, you know, 125. How much damage is this thing doing?
A lot of damage. Like Omni Knight, when you hit this like 20-minute mid-game peak, it is insane. You break heroes. Like, it is disgusting. And Spirit, they go from top Naga kill into suddenly bottom tier 2 aggression. The Prophet, the Earth Spirit, they are utilizing their ability wonderfully. And a 9k lead, like BetBoom, they get the Aegis. They play perfectly. They punish. They keep farming. When are we going to see Naga A-click a hero in this game? Do you think we're going to see one? I think Naga, she's playing an exceptional neutral creep game. She's PvEing the hell out of this one.
Yep.
Maybe the Orchid gives her confidence, but there's a radiance on the Omni Knight. Like, I am skeptical to ever consider BetBoom's carry becoming a carry in this game.
I don't know when the Naga really gets to do a whole lot. Like, if they find the openings onto Ancient Apparition, then yeah, maybe. But starting onto heroes like Laurel, well, they get the dual Ice Blast canceled actually for the moment, but Laurel survives. The Orchid does come through. They find the kill.
Mr. GA.
Collapse. Tried to save him. It's not going to be enough. All right. That is pretty good. The hero's not there to respond. A good victory here for the side of BetBoom. Doesn't get the dual victory though. Again, and you do kind of need Pure to snowball on this Legion commander this game.
Yeah, especially because he's looking to go for that third item nullifier. Some extra dual damage here will go a long way because he's going for the utility to try and punish this Omni Knight. We mentioned how nullifier doesn't remove Omni, but it really just it upsets him. You know, it prevents his two big teammate defensive spells. Of course, with his current build, he's still super potent around it. Porsche has a Pavit, has a gem, so if he is to die here, feeding away a gem.
This is a really rough gem. Oh, does get the save for the moment, but a huge echo from GPK, and the duel's out onto Collapse. He's gone. 2 heroes down. The Song of the Siren here to continue the chase. Maybe they can get their hands on Yutaro. That BKB's expired. This is massive. BetBoom. Turn it around completely. Mira still stuck here, trying to hobble away. In comes Laurel. They're going to buy back on the Ancient Apparition as well. Toronto Tokyo taking a lot of damage. Sprout off the mark, but Pure, they do manage to find Mira on the side. Good kick away here from Laurel. He's trying to do his best. Maposhka trying to offer him some help. Pops a really nice stick, but it's Laurel who just can't be touched. He's just unstoppable, and he gets the kill. He's just in their face, and Mira just, okay, TP's back in. Might regret that one, as he will just give that one up on over. It just doesn't matter. This Earth Spirit is just in their face. They can't do anything about him.
Will he die? I don't think so.
They have Ice Blast, actually. They could be looking for another opening in a moment. It's heart versus heart, you know? What are you going to do?
Heart action. Very emotional.
This is the most engaging gameplay right here I've ever seen.
Oh, we found a fissure.
Oh, they're going to continue the chase. And he's back to full health. Pops the blade mill, runs back again. Here we go. Wait a minute. Who does he go on? He's not choosing the heart target. I like that one. All right, they're just all going to disengage. That was like 45 seconds of like a stone wall hitting another stone wall.
I guess. I mean, for Spirit, their team fight right now is getting a little bit picked apart, right? It all starts from collapse in the mid lane. He blinks in to try and get the GA onto the Earth Spirit. He misses. He then takes the fight bottom. Doesn't have GA available. That is a Guardian Angel, which mitigates all physical damage. And because of that, now Ursa dies in bot. So it's like big spells were used poorly, and then BetBoom identify that and continue forcing the narrative. Keep going for that fight. And for Claps, just needs to be a little bit careful with that. Also helps that Pure. I mean, I think Pure is really just leading the charge right now for BetBoom. It's he duels the mid laner. He duels bot onto Claps again. Like he's doing the big picks, the punishing of the spells. And I gotta say for Yotaro, he's now looking towards his Roshan. BetBoom don't look to be too ready. They have scanned it out though. So they are aware it's occurring. So will they be contesting it? It is going to fall very quickly. This is a near 20,000 net worth Ursa inside the Rush Pit.
I like his Abyssal Blade pickup. I think this is one of these things, like, I was trying to figure out where their control is going to come from. If he's actually able to start the fight, get a full flurry of overpower strikes with the Abyssal onto, like, you know, this Earthshaker or Legion, he could definitely bring them down. Well, they've gone it. The smoke to the other side of the map here. Maybe you find Mira on this Nature's Prophet. You're looking for it. Gets the duel. Bedlam makes that quite easy. So up to 104 duel damage. I mean, that's the first level.
Butterfly now complete on Naga Siren. Okay, okay.
That's good. I like it. I like it. More.
When will she do the damage? That is like the best thing about Naga Siren as a hero. It's like she's got like the most, like the best ability to like find economy. Like obviously below like alchemist level, but she's probably one of the worst heroes at translating it consistently into damage throughout the entire game. Like she's one of the cores that can have 20k net worth but still feel so empty as a hero.
You're like, you can't kill me, but I can't kill you either.
Yes, pretty much. Of course, the macro game right now is favoring BetBoom a little bit due to the fact that they have the Naga illusions in top lane, but they're jumping in and the slam.
Big Echo finds Collapse, and he's the first to go down, actually. A huge play here from the side of BetBoom is now they've got to get out. The Ice Blast did connect onto several. Nightfall starting to burn the heart. Not doing them a whole lot of good now. They get the turnaround. Ends up being pretty dang good. They're looking for more. Roll out onto Toronto, Tokyo, not on the mark. So a 1-for-1. You trade Collapse for Nightfall? That ends up being pretty okay.
So when will this Naga Siren do damage? I can't. Oh, I'm done with that narrative. Everyone's aware. No, I mean, for Collapse, it was very aggressive positioning, right? He had the BKB available, the cheese. Like, he thought he could tank through it, but Echo Slam into Jewel, the key component here is the Jewel. Just removing Collapse's ability to cast his spells, to turn it around, or even use any of his items. Yeah,
you know what would fix that?
Like, what would fix that?
Another heart.
Ooh, 2 hearts. Pretty abnormal for humans, but I could see it being an option. Yeah. I also like the idea of like Overwhelming Blink, maybe like probably not Lincoln's, but like Overwhelming Blink style stuff. But either way, we are going to be killing off the Willow. And it just feels like Spirit are slowly marching ever closer to Radiant side. Like every kill is like we can now move 100 units closer to actually going for a big objective.
You're just starting to get to a lot of items on this Nature's Prophet now, right? Initially it was the Atos and Orchid, and you're like, okay, it's whatever, like not the end of the world. Ends up finding a huge kill onto Shaker, but now he's got an Aghanim Scepter, and they've caught Nightfall again, and he is dead.
Do you want to say it this time, Cryptic, or shall I?
You know what? You've done such a good job with it, so I'm just gonna let you do it.
And when will he do any damage? There you go. I got you.
Thank you. Very good. Very good.
I'm actually so happy to see Naga's just not do anything. They've had like such a good time in previous patches. Like this is like refreshing for me to see. I'm like, okay, we're back, boys.
Yeah, they are just feeling so strong right now. Laurel able to sit on the front line. It looks like Collapse has learned. If you look at his positioning, he's like, maybe I don't need to stand on top of my other heroes with the shaker. So he's sitting back, letting them bring down these lanes of barracks. First one's gonna fall as Jotaro and Laurel will finally disengage, and they're just gonna look top right away. They've already got a wave pushed in. Mira cut the previous one with Treants already. So yeah, this is really sick. And they definitely take the Tormentor, right? No reason not to.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, we've harped on Naga a little bit, but if we quickly click on her real quick, you are going to see a little bit of despair as well in that top left part of her inventory on the Naga Siren.
Oof. We don't talk about those, you know?
No, also, production's doing a good job just saving any of the viewers who would be concerned at seeing that. It is a 2-charge Midas that has been sitting there for some time.
Yeah, sometimes you die and you're like, oh, I'll get my Midas, when I go to when I come back, and then you just die instantly again. That was the whole reason you ran into the triangle there. I feel like was to probably go use his Midas.
For BetBoom though, like the concerns that they have right now, it's they need to take the fight in the mannerism of Shaker sets up the they're out of position, Legion follows up with the I've caught Omni duel, and they kind of play around that. Like Willow and Phoenix can free cast their spells, Naga can just send her illusions towards the Prophet or the AA, and then if you can get them to like disjoint their positioning of Spirit, where the AA isn't backing up the Earth, so the Omni isn't enabling the Earth Spirit type of logic, that's when BetBoom can do really well in an engagement. They just haven't been able to kind of replicate that right now. And they are smoking up. They are looking for a deep wraparound.
They are. A nice smoke. Pure got the nullifier. He's picked it up.
Yep. And they have a scan available on both teams. Oh, and they've only gone and killed that illusion. No.
You know, they really taught that illusion a lesson, though. Collapse. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah. And of course, smoke doesn't break on the illusions, but with the speed and the pacing of this game right now, if you see Omni, you need to go. And I think in the heat at the moment, they didn't identify all the information getting given to them. And yeah, of course, they are just going to throw out the spells and hope it's the real one.
Man, that is rough. That feels so bad. I mean, Duel is kind of like your big tool right now for finding these kills. Laurel just has a fresh 10-second BKB now, or 9-second BKB, sorry.
For BetBoom, it's like not getting the kill. It's like kind of whatever. It's more, they've just used a smoke to do that. So now their smoke economy is getting whittled down a bit more. The next time they make the move in, let's say, a couple minutes time, they might not have a smoke available. And now it's like kind of boils down to what if we succeeded earlier? I don't think they have any smokes left across them. So that actually was their smoke of the time. They got one more replenishing in about, let's say, a minute's time. Still BetBoom, they need to be careful. Spirit, they are the ones to freely move around the map. Roshan might respawn in a minute's time if it is a quick respawn. I think BetBoom, they can fight around the pit. You know, if they can get to the area not early enough, because you don't want to be too early because then you get picked apart, but then the lanes get pushed out. But if they can get to the pit in a timely manner, use the egg in a good position, they have the ability to contest. Of course, it could be very scary if they don't execute perfectly. Omni Ursa will run you over, but there's hope for BetBoom.
He got the best jungle item in existence, finds himself a ninja gear and a free kill on the Willow.
Oh, and Nightfall.
Dude, they popped strong for this.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, they're gonna look bottom from Mira. Pure is here looking for the duel. Nice Orchid does come out. Fissure. They will eventually grab this victory, I'm sure, right? There's no way he survives this. All right, there you go.
The discipline not to BKB there. He's like, no, you're gonna die, and I'm gonna wait out this silence. 180 damage now to the side of Pure. Pure is doing everything in his power to get his team in an advantageous position.
What a scan there, honestly. They were smoking directly bottom to just cut off the retreat here from Earthshaker Legion, and the scan just clips them. They both just turn around and leave the other way.
Here's my quick request. Hi Valve, if you're listening, could you please add the functionality of who used scan, please, on the feed? Because I think it's like super hype. Like good scans are like game winning, but it'd be so cool, like collapse use scan. And now, especially because we have 2 of them, there's so much more information getting like thrown around. I don't know. I feel like there's so many hype moments where we can really praise or even like comically flame certain uses of scan. You know, oh, he's scanned for his own farm again. But that's my one request. Thank you very much.
I like that. That is a good request. Yeah, that's a reasonable request too, you know?
Yeah, something crazy. I'm not asking for free skins or anything.
What? You're not?
Not yet. Shush. It's a 3-step program here I'm running.
Oh, Roshan up in 40 seconds just after day spawn, which will be the 3rd one. So an Aghanim Scepter will be up available for whoever can get it. Mira has a Lincolns now. He's tired of being dueled.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, why would that? Every time he shows, he just dies.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This Ninja Gear just makes it impossible. Like, he's just gonna roam the map, and as soon as he finds a hero, just blink Abyssal. It is so rough.
Ninja Gear is probably, I would go as close to saying the best tier 4 neutral item. Like, smokes are already quite a finite resource, but then to throw it around so freely, and even if the game goes later, you keep it for your tier 5, but it doesn't matter because Yatara is using the Ninja Gear again.
Dude, he is
super by himself
right now. What? I mean, they do have Omni behind him. Just drops everything to try and bail him out. Laurel just goes in, drops the Magnetize, takes the duel. You need the Ice Blast. You need the help. Where is it? Laurel's just taking no damage. He's full HP. Nightfall isolated. Big echo here from GPK. There's your Ice Blast. Finally, they've taken down the Ursa, but it's going to cost you Nightfall. GPK's got to get out of here. Collapse takes down the Legion. They will be able to escape for now. A Knight's Curse Crown onto 3 as they continue to look for more. A 2-for-1 exchange. The Ursa can buy back, but Collapse on the high ground jumps in. Just Roy save. Oh my goodness. What is that damage?
He's got the overwhelming blink. He's got the Havoc Hammer. You know, double damage. Whew. He is ripping through them. BetBoom. They thought they had an opportunity. Ursa by himself, but you chase him down for so long. It's what, 5, 6, 7 seconds of chase down. You eventually get to him, and then bam, collapses there straight away. BetBoom getting baited into an engagement. Nightfall dead. No buyback. Legion dead. No buyback. This surely should be mega creeps for the Silent Spirit. Tankiness was their friend throughout this entire game.
Oh, GPK goes in, tries to find Miposhka. He will be able to... Actually, just survives off of a Glimmer Cape. No, he's gone. GPK, his jump wasted, is now he's just getting dove back to the fountain. It cost you save as well. So that's going to be his dieback. Yep. It is just... You don't even need the Ursa. Everyone is a core. Collapse just destroying them. Will burn down that Phoenix. Another buyback coming through.
Double Dagon picked up as well from the Radiant shop. They haven't taken the creeps though. They've been opting to go for the kills. Could be something
he's got a BKB still. I don't think he cares, but a nice echo from GPK. The kickback. Mira just ends up in a world of pain there, and there's going to be the duel. They finally got him. Okay. Spirit very much overstaying their welcome is Roshan. Number 3 is up.
That's why he's running. He's like, I'm going.
Uh-oh. Oh, who's going to find who?
He doesn't see. He now sees him. What awkward.
He knows he's down here. Oh, Toronto, Tokyo. He pops the egg. That is not going to save you against an Ursa. And that is a dieback. They're looking for Collapse now. Does catch him with the silence. Omni's taking a lot. He just gets popped instead. Yataro with his own BKB, the turnaround, the Song of the Siren, trying to keep himself alive, but the Ursa just stacking up this damage. He's alone now. He's got nothing left. Oh my goodness. Well, it is looking rough for Spirit now. They are in a world of pain as another duel comes out. They just diebacked on Mira. Roshan's now going to go the way of BetBoom.
They just dove too deep for Spirit. They could have taken the top racks with ease. There was plenty of time where BetBoom were dead, but they went for that extra pick off. They went for that extra dive. They picked up a level 3 Dagon, and in doing so, BetBoom get another Aegis. And I think for Spirit at least, it's pretty bad, but it's not.
You give this axe to pure 100%, right? There's no what? They're gonna put it on saves?
Ooh, they are lacking damage. Their carry isn't really doing anything. Let's be real. So save picks up an axe for free, picks up a moon shard. That could offset some of their issues right now.
It could.
Yo, that highlight needs to be like if Spirit are to lose this game, it's like you can go back into the replay, reanalyze when they got the kills in this top racks, and the fact they didn't get the megas there, it's like that will sit on their minds for the rest of this series if they are to lose this game.
I mean, they just got so much XP from these fights too. Pure is level 25 now, which he wasn't even close to, but the Naga Siren is also level 25. And this is Pure that normally doesn't get there this early. Nice Ice Blast, as they're trying to just chase down the Legion Commander. Magnetize does not connect. They don't have the damage to finish him off, but they will look into the base here, looking for the Ancient Apparition. A nice Lotus Orb, throws it back the other way, slides out onto GPK, but Pure just throwing these press-the attacks, I mean, gives that debuff immunity is enough.
Only Omni has buyback on Spirit. Both Ursa and Ursa have fully invested into the momentum of the game that they were playing. They weren't ready to throw it away, give away an Aegis, and on the flip side, BetBoom, when you're playing from behind, you're playing starved. Buyback is your best friend. They got 3 buybacks on their cores. This is quite the window for BetBoom to do some moves. Again, don't forget, Spirit, if together, enabling each other, are incredibly tanky and so hard to kill. I think it's all on Pure. Can he find the dual initiation? Can GPK hit that Echo Slam? If these two can execute, everyone else on BetBoom will be able to thrive in the engagement. Of course, Pure doesn't have the ninja
double
gear
nullifier now.
Yeah,
it is. It's the Ursa counter.
Pure's going Refresher. No, he's going Octarine. I've lied. He had a Refresher and he quickly flipped to Octarine. Okay, Jaw's pretty valuable, so reduce that cooldown. Refresher sounded kind of hyped though. You know, dual one guy, refresh go for another, but he's going to play for the slightly longer game here.
I kind of would have liked the Ags going on to Pure. 7.5 second duel is just devastating.
Yo, but Stave's got a Moonshard, man. Don't take it away from the fans. They want to see this.
Yeah, he does have the Moonshard. It could be pretty sick. I'll agree. Laurel, we'll just roll away here. Feels pretty safe for the moment. I mean, this was a 24,000 gold swing off that fight. They actually had a legit 20,000 gold lead on Spirit.
That is such a steep graph.
Yeah, that is huge. Oh, they've caught a big opening here. Maposhka up on the high ground. The Hex is going to catch the Ursa. He's out. He's safe. The duel on the backside's caught Laurel. He's bursted down.
He doesn't have buyback.
Dead. And he does not have a buyback. You're in the wrong neighborhood, Spirit. This is BetBoom's territory now. I am so hyped for Nightfall to tip Collapse. That's all I want. That would be everything this game.
The fact that this Naga's winning the game is testament to the mental fortitude of Nightfall.
Yeah.
I mean, he has clearly matured as a player, but this was such a horrendously rough game for him. If they are to win it, then fair play. To punish the overextension, Spirit, they easily could have got mega creeps just minutes ago, but instead threw it all away. This tier 2 top is going to be protecting Spirit.
2 lanes. That'll even it out. Collapse, he's got this Octarine. He's got to find some opening, but you need this Ice Blast. You don't have kill threat without it.
He has no BKB. Just wait 25 seconds. Wait for your team to be up. Luckily for Spirit, these racks falling are in the same mirror matchup to the racks that they've taken. So there isn't going to be some shift in creep play now. Both lanes will be equal. Of course, for BetBoom, they have the Naga Siren. And for Spirit, they have the Nature's Prophets. The game has returned relatively to an even state in that regard. But yeah, BetBoom, so much confidence has just risen out of nowhere. that graph is so insane to look at. Actually, I am.
It really
That graph is
man.
that is nutty. Like, okay, but also the graph. So the red dots, obviously actions from Dyer. The lack of green dots this entire game from BetBoom to suddenly like to then all the way up at the fair play. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen a graph that steep. That is.
Naga Siren has so much money. He was like, I don't really know what to buy, so buys himself an Agston, sells his Butterfly, buys a BKB.
Oh,
you know,
so,
why
yeah, I mean,
not?
There's an MKB on the Ursa, so the Butterfly isn't too important. If anything, I think Nightfall probably could have adapted to being the... I mean, he has kind of filled the void of Sacrificial Lamb for his lineup, right? He runs in, he songs. It's the rest of his team kind of doing most of the heavy lifting in that regard. So I like the idea of him selling that, going for the BKB. I think Pure, once he picks up this refresher, he doesn't have Action himself, but if he gets that refresher, it's going to be just a lot of quick picks. Blink, duel, refresh, go again, get another kill. And this Omni Knight, he's kind of 100-0 so quickly, right? Super tanky, but now where nullifiers are in play, if he gets hit by a single duel, it's very simple for him to die. It's, yeah. To be fair, let's just rate the Ninja Gears. I'm just saying, it's Ninja Gears all the way. That's this hero. This hero. It feels like a hero. That's how impactful it is, but it needs to get nerfed. It needs to get something because it
needs to be removed.
Too prevalent.
In my opinion, this item could have 0 stats and people would still buy it. Like it could literally just be like no stats at all. It could take away movement speed.
Yo,
legitimately,
that sounds like a
and
hype
people
D
would still
patch.
get it.
Like D,
be like
Ninja Gear removed, Warlock, Fatal Bonds like 1% less damage. I'm like, that's a healthy D patch. I'm down.
Yeah. Oh, Yataro's just gonna run in here. You get scouted though. He's a little careful to get the D ward. Yeah, I feel like Ninja Gear would be like now reduces movement speed by 15 and people would still take it.
Yeah.
Like no positive bonuses at all.
It's the same logic towards vision, right? Like vision is such a fundamental aspect of the game. So you throw in an item for free that breaks the whole idea of vision. Like let's give the ability of PA to every hero. You know, it's or if you get the item, it's insane. Mira though is getting jumped in top lane, has BKB.
Oh, I mean, holding his ground for now. Pure actually stuck inside the Sprout. He's got no way out at the moment besides an easy TP, baby. Nightfall with the, you know, Song TP out himself. Toronto, Tokyo will survive and clean disengage.
And Spirit getting
Was he
a
just
bit
unable to get in with the Abyssal?
Yep, they just weren't in range to jump on in, get on top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of course, Song down, BKB's down. You could argue that this is Spirit's window to look for the fight. They are sweeping across the map right now. Ursa leading charge with his Ninja Gear.
I mean, Nightfall would be the absolute perfect target, but also under the cover of a Ninja Gear, so making it difficult.
Toronto has an A on this.
Those pops, they jump in, they connect onto the Phoenix. He's got the egg available, but he's gonna drop it. Nullifier is out, but the egg is gone. Backside of the fight, they're gonna try and find an opening here onto Mira. The duel not available from the Legion as he is silenced. Laurel able to roll away as well. The Linkens does dodge it. Nightfall finally trying to get on top of Mira, but he's actually in very deep by himself as well. The duel finally comes out. They get him. The damage from the Willow starting to add up. This hero's scary, but just gets bursted by Collapse. The Curse Ground holding him in place. The jump in from GPK. He's trying to find an opening. A nice Ice Blast does connect onto Nightfall. He's got to get out. It doesn't look like he can. The Song of the Siren is there, but will he shatter, man? It is so close. The burn from the Radiant. It's so low. Oh my goodness. Just barely surviving.
For Collapse to blink him with the overwhelming, the rate, like he tried everything to shadow him there, but it just wasn't enough. And BetBoom, it's now their turn. The BKBs are down for Spirit, so BetBoom, they smoke up, they go for their attack. 11 seconds for Roshan to respawn.
There's just a cheese sitting in there. We'll have to come back to that in a moment, but
only Ursa has buyback on the side of Dyer. All 3 cores of Radiant do. This is such an impactful fight. This will decide who wins this game.
The Fissure comes out. They get him on the fear. The duel is there. Can they find him in time? They do. He's got no buyback. Ice Blast did connect. They need to be a little bit careful. Laurel's starting to take a lot of damage. Backside of the fight, GPK takes down the Ancient Apparition. Now he's looking for the Ursa. Yataro, he's trying to find a way out. He does manage to get Pure as a little consolation. Laurel on the front side, I mean, still surviving thanks to this hard pops the BKB. Yataro looking to go in, he gets GBK. He's gonna be able to buy back into the game. They've got the outpost. Yataro needs to be careful. There's the Hex. They've caught him for the moment. The numbers from BetBoom, they're gonna start favoring them. Can Laurel save his boy? He gets the kick away. Can Laurel actually escape himself? He will, but they've got their eyes set on Yataro. This Ursa is the big target. The duel is there, and he's gone. Pure 408 duel damage now.
BetBoom, they don't care about Roshan. They don't care at all. They're just going to walk down the lanes, force out the buy, allow TPing back. This Legion, incredibly strong. Refresher coming out as well. 2 duels going to be in the mix for the next fight. 60 seconds for the A to get back in. 40 seconds for the Omni Knight. There is a fortification ready for Team Spirit. But this graph speaks so much volumes.
You have fortifications here for the tier 4s. You're trying not to buy back your Ursa. I just don't know how you avoid that.
No, he has to
buy back. Magnetize coming up in 10 seconds. Oh, there it is. A comes out right away. Laurel, he's in a...
They whiffed it.
A little bit of a whiff, but they get the duel.
He has buyback.
Laurel goes down. He's going to have to buy back. Mira on the run here. They do at least save their high ground for the moment. As Yataro's looking for an opening.
Mira's chasing.
Mira, he's in aggressive. He's got a ward place. He's looking for someone. Will he find them is the question. They want to continue to chase Laurel. They will back away. It looks like they don't want to overextend.
Mask of Madness picked up at the 55-minute mark. Save really wants to pump out as much damage as possible with this, the Axe Realm.
The Roche.
Yeah, and
Are they gonna get this in time? They just instantly TP top.
Oh, they're not in position. BetBoom, they're still walking over. Ursa, this is the greatest race possible. Can you get this and get out?
Dude, he has only a couple seconds left. Can he get it? He's going to do it. Yataro,
okay.
Aegis in hand, cheese and refresher. A big win.
He's fine. Oh my god. BetBoom,
What
if
a
they had
heads up play there.
Yeah, the speed. Like if they had one hero there, no way Spirit can go in with that. But Yataro, he sees a very small window and trying to keep themselves in it.
Well, we said this one might go the distance, and here we are. Oh my goodness. 14k gold advantage for the side of BetBoom. But
what's the most duel damage you've seen, by the way, on a Legion? Like 500?
Like 900?
900, okay. I was like, 500 is already pretty healthy. Like he's gonna get close to that 500 mark and... Damn. Trying to look there. We look at the wider items as well for theirs. The Earth Spirit, the Omni Knight, like they haven't really progressed, right? Like we've seen the Dagons for some time collapse, bought an Octarine. Like they've kind of stagnated in that regard. Like yeah, Yataro is still picking up some items, getting the Refresher Shard, the Aghanim's Blessing, but BetBoom on the other hand, they're the Axe, the Moonshot on save, the Refresher, the Octarine on pure. Nightfall naturally just going a little bit tankier with his itemization. I think BetBoom, they've pivoted and scaled quite nicely into this late game. While Spirit, they did fall victim for, we're going to win this game at 40. We can feel it. And suddenly things start slipping away. And now they've invested into items that aren't 60-minute items that you want to see. Need to be careful, even with the Aegis. In no way is this their game. This is fully BetBoom's control. You can see it by how they smoke, how they sweep across the map.
Yeah, I mean, finding Mira on this NP would actually be huge. He is becoming a real nuisance in this game. And it's going to be very close. He BKBs, goes for the TP. You can ensnare. It's caught him. And that is going to be a dead Nature's Prophet. Does have his buyback now. Good use to block the Lincolns there. I actually didn't even catch that initially. But, yep, breaking the Lincolns just in time to hit the ensnare. That was huge.
Okay, so it's like right now... the state of the game, we're going to be talking about tier 5 items, right? Mirror Shields potentially to have that additional Lincoln's block. Book of the Dead to apply a little bit more push, maybe a Stygian for the Ursa to rip through heroes. And then Omni Knight, he can go for like a clutch late game Axe to throw that Guardian Angel onto the buildings if there was to be a base race. He has actually just queued up into his quick buy. Right, we're getting to the juicy part, but BetBoom, they're ready. They're holding this high ground position.
GPK, he's found a victim. It's gonna be the Ancient Apparition with a double damage mix. Quick work of him, and now Yotoro's got to get out of here. Song of the Siren, gonna
He's just out of
find
range.
all three of them.
No, he's repelled.
Oh, he's repelled. Yeah, but here comes the Nullifier onto Collapse. The duel comes through. He doesn't get the Guardian Angel. Yotaro in a lot of trouble as well. They're going to buy back on 3. Yotaro, he's falling fast, but that's just going to be his Aegis. Lara on the backside getting a lot of damage out with the Magnetize, but another duel comes out. There it is. It's going to be a nice Guardian Angel, but the Nullifier does come through from Nightfall, and they finish him off. Mira looking for more. Yotaro trying to chase him. This Willow is just crushing in this fight, but Nightfall finally goes down. He's going to buy back. They're looking for more. Can they do it? Collapse on the run, saved once again by this repel.
Well, Mira just TP'd in.
But wait, yeah, Mira does TP in. This is a buyback from him. He pops the BKB, trying to survive, but just gets taken down. Yotaro goes in, trying to finish off GPK, but the Yules is there. Oh no, Yotaro, he's got to be careful. Collapse on the side, can't save him. They are dead on all 5 and no buybacks. BetBoom, come back from what looked like complete despair.
What the fuck did I just watch? Jeez. Spirit. Oh my god. That was their game to win, but BetBoom, they never gave up. Pure clearly showing just the skill that he has as an offender. He found so many jumps, so many ways to just break apart this Omni Knight. And yes, you got to ask the question, Spirit, if you didn't die this top tier 3 engagement, if you just secured the mega creeps instead, would this have been a completely different story? Would we be seeing you on the cameras right now? But that's all talk for later in the day. They've got another game to play. But yeah, BetBoom, they didn't give up. They focused up. They found the picks, and yeah, they win the game. Like, that was one of the steepest comeback. Like the gold swing with that single move. It's just from, what was it, 20k or something, all the way up to like 10k plus the BetBoom.
Yeah. Absolutely nuts. And the XP was even worse. Like, they were far worse than XP, and we saw just from that fight alone, like Nightfall, Pure, they both hit their 25s when they weren't even close prior to it. So complete different game. And what do you finish duel damage wise? 484. I mean, we said eventually, you know, this Legion Commander will become a very scary core that can deal with the tankiness of Laurel and Collapse. And it happened, right? He can just solo duel these heroes and find the kills and leave Nightfall to cause havoc in the backside.
Yeah, and really dumb and impressive stat. Somehow in this entire game, Save did 0 building damage. So congratulations, Save. That's pretty impressive. Of course, you are a Dark Willow. You shouldn't be hitting buildings. So yeah, keep it up. But yeah, fair play, BetBoom. What a comeback. What a game. So
that was fun.
Say cryptic, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's not much else to say. That was just a beautiful performance. We can really say that Game 2 hopefully lives up to the same hype. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Game 2 of BetBoom versus Team Spirit here. We'll see you after the break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Dream League Season 21, and a heck of a good game number one here between BetBoom and Team Spirit, as BetBoom managed to pull back what looked like an impossible game. You know, maybe by an assist of Team Spirit. What do you think? Do you think Team Spirit helped them there a little bit?
Well, I mean, again, I kind of wish I went back into that replay. I needed to see that tier 3 interaction. I thought them diving but not getting the racks, like, oh, yeah, it was a BetBoom win with a layup from Team Spirit, and there was so many layers to it. Again, it was we didn't get to tier 5 items. It was a 59-minute and 44-second game. We got to see Nightfall on a Naga Siren, who didn't feel like he had major impact, but was kind of making like sleeper moves throughout the entire game, like the ensnares, the songs, just the macro play. And then GPK and Pure just stepped up in the other two core roles, just obliterating some of these fights. And I don't know, I feel like BetBoom, they have such a high mechanical level that if you ever make a mistake, of course, they're going to run you over, they're going to outplay you. And for Spirit, it occurred, right? Like this Omni Knight pick, super fun to see, but you're an Omni Knight. Nullifiers will beat you. And pre-Nullifier, you're the king. Post-Nullifier, you fall off very hard.
And the thing that was interesting is Nullifier is like the item counter to an Ursa, right? Like this is one of those things that a lot of people forget about.
Cryptic, we got the highlights, man. Our production's goated. All right, okay, hold on.
Oh.
So yeah,
this is what we wanted to see.
So the fact is, like 10 seconds before this, maybe even 20 seconds, they were just diving, right? So like this is now the aftermath of the dive. And the fact that we saw Naga Siren respawn into this, where she was dead for what, it was like 50, 45 seconds? Like, this should have been a Rax, I feel like. And on top of that, these highlights will just reflect the fact that Omni Knight dead without using his ultimate. Same thing again. I don't know. This is just like one of those like awkwardly momentum-based throwy games from Spirit where they got too excited, and once your momentum stops, this is not a lineup that suddenly gets back into the game, right? Like your offlane Omni isn't some Tidehunter where you always have a point of reference of we can fight with this, right? It's an Omni.
Yeah.
You're like, boo, I'm here. It's like, okay, just ignore him, nullify him, right? So it's rough for Spirit, but I'm excited to see how they bounce back, right? Like they are TI winners. They clearly have mental fortitude to be able to lift the Aegis, right? Win at Riyadh. But this type of game losses can be very demoralizing. Like this could maybe be the end of their series if they don't bounce back from, the team huddle.
Yeah, it just felt super like weird, like from Spirit. Like obviously they were definitely feeling themselves, like they felt untouchable as they're diving, the last lane of barracks there. But like you said, it was something they could have easily just taken the megas and backed, and yeah, maybe they get one less kill there near the fountain. Like maybe they don't kill, the Willow one extra time or something, but Yeah, that's gonna haunt them for a while. We'll have to see. I mean, if they bounce back, well, it'll, you know, definitely be in character for Spirit. I feel like this is a team that's pretty calm and collected most of the time, but that's a rough one.
It's why we need best of ones at TI. Like, hands down. Like, it's what made me realize. Like, imagine this was a best of one lower bracket at TI. Like, that, just that in itself, the arena, oh, it's giving me tingles. The Seattle arena, bam, popping off with that type of game. Like, I will happily advocate to never remove the TI best of ones. It is one gyrocopter pick away from being the best thing ever.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Speaking of picks, we've got a draft underway. I think it's about time we go ahead and jump into game number 2 here of Spirit versus BetBoom. Not anything too surprising in the first set of bans here, right? We got Doom, Coddle. We saw Coddle and Doom, I think, both removed last time. Warlock, I think, was completely ignored last game, wasn't it?
You're asking me like I think it was 80 minutes ago level of stuff.
Yeah,
Let me just scrape back the knowledge. Yeah, I think it was ignored. Yeah, and that it kind of boils down to my the idea of what I was saying with Warlock. It's like, yes, it's good, laning good, but don't forget the hero is still just a little old Warlock, right? Like it's not the best. I think he's one buff away from truly being broken. Like if his ultimate was changed from like a high cooldown big AoE teamfight spell to like a mid-level CD like concept, instantly he'd be super viable, right? Like a cheaper stun-in player. But yeah, he's very good, but maybe not the preference of these two teams at least.
Yeah, would appear so. You're just curious like what they want to pick for Pure in this game. Like it seems like when Pure is having a good time, BetBoom is winning, right? Like you could tell how like disconnected they were in the early game, because he really did not have a good early game. He was shut down, he wasn't finding duel victories, and then as soon as he starts hitting those duel victories, the team momentum just completely shifts.
Yeah, I think this is one of the games where you really can just create a full like YouTube video length breakdown on misplaced Spirit made to give BetBoom opportunities, right? It's like they try lane to shut down a Legion, but they give away a cheap solo kill for Legion now to get to 1,000 gold towards Blink Dagger post Blade Mount. And then it's the same concept of like the top racks. It's the Omni Knight with the blink into Guardian Angel, which he doesn't help, he misses it, to then fight bottom near the Roshan to give away the Aegis. Like there's a lot of misplays across the entire game that kind of amounted to the biggest misplay of not taking their racks, right? And yeah, it's interesting to see. For Spirit at least though, I don't think they need to make too many changes in regards to playstyle and draft and game, because it's like the logic was good, right? It's just slight small issues, right? And you can maybe if you get warmed back up into the game, you don't make them again. I'd be surprised if we saw this level of awkwardness from Spirit 2 games in a row.
I'd agree. I think that's true. I will say they didn't really change too much at all from the bans. We got the Pango, the TA, Brewmaster. It looks like targeting a lot of collapses pool here. I'm curious. They get rid of Puck. Okay, I have strong feelings about this Puck hero personally. They grabbed the Invoker though. This was overall first banned last game.
Yeah, we're gonna see it be able to shine in this game. A lot more active for sure. It plays on Vessel, plays on being in the face of your opponent to some degree. Yeah, we'll see how BetBoom wants to utilize this hero. But the Puck ban, it's maybe just we don't like playing against Puck when we have Invoker. Of course, Puck can phase shift the cold snaps, can orb out, can just always annoy the Invoker, be on top of him, force him to Ghost Walk earlier than he wants to, which prevents him from casting that next big ticket spell. I'm not opposed to the ban, especially when Spirit could easily pick Puck here and then protect it as well a little bit with the bans. We'll see how they want to respond though. Plenty of options available. Of course, Gyrocopter's still here. All of like the Zoo-esque heroes are still in play if they want to play that type of game. Many options, and just a first phase PA. All right.
That is, confidence, I suppose you could say, as now they do get to protect, a couple bans for it at least, but overall first PA. I mean, this hero has looked very strong. We've seen games where looks like complete defeat. Like there's just no way you could win, and then suddenly PA has one good fight and the game is just over. Like it is just impossible to recover from a PA that like snowballs like one really good fight, picks up like 2 extra items, and then you're just like playing against this burst machine.
I think if Spirit just can load up the webcams real quick and see GPK yawning, they just can pick some long game. Like he's falling asleep right now at his PC. It's a struggle for him.
Man, this guy really loves his apple juice.
Yeah, he's secretly it's actually just saves. He's just stealing it. It's like I draft my juice. You play your juice. It's communal juice. Again, for Spirit though, for like the first phase PA to be picked like this, you clearly need to be like, okay, this is the hero of the patch, right? Same concept with Sven, BetBoom. They love to first phase it. They did it throughout BetBoom Thatcher. They picked it against Quest earlier today because it is such a powerful carry that doesn't have a lot of easy counters. And I think PA easily falls into that category. You have Battle Fury, of course. You can then go for Deso, Ags, BKB. When you have Ags, it's super easy for you to constantly blur into the face of your opponent, nearly into like melee range before it breaks. It's so obnoxious. That's one of the heroes I'd like to see nerfed pre-TI. Just increase that buffer range just a little bit. You don't have to change anything else. Just prevent her blur initiations because it's very
you need to get rid of the fade time on it too. Like it feels like sometimes like she blinks in, gets like 2 auto attacks, and someone dies before the blur even breaks sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Especially when it's like bouncing between 2 out of position supports, right? It's like dagger 1, kill, jump. It can be annoying, but yeah, Team Spirit, they respect the Legion Commander from Pure. It's a pretty good ban. Of course, against PA, trying to, like, the thing with PA, she does so much physical damage that going for like the Venge, the Underlords, like these heroes, they don't do enough. Like, yes, they remove her damage, but she does so much into the thousands that it's like, yeah, sure, you pick it, but I'm now like 20% weaker in such an obnoxiously high range of damage. I'm not like other cores that are like limited. And this lane is very, very good.
Go back for Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, it's a good lane. It's a very classic lane. A lot of spam. Like Vortex, Chilling Blast, not Chilling Blast. Yep, the spell that I forgot the name of. Ah, well.
Chilling Touch.
Chilling Touch, there you go.
I would really like to see Axe here. Like, just, like,
yeah,
it's one of those things that, like, you have to, like, the only thing that kills PA is herself in the late game, right? Like, is a blade mail.
Damn, so real, so real.
So it's one of those things that, you know, that's why they get rid of the Legion. I wonder, I know Pure likes to play the Axe. If you could pick like an Axe +1 that could really punish this lane, or if you want to go for something like Primal Beast here that just runs at them under the tower.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of like Axe Willow, Axe Axe Rubik as well could be pretty good because then you have a soft amount of damage reduction. But no, I'm a big fan of the Axe.
Oh baby, let's
good
go.
Shout, good shout. I may go for the Willow. Hell yeah, we did it.
Dude, we're so good actually.
Can we? Okay, I was gonna say, can we high five? I just forgot we're like thousands of miles away, but
it's okay. It was
we can store that high five. We'll use it at some point in our life.
I'll see you in Seattle. We'll do it.
We hope. Copium. Anyways, Spirit, what are we doing?
I mean, you have to kind of like ignore this Axe and go for some space makers, right? Yeah, so they grab Kunkka, good into the Invoker matchup for sure, especially with the new Kunkka build. I love it. Just Blade Mail, Shard, Octarine, like it is so annoying to play around.
Yeah, especially because you are a hero that creates so much noise that PA, who already is a very hard hero to CC down, you're now throwing in the likes of the Torrent Storm, the Tidal Waves, the boats. It's like PA will have free access to jump on whoever she wants because you're reacting to the full water park. And okay, I was thinking for Spirit, I was like, okay, you either go for a 4 position that can buy a Yules early on, so when Axe is still in that Blink Blade Mail era of his itemization, he can't then go, okay, I'm killing PA every time, right? Instead, don't opt on items to be that friend, go for a hero that just naturally does it the entire time, get Venge with a swap, so now you have a way to at least reposition PA a bit further away from that Axe. And the same support duo coming back out from BetBoom, it's Phoenix and Willow. I would argue that we didn't see a lot of successful eggs in the previous game, but this time around, there's no egg hitter, so we should be seeing Toronto Tokyo pop off a little bit harder this time around.
Yeah, PA does not want to commit for an egg, right? That just seems
really bad. Yeah,
just the worst thing that you could do on this hero. So we'll see if they actually can address it from the off lane. I don't think they can. Like, they're mostly looking for what I would guess would be like a melee initiator of some type.
It's a hard pick, I think, for sure.
The Naga Siren ban.
I think Night
just
Stalker
not dealing with
is a GOAT pick. I think Night Stalker's pretty good for Team Spirit. Like, vision is so key right now, right? Like the axe initiation. And if you play around nighttime and play around when and where to take the fights, like you already have the survivability of Kunkka and Venge built into your lineup. PA does the damage. You just need that one hero that goes, we're taking the fight here, and this is why. And I think Night Stalker kind of fits the bill. There's not a lot of tower pressure from BetBoom as well. So you can't just lose your map due to nighttime issues and ultimate cooldowns. So I think that's my read for Spirit, at least for the offlane.
Okay, I like it. They get rid of the illusion heroes, the ones that are annoying for PA to play against, right? Terrorblade and Naga Siren.
Yep.
Nightfall proving last game that he is good enough to make Naga Siren look amazing.
Yeah, I think for Nightfall, he just demonstrated a consistent understanding of the game outside of the fight, right? And I think a lot of players watching will just look at Dota as one-dimensionally. It's like, can you win the team fight? And he was showcasing that on a Naga Siren in a game where he can't really pump out damage. There's a lot of other things he can do to then eventually find the window where it's like, X hero is dead, I can now excel in the fight. And I think, yeah, of course, Nightfall, one of the best carries out there in the region, aspiring to compete against the world, of course. And they have one more ban. Couple options in play here. I think, of course, Primal's still there. I still think Night Stalker is extremely good.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Night Stalker a lot. That's also a collapse hero for sure. You go to the Darkseer. Okay.
Okay. It depends on what BetBoom go with that carry. Like, there could be some like semi-active style of play where they go for like a Monkey King, and then you just run over your opponent and don't give them any time. Like, that option could be really good. Ooh, good.
Man, I was worried about the Medusa here. It's like when you get rid of Darkseer, it's like there's a few heroes that come to mind, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's actually very true. The Darkseer ban into Medusa, like PA, she does a lot of damage, but into a Butterfly Medusa, that timing could be a little bit annoying. And also for BetBoom, their mid-game grouping will be insane. Like, they'll get Aegis and walk down a lane. If PA tries to take a fight, Axe is there. Of course, PA way down the line will always be able to annoy her. Slow movement hero, dagger spam. Like, we've seen the clips of Wraith King die multiple times in a row. Dusa can eventually get to that same awkward situation of, oh, I've just been daggered 4 times. How do we end? Yeah, for Mars. Okay.
I mean, that's just a good pick.
Yep. It's just a standard good old collapse Mars. And I like the pivot there. I think because of the Medusa, Night Stalker would have been too awkward. You would have never killed her, never threatened her. So go back for the Mars. Yeah, rounds out your lineup quite nicely.
I like it. This will be... I mean, they just have so much control in team fight on the side of Spirit. Between this Mars, the Water Park, Ice Blast, like, it's not going to be easy for BetBoom to take these 5-5 engagements, but their pickoff potential seems pretty high. Like, once Axe has, you know, Blink Blade Mail and GPK, if he has enough points in Exort, like, just Blink Blade Mail into Sunstrike should kill a lot of heroes.
I think for Spirit, positioning will be key. I think if Mira gets dragged around into too many awkward engagements, that will give BetBoom access to, oh, we've killed PA once or twice off of smoke. Venge wasn't in position, or if Lal thinks he's too tanky, and yeah, I think this is a very different game from the last one. Spirit, in the previous one, it was hit 20 minutes and just ride that wave and go win the game. Don't throw it, lol. But this time around, it's going to be, I think both teams, it's the race to how can they activate their carry, right? Like, how soon can PA get to her Fury, Deso, Ags, or BKB? How quick can Dusa get to Manta, Butterfly, right? And whoever gets to that stage first will be looking towards the Aegises, looking towards like just the bigger picture stuff. But yeah, Pure on his Axe and Collapse on his Mars. Like, these are some big hero player combinations.
Oh yeah. GPK and Volker. I mean, this is just gonna be a fun game. There's gonna be a lot of to watch for in these fights. They're gonna be absolute chaos.
Yeah, I need you to call out every spell, by the way. If you miss a single spell, I will be
full spell names.
Taking this up to higher management. Yeah, no, of course, of course. Yep. You're not allowed to say,
I can't just say X.
I need you to
that
throw
the
some
X
hero
marks the
player
spot.
names too. Water has been used. Fire. Just keep it super generic, yeah.
Just elements.
And how they interact with each other, please.
Yes. Do you remember when there was like that brief moment in time where they were like, what if we introduce elemental types into Dota?
Thank God that didn't exist.
A week they were like, yeah, no, this is a bad idea.
I think that was the phase where the Ice Frog man was on a vacation.
Oh yeah, he was definitely gone by then.
Unconfirmed or confirmed. We still don't know to this day. Smile.
Smile, of course. It's all right. Neon Prime will make it worth it. Oh, that's a big smoke pop there. Nicely done. Look at this. This is a really interesting ward here placed by the Phoenix. Like a nice defensive ward here.
Oh, is he going to catch Mirror place his ward?
Maybe.
Oh, yes. I didn't realize I had a ward that looked like me. That's so nice of them.
Yeah, there you go. Is it because of the tongue or the no hair?
All of it, actually. The dimensions are perfect. I don't know. They just somehow 3 scanned me without my permission and ported it straight to the game.
That's pretty rude. You should at least get some sort of residuals for that.
I'm just a big fan of Dota. It's fine.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fair. Now, with a ward that's placed like this defensively behind, like on your own high ground, is this to help with? Like, I don't think you can really drag on the Mars Venge lane, but maybe I'm wrong. Is Toronto Tokyo just looking to stack like this camps over and over? Oh, bottom lane Yutaro is dead.
Oh.
Okay, sometimes you just get ran down by battle hunger, and it works out quite well. So Pure getting first blood on his offlane axe. He's also going to offensively block this wave so that it walks right into the tower. PA is going to have to go TP back and hold this creep wave in position for that.
I think with the ward as well.
It does not work. Yeah.
Going back to your question. The body blocking the wave here. But so this is going to be good for BetBoom because now it's going to shove straight towards BetBoom side. And if they hold the camps, they can just prevent the wave being in a safe spot for PA. So she might get early level 2 advantage. But the fact that, where is the Willow and the A were just scuffling. So, and the pause as well. Okay, interesting. Oh, Pure's headset clearly doesn't work. He's ripped it off. Oh, I hope he's okay. He has just fully left.
The sand.
Oh, no, he's back.
What was the juice? I'm sure.
Oh, let's see what they write the reason.
You can read that, right?
He said that he loves the cast and he can't wait to play more Dota.
Of course, yes.
It's crazy. The Eastern European language, it's somehow 5 characters really just mean so much yet. Yeah. But yeah, right now, this is now where BetBoom, if they can just keep the wave in this position, it should in theory stabilize to being very, very strong for them. That's why you see them doing the blocks.
Yeah. So, bottom lane, obviously Pure having the first blood is going to get him to a very quick Vanguard. At that point, what can like PA really do in this lane? Because I feel like she will just have a really hard time contesting the axe for any CS at that point.
PA is a very good hero at fighting into lanes that she shouldn't be in, right? Because of dagger spam securing the creep. Of course, it's not the most efficient of farm, but it keeps her in level range, and I wouldn't be surprised if Yutaro just stay in the area, continue to make that farm. Of course, we are going to be expecting a top net worth Vanguard Blade Mail Blink axe throughout this game, unless he is to die, and I think that's going to be the repercussion of the Venge pick to counter the axe. Your early game laning, it's not as if Venge uses Twin Gate and completely, breaks this safe lane, gives Spirit all the kill potential. And then we'll see how it unfolds. Pure pre-Vanguard, of course, can go down. And in the mid lane, GPK and Lol just bruising each other a little bit here. Kunkka should have a slight advantage due to the fact that he has the Tiebringer.
Very sustainable hero too, right? Naturally builds bracers, gets a bottle. Like this is a hero that's very difficult to push out of the lane, even in bad matchups. Bottom lane, Pure is actually taking a decent chunk of damage. Does pop the stick there, but Yataro taking a beating here, and he has no evasion. That is gonna hit, and that is gonna be a kill. Nice pickup there from Save.
Yeah, just this early creep shenanigans that occurred have never really given Spirit comfort in the lane. It's not been in front of their tier 1 tower. It's just giving Save and Pure all the comfort in the world to do as they wish. Luckily though for Spirit, the other 2 lanes are going relatively well for them. 16 for 8 on the Kunkka, 14 for 6 on the Mars.
Yeah.
Pulling ahead on the other 2 lanes for Team Spirit. It's only this bot lane that is a little bit more despair. He instantly TP's back in and already half HP.
Oh, he gets the call too. Oh, Yataro does get the blink strike out. He's gonna try and snipe him on the Willow. Does he have it? Just barely will not. But you're just 60 HP now on this Phantom Assassin that just came back to the lane, and you've got a double wave pushing in. Pure might just go for a dive here.
Why not? Force a TP, break the map state for Spirit already. You can feel BetBoom just owning this lane. Yataro having to level Blur at level 3 just to stay close. But this is why Blur's incredibly stupid.
And they get a full pull to reset the lane in their favor as well. Oh, never mind. Nice grab by Maposhka there. That was cool.
Using the
a little bit of a slow pull.
Yeah. Will he go for again round 2? I feel bad. Like we're only looking at this one lane, but it's like the lane that should be doing everything. Like I don't expect Nightfall to die on top. Invoker, Kunkka just punches each other. I think Lyle does have kill potential once he hits 6 though. So in about 3/4 of a level time, there could be a little bit of a whoa Lyle, but until then yeah.
He has so many denies. He's at 10 denies on this hero. That's pretty good.
How much damage? He does like 90 damage right now. He's a big boy in the mid lane.
Love that hero. Ooh, top lane Mira's in pretty deep this time. There comes the blood grenade from Toronto Tokyo. The dive just picks him off with a missile. A 1-for-1 trade. I mean, I think you're okay with that if you're Mira, but giving that kill over to and solo XP over to that Medusa might be a little rough.
I mean, the fact that Yataro didn't die to that second wave of aggression, staying using that blur, like being back to full HP, he's done a very good job just keeping up the CS. Like he's only 3 CS behind the Axe. Of course, his economy is going a little bit more resource heavy. That's why he's not up there with the net worth. Still pretty commendable stuff coming up from Spirit Safe lane to keep themselves in it. This lane is get whatever you can, because again they don't deserve anything. You're correct, Pure, because you have just crushed this lane so far.
Look at Mira in the mid lane looking for GPK with the level 6 of Laurel. Like you said, there's going to be the stun, but they're just not able to dive that far into the tower. They're going to contest for the bottom rune, try and win the 50-50, and unlucky there for the Invoker as Laurel will be able to bottle up an Invis rune.
I think a DD or a haste would have probably netted a kill, but actually he's using the Invis to go straight to top. Fair play. All right. There's no sentries found to unblock camps here. There's one on, actually no, there's 2 on the hard camp and the small camp. They are very much aware of his rotation.
This is so interesting because your Revenge wasn't up here at the moment, and Collapse is just hitting level 5.
Like this move, it's kind of fine just because he's not losing any resources mid. I think he might lose 1 melee creep, but he made this TP whilst his catapult was hitting the enemy's tower. So his wave that he would have farmed was held up due to that aggression. And he actually lost only 1 flag bearer, 1 melee creep. And it's like, if there weren't sentries, he'd have got a kill. There was, oh well, you lost 2 melee creeps, but you applied a little bit of pressure. So I don't mind it. I think the fact he's looking for this play is pretty cool. Just this time around, it didn't work out. No.
Mid lane, GPK trying to have a little fun. Might regret that one. Walks back the other way. Sentry does get dropped, and he's held in place. There's no way out of this one. Couple more auto attacks. Laurel will grab it, and that is the boat effect. Not even used. That's the crazy thing. Is like they just knew they had so much damage. They didn't even need the boat. Bottom lane, Yataro blurred, standing in the middle of the wave. There's the lane.
Yeah. If like Blur wasn't a spell, he would be completely removed from this game right now. Like, and I don't
feel
forget
like the.
Go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would say the thing with Blur as well, it's like not only does it allow you to gank and be aggressive, but when the game's hard, you blur in the jungle and you just farm for free. Like you don't aggro. So just conceptually, the spell is just so good on this hero. If it ever got a rework, this hero would either be unplayable or we're in uncharted territories. But we'll see for Yatari if he does go for the treads into Battle Fury, if he goes straight for like a Naked Fury in the hope to just recover. But yeah, for now it's hope.
Unlucky miss. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like one of the changes that we could always see is like making the blur radius change with levels. Mid lane, they're gonna go for a dive here on a GPK once again. Does get a nice tornado out, but the X boat to pull him right back in, and GPK, no way to get out once again. They just are bringing the detection every single time.
Yeah, really nice moves. I think Team Spirit have identified that their supports, they pack a bigger punch in the smoke moves and the aggressive plays. You sync up with a Mars or a Kunkka, you're going to be netting kills. And in doing so, PA can now farm bottom for free. She farms his camp. And BetBoom, they're not playing this bot lane in a way where they hold it. Because there's an axe, you naturally will always push out the lane. So Yataru, he's getting a free dire creep wave every time. He's farming this camp every time. Meanwhile, Spirit are still making active plays. They're pushing their other cores into engagements. And this is the recipe to recover a PA's game. You forget about her in 6 minutes time. If BetBoom go, oh God, we should have ganked her. It's too late. She's already got the Fury online. So for Spirit, they've set up the map state pretty well. And it's for BetBoom to decide how they want to deal with this. Especially when I believe they've got double blade mail actually soon complete. The Kunkka and the Mars both are going for a blade mail. We'll see how much that annoys BetBoom in some of these earlier fights.
I mean, we haven't even seen Collapse like bother going for an arena. He is 3-4-0. Like he just doesn't even bother leveling it up in this game. He is not playing to like find kills. He is playing to farm.
I think that's pretty fair, right? Like,
yeah.
When the game
against
gets a little bit
lane,
stale,
right?
just do it, yeah.
Like his two options are basically go to farm or he builds Meteor Hammer, right? Bottom lane, GPK gets found. Ooh, nice tornado, give him some space, but the X won't connect. But on the other side, they do manage to find save. The Dark Willow will fall.
At least we're not stuck in Coit.
Maybe they can look for Collapse here as GPK does have an Urn Charge available. I don't think Nightfall has the damage, but we'll see. They're certainly going to try with Pure here. He has the Blink Reveal, and that should help bring down this Mars. He's still going to do a decent amount of damage back here with that Blade Mail, but Tornado, one more auto attack. GPK gets the kill, and that's nice. But they're back here on the side of Spirit. There's going to be the X, the boat. Nice Stone Gaze to make a little bit of space as GPK trying to chase them down here with the Ghost Walk. See if you can find anything. Mirror gets caught by the blink call from Pure, put a nice Ice Blast back the other way. Pure falling incredibly low and instead just shatters. Mira pops the swap there, gets a little bit of damage reduction, does get caught there by the Bramble Maze. Looking for Laurel now on this Kunkka as a Bedlam doing a lot of work here. And Laurel will fall. Nice Ice Wall place, just choking him out, unable to really go anywhere. And Mapochka will eventually fall. There's going to be a nice arena. The Spear trying to finish up the Dark Willow. He does have a God's Rebuke. Nice Tumbler up to the high ground, but ends up holding that God's Rebuke just a little bit too long. Collapse. There's an egg mid apparently. We'll come back to that later.
That looked like such a collapse level play on the Mars, right? Like the low ground arena, throwing the spells to high ground, jumping up. But yeah, like you said, didn't hit the Rebuke in time to get the damage in. For BetBoom, Blink Reveal, get the kills. We say Pure is quite a statement player for this team, and clearly it's working out there, annoying them. I guess the key thing is though, PA still recovers, PA still farms.
It's a Haste Rune, Blade Mail, Kunkka, good luck. So your Medusa is at least having a decent time, right? For Nightfall, he's got this casual Yasha done, going straight for the Manta style. basically tied for top net worth. Is that enough to, you know, make it through like this kind of early game, or are you still worried that this PA is just gonna catapult?
I think right now for BetBoom, they're pretty happy just because they know like the next 12 to 13,000 gold on the PA is still going to be waiting for that next item, right? Like if you look at the quick buy of Yatara, he's got Battle Fury, a BKB straight away after, and then potentially like a Manta or something to make some extra dodges and stuff, some juke players. So it's not as if he's instantly rushing towards the I'm gonna kill you instantly style. He's gonna go for the I'm gonna kill you over time. So I think for BetBoom, it's if they can sync up the butterfly on the Deucer with a BKB on the axe, that's when they're looking for, we own this game and we need to break the spirits of Team Spirit. But yeah, I think for now, both teams should be pretty content. Like Yataro's farming, recovering, Medusa is doing everything she needs to do to get to her moment of strength.
Top lane. The haste was committed. They're looking for GPK. Laurel under the cover of smoke, just trying to get in range for that X. Barely, he will find it. Tornado comes out, EMP as well. Save with a nice terrorize onto 2, and he just pops 1. Laurel in some trouble. A nice egg right next to the tower, but the chase away. They are going to survive. Ice Blast just snipes down the Dark Willow as they're looking for more. Laurel, will he escape? Looks like he will, and collapse. TP's out as well. Okay, I mean, a nice, I guess, response from BetBoom. That could have been really rough.
I'm intrigued actually by how Pure's are kind of like overlapping his farm, right, a little bit. Like, they've really just ditched the area for Nightfall to farm everything, where he's now like kind of in proximity of the Invoker, ready for that next, you might gank me, but I'm poised. So it's pretty cool to see that level of like sacrificialness, I guess, between how efficient these heroes could be farming. I guess the spirits, like when are they going to make that move? I think they've got the blink coming out now on the Mars, so a blink on him plus some levels, and Mirror, he's actually going straight for the axe. Like he's not even messing around with some drum or any of these cheaper items that we see Venge go for. Like it's purely straight Aghanims if he can get there. Of course, Philistone is on the horizon for him potentially. Yeah,
that'd be very nice.
Would be very good, yes.
We see a smoke up bottom as they know this PA is going to be down here farming, trying to get closer and closer to that Battle Fury. And they will know her on the wave right now. Pure goes in, gets the call, has the Bedlam free cast as well. And Phantom Assassin will eventually go down. That is the best thing that you could do right now in BetBoom.
Any early PA kill always like, oh, you know, it hits a little bit deep, especially when you could see Spirit looking to start making some progress in the kind of in that gank department, but also relatively predictable farming pattern, right? Like push out bot, go back to jungle, go to top, like in that kind of motion of this area. Like she's never really broke to a different area of the map, right? And it was kind of like an inevitable gank that should have occurred. So for Spirit to drag their heroes away from the PA to open up that move, yeah, once again, good on BetBoom to make that read.
And they now have the blade mail done on the axe, so a lot more kill potential from him. As top lane, Toro just eats an EMP, has no mana left to work with. And once again, Save and Pure staying together, looking for their next kill target. They will leave top. They are going to see a big rotation to the bottom. The D ward does come through, but now again looking for Yatoro, and they might find him. I don't think Pure cares all that much. He might just go. He gets the call. The blade mail is there, and once again Yatoro goes down. He has been 300 gold off this Battle Fury for 4.5 minutes. He has been so close to getting this Battle Fury for so long. Tumbler toy. Close play there from Mira. But I don't think he's going to survive this one, and it's just a matter of time before Axe gets himself another dunk. 3 Culling Blade armors now.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're a BetBoom fan, right? Like, PA dies bottom, so the Axe dies top. Meanwhile, Nightfall continuing to get to the point of Butterfly. Like, I cannot emphasize how important it is to get like Butterfly, Manta, Aegis, walk down the lane, pressure that objective, because PA will always be off on the other side of the map. Like, guys, please, I'm so close to my BKB. Just wait, just stall them out. And Collapse, he's going to be looking for the Invoker.
A nice grab onto the Invoker. The Ice Path connects, but they're stuck inside an egg. And top of the Terrorize, they just get absolutely melted. They do find the trade there, taking down the Invoker, but it's going to cost you 3 heroes in the process.
Toronto Tokyo went back for the Midas as well. Like, he understands this game. And GPK, you know, this is why the support duo is so potent, right? You just crush the fights. GPK, he kind of stepped up a little bit there. He didn't probably need to go in, but, you know, each themselves, and yeah, 3 kills. Phoenix, Willow. So the best counterplay supports that you can have in the game. And we finally have the Battle Fury complete for PA.
I mean, that fight,
Now,
highest
the
damage
farm,
done
yeah.
was Phoenix. Second was Willow. The two of them literally are the highest damage by a lot too.
Led by the initiation of Pure, right? Like, Pure does the setup, the Battle Hunger slow, the Spirit slow, the Bramble Roots, the nuisance of Invoker. Like, there's a lot of stuff to punish mispositioning from Spirit, and right now they're not finding the kills, they're not finding the smokes, they're not connecting on the big moves. BetBoom, they smoke,
so
they kill
close
PA.
to seeing Nightfall, but they don't go.
Would they kill him though if they found him? Like, I would say they probably should, because there's no Stone Gaze. So you know what? I'm answering my own question. Yes, they would have.
No arena though. He didn't have arena. They don't do it. If he has arena there, I think they get the kill. But
it could be like some blink spear back into vortexy ice. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. I think they could do it, but if Axe is ready, it's this is very not the position of the game that you want with this lineup from Spirit. Luckily for them though, their draft will always scale into the game. Like, this 7k lead is in theory perfectly fine, but
yeah, never doubt the Phantom Assassin, right? And Pure underneath a ward right now might get caught farming a little bit too hard here. The blink not gonna be in time. There's gonna be the arena, the spear, the boat coming through as well. Pure will finally go down. So that is a lot of golden XP going the way of Laurel. And there it is. The butterfly done on the Medusa. Once more, like you were talking about. Finally gets that up. 20 minutes to have the butterfly as well as the Manta style. Quite impressive.
This is, yeah, it's pretty insane. Like, she's not had to do anything though, right? Like, she's got 3 kills, 4 assists to her name, but it's been a relatively quiet game from this Medusa. It's kind of been like the supports plus Pure show so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They just keep playing together, right? Like, they have no desire to do anything else. They just want to keep trying to secure kills, and you put this like Axe, you know, Blink Blade Mail to good use. Laurel in the mid lane would be a massive find if they can get him, and Pure's gonna go for it. The question is, do they have the damage? GPK's here with the Vessel, absolutely dunked on down. And Pure continuing to stack up that bonus armor.
He's like 500 gold away from a BKB. Like,
yeah.
If you could have asked for like a better game 2 from BetBoom, like, this is it. Like, you come back 24k down in game 1 to then this type of game in the second one. Maybe you could look towards Spirit and say, is this really the game for like a double blade mail, right? From like the fact that your Mars and Kunkka both did the same thing. You tried to smoke but didn't connect on anything. If anything, I would say for Spirit though, like their draft or their current position in the game is a little bit deceptive. Like, it looks like they're doing nothing, but I think once they get to some items, their ability to come back into a game is going to be immense, right? Like the Water Park on Kunkka, PA's inevitable damage coming through, Venge with the Aghanim's. Like, there's a lot of points of hope for Spirit to lean towards. It's, can they sync up these timings though to be one coherent, you know, comeback players?
That is an aggressive jump in.
Yep.
The Taro might need to be a little bit careful here. GPK does manage to catch the Mars with that Spirit Vessel and the Cold Snap. He is completely out of mana. And they are going to continue to chase. Nice swap out. Mira might be in some troubles. Yeah, slowed down immensely. They go ahead, just drop the egg even on top of him. And Axe is still hunting. He's looking for more. And he might find Ancient Apparition, and he absolutely does. And that looks like a dead Ancient Apparition to me. Pure grabbed himself another Culling Blade stack as he turned this into a tier 2 tower push.
5 stacks right now, getting 7 armor. He's infinitely scaling, some might say.
Look at GPK. Instant TP top to try and start finding more heroes. And he's got eyes on Laurel now.
Get a pick, go for the TP. It's just classic high-paced Dota. He might have actually... Okay. Is sensing out some level of aggression there, yeah.
Now you see save on the top board, right? He has to know something's going on.
Oh, it's... So Spirit actually... Okay, they've hit A timing together, right? So BKB on Mars, Ags complete on the Kunkka, BKB complete on the PA. So that's 3 big ticket items now in play for Spirit.
Absolutely.
If the Venge had Ags as well, then I'd be saying, damn, let's go smoke, let's go make some big moves. And Mirror... Oh, no!
You know,
farewell.
Doesn't have the Ags, unfortunately. If he did, no big deal.
True.
Bottom lane. Call has found the Mars into a Sunstrike collapse. Going to drop the arena. Try to hobble away, but the BKB comes out from Pure as he wants to continue the chase here. And doesn't actually connect onto the dunk. So that will put it on cooldown.
Absolutely no
A 9,000 gold advantage. I mean, Roshan has got to be a topic of discussion soon for BetBoom, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't looked towards it a little bit earlier. I think maybe for BetBoom, they're deciding that if they go for Roshan without an innate Roshan taker, it could be too much time that you allow Spirit back on the map. So for them, they'd rather continue farming and then do it after like a team wipe or something, because Roshan's like, it's a weird potential bait for certain lineups. Like imagine this BetBoom lineup goes to Roshan right now, right? Medusa's going to click it down, maybe an Alacrity, but that's about it, right? It's going to take potentially up to a minute of just time, just getting there, killing it. And that's where Yotaro suddenly gets 2 creep waves, a whole dire side of the jungle. Like, so I can respect BetBoom not rushing towards it, but once you pick up maybe 1 more damage item in Nightfall, even right now with the Silver Edge complete, like you should probably be going for it. There's only enough time where you can't do Roshan. But Spirit, they're smoked up. They're looking to contest this delayed Roshan attempt from BetBoom. Down 12k gold though, but they have the BKB.
He had a good ward here.
Yeah,
scouted a lot of them running up at the moment. Save. Oh, they managed to find Pure on the Axe. That's a great start, but instant BKB. Gonna be able to sidestep for a little bit. Actually, ends up getting a call onto Kunkka thanks to the swap. Nice Sun Ray into the egg. Kunkka falling low and fast. Drops the water park, trying to get out. Gets caught by the Cursed Crown, but the damage there, and Pure gets him with the Culling Blade. Yotaro jumps in with the BKB. A nice arena catching 3. Can they find Nightfall on the Medusa? He's gone. A huge turnaround. BetBoom lose 4.
Ooh, and the tips are coming up to play in the second game. Spirit down 13k gold. They waited for their timings. They found the initiation. Sure, they didn't hit the Ice Blast onto the Axe to start with, but they've made him to use that BKB, made him disengage. We're going to see the replay here. Lau, he gets right up into the middle of the fight, soaks up that egg, puts the Medusa a couple daggers, and she's already at no HP. What a beautiful arena from collapsing. At this point, it's just free pickings for Team Spirit. They obliterate BetBoom and walk their way towards the first Roshan. I think if you BetBoom, all your fights have been due to Pure's initiation with the follow-up damage. When it's disjointed in any way, Team Spirit, they're going to come swinging on through and punishing you.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to watch that fight to see how the Medusa lost her mana, because as soon as like the arena came out, she was already at 0 mana. She had nothing left in the tank.
I think she might have started the fight with just low mana, because when you look at the damage breakdown, it was a couple Kunkka spells, a magic missile, and then suddenly she's already dead.
Yeah,
just not very good resource management coming out from BetBoom. And yeah, I was kind of highlighting that Spirit was hitting a window of they have some hope, and yep, here it is.
And PA now second on net worth, closing in on this Medusa, gets like 2/3 of a deso just from that fight alone. So she's gonna be a serious problem now as she is closing in on her Aghanim Scepter. Silver Edge for the Medusa. Tell me, how do you feel about this as opposed to like, I don't know, buying more stats?
I think Silver Edge gives you repositioning and survivability against PA's jump. But on top of that, if Axe hits the call, you can just break the PA and know that whatever damage you do should also be hitting that PA. I think it provides you offense and defense, and also a little bit of crit attached to it. So overall, yeah, pretty happy with it. Of course, after the fact, you'll go Skadi. But it doesn't look bad just because she's already got like Manta Butterfly, then the Skadi. Like it kind of like connects the draft together. No, the itemization together. Sorry, not the draft.
I see what you're putting down there. So, of course, we saw the water part come out from Laurel in this last fight. He is level 14, so doesn't quite yet have the torrent, you know, knock up, you know, talented 15. He'll almost guaranteed pick that one up here in a moment. Go towards his BKB and eventual Octarine. And this hero just becomes a massive nuisance. Those BKB durations can get pretty low, and once they're down, you're just at the mercy of torrents everywhere.
Because of the wisdom runes, Mira's higher level than the Kunkka. I just realized. Like, Lau has played such a sacrificial game. Like, we even saw it on his Earthstrip performance in the previous game, always TPing, rotating, but he's nearly bottom level in the entire game right now. That is, again, testament to his playstyle and what's given Spirit the ability to get back into the game, but
he is
top 4 net worth. Is he actually not bottom?
Yeah, he's the lowest level in the entire game.
Top 4 net worth, but lowest level.
Yeah, that's wild.
Dota 2, what a great game.
So you have BKB Vestal coming out from the Invoker. He's itemizing for a Scythe. Where are we at on the Phoenix? Also going for a Scythe. More control, seemingly, the nature for what BetBoom wants to do. Yotaro just walking right by 4 heroes, you know, under vision.
Yeah, it happens.
Just gets a free kill in the meantime. A nice Arena comes out, does catch 2. The Dark Willow in some trouble. The Torrents and everything. They pull GPK back with a nice swap as his BKB is about to expire. Throws the Deafening Blast the other way off the mark from Yotaro, and he just jumps back in. And just like that, PA gets a triple kill. What an incredible hero.
What do you want to say? Like, this hero is fair and balanced or what? Like, you walk up, you blur. Phoenix, you've got, what, a second to react. You either press Icarus dive or you use Egg. He opted to go for the dive and died, right? And like, he was, yeah, it's so hard to play into. On top of that, you then get to see like the collapse specialty, just jumping in with that arena, contain it. Mira using that swap, of course, with the Aghanims and the Venge. He doesn't really care if he does put himself in a deathly position. And yeah, Spirit, they had a difficult early game, but now just freely roaming, getting the pickoffs, doing as much as they please. We kind of not really had to talk about Pure as well, right? On this axe, he's fallen off a little bit. Really,
he's going for the Aghanim step there. He's got it. This Ags is pretty interesting because, yes, the Battle Hunger can end up doing a lot of damage, but it also just like one-shots creep waves. If you just call a creep wave, you can just do that and walk away, and then the whole creep wave dies.
It also helps with armor, right? Like, rather than buying a plate mail or an AC or some Lotus or something that you might have seen like old school axes do, you now get to see him go for the Ags to get the Battle Hunger, to gain additional armor on the affected unit. So, yeah, it's perfectly fine in that sense. But because of the Aegis fight, because of the fact that there's been a 5-minute window of I can't insta-kill PA, Pure has just had to kind of sit back, hit some creeps, and yeah, he's shown some discipline not to look for anything. With the Aegis expiring now, you have to expect this game to be relatively on a level playing field. I think it is much easier for Spirit to take the team fight, but at any minute, one Axe Call, Sunstrike, Bedlam, like a PA, a Kunkka, a Mars, they can die if Venge isn't in position. So you can't
do a bottle drop.
Say again, sorry?
They bottle dropped and now have a DD on PA.
Ooh.
So
Oh, she's going MKB. Damn. All right.
yeah, it's almost there.
Like, you rarely see MKB on PA, right? It's like one of those. MKB is like an uncomfortable item for certain heroes. It's like, oh, I prefer Daedalus. I prefer just satanic and cool stuff. And no, just go straight for the MKB. I really want to see
here.
Blink, Axe, Blade Mail on DDPA. Like, do they both die? Does one die?
Yeah, it's like, who wins?
Yeah, exactly. We might not find out though, unfortunately.
Yeah, PA cut top wave. They've got mid wave at their tower, and the DDPA is going to start doing a lot of damage to this unless you pop that fort right away. That's exactly what they're going to do. Force them back. Dude, yes, he's going my favorite axe build, the Ags and the Octarine. I love this build. This is the like the last like 4 times I've played Axe, I've done this.
Is it game winning?
It's pretty good. It's absurdly strong.
Just a lot of battle hunger spam, a lot of, I guess, yeah, it's just a lot of constant I'm here.
Yeah, you can eventually get like arcane blink as well, and you have a 4-second cooldown blink. And you just like blink in and stun people with call every like 4.5 seconds. It's cool. Yutaro actually holding for the moment on that BKB, doesn't really feel pressure at all. They get the egg for almost nothing. And that's a big cooldown to lose at the moment.
Phoenix does have the Hex available.
I did not very. That's huge.
Yep. Skadi also complete on Medusa. But you can see from Spirit, they're not offering up these heroes anymore, and the MKB is complete on this PA. And that's the other value of the PA. If she plays in Blur, you click on this PA, you're not going to see, oh, MKB is done. You're just going to see this like awkward slot, and you'd expect them to be aware that the MKB is coming in play, but if PA can hide this entire time and just reveal it onto the Medusa, she might not be able to just survive the amount of threat she'll bring in. Ooh, all right, going back
cool
for the
portal play.
Nice.
Spirit are positioned so dang well right now. Spirit's gonna come out, cancel the TP out from the Dark Willow, and save. I'm assuming they have detection eventually. Yeah, Glimmer will just expire, so they find themselves a nice kill, and Roshan will come top to deliver an Aegis and Cheese into the hands of this Phantom Assassin.
And you don't see this too often, but the PA is actually going back for a... No, she's not. She's deciding. Oh my god, she wants a lot of Skadi.
That's a lot of Skadis.
That's a lot of Skadi. But she had Disperser, and I was like... You rarely see it be picked up late. You know, it's more like an early game, diffusal, build it up, active. So like, oh, it's going to be cool, maybe. I was trying to think of cool ways to do it, but no, instead just goes more for a traditional approach. I think there could have been some fun to be had with Disperser. Don't know if it's game winning or not, but I've yet to see it as like a 5th or 6th item. But no, instead it's going to be Skadi o'clock, of course. Skadi naturally a very good item against Axe, just because you get more HP. But does look like he's going to get jumped in the mid lane though by the Axe with the Invoker. Does he die?
He's going to force the BKB. The Hex actually preventing Pure from getting the Calling Blade, but nice stun strike from GPK there. And now they've got to be a little bit careful up onto the high ground. Vengeful Spear coming in really far, and Nightfall finds that quick kill as well. Actually, I think it's calling the VA. Can they actually bring him down? Pure's got to run. They've got to be a little bit careful. Utaro pops the BKB, starts to lay into Nightfall. There's going to be the Stone Gaze. He's falling low and fast, but he's going to get the space he needs.
Oh, the
Ice Blast catches Miposhka. Beautiful play from him. And just like that, Medusa goes down. PA still alive.
What a build, by the way, from Miposhka. Like, he had Force, Aether Lens, just goes back for a Blink Dagger. Like, this guy wants to have positioning on his side, and Kunkka, he's getting jumped. Should be dying in the mid lane. There it is. Both teams have so much pick-off potential.
They smoke again. He has the Arcane Rune. He can just keep going.
Ooh, blink away. If they find PA here, that is insane.
Unfortunately,
they saw the blink animation.
Oh, they got him, right? They have to get him, right? There's gonna be the call. Eventually, a death single dagger takes down Toronto Tokyo. Save has to leave. Dude, he literally threw his daggers once. It did 3,600 damage. 3,800 damage from the 3 daggers. Oh my goodness.
And this Yatara PA needs to be locked down, needs to be seen. That's why you see the hexes being brought up. You got a Ghost Scepter on sale. Like, they're itemizing for, okay, if we can just see the PA for a second, then maybe we have the lockdown required, right? But on the flip side, this Dusa, she tried to go toe for toe with the PA, and she lost all her mana so quickly. She had the Stone Gauge to disengage, but that wasn't the Stone Gauge to run in that you traditionally see from a, what, 25,000 net worth Medusa. It really was a, I need to leave, boys. And I think for BetBoom, they're going to be realizing they need to find a way to chain this PA down. But don't forget, there's a swap. Kunkka, Amar's like, this is very, very difficult. This PA has hit her, all of her timings now. Like, she's what, a Skadi, and then after that, she can eat her Ags and maybe go Satanic. Like, she's very close to not having any other items to buy.
And then, you know, eventually you just throw a rapier in your backpacks and just standing out of fights throwing daggers.
That'd be cool. I would like to see a rapier. We've not seen a rapier today, have we?
Not today, not yet. We do have double scythe coming out from the side of BetBoom. There's gonna be the blink. The hex comes out. They've caught Axe.
No buyback.
Pure goes down. Yep, no buyback at all. That hex reveal from Collapse. Maybe not the reveal, but once again getting put to good use. Save in some trouble here. Gets caught from the torrent. Going up onto the high ground, Laurel takes a ton of damage here, but they get the kill anyway. And Medusa on the low ground, swapped out by Mira. He's dead, baby. Nightfall's got no help at all. The egg trying to do what he can. He's burning these heroes down, and it will pop, but Toronto Tokyo, he's all alone. He can't do this by himself. He did his best, but godlike streak now for Yatoro. As 4 heroes down on BetBoom, it is just Invoker versus the world.
Ooh, another drop gem. Yep. Just the speed in which Spirit, they go aggressive, they place the ward, they instantly see Pure with the wraparound, get the pick off, and then from there it's just such an easy fight.
Oh! All right, that's pretty funny. Going for a D ward.
Yep. God, he's killing them. We'll kill him. He's forced him to drop the gem because his illusion can't carry it. So now Collapse has to carry it. Oh no.
Terrorize comes out to try and slow down this Phantom Assassin. And instead it's just going to turn into potentially a dead Dark Willow here as Save gets pinned against the barracks. In comes Axe, catches a rare torrent, gets hexed, and he's just going to fall again. Back-to-back deaths for Pure.
Some good tips coming out from Team Spirit there. That was a tip-worthy moment. They might even look for the tier 4s.
You got no Axe for 75 seconds.
Like, he just completed an Octarine at like 40 minutes into the game with this item. Like, you can kind of guesstimate he probably doesn't have the economy for buyback. Team Spirit, they're looking at the tier 4s. The last time they were at the high ground in the previous game, they overextended. This time they probably won't do it. Surely they don't dive deep. They focus on the buildings. They get their game 2 victory.
I mean, how do you take this fight? It's got to be an egg, but it's on cooldown for 10 seconds. Maybe get the Hex initiation onto the Phantom Assassin, but there's the swap out immediately from Mira. Medusa. They get chain CC'd up here. Got the cold feet. The Ice Blast coming back, and in comes Yatoro, and Nightfall. Not long for this world. He's going to buy back. Gets the refresh on her spell. She jumps right on over, takes down the Invoker, the Cursed Crown onto her, as well as the egg to snap. But again, just blink strikes away. He's so mobile, and in comes Nightfall. Stone Gaze onto 3, trying to find something, but the disarms, they're just too tanky. Collapse, able to just disengage, walk away from this one. As a blink available, Mira sacrificing himself here. Both tier 4s down, 2 massive buybacks committed from BetBoom. And Spirit commit, a single death on a support?
Yeah. I think the only way this game gets spicy is if Yatoro decides that eating this Aghanims, he has to then suddenly complete Nullify and no buyback. Or Basher no buyback. Okay, he went Basher no buyback. He's 2,000 gold away from buyback. Okay. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, I'd be very surprised if Spirit actually lost a team fight right now. buyback's so important. And Pure was having a pretty good game, very stable, deciding the best times to fight, when to jump, when to not. And all it took was one Octarine core and you've just lost a third of your base.
Yeah, those back-to-back deaths are brutal.
Mm-hmm. That's because he didn't get the ninja gear, that's why. If he had a ninja gear,
Yep, probably right.
Probably not dying. He's role-playing the PA. Instead he had a timeless relic, so a little bit more taunt duration, but that's about it. Saying taunt duration just sounded really wrong there for a second. I know it's a thing, but it's like I've just never said those two things together.
It's okay. I'll let it slide. No, it sounded okay.
No, I mean, for sure, it's like Axe does taunt you, but maybe uncomfortable. Don't know why.
Roshan, we're gonna see the timer here. Just about 2 minutes as Miposhka is just sitting bottom, spamming Ice Vortex to try and scout it out.
Really cool positioning though. Like to be in this spot, like sure there's a Vortex. No scan available in BetBoom, so they can't just scan and oh it's red, go look. The thing is if they see a new one placed, that's when they'll go looking.
It's like wait a minute,
they are
there's
pinging.
An Ice Vortex in here.
Be careful now.
Will he spam it again is the question. They have to just go back. Their high ground is under siege. Yutaro just took a tower. And they will not see Miposhka TPing out.
Dude, what a Chad, man. He nearly got the cancel. GPK was like AFK or something, or looking elsewhere, because there was a TPing out AA right next to him. But still, like, if he gets that TP cancel, that's a lane Arax. Done. Easy. Oh, Miposhka. Very fun 5 to watch.
He's doing... I mean, he's making Ancient Apparition look really good. I feel like a lot of teams, like, or just people in general, struggle with Ancient Apparition, and he has made it look super good 2 games in a row.
I mean, I don't want to try and summarize a patch or anything, but a lot of the in carries right now are very like lifesteal-esque type heroes, right? To some degree. Yeah. You've got the Svens, the PAs, the Gyrocopters, all these heroes want to play on the fact that you get them low, but they turn it around. So why isn't AA more not picked more? Of course, it's a very volatile hero. If the game's difficult, it can be quite hard, but I think the change to Ice Vortex, doing the damage on the Vortex without the shard, gives you just more scope to play out the game. And on top of that, your shard now provides stun to your ultimate. And it's not a great stun, but still a stun nevertheless. So this hero, I think, should rise up in popularity. And yeah, this stage of the game, both teams are well equipped to punish the other. Differences, one carries in the shadows, not visible, and the other's is Medusa.
Yeah, the Medusa does buy out a brand new BKB, but you're gonna have third Roshan going the way of Spirit here, which will be an extra refresher. I'm assuming you just put that on the Kunkka and let him have some real fun in the fights. I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna take the cheese and the refresher, and now you have double Water Park, double Ghost Ship. It's a lot to deal with. It's time to barrel down the top lane. Is bottom tier 2 still stands. They've got a huge wave up here, top double catapult and like 3 waves. So looking for an opening here. Collapse again. Would love to put this Blink Hex to good use. Pronto Tokyo. He's got an A on disc at least. He's trying to bait an initiation onto him, and there it is. Does manage to get it. The initiation onto Pure, okay. Not what you want there if you're the Phantom Assassin. That is your first life. You did commit BKBs, so you have to be a little bit careful. Gonna look to reset here. Laurel 60 piece back to the base. So they will clean up this ward sentry here. That was giving him a little bit of vision to play with. Axe is just running down mid to try and cut this wave.
Again,
and without the Axe, it's a little bit scary. Okay. Holding the high ground for the moment without the Aegis. They're a little bit more passive, I guess, in how they want to try and do this, but Yutaro will look for the base now, and Axe is just nowhere close, like Pure's bottom. They're a little bit afraid of Axe like counter initiating here, but
he's just not there.
He's just not here.
Ooh, Taro. Any minute now. He doesn't have a satanic. He doesn't have anything really to combo break away from this. It's all on Mira's positioning. So why are you not seeing BetBoom rush to jump on that PA? Unfortunately for them, Axe is the primary source. You cannot rely on some Icarus dive Hex from the Phoenix or some Blink Invoker. Mira is the key component to this high ground siege. Avenge is positioned well. Should have no stress here. Even
right,
X
you got the level
marking up the
25
PA.
on. Oh, this is I didn't even consider this.
Very disciplined, very disciplined.
Yeah.
And just wait another second. Off we go again. Oh, X found the goal.
The blink call. He actually catches Mira as well as Collapse. The Hex comes out the other way. A real nice meteor. Gonna be able to bring down both lives. The Vengeful Spirit is gonna buy back Hex. And Arena comes out. They turn it around onto Axe. He's gonna fall. He's gonna have a buyback.
Yeah, buyback.
But a nice hold, at least for the moment. But with Mira being back in this fight, it's not gonna be that easy. That was
Hey,
A committed as well. Oh,
and this
popped. That's nice.
The preemptive Ghost Scepter.
Oh, the spot back does get the Shadow Realm off. Trying to look for Collapse here, maybe. We'll get Spirit away as Vengeful Spirit on the high ground, just taking a ton of damage here from Nightfall. They will be able to force 2 buybacks out of BetBoom as the Water Park's coming through, trying to make some space. Nightfall catches an X. Will get dragged back in. They're looking for the Medusa here, but again, Team Spirit very disciplined on going for the high ground here. Rax sitting at 700 HP.
X mark the PA up. Go again. Tickle this Rax. You'll get it eventually.
Hex, but again, no pullback from the X, like you said.
With the dispel as well from Blur. Oh, now even using the Medusa illusions to get up. And that's what Rax taken.
They got it.
Yes. Of course, Pure and Save had to buy back there. For Team Spirit, reset, go bottom, push out this wave, get vision in the dire triangle. Don't allow for that wraparound to occur. Of course, Pure without the buyback probably won't be as confident to make that sweeping play. And then X mark the PA once more. Look towards tickling down this bottom lane and trying to get the mega creeps. Aposhko also picked up a Hex now on this Ancient Apparition. He's already been playing very up in the face of BetBoom. Blinking in, Ice Blasting for the mini stun. Now he's got a Hex in as well. He himself can just be an initiator on this EA.
That's absolutely wild. I cannot believe he has a Hex.
Hey, he's living the dream, boss. Like he's...
It is so farmed, man. 17,000 net worth.
Like, more people play POS 5 if they could do this every game. You know, and if they click on AA, it's like, this is like dream. I got survivability because of Ninja Gear. They can't see me. I got mobility. I got lockdown, scalability. I can punish cores. Like, the support we all want to be. Aspire. Laposhka. DD bottled on the Phantom Assassin.
Once again, oh boy.
It's also kind of nice that we see the blade mails from Lala and Collapse. They're still in play. It's been nearly like an hour.
He does not
game.
have Shard.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yutaro just didn't bother this game, huh?
I mean, he was so low net worth early on in the game that maybe he was hoping for the Tormentor, just never came through.
True. That would have been pretty funny.
I don't think it was that bad, luckily for him. What a wraparound though from BetBoom.
Look at the swap on a Nightfall. The BKB comes out, the Hex, a nice blade mail call in the egg. Can they bring down the Phantom Assassin? She's gonna go first. Now Collapse as well as Laurel. Gotta be careful, the Ice Blast coming through. Will chip onto 3, maybe 4. As now the Hex, the turnaround, he's got a refresher. It's Collapse's second round of spells, baby. He's on. Trying to bring down this Medusa. Another Hex comes through, but the damage from GPK, the buybacks are doing work. Yutaro, can he get in this fight? He's trying.
Medusa. Or not.
Nightfall, is he still alive? She's Makoshka just following this hero? Okay. He's done it. This is support to Ancient Apparition, by the way, everybody.
They used absolutely everything to kill off the Phantom Assassin. But then what left? The both Mir and Miposhka just positioned on the high ground, throwing in so many spells. And of course, Kunkka, yeah, he is doing so much work. I collapsed on the arena with the Mars. Lal on the Kunkka, they are doing absolutely everything in these team fights. This Medusa cannot stand her ground on A-click. It is just too much.
This is your last fortification here, and Yutaro is really looking to grab the Mega Creeps. Laurel just standing so aggressive on this Kunkka at 5,500 HP. Not an easy hero to bring down, as Yutaro will grab the Megas, as they will then look for the throne. The final objective, a nice Torrenstorm pullback. Nightfall ends up popping his BKB, as Yutaro goes in, just pops the Abyssal, and Nightfall is just destroyed. He's evaporated. That's it. GG comes out, and BetBoom lose in game 2 as they're just going to draw this series.
Again, like what a series though from both teams, right? In game 1, BetBoom never giving up, you know, never giving in with whatever the meme is, but in this second game, Spirit, this is kind of what we expected from them, especially in that first game as well. Like methodical Dota, going at it. And BetBoom, they showed us this class of, even when behind, Pure has that X factor in how he plays, right? On his axe, he's always finding the jumps. Sure, he gets picked off a couple of times, but he's the player that gives BetBoom hope in the difficult games. He helped carry them to the victory in the first game. He tried in the second, but wasn't able to. But for Spirit, this was just, you know, fun draft, fun play. It didn't work out. They didn't get the full 2-0, but still, to claim the second victory in such a decisive manner, PA is a bonkers hero. It was like first or second overall pick in the draft, but first for Team Spirit. And was there that perfect counter? Sure, Axe is there, but clearly not a big enough counter.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the one fight, right, where everything kind of just fell apart. And that was the moment where you're just like, well, PA is a hero. Like, there's just not a lot you can do about this. It was a beautiful arena from Collapse on the top side, trapping 4 heroes, and Yutaro just got to have just fun. Like, he just kill hero after hero, gets 2 kills, 3 assists or something, and suddenly has a Deso. And yeah, that is a really hard situation to deal with.
It's like, I don't know, I feel like this PA hero, it's gotta get nerfed pre-TI. Like, the concept of it is too silly. Like, when you have a traditional counter in the form of Axe still struggling to kill the PA just because of the fact that she's always in blur, hiding, waiting for that next jump, it's pretty ludicrous. And yeah, 7.3 whatever D, whatever, I can't remember the number we're on right now, but still, yeah, farewell PA, you're gonna get something happen to you, but still, it's yeah, fair play, Spirit. This was a classic Spirit return. Collapse Mars, some Lal, Kunkka, Yutaro PA, Miposhka A, like, again, some player hero combos that are a treat to watch as time progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final interview of the day, as well as some highlights from our last series. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
With no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go
Hey everybody, and welcome back as we're going to take a quick glimpse over what we just witnessed here between game number 1 and game number 2 of BetBoom here versus Spirit. Now obviously things were looking really good early on, but game 2, Spirit hold it together and get themselves a very, very nice win. Tigo, how do you feel about this one?
It was good. I'm happy to see Spirit actually bounce back. I think that first game could have been quite crushing for a team, but of course Spirit, they've got enough history and experience under their belt that type of loss isn't going to affect them later down the series. And of course it's only group stage as well, like it's not as stressful as potentially the playoffs, but yeah, the second game was quite decisive. Of course, always scary. You need to respect your opponent. BetBoom, they had multiple signs of life in this game, like ways to maybe get back into it. With Collapse, Lal, and Yataro, the big core stepping up. Of course, Mira's positioning and Maposhka's somehow ability to generate farm out of nowhere. They were, quite a splendid game. I mean, Spirit's always just a treat to watch. They're going to bring their A game no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And luckily we have an interview here with one of the members of Team Spirit, which I'm very happy to introduce. It is going to be Laurel, the mid laner. Before we jump into some of the questions here, I will have to. Oh, did we have it? We are ready. Okay, we are just gonna go right into the questions. Closes.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm just ready. All right, Laurel. Congratulations for starters. A very, very impressive game number 2. Before we go back, we'll talk about game number 1 in a little bit, but I have some questions about game 2. It was looking a little. I don't want to. It wasn't shaky, but it was early on in this game. You guys were definitely a little bit on the back foot, and you guys take a couple really big fights. Was there a point in this game where you guys kind of felt like you took back control and this was your game?
Yeah, I think when I get my Aghanim and PA get BKB, we pretty strong in fight because they have only one BKB, maybe on Axe, so we can even jump on Medusa. They have 0 save, so we can just burst him because we have Ancient Operation, we have Kunkka with Aghanim both, so we can anytime burst Medusa and win the fight. So if Medusa die, they probably cannot fight. Yeah, only one way they can win the fight, it's jump first, that's all. But we have save, on range, so it's not a big problem. So we just chill, even we losing the game, we just chill, we need to take our timings and can easily come back the game.
So you guys felt pretty calm like the whole time, even though like the early game you're playing a little bit slower, you guys felt like you still had this one to play in your way?
Yeah, of course, it doesn't matter.
Nice, I love that. T, what do you got?
I gotta ask about game 1. All right, so Naga's dead. The tier 3 top racks, they're alive, but you go for a dive. Like, was this like what was the team in like in that moment where you're diving deep kind of to ancient area rather than securing the mega creeps? Like, would you say that was maybe the reason why that game got difficult, or was there other things occurring that you think maybe had or gave BetBoom that kind of comeback potential in that first game?
I think, it was a bad idea to dive into Phantom to kill Phoenix. Maybe we can kill him, but we need to just back, because Naga up, we communicate. We say, okay, we need to back, but we just playing them, just try to play some highlights, maybe something this, so we not back. And
sure.
that's why we throw the game, because we die on 2 heroes, right? And then they on Russian also, and they come back game, and it was tough to play after this because they have very strong team fight.
And after that game, like, how was like the team after that game? Like, were you like, did you feel defeated after that game? Was it more like we made a mistake, it's fine? Like, what's like kind of the team dynamic after a loss like that?
It's probably first time when we throw the game. It's we talk about this when it's fun we throw a game like enemies against us. So guys, let's next game play more. How to say? Just try to not throw the game like this.
Yeah.
Play more safely. Yeah, for win. For the win. Yeah.
All right. Okay, and now one steady question for me to conclude my part of the interview is Yotaro. He went bald in TI10. I also currently am bald. Are you thinking of going bald for this TI to give yourself the buff, or do you not care about the bald buff?
Bald buff?
Yes, no hair. Are you thinking of following Yotaro in his footsteps, or do you want to keep your hair?
I don't care if he wants. I can do. I mean, everyone can do it. So if he forces me to go bold and we can win the DI, okay, just let's go.
Now that would be cool.
Yeah,
all 5 players together. That'd be a first.
Bold team is back. I mean,
we've got like an average one in Europe. They're sometimes Division 3, Division 2, but you could be the first TI ball team. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
I love that. I got one more question for you here. So obviously we're still really early on in the group stage. You guys, obviously coming off an incredible performance at the Riyadh Masters. Is there any teams that you are like most excited to play against here at this tournament, or are you guys mostly just focused on your own game?
Hard to say. Maybe, in my opinion, probably I want to play against Tundra. They look good. I mean, it's first day of group stage, but they look good. It's, I mean, I think it's gonna be fun to play against them. But in different time, maybe for me, it doesn't matter what team we're gonna play. Just wanna practice and try to win tournament. That's all. Just simple things, I guess.
Love it. Well, again, congratulations on your victory here in game number 2, and we obviously wish you the best going forward in this group stage and the rest of the tournament. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we let you go for the evening?
No.
Nice.
All good. Easy enough. Yeah. Hey, well, thank you so much for joining us, Laurel, and we wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you.
And that would be a hype interview. It's like, hello, welcome to the interview. Would you like to answer any questions? No. Bye-bye. End of show. Done. Imagine that. Oh god.
Fastest interview ever. No, he's a good guy. I mean, he's had a lot of growth this year. He had some big shoes to fill on this Team Spirit roster, and he's been looking really good. Honestly, like one of my favorite mid laners to watch at the moment. He's just super fun, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Spirit can do in the rest of the groups.
Yeah, I mean, it's early days, right? Well, it's like day 1 of the groups. We've still got another day tomorrow, a day after that, and of course, with a day concluding, that means we have standings to show everything that's occurred. So
I love
segue into that, and already we got to look at Liquid, fan favorites, holding strats for TI. That's why they're 5th. Copian, and then Tundra. That's my big takeaway. I think a team a lot of people would expect to be instantly strong straight off the gate with off the bat, with Topson into the mix, but dropping a series to Shopify Rebellion put them quite middling so far in the group stage.
I like group 1 here. I mean, this is cool. It's a good distribution. You know, it's not like we just get a bunch of 1-1s all the way across the board. You know, some clear winners, some clear losers. So this is nice. What do we have for Group B though? I'm curious. I feel like this one's gonna be a lot closer. Oh yeah, there we go. 3-3-1. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there.
And it's like Eastern Europe, of course, kind of doing pretty well in both groups, right? You've got 9 Pandas, 4-0 in Group A. In this group, you've got Team Spirit and BetBoom sporting well. Of course, all 3 of these teams are going to be attending TI. So this is quite a statement to make before we get into that Seattle TI, TI12, and OG. Throw Mind Control into the mix and look at them, 3-1. They took a game off Gaming Gladiators. They lost game 2, but to be able to beat Gaming Gladiators, to put themselves in a position of they are contenders in DreamLeague, it's a lot of what ifs. Imagine if they had this for the qualifier. Again, the beauty of Dota. And yeah, we'll see if they can do well enough to want to stick together for post-TI. I think this is what this tournament is for, by the way. For teams that aren't at TI, do well enough to stick together. And I realized that literally every team's at TI but OG, right? In this tournament.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just realized. So basically this tournament is not about any other team winning. It's about how well can OG do to make sure they don't disband and crumble into despair. Either way, good luck, OG. You're against all the hard teams.
Yeah, I love that. That's good stuff. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have coming up next, which will be tomorrow, of course, as we are at the end of the day. So we've got a lot more Dota, and it's condensed, man. We're playing a lot of games really fast, 3 different streams. So make sure to check out all of these. It's going to be Entity versus Tundra, OG versus Quest, 9 Pandas versus Tundra, and OG versus BetBoom. And you and I, we're gonna be on the second half of the day, right? So this will be some fun stuff. We get to see OG and Tundra for the first time, you and me.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a treat to watch, right? I think as soon as you see some OG, there's some like magic and flair in the comeback potential. Tundra with some Topson, technically it's kind of like OG as well to some degree now, but still like very good teams, and Eastern Europe is being so dominant. So yeah, can Western Europe finally overcome Eastern Europe within Dream League? Yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow indeed. It's been a lot of fun. Make sure to check out the other streams as well. You know, this is the Ember stream, but there is still the main stream as well as the Storm stream. So you want to make sure to check out some of your favorite games across all of them. But it's been a fun day. It's been a lot of the good Dota, some really long games. Honestly, some of these series were, what, 50 minutes plus almost every game. So good stuff. That's what we like to see. Close, intense games. Yeah.
I have nothing else to say, Cryptic. I'm down.
You're done?
I'm like a, thanks for watching, guys. It's been real. See you tomorrow. And I'm not going to bait them any longer. So.
All right, we'll say goodbye. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been Dream League Season 21, Day 1 here of the group stage. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.